As Li Yi opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of two towering giants, each standing 3 meters tall, engaged in a ferocious battle. What sin have I committed to deserve this? I've just crossed over, and now I'm facing death. Ding! The system has detected the host is in peril and has activated, bestowing the novice gift pack 12 Talismans of Power. From that moment forth, the Marvel Universe would welcome a new superhero capable of flight, with laser beams emanating from his eyes and additional remarkable abilities. Hulk, from this day forward, I am the strongest on Earth. Thor, behold as I lift your hammer. Ultron, it's time for a reboot. Hela, defeating you does not imply I shall marry you. Purple sweet potato essence, don't run. Didn't you snap your fingers? Gwen, Wanda, we are all family now. Chapter 1. An accidental entry in a Marvel, gaining the power of talismans. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the bustling city of New York, where two monstrous beings, each over 3 meters in height, were locked in a frenzied struggle. To them, the buildings, cars, and even the helicopters soaring above appeared as mere toys, victims of their conflict. Hulk, you are far too weak. I am the strongest, taunted the spiked creature as it overwhelmed its opponent. Hulk, came the only response, a primal roar. Helicopters circled ominously overhead. Attack now, urged an elderly man with white hair, pressing the soldiers armed with Gatling guns. General, which one should we target? Both our monsters attack them simultaneously. Father, do not harm Banner. A woman's voice interjected. Indeed, General, there's another person over there. What? Not far from the clash, a figure suddenly emerged. The spiked creature sent its foe flying with a powerful punch and charged toward the newcomer. Holy smokes! What is that? The figure had no time to evade, offering only a hasty greeting. Ding! The host is in mortal danger, activating the system. Time itself seemed to freeze, suspending all actions as though captured in a photograph. Phew, that was close. What good deeds have I done to deserve this? How did I end up here? The figure gasped for breath. Indeed, this individual was Li Yi, now thrust into a new reality. Li Yi was not of this world. He had once been a carefree otaku on Blue Star, making a living by leveling up others' game characters for pocket money, while indulging in various novels, anime, and films. He was bewildered by how he had arrived in such a perilous place. Having neither been struck by lightning nor hit by a vehicle, it was all too surreal. He had been quite content with his otaku lifestyle. Right? I seem to recall a strange voice mentioning something about a system. System, are you there? Li Yi called out tentatively. Yes, host. The system promptly replied. System, did you bring me here? Where exactly is this place? Host, it is not the system that has brought you here. As for who did, the system is unaware. It only knows that its mission is to cultivate you into the strongest being of this time and space. You should be quite familiar with this realm, according to the terminology of your original world. This universe is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Those two green creatures earlier were the Hulk and Abomination, weren't they? Li Yi was taken aback, pondering which deity had cast him into this perilous world. Having watched the Avengers series, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within. This world revolves around superheroes and supervillains, where ordinary people can merely scrape by, waiting for their demise. The supervillains, driven by some errant impulse, incessantly plot to annihilate the world today, a street tomorrow, an entire city. There's also a purple-skinned fiend who fantasizes about collecting 6 Infinity Stones to obliterate half of all life in the universe. Even if he could evade the threats posed by these supervillains, Li Yi could not assure himself of escaping the snap of the purple-skinned fiend. System, can you return me to my original world? Li Yi pleaded. Apologies, host. The system currently lacks that capability and cannot provide such a service. After a minute of despondency, Li Yi sighed. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. System, you mentioned cultivating me into the strongest being across all time and space. Pray, tell me of your functions. Certainly, host. The full name of this system is the Divine Lottery System. By completing tasks assigned by the system, you'll be able to draw items, bloodlines, techniques, and more from various realms. There is nothing the system cannot provide, only what you cannot conceive. The system boasted with a hint of pride. Enough of the bragging. Is there any way to help me through my current predicament? Li Yi interjected, cutting the system short. It turned out that when the system was activated, the entire realm had been paused, leaving only Li Ye's body in motion. However, he could neither leave his current position nor grant the system time to initiate should it activate. The colossal form of the Hulk would reduce him to a mere pulp. Ding! The system has detected that the host has yet to claim a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to receive it? Isn't that obvious? Claim it now. Immediately, a colorful box appeared before Li Yi, opening to emit a dazzling array of colors, revealing the silhouettes of 12 animals. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of the 12 Talismans. What? System. Are you referring to the talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures? Li Yi inquired, his excitement palpable. Indeed, host. The system confirmed with assurance. Fantastic. System, I adore you. Host, this system does not possess a gender and cannot fulfill that request. Geez, no sense of humor. Now what must I do? Quickly, grant me the power of the talismans. Li Yi urged eagerly, for those familiar with Jackie Chan Adventures would understand the immense power contained within the 12 Talismans. The 12 Talismans originate from an ancient and malevolent demon lord. This lord, a terrifying entity ruling over the entirety of Asia, faced insurrection from its subjects, who, weary of its brutal reign, ultimately overthrew it, separating its immense power into 12 distinct talismans. Within these talismans lie the 12 formidable powers of the demon lord. The blinding eye of lightning, the explosive force of the dragon, the gift of immortality, unparalleled, strength, and the ability to levitate, among others. The array of abilities is indeed comprehensive, establishing the demon lord as the most powerful among all demons. The demon lord's son, a lesser demon known as Little Dragon, despite absorbing the magical essence of 8 other demons, still fell victim to the wrath of the demon lord. The combined power of the 12 talismans rivals that of a typical superhero, rendering him akin to a diminutive superhuman. Now, merge the power of the talismans within the host. The images of the animals began to merge into Li Yi's body, as if returning home. Integration complete. Wow, is this the extent of my current power? Li Yi marveled at the immense strength coursing through him, unable to contain his astonishment. Thanks to the system's direct integration, the requisite memories were also imparted, eliminating the need for Li Yi to familiarize himself with them. System, lift the pause. Understood. The entire space shimmered with ripples, akin to the surface of water. In an instant, the temporal and spatial realm returned to its former state. As he witnessed the green giant hurtling towards him, Li clenched his fist, feeling the divine strength bestowed by the bull talisman, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! His fist struck the green giant's back, sending it flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into another street. There's a little bug here. The creature, filled with disdain, noticed Li Yi and expressed its bewilderment. Chapter 2. The Brutality of Abomination, the Wrath of Hulk. Little bug? Are you referring to me? Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Is there anyone else here besides you? This insignificant creature? Abomination mocked, viewing Li Yi as merely a fragile insect that could be crushed effortlessly. Despite having witnessed Li Yi's formidable strength that sent Hulk flying with a single punch, he remained confident in his own power, believing himself to be invincible. You repugnant monstrosity. Hulk possesses a semblance of humanity, yet you, grotesque as you are, dare to wander about here? It is not your fault to be ugly. But to resemble a pile of refuse and still seek to disgust others is inexcusable. Li Yi, still seething from nearly losing his life moments earlier, greeted Abomination with a warm yet scathing remark. Roar, little bug, you seek your demise. Abomination bellowed in fury, charging forth with his massive frame like an unstoppable tank, clearing a path by demolishing cars in his wake. The one seeking death is you. Li Yi vanished in an instant, reappearing beneath Abomination and delivering an uppercut that struck his chin with tremendous force. Abomination was sent flying, his teeth scattering through the air. Little bug, I will not spare you. Abomination rose once more, barreling towards Li Yi, swinging his colossal fist. Li Yi, undeterred, retaliated with his own punch. Boom. A deafening sonic explosion erupted, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. While Abomination staggered back several steps, Li Yi stood resolute, unyielding. Impossible. How can this little bug possess such immense strength? Abomination exclaimed in terror, unable to comprehend that someone could surpass him in power. Not only are you ugly, but your vision is also impaired. Now tell me, who is the true little bug? Li Yi proclaimed boldly, leaping forward. Abomination could not evade. And Li Yi seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of relentless blows. Aura, 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 aura. In an instant, he rained down dozens of punches upon Abomination, leaving him battered and bruised, with not a single unscathed patch of flesh remaining. Is this still a human? That fellow cannot possibly be a mere mutant. A soldier aboard a helicopter exclaimed in astonishment. This is the super soldier of my dreams, powerful, controllable, far superior to that worthless Hulk. General Ross gazed at Li Yi with fervent admiration. Come on, little bug, now tell me who the true little bug is. Li Yi shouted defiantly. You bastard. Abomination cursed furiously. Waste. Li Yi gripped Abomination's hand, pressing his foot against his chest and forcefully tore it apart. Ah! Abomination screamed in agony. Trash! Li Yi twisted Abomination's legs into a contorted shape. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Abomination, now thoroughly terrified, wailed in desperation. Li Yi paid him no heed, clasping his hands around Abomination's head and began to exert pressure. What are you planning to do? I am military personnel. If you kill me, the American forces will not let you go. Abomination, realizing his pleas were futile, resorted to threats. You, a pile of green refuse, shall perish. With a resounding crack, the grotesque head was twisted a full 360 degrees by Li Yi, sealing its fate. Those who witnessed this brutal spectacle swallowed hard, instinctively touching their own necks. After venting the fierce anger that had nearly claimed his life, Li Yi felt an insatiable urge to unleash more chaos. Grasping the lifeless body, he hurled it skyward. With hands clasped together, a brilliant radiance emanated from his palms. Kamehameha, he exclaimed, forcefully projecting a colossal wave of yellow energy towards the corpse, illuminating the entire street, visible even from afar. General Ross let out a pained cry. That was a vital experimental specimen. In the blinding light, the grotesque remains were reduced to mere ashes. A tremendous roar resonated from behind. It was the Hulk, who had just been sent flying to another street by Li Yi's punch, returning with a vengeance. Though the events seemed prolonged in narration, they transpired within the span of a mere minute. The Hulk eyed Li Yi warily, his primal instincts warning him of the imminent danger posed by this man. Hey, big guy, stop just staring and come at me. What's wrong? Afraid? Li Yi taunted, still craving more release. The Hulk, known for his explosive temper, could hardly tolerate such provocation. With an enraged roar, he charged forward, his feet pounding the ground and leaving deep impressions. Before he could reach Li Yi, beams of yellow light shot forth from Li Yi's eyes. Electrifying gaze. Laser eyes. The beams struck the Hulk, who, despite his formidable resilience, felt the searing heat and retreated, shielding his head with his hands. Li Yi pressed on, intensifying the laser's power. Go for it, Superman. Defeat that green monster. The street erupted with enthusiastic cheers as onlookers returned, sensing the lack of immediate danger. The Hulk, enduring the pain, advanced towards Li Yi and swung a powerful fist. Li Yi ceased his assault, seizing the Hulk's hand and executing a forceful shoulder throw, slamming the green giant into the ground. Recognizing the need to deny the Hulk any opportunity to grow stronger, Li Yi swiftly mounted him and unleashed a barrage of punches to the Hulk's head. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow landed with precision, leaving the Hulk dazed, unable to summon his rage in time. However, the Hulk soon acclimated to Li Yi's ferocity and, despite the pain, retaliated with an uppercut that sent Li Yi soaring into the air. Damn, Li Yi barked mid-flight, infuriated. How many powers does he possess? It's just like the superhuman abilities depicted in comics. If I can capture him, my plans will come to fruition. General Ross gazed at Li Yi with fervor, murmuring to himself. Li Yi plunged toward Hulk, accelerating rapidly as he retracted his right fist to gather strength. Hulk, he shouted, calling out the name of the green giant to capture his attention. Hulk let out a furious roar, swinging his colossal fist towards Li Yi. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, producing a tremendous sonic boom that sent all nearby cars tumbling and knocked a significant number of onlookers to the ground. To be continued. Chapter 3. The battle with Hulk. Following the exchange of blows, both Li Yi and the green giant Hulk were sent flying. With a growl, Hulk quickly regained his footing. After enduring such a lengthy bout, his rage had completely suppressed the tranquilizers administered by Dr. Blue. He charged once more at Li Yi. It seemed that a direct confrontation was no longer feasible. Li Yi rubbed his slightly sore arms, deciding to exploit Hulk's vulnerability, his speed. Was Hulk fast? Indeed. However, one must remember that they were in a cinematic universe. Though Hulk in the films was swift, he paled in comparison to Li Yi, who wielded the power of the Rabbit Talisman. In an instant, Li Yi vanished from Hulk's line of sight. Hulk! Roared the charging giant, realizing his target had disappeared. At that moment, Li Yi had already positioned himself behind Hulk and unleashed a punch that shattered the sound barrier, striking Hulk's back with immense force. Roaring in response, the initial blow that had once sent Hulk flying now merely caused him to stagger back a step. He turned to bellow dismissively while patting his back. Is that all you've got? Furious, Li Yi retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks at speeds beyond the naked eye's perception. Hulk, unable to keep pace with Li Yi's onslaught, crossed his arms to shield his head, enduring the barrage of strikes. With a series of thunderous impacts, Hulk was forced to retreat, yet Li Yi's relentless assault failed to inflict any real damage. Instead, it only intensified Hulk's fury, causing his form to swell even larger, towering at an impressive 5 meters. With countless blows absorbed, Hulk raised his fists high before bringing them down with tremendous force, but Li Yi evaded just in time. The ground erupted beneath the impact, creating a massive crater that fractured the entire street. Hulk's eyes blazed with crimson fury, clearly pushed beyond his limits. Li Yi contemplated the need to put an end to this chaos. Allowing Hulk to rampage any longer would lead to uncontrollable destruction. Suddenly, Li Yi vanished and reappeared behind Hulk. Before Hulk could react, Li Yi grasped his foot and began to spin him around in a whimsical display of strength, hurling him into the air. Enjoy the flight. Li Yi clasped his hands together, and everything surrounding him, the abandoned vehicles, the shattered remnants of dilapidated structures, the steel and concrete littering the ground, began to levitate into the air. These objects, upon striking the Hulk, adhered firmly to his form, creating a cascading effect as more debris clung to the previous layers. Gradually, a massive sphere, spanning several meters, encased the Hulk, trapping him securely within. Despite his immense strength, the Hulk found himself ensnared. Earth-shattering star. Li Yi ignited a small flame of determination within him. Was this a miracle? A power possessed solely by the divine? Darling, come see the deity. The onlookers in the streets gasped at this astonishing spectacle, and soon someone shouted Superman, prompting the entire street to echo the call. The feeling of thousands of fervent fans simultaneously chanting a single name was an experience Li Yi finally savored. Stop. Don't harm him. He can't control himself. A discordant voice emanated from a helicopter hovering above. It was Bruce Banner's girlfriend, unable to bear the sight of the green giant in torment. Li Yi paid her no heed. If he possessed the strength to vanquish the Hulk, he would certainly consider it. Yet, with his current capabilities, it was evident he lacked such power. Guiding the sphere, Li Yi forcefully hurled it towards the uninhabited outskirts, casting the Hulk away. With no one to provoke him, he would eventually revert to Bruce Banner. Hero, hero, hero. The crowd, witnessing the defeat of both monstrous beings, erupted in genuine jubilation, encircling Li Yi in a wave of admiration. Superman, please sign my book. A throng clamored, brandishing notebooks and pens. Mr. Superman, are you free tonight? We could go grab a drink. A sultry blonde cooed enticingly. Uncle Superman, can you come visit my home? My mommy cooks delicious meals. A charming child in a woman's arms chimed innocently. Having been a recluse in his previous life, Li Yi had never experienced such adulation and reveled in the cheers. Shouldn't a hero be indifferent to fame and fortune? To hell with that. Thank you. Thank you all for your kindness, he exclaimed, waving as if he were a prominent leader. Make way, make way. A throng of camera-wielding journalists parted the crowd to approach Li Yi. Good sir, I am a reporter from the New York Times. May I ask your name? What brings you here? Are you a mutant or a Kryptonian? How is your power so reminiscent of the Superman from comics? The barrage of inquiries overwhelmed Li Yi. This presented a dilemma. He was not from this world. Would he be mistaken for an extraterrestrial? System, will my status as an undocumented individual be revealed? Li Yi inquired anxiously. Host, do not fret. The system has arranged for you an existing identity in this world. To everyone, you are one of them. There is no need for concern about exposure. The system assured him. Everyone. Could it possibly include entities like the Ancient One, Odin, Thanos, and even those ancient deities of the cosmos? Li Yi inquired, astonished. Indeed, host, all of it. The system responded unequivocally. The system is remarkably powerful. Li Yi exclaimed in disbelief. However, he soon found solace in the thought that if that divine being could circumvent numerous formidable figures to transport him to this world, their strength must surpass that of the indigenous inhabitants, and thus, the system they provided could hardly be weak. With this realization, Li Yi flashed a confident smile at the camera. Greetings, everyone. I am a hero driven by curiosity. To be continued. Chapter 4. The Arrogant Ross, Immense Power. Absolute Rationality. This is the weapon I yearn for. General Ross gazed greedily at Li Yi from the helicopter. Have you lost your mind? Betty Ross, the girlfriend of the Hulk and Ross's daughter, looked at him incredulously. I have not lost my mind. If I can obtain him, I will be able to develop the most formidable weapon. General Ross was intoxicated by power. He just saved us. How could you do this? Betty implored her father. What do you understand? Besides, I do not intend to kill him. I merely want him to cooperate with our research. His power is so immense that even Hulk cannot contend with him. Do you really think he will surrender? Humph. As long as he resides in America, I will find a way to deal with him. Ross scoffed coldly. You are a dreadful person. I will not allow you to proceed with this. Betty positioned herself in front of Ross, attempting a final intervention. I do not require your consent, soldier. Take her to a secure location and do not release her without my orders, Ross commanded a tall soldier nearby. Yes, sir. The soldier disregarded Betty's resistance and forcibly escorted her away. Have we gathered any information? Ross inquired of a technician aboard the aircraft. We have, General. Here are all the details on that superhuman. The technician handed over a file. Li Yi, Chinese descent, orphan, Welfare Institution, residing in Queens, New York. Ross frowned as he perused the file. Does this individual have any relatives? He asked the technician. Report, General, there are none. This individual exhibits a highly reclusive nature and has very few acquaintances. This complicates matters. Ross sighed. He had initially hoped to locate Li Yi's family to use them as leverage, a common tactic employed by those in power to manipulate superheroes. However, encountering someone as peculiar as Li Yi, who had no vulnerabilities, was unexpected. It seems we must resort to force. While deploying the military in the city carries risks of complaints, the potential rewards of capturing a superhuman far outweighs such concerns. On the streets, Li Yi was basking in the cheers of the crowd when suddenly, a line of armored vehicles emerged, and several helicopters descended from the sky, surrounding him. What is happening? What does the military intend to do? They did not appear when the monster was rampaging through the city. Now that the beast has been vanquished, what is their purpose? The onlookers murmured among themselves, questioning the military's actions. A line of fully armed soldiers descended from the armored vehicles, beginning to disperse the crowd. What are you doing? You have no authority to act in this manner. I will lodge a complaint against you and inform your superiors. They will face severe consequences. From one of the aircraft, a soldier brandished a loudspeaker and commenced his address. Ladies and gentlemen, please clear the area. This individual is suspected of destroying critical national experimental materials, damaging public infrastructure, and committing acts that threaten national security. We are hereby apprehending him. Please do not obstruct our efforts. Are you blind? It was a superhero who saved us. What exactly are you scoundrels trying to accomplish? My father is a congressman. I will return and ensure he files a complaint against you. None of you will escape responsibility. The surrounding crowd expressed their discontent vehemently, yet ultimately complied, moving beyond the established perimeter in the face of armed soldiers. It seemed they intended to take action against me. Li Yi smiled faintly, unfazed by the situation. A helicopter descended slowly from the sky, and out stepped a robust, silver-haired elder, General Ross. Good day, sir. First and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Ross approached Li Yi, speaking amicably. Allow me to introduce myself. I am General Ross of the United States Armed Forces. Thank me. Is surrounding me with troops your way of expressing gratitude, General Ross? Li Yi gestured to the soldiers surrounding him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Sir, the creature you just eliminated was a crucial experimental asset for our military. You have not only killed him, but also desecrated his remains, resulting in significant losses for us. Furthermore, your recent actions have damaged numerous citizens' property, and your conduct constitutes a serious violation of American law. We need to clarify the situation with you and hope for your cooperation. Just cooperation for your inquiries? You have no intentions of dissecting me for research. Of course not. After all, you are the hero who saved New York City. We could never treat you in such a manner. Please trust the United States military, Ross asserted earnestly. What if I refuse? Li Yi replied, a mocking tone in his voice. Sir, I am not joking. I hope you will assist us. It is the duty of every American citizen. Should you choose not to cooperate, these soldiers will ensure your compliance. No sooner had Ross finished speaking than the soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them directly at Li Yi, while the helicopter above trained its Gatling guns and even missiles upon him. You scoundrels! Is this how you treat a hero? You wretches! Tomorrow, I will gather all my friends and family to protest at the White House. If you are not dismissed, the president will not remain in office. Release him! Release him! Release him! The crowd behind, witnessing the scene, grew enraged. At the cry for release, tens of thousands joined in the chant. Li Yi remained indifferent. He merely sought to indulge in the role of an unassuming hero. If this is the best support you can muster, it is woefully inadequate, Li Yi remarked coldly, a disdainful smile crossing his face. Do not underestimate the might of the American military. We are indeed the most formidable force in the world, equipped with the finest armaments. The two creatures you witnessed earlier were merely a concern due to their presence in the city, as the army feared collateral damage to civilians. Now that the populace has been evacuated, it would be prudent for you to surrender willingly. Is that not so? With a mere gesture, Li Yi caused the firearms held by all soldiers to levitate into the air, aimed directly at them. The helicopters above, too, fell under his influence, their weapons now targeting Ross. What are you doing? Ross exclaimed in terror as he noticed the weapons of the helicopters directed at him. General, this is bad. All the aircraft are out of control. The anxious voice of a pilot echoed through the communicator, reaching Ross's ears. Ross's face turned an ashen white, reminiscent of a corpse, as he trembled and uttered, Is this also part of your abilities? What do you think? Remain calm in your intentions. Should you take my life, you would be opposing the entirety of America. Ross invoked the name of the nation, attempting to threaten Li Yi. With a swift motion, Li Yi struck Ross, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he spun in the air before landing, blood spilling from his mouth, and several of his teeth knocked out. To be continued. Chapter 5. S-H-I-E-L-D. Continue to scream. Go on. Li Yi approached the fallen Ross slowly. No one dared to intervene. Any movement could result in their demise, as the guns hovering above could easily send them to their end. They had joined the military for the lucrative salary, and this situation was beyond their capacity to manage. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for a superior. America will not spare you. Ross, still defiant, recalled the blow that had nearly rendered him unconscious. Had it not been for his years of military training, he may have already perished. Can you truly represent America? As Li Yi drew nearer, he delivered another kick to Ross's abdomen. Ross cried out in agony. Li Yi unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. Scream louder. Let us see who can come to your rescue. Do you believe you are something of importance, you worthless old dog? Do you think I care for the America you speak of? Anger me, and I will eliminate your president along with you. Li Yi's brutal actions silenced the crowd that had previously rallied in his defense, leaving them in stunned silence. Come, let me see who can save you. Call for help. Quickly. Hurry, you fool. At that moment, a thunderous roar filled the sky as a sleek fighter jet approached, gracefully landing. Li Yi paid it no heed, continuing to pummel Ross. Mr. Li Yi, please wait. The jet's door opened to reveal a seemingly earnest Caucasian man, slightly balding. Li Yi instantly recognized him as Phil Coulson, a trusted agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. What do you want? If you have nothing of importance to say, do not interrupt my beating of this dog. Li Yi replied nonchalantly, one foot firmly planted on Ross. Hello, Mr. Li Yi. My name is Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, and I am currently tasked with addressing the misunderstanding between you and General Ross. I wonder if you might consider releasing General Ross. As he appears to be on the brink of death, Coulson said with a tone that was both courteous and composed. This individual is indeed a remarkable talent, exceptionally skilled in interpersonal interactions. As Li Yi listened to his words, he could not help but think that this man was undoubtedly a good person. On the surface, Coulson appeared utterly calm, yet inside he was in a state of utter turmoil. He had just witnessed, throughout the flight, how Li Yi ruthlessly slaughtered the abomination and then ensnared the Hulk within a massive sphere, subsequently hurling him out of the city. Not only did he possess powers akin to Superman, but he also wielded abilities reminiscent of Magneto, albeit Magneto controlled magnetism, while he had the extraordinary capacity to manipulate gravity. Coulson had never encountered a being endowed with such a plethora of superpowers. Director Nick Fury had even placed a phone call, urging him to exercise utmost caution and avoid provoking Superman, lest it result in a catastrophic outcome. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support? What entity is this? I have never heard of it. Li Yi feigned ignorance. This is a matter of national security, Mr. Li Yi. It is quite natural that you may not be familiar with it, but our department is indeed a legitimate organization. If you doubt this, you may verify it personally. I lack the time for such inquiries. You mentioned a misunderstanding? This old dog was preparing to assault me with an army, with Gatling guns and even missiles aimed at me. Do you truly consider this a misunderstanding? Li Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm. This is indeed a misunderstanding. These soldiers and weapons were intended to confront the creature you had slain. We did not anticipate that by the time we arrived, you would have already intervened, effortlessly defeating those two monsters and saving New York City. That old dog threatened me just now. This too is a misunderstanding. General Ross has always been a man of justice, dedicated to protecting the populace. When he witnessed your battle with the two monsters, he became enraged due to the minor damage inflicted upon the surrounding buildings, failing to recognize that such losses were unavoidable in the context of safeguarding the public. Therefore, I implore you to show him mercy. Coulson, with wide eyes, fabricated a narrative that painted Ross as a paragon of virtue. Let us dispense with the superfluous dialogue and get to the crux of the matter. If you continue to prattle, I assure you, it will not matter to me. But that old dog cannot endure much longer. Li Yi, weary of the banter, cut to the chase. Coulson immediately adopted a grave demeanor. Mr. Li Yi, we hope you will spare General Ross and the soldiers present, allowing us to handle the situation. What benefit do I gain from this? Your actions today will go unnoticed by the United States, and you will not face any charges. Upon uttering these words, Coulson felt rather foolish. Yet this was the condition set forth by the politicians behind him, which he had to relay like a simpleton. Are you jesting? Li Yi regarded Coulson as if he were a fool. I am not jesting. I wonder if Mr. Li Yi has consented? I do not consent. Mr. Li Yi replied with a stoic expression. Since you refuse, this matter will be entirely handled by us at S-H-I-E-L-D. I require a personal conversation with you. With that, he produced a peculiar device, pressing it to disable all surrounding cameras, and then retrieved a tablet displaying an individual with an eye patch, a man known as Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., infamously dubbed the Mother of Greetings, Mr. Li Yi. I am Nick Fury, and I am now fully responsible for our negotiations. I seek to understand what it would take for you to release General Ross and his soldiers. You may propose any reasonable demands, and we shall endeavor to meet them. At this, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated his response. Having resolved the issue of those two monsters today, thereby averting a larger catastrophe, I believe a token of appreciation is in order. Li Yi made a gesture as if rubbing his fingers together. Monetary compensation? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Matters resolvable with money were hardly matters at all. Over the years, he had amassed considerable funds through various means. Those were the resources earmarked for the construction of secret bases, and as a man plagued by a severe case of paranoid delusions, he felt an incessant discomfort unless he had dozens of hidden facilities to oversee. I wonder how much you require, Mr. Li Yi? Let us say a modest sum of $1 billion. Not too extravagant, is it? That amount would afford me a very comfortable existence. Li Yi desired nothing grandiose. With the system at his disposal, even the Infinity Stones held little allure for him. Lacking lofty ambitions, he merely aspired to a life of comfortable nobility, indulging in leisure and squandering time. Possessing the abilities conferred by a talisman, Li Yi had attained the immortality long sought by countless emperors throughout history. Cough, cough. Nick Fury nearly choked at Li Yi's audacious demand. That amount was merely a fraction of what he would need to construct a base. Mr. Li Yi, could you perhaps lessen your request? Just $1 billion, and I would also require a luxurious residence in Queens. These are my sole demands. Should you decline, I shall crush this old dog right now. As he spoke, Li Yi raised his foot as if to stomp down. Wait, we will acquiesce to your demands. Nick Fury hastily replied. To be continued. Chapter 6. Heroes and Villains Interview with Witnesses. Heroes or villains? The New York Times. Who is to blame for the monsters? The military must take responsibility. Economic Tribune. Monsters rampage. Heroes descend from the skies, yet face military threats. The Pioneer Daily. On the day of disaster, where was Spider-Man? The Horn Herald. The battle in New York last night has left the world in astonishment. Monsters? Supers? Superpowers? For the first time, these phenomena have been so overtly revealed to the public eye. The clash among the monsters devastated a street, affecting several others and resulting in dozens of fatalities, hundreds of injuries, and incalculable economic losses. The crisis awareness among the populace reached its zenith, with many fearing that they might be the next victims. Citizens spontaneously took to the streets to demand the truth and to call for severe punishment for the military responsible for creating the monsters, which significantly tarnished the reputation of the American military. Consequently, they presented the battered General Ross, still in a state of unconsciousness, as a scapegoat. The most fervent discussions revolved around the appearance of the Superman last night. How do you perceive the emergence of Superman? A reporter interviewed a blonde beauty. Oh my God. He is incredibly handsome. He is my hero. Mr. Superman, if you can hear me, I want to say that I love you. You are my deity. And I wish to bear your children, the blonde beauty fervently declared. All right, photographer, please pull her away. What is your opinion on Superman? A middle-aged balding man responded to the interview. He is a villain, as you all have seen. He wielded his devilish powers to control the military's weapons and even assaulted an American general in broad daylight. This is simply unforgivable. He is a demon, and God will not spare him. Fortunately, he did not witness Li Yi extorting $1 billion, or this Mediterranean gentleman would have surely fainted. As Coulson disembarked from the plane, S.H.I.E.L.D. employed a special method to block all cameras. The incident involving Li Yi's extortion of $1 billion was known only to nearby soldiers, while the video of his brutal beating of Ross spread worldwide. What do you think of Superman? A freckled young boy was interviewed. Oh my God, it was amazing. He defeated that monster in an instant. But my mom forbids me from emulating him, saying he is too brutal. I just want to know, who is stronger, Superman, Iron Man, or Spider-Man? The debate regarding Superman intensified, with the contentious issue being whether he is a hero or a villain. Some believe that Superman's defeat of the two monsters and his rescue of those present clearly mark him as a hero. Others contend that his actions resulted in greater destruction, and his assault on the military firmly categorizes him as a villain. What is your perspective on this incident? A renowned host inquired of a nearby expert. Well, just edit all of his segments out, the director said darkly to an assistant. While outside the debate raged fervently, Li Yi comfortably settled into the luxurious villa arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, such arrangements included various forms of surveillance. However, that night, Li Yi obliterated all of them, and the agents dispatched to monitor him found themselves hurled from towering skyscrapers, infuriating Nick Fury, whose complexion darkened. though it might have originally been that way. However, he dared not express his anger, for according to the calculations of the professionals at SHIELD, Li Yi possessed no less than 10 superhuman abilities, his power surpassing even their initial estimates of the formidable Hulk. His speed of movement exceeded that of the latest Cohen-style fighter jets, and even missiles could not match his velocity. The precise limits of his speed remained elusive due to the lack of comprehensive data. It could be asserted that, at present, all weaponry on Earth was rendered ineffective against him. Phil Coulson arrived at Li Yi's grand villa in a luxurious vehicle, accompanied by a stunning red-haired beauty in the passenger seat. They halted before the villa. "Natasha, I'll be relying on you," Phil instructed the alluring woman beside him. This red-haired beauty was none other than Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of SHIELD, born in 1984 in the cinematic universe. Famously known as Black Widow, trained from a young age by Soviet operatives, her body was enhanced by the former Soviet government, significantly slowing her aging process while bolstering her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of diverse physical training and mental conditioning, she became a lethal force, akin to a deadly Black Widow spider. After defecting from the Red Room, she joined SHIELD and became one of its agents. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, believed that no normal man could remain indifferent to such beauty, which is why he had dispatched Natasha, hoping for a cordial negotiation with the superhuman, ideally persuading him to join SHIELD. Since that scoundrel Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, the world seemed to spiral into chaos, with superhumans emerging one after another. First, a Spider-Man swung through New York City, and just last night, 2 monsters clashed in the streets. Now, even a figure akin to Superman from comic books had manifested. Witnessing the rise of these superheroes, an immature thought sprang into Fury's mind. The target is exceedingly powerful and possesses an extremely volatile temperament. We must not provoke him, or we may not leave alive. Coulson stated gravely. What a hassle, Natasha complained. Aside from assisting Coulson in communicating with Superman, she had another mission: to ascertain Superman's background, analyze his personality, vulnerabilities, and preferences. She also needed to investigate how and when he awakened his powers, whether it was a recent development or if he had long possessed them. This was a necessary undertaking. As Superman's powers posed a tremendous threat to the world, we must take precautions. Coulson reassured her. Understood. I shall do my utmost to fulfill this mission, Natasha replied. Subsequently, the two approached the door, where Coulson pressed the doorbell. After a considerable wait, the door finally opened to reveal a handsome Asian youth. Is that you, Coulson? Li Yi greeted, his face lighting up with a smile at the sight of the god of wealth. His gaze then shifted curiously to Natasha. And who might you be? Beautiful? Hello, Mr. Li Yi, she replied. My name is Natasha, and I am a colleague of Coulson, both of us belonging to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, Natasha said with a smile as she extended her hand. Your department's name is quite lengthy. Can it be changed? Li Yi inquired, shaking her hand with a hint of curiosity. To be continued. Chapter 7. The SHIELD. Recruitment. Mr. Li Yi, many individuals have raised this issue with us, and we are currently contemplating it, Coulson replied with a smile. Is there something specific that brings you here today? Li Yi feigned ignorance, attempting to appear noble, unaware of the threats made the previous night regarding $1 billion and murder. Mr. Li Yi, would you not invite us inside first? Coulson suggested. How forgetful of me. Li Yi quickly ushered the two into the room. Coulson opened the black briefcase he was holding, solemnly revealing a series of boxes nested within one another, like a set of Russian dolls. At last, he unveiled a black card wrapped in exquisite silk, adorned with delicate golden patterns. Mr. Li Yi, this card signifies the promise of $1 billion. It resides within this card. It is a black card from XXX Bank, a prestigious black gold card that is only available with an initial deposit of $100 million. Coulson said, respectfully handing it to Li Yi. Li Yi took the card, examining it closely. It was indeed quite unique. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with your attitude. That is all we hope for, Mr. Li Yi. Natasha replied with a gentle smile. Mr. Li Yi, last night, you valiantly defeated 2 monsters with your extraordinary abilities, saving an entire street. You are undoubtedly a hero. Natasha flattered Li Yi. We are an organization dedicated to maintaining global security. Due to the nature of our work, we would like to learn more about you. If that is agreeable? Of course, it's a necessity of your work. Li Yi responded cheerfully, wholly unconcerned. Natasha then produced paper, a pen, and even a voice recorder. After we gather the information, we will need to compile a report, and we hope you won't mind. Mr. Li Yi, may I ask when your superpowers first manifested? Superpowers? I've had them since I was about 8 or 9, though I have always hidden them. Li Yi began to spin a tale. However, Natasha diligently took notes. If you don't mind, could you share how many types of superpowers you possess? Judging by last night's battle footage, you displayed more than 7 abilities. Initially, we thought your powers were akin to those of Superman in comics, but your later demonstration of object manipulation and energy wave projection shattered that assumption. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I just used them casually. Perhaps there are over 50 who would reveal their trump cards. Only a fool would do so. Upon hearing this response, Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, and after seeing Coulson nod in agreement, she continued to write on her paper. Mr. Li Yi, how is it that you appeared on that street last night? None of the surveillance equipment captured your presence. It was as if you materialized out of thin air. In truth, I have always soared through the skies, merely at such a rapid pace that the cameras failed to capture my presence. Mr. Li Yi continued his whimsical tales. Have you ever contemplated the origin of your extraordinary abilities? Not quite, he replied. They awakened abruptly when I was 8, but in pursuit of a mundane existence. I concealed them until yesterday, when I witnessed 2 monstrous beings wreaking havoc upon the city. My sense of justice could no longer allow me to remain indifferent, so I descended and vanquished them. Natasha and Coulson exchanged incredulous glances. Justice? Was it not the same individual who threatened the military, brutally assaulted General Ross, and extorted $1 billion? Mr. Li Yi, are you familiar with mutants? Indeed. I am also acquainted with the X-Men. You don't suppose I am a mutant, do you? Li Yi said, perplexed. While I harbor no prejudice against mutants, I assure you, I am not one. Perhaps we have misunderstood. By the way, I am curious about the fate of that large green fellow I confined within my earth-shattering star and hurled to the outskirts. Li Yi suddenly inquired. Earth-shattering star? Natasha and Coulson were left bemused. That is the name I've bestowed upon that technique. I see. According to our intelligence, after you cast it out to the wilderness, it furiously obliterated several small hills before disappearing. It evidently transformed back into Bruce Banner. Li Yi silently scoffed, yet remained unconcerned, for both parties were engaged in fanciful banter, merely testing who could outwit whom. At this moment, SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. And one could not rule out the possibility of a sudden attack to subdue him, whisking him away to a laboratory for genetic experimentation, followed by cloning endeavors. Nevertheless, Li Yi's response was simply to eliminate. No matter how many approached, he would vanquish them all. In this world, he was unburdened and merely indulged in their games. For otherwise, life would be exceedingly dull. After posing a few more inquiries, the conversation drew to a close. Mr. Li Yi, are you aware that your current predicament is perilous? Natasha's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Many factions are fixated on you, all yearning to acquire your powers. Let them come. I am eager to discover who possesses such prowess. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Though you are indeed formidable, they employ unscrupulous methods against their foes. Even one as strong as you may fall prey to their schemes. What exactly are you trying to convey? We wish to extend an invitation for you to join our organization. Once you become part of us, our backing will protect you from these threats. Natasha adopted a tone of concern for his well-being. Unnecessary. Li Yi unflinchingly declined. Mr. Li Yi, perhaps you should reconsider. Our organization offers exceedingly generous benefits. Coulson interjected. What about an annual salary in the millions, a mere 2 hours of work each day, for days a week, along with various perks? I would work to the bone. I adore the company. Not interested. I already possess $1 billion, and I have no desire for luxuries. This sum is sufficient for a long and comfortable life. Then why should I even bother working? Li Yi retorted. Well, Mr. Li Yi, do you not wish to seek the meaning of your existence? You possess such formidable power, akin to that of a deity. Do you not desire to contribute to humanity, to society, and become a hero? Coulson, undeterred, attempted to sway Li Yi. Being a hero, the thrill of being cheered is quite delightful, Li Yi mused. Therefore, if you join us, we can cultivate you into a hero. Coulson believed he had struck a chord with Li Yi and pressed on with his persuasion. Why must I join you to become a hero? I have resolved to be a hero driven by personal interest. A hero driven by personal interest? To be continued. Chapter 8. The disappointing hero. What does it mean to be a hero driven by personal interest? Natasha inquired with confusion. A hero driven by personal interest cares not for the opinions of others, nor the consequences of any situation. When I yearn for the applause of the crowd, I shall act heroically. When I do not require that, I can quietly pursue my own desires. Being a hero is merely a hobby. Li Yi asserted earnestly. That is hardly a hero. Coulson's expression darkened, though he maintained a facade of composure. As an agent, one must always master their emotions. His idol was Captain America, a true hero capable of sacrificing for others. He felt that Li Ye's notion of a hero driven by personal interest was a profound insult to the very essence of heroism and to his idol, Captain America. Everyone's understanding differs. My interpretation of heroism is precisely this. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall not keep you, Li Yi declared, ushering them out. Then we shall take our leave. Natasha and Coulson felt it prudent to depart. Upon returning to the vehicle, Natasha donned a Bluetooth earpiece and began to drive. The mission failed. The target possesses a resolute mindset and declined to join us. Natasha reported to the Black Egg as she drove. No matter, it's inherently challenging to recruit such a powerful superhuman. Return for now. There are new issues arising on Tony Stark's end that require your assistance. The cold voice of the Black Egg resonated through the earpiece. Understood. As night fell, Li Yi, feeling a sense of ennui, contemplated a stroll. However, his visage had already been disseminated across the globe via cameras, and stepping outside would likely result in immediate recognition. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the system suddenly manifested. Host, this system has an amusing little gadget. Do you require it? What gadget? Li Yi inquired, perplexed. Glasses akin to those worn by Superman, Clark Kent. Once donned, these glasses emit a peculiar magnetic field, rendering others incapable of perceiving your true identity. They will perceive you as an entirely different individual. The system elucidated. A splendid item. Hurry and provide it to me. What price must I pay? Li Yi exclaimed eagerly. The host need not expend any effort. The system can generously offer its gifts without charge. I adore you, system. Li Yi exclaimed with excitement. Host, this system must reiterate that it possesses no gender and cannot fulfill your desires. The system responded with unwavering seriousness. Enough of the trivialities. Hasten to provide me with the goods. Very well, host. Please be attentive to the arrival of the super glasses. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from Li Ye's hand, revealing a pair of sleek black-framed glasses that appeared exceptionally stylish. Unable to contain his eagerness, Li Yi donned the glasses and sought a mirror to admire his reflection. Wow, this face is indeed handsome. Even with the glasses, I remain striking, with an added touch of sophistication. Li Yi indulged in a moment of vanity before stepping outside. Clad in casual attire, the streets of America differ vastly from those back home. The crowds here are sparse. By nightfall, our streets are teeming with people. After wandering for a while and finding little amusement, Li Yi activated the invisibility granted by his snake talisman and soared into the sky, gazing at the magnificent city of America beneath the starlit expanse. Suddenly, Li Yi noticed a red figure darting swiftly between the towering buildings. The figure's movement was peculiar, resembling a swing rather than flight, prompting Li Ye's thoughts to drift to a familiar silhouette. Could it be Spider-Man? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. After all, this was not the realm of movies. According to the timeline, Spider-Man should not be present at this moment. Despite the confusion, he decided to follow, maintaining a discreet distance to avoid detection yet remain close enough to keep track. Following the red figure led him to a secluded alley, where Li Yi clearly observed a group of thugs cornering a student. What do you want? I have no money. Please don't come any closer. The student pleaded in panic. You insolent brat, be quiet. Attack him and teach him a lesson, barked the thug leader, commanding his henchmen to strike the student. Just as they were about to make their move, several strands of white webbing descended from above, ensnaring the two thugs. Who is it? The leader exclaimed in alarm. Why, it is your friendly neighborhood failure. Spider-Man leaped down from above. Do you not realize that New York City is under my protection? Violence is not tolerated here. Spider-Man. Oh, are you referring to that superhero? Where is he? I am his biggest fan. Oh, I must get his autograph. My entire family adores Spider-Man. Oh, the hero of New York City. I love you so much. Spider-Man clutched his head in astonishment, muttering to himself, release me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. The thug leader seethed, brandishing a gun from his pocket. Oh, I am so frightened. In an instant, two strands of webbing shot from Spider-Man's hands, effectively pinning the thug leader against the wall. Children should refrain from playing with firearms. You ought to be incarcerated. Spider-Man, resembling a stern teacher, admonished him with hands on hips. Spider-Man, I beg you, I cannot go to prison. Please, the boy whimpered, only to have a web swiftly seal his mouth. I do not negotiate with criminals. You should obediently head to jail. Thank you, Spider-Man. You are my savior. A student rushed over, his face alight with excitement. No need for thanks. This alley often harbors delinquents. You should avoid this route. Spider-Man scolded like a nagging mother. I understand, but my friend left early today, and I thought I would take a shortcut since I was alone, the student replied, looking quite aggrieved. Promise me you won't take this path again. I will, Spider-Man. May I take a picture with you? The student pulled a small camera from his backpack. You know how to take photos? Spider-Man inquired, slightly astonished. Yes, I taught myself. I aspire to be a photographer. The student excitedly shared his dreams. Well, best of luck. You will surely achieve your aspirations. Spider-Man encouraged, then posed for a few photos with the student before calling the police and swinging away on his web. Hello, failure. Suddenly, Spider-Man heard someone calling out to him while swinging in midair. To be continued. Chapter 9. Hello, failure. Wow. The unexpected voice distracted Spider-Man, causing him to lose his grip on the web and plummet from the sky. Whoosh. He quickly shot out another web, propelling himself to a nearby skyscraper. Who is it? Spider-Man shouted, perplexed. After a moment of silence, he wondered if he had imagined it. You are not hallucinating. Lee deactivated his invisibility and appeared in midair. Wow. Spider-Man gasped in surprise. Did I see correctly? You were invisible just now? And you are actually flying. This defies Newton's first law. It's simply unbelievable. Hey man, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Although I can swing between buildings with my webs, it is far from comfortable. If I could fly, I would never use this method to travel. Oh, I forgot. I am a spider. If anyone saw a flying spider, it would surely be quite the oddity. Regaining his composure, Spider-Man began to ramble on. Stop. Lee, thoroughly annoyed, made a gesture for silence. Ugh. Spider-Man dramatically covered his mouth with his hands and then took a closer look at Lie's face. I remember now. You are the superhero who appeared last night. Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Lee had removed his glasses. Indeed, it is I? Goodness. I am so fortunate to encounter a superhero on my outing. Superhero, are you here to see me? Precisely. I wanted to witness the renowned superhero of New York City. Haha. I never imagined I was so famous. Certainly not. I first became acquainted with you through the Horn Daily. That little mustachioed fellow, James, unexpectedly not only disparaged me, but also provided ample exposure. Wasn't it you who sold your photographs to him? Indeed. That little scoundrel is utterly unscrupulous. He clearly offered $200. Suddenly, Spider-Man paused, realization dawning upon him. What are you talking about? I said, wasn't it you who sold your photographs to him? Lee did not utter a sound. Yet Spider-Man could decipher the shapes of his lips. Peter Parker. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Peter Parker, concealed behind the mask, turned pale and exclaimed. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Lee clarified. I am merely a hero driven by curiosity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lee, and I currently reside at XXX in Queens. You actually revealed your real name. Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Spider-Man's identity is his most guarded secret. He cannot allow anyone to discover who he truly is, for it would endanger his family, his beloved Aunt May. Why the fear? Are you not concerned about endangering your loved ones? Of course not, for I have no relatives in this world, and I am powerful enough. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I would obliterate them without mercy. Lee replied nonchalantly. I apologize. I did not mean to bring that up. Spider-Man quickly apologized, fearing he had touched upon a painful subject. Do not concern yourself. It is of no consequence to me. Lee waved dismissively. Both parties had uncovered each other's true identities, and with such a level of familiarity, Spider-Man's internal vigilance significantly relaxed, leading to a casual conversation between the two. I am quite curious. Do you produce your webbing yourself, or is there some device involved? Lee inquired, eager to ascertain which version of Spider-Man he was dealing with. This is a device of my own design. It can emit various types of webbing based on the user's needs. For instance, when I need to swing, it can shoot out long strands of webbing, and if I need to ensnare someone, it can produce net-like strands. Spider-Man enthusiastically elaborated on his invention, his tone brimming with pride. After all, the current Spider-Man is merely a young man, naturally filled with the fervor of youth. Impressive. You are truly a genius. Lee generously praised. It seems you are not the Toby version of Spider-Man. Lee mused inwardly. Lee, I watched the video of you defeating those two monsters last night. You were nothing short of a superhero from the comics, utterly formidable, far stronger than I. Had I been present, I would not have been able to handle those two. Spider-Man lamented. No, you are not inferior to me. True strength lies in one's inner resilience. Lee reminisced about how, in both the films and comics, Spider-Man, despite facing numerous adversities, steadfastly adhered to his mantra. With great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man looked on in confusion. One day, you will understand. By the way, Spider-Man, shall we engage in a duel? Lee said with a smile. Why? We are not enemies. Spider-Man replied, puzzled. I wish to test the extent of your abilities. It would benefit you as well. I presume you have yet to battle anyone of comparable caliber. In the future, you will encounter many adversaries endowed with superhuman powers, who will not be as easily dispatched as that group of ruffians. The future? How do you know? Spider-Man asked, still confused. Well, I possess the ability to foresee the future. Lee said half-jokingly. How is that possible? According to the fundamental movements of particles. Spider-Man began to counter with a barrage of scientific jargon. Stop. Li interjected immediately. Do you wish to fight or not? He said impatiently. Of course. Spider-Man exclaimed, flipping backward with an eagerness for battle. To be continued. Chapter 10. Confrontation with Spider-Man. During his usual skirmishes with criminals, Spider-Man consistently moderated his strength. Fully aware of his own capabilities, he could lift even the heaviest of trucks weighing several tons. And a mere fraction of his power could easily reduce a criminal to pulp. Come. Whoosh. Spider-Man swiftly shot out 2 strands of web. Li merely sidestepped gently to evade them. Spider-Man, do you truly believe such tactics would affect me? Certainly not. The main event is yet to come. Wow. It turns out that the 2 strands of web were not intended for offense, but to gain leverage. They firmly adhered to the building across from him. And with a mighty pull, Spider-Man utilized the elasticity of the web to launch a flying kick. Li did not even flinch. He conjured a gravitational barrier before him. Bang! Spider-Man's kick struck the gravitational shield with a resounding explosion. Li found the defense effortless. Even the strength of the Hulk could not break free from his gravitational cage. What is going on? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. One of my abilities, be cautious. Li casually replied, then launched a powerful punch. Bang! It landed squarely on Spider-Man's chest, sending him flying. What immense power! The airborne Spider-Man nearly lost consciousness. Whoosh! Just before crashing into the opposite building, he regained his composure and shot a web to pull himself back. Li, you hit too hard. Spider-Man complained. Is that so? I haven't even used my full strength. Li chuckled. In truth, Li had only exerted a fraction of his power, but he kept this to himself, fearing it might frighten the young hero away. You monster! Spider-Man cursed, then swung back and forth in the air, eventually launching himself from a blind spot to ensnare Li from behind. Now you can't move, can you? Surrender. Spider-Man's grappling position typically rendered opponents incapable of exerting any force. However, Li's strength far surpassed his own, forcefully prying his hands apart. How is this possible? Spider-Man was utterly astonished. Li gently executed a shoulder throw, flinging Spider-Man away. Spider-Man grasped a nearby pole, spinning over a dozen times before finally dissipating the force. No more fighting. I am no match for you. Seeing Li advance, Spider-Man quickly waved his hands in surrender. This is your concession? We've only exchanged a few moves. Li remarked, bored. You must be hoping to pummel me, right? Spider-Man said, rubbing his arm where bruises had already begun to form, filled with indignation. Fine. Let's call it a day. Li expressed his discontent. You truly are a violent man. By the way, Li, when you introduced yourself, you mentioned being a hero for the sake of interest. What does that mean? Spider-Man asked, sitting on the ground, keenly intrigued. It means exactly what it says. You don't think I'm a broke fool like you, do you? I am a billionaire. Naturally, I relish life. Being a hero is merely a hobby of mine, unaffected by anyone or anything. I do it when I want, and I walk away when I don't. Black egg. This is my money, earned through my hard-fought corruption. You scoundrel. You scoundrel. Spider-Man was instantly disheartened, his eyes filled with envy. I truly envy you. He sighed. Do you not think a hero like that cannot be deemed a true hero? I possess such immense power, yet choose not to wield it for the benefit of others. Li expressed with confusion. Coulson would not have reacted this way upon hearing such words. Why not? No one is obligated to be a hero. The fact that you stepped up last night to save so many already makes you a hero, Spider-Man asserted matter-of-factly. He wouldn't demand or force anyone. With greater power comes greater responsibility is merely a personal standard, as taught by his Uncle Ben. Spider-Man, I admire you. If you ever encounter an adversary you cannot defeat, feel free to seek me out. Li patted Spider-Man on the shoulder, as if declaring, I've got your back from now on. Scoundrel, I am not your subordinate. Upon hearing Li's tone, Spider-Man couldn't hold back, brushing aside Li's hand, irately retorting. The two exchanged a few more words and shared contact information before Li soared into the sky. Upon returning to the villa, Li gazed at the vast room, which accentuated a sense of solitude. However, he felt indifferent. Being a recluse, he had long grown accustomed to loneliness. If other recluses had acquired the power of the mouse talisman, they would undoubtedly use it to resurrect their beloved wives. Alas, it was Li who obtained the ability. Although he had followed various series in his past life, most were action-oriented, and he was not well versed in romantic tales, thus lacking a particularly favored fictional partner. Consequently, the mouse talisman proved to be of minimal utility to Li. This refers to the author himself. The resurrected characters possess limited combat prowess, rendering them unsuitable for battle. Stretching languidly, I eagerly switched on the television. The screen illuminated with news. The billionaire playboy and head of Stark Industries, Iron Man Tony Stark, is set to participate in the Monaco Grand Prix tomorrow. The plot of Iron Man 2 is about to unfold. To be continued. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Iron Man Tony Stark, having used the arc reactor as his heart, succumbed to palladium poisoning and believed his days were numbered. Consequently, he relinquished control of his company to his secretary and lover, Pepper Potts, and ventured to Morocco to engage in a perilous racing competition. Li Yi contemplated for a moment, retrieved his newly purchased smartphone, and searched for Monaco's location, preparing to witness this audacious billionaire, who is also a genuine hero. While watching Avengers Endgame, Li Yi was profoundly moved as Tony Stark selflessly sacrificed his life to snap his fingers. Such a spirit of sacrifice is one that Li Yi could never embody. Faced with a choice that demanded his life to save others, Li Yi would instead eliminate those in need of salvation and then observe a moment of silence. This is Li Yi, a man of extreme selfishness. The Principality of Monaco is a city-state located in southern France, recognized as the second smallest country in the world, surpassed only by the Vatican. With a mere land area of 198 square kilometers, Li Yi decided to fly directly there, as Saint Master swiftly traversed from America to Hong Kong with apparent ease. In one episode, Xiaoyu utilized a mechanical acceleration charm, achieving even light speed and traversing back to Uncle Long's youth. Without needing to calculate exact multiples of sonic speed, what a hassle, and to be nitpicked about details. While flying, Li Yi admired the scenery below. With the snake charm in his possession, he had no fear of being detected. After more than an hour, he arrived in Monaco, stopping mid-air at the perfect vantage point. In an instant, he spotted a shadowy figure lurking in the corner, none other than Ivan Vanko. However, Li Yi was in no rush to act. Saving Tony Stark at his most perilous moment would incur the greatest debt of gratitude. Setting aside Stark's immense fortune, Li Yi was envious of his remarkable designs and inventions. The Iron Man suit held no allure for him. Even the Hulk could easily rend it asunder, let alone Li Yi. His primary desire was to enlist Tony's assistance in creating an artificial intelligence akin to J.A.R.V.I.S. As J.A.R.V.I.S. eventually evolved into Vision, and Tony subsequently designed another AI named F.R.I.D.A.Y. It was clear this was no daunting task for him. As a savior, it would be improper for Tony to decline a modest request for help. Welcome to the Monaco Grand Prix. Here lies the long-awaited racetrack. And the race will commence in half an hour. Please take your seats according to your ticket numbers. The host announced loudly, striving to energize the atmosphere. As time ticked away, amid the resounding cheers of the audience, the competitors took to the stage, and the competition was on the verge of commencing. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of deafening screams. The source of their excitement was none other than the illustrious billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark, who had donned his racing suit and stepped into view. His demeanor suggested an eagerness to personally partake in the race. He unceremoniously pushed one of the contenders off the stage, clearly indicating his intent. As he swung open the car door, he boomed into the camera. If you possess a race car and refrain from racing it, what a shame that would be. This proclamation ignited another wave of fervent cheers from his fans. The event officials promptly replaced the name of a competitor on the scoreboard with that of Tony Stark. Li Yi had already spotted Ivan Vanko standing not far from the edge of the track. The spectacle was about to unfold. A rumble of low engine roars resonated as all competitors readied themselves. With the green light illuminating the track, the race cars surged forth like rockets. Ivan Vanko removed his cap, revealing a wild mane of hair, and ambled onto the racetrack, a reactor embedded in his chest. Sir, the race has commenced. You cannot arbitrarily change positions, as it may disrupt the other spectators. An official interjected, observing Ivan's peculiar actions. On the track, a racing car sped toward him. Yet Ivan remained unperturbed, striding boldly forward, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming vehicle. As the car drew near, threatening a collision, Ivan brandished a pair of whips that crackled with energy, empowered by the reactor. With a swift strike aimed at the car's front, he cleaved it in two. The vehicle was utterly wrecked, and its occupant met a dire fate. The commentator gasped in astonishment, while the audience emitted collective gasps of disbelief, prompting security personnel to rush to the scene. At that moment, Tony, currently in second place, arrived just in time to witness the reactor on Ivan's chest. His eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Ivan lashed out with a whip. Tony's car met the same grim fate as its predecessor, being split in half and flipping over. Yet, true to his reputation as the favored one, he emerged relatively unscathed. However, Ivan was now approaching him, whip in hand, poised to engage in some ignominious antics. It's time, Li Yi thought to himself as he descended from above. Die, Tony Stark. With that, Ivan aimed to strike Tony with his whip. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and when the crowd looked again, an unknown figure had appeared. Grasping Ivan's electric whip, the high voltage failing to affect him in the slightest. Who are you? Ivan bellowed in fury, having been so close to achieving his vengeance. I am simply a superhero, driven by curiosity. Li Yi arrogantly responded with a quip, exerting force to snatch the whip from Ivan Vanko's grasp. As Vanko attempted to wield another whip, Li Yi vanished instantaneously, reappearing before him, and plunged his hand into Vanko's chest, extracting the reactor. Without the reactor, Ivan Vanko promptly collapsed to the ground. Greetings, Iron Man. Li Yi turned to salute the astonished Tony Stark. Am I dreaming? Tony exclaimed in shock, as if recollecting something. Wait, I believe I saw you on the news the night before last. You're the one who defeated that monster wreaking havoc in New York. The one who calls himself Superman. Indeed, I am the embodiment of justice, Superman. To be continued. Chapter 12, Tony Stark. Quick, apprehend him. The police swiftly stormed the venue, capturing the fallen Ivan Vanko. Mr. Superman, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. The leading officer approached Li Yi and saluted. The video of Superman vanquishing the monster had gone viral, becoming the most viewed clip on Twitter and Facebook. It's nothing, I merely did what I could. You are the true heroes, ensuring the stability of society. It was mere theatrics, who couldn't he perform? As someone who had watched 3 seasons of The Boys, Li Yi considered it simply professional. Mr. Superman, could I trouble you for an autograph? The leading officer excitedly produced paper and pen. Of course. Li Yi elegantly inscribed the name Superman. Hey, what brings you here? Aren't you in America? Tony, ever the proud and somewhat arrogant individual, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing someone more popular than himself, interrupting with a frown. This is hardly the place for conversation. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a car rushed in, containing Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, and his driver, Happy. Oh my! Pepper exclaimed upon witnessing the chaos, leaping from the vehicle into Tony's arms. Tony, have you lost your mind? Don't worry, darling, I'm fine. Tony reassured her. You lunatic. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Pepper scolded him tearfully, furious that he had recklessly participated in a car race, nearly losing his life in the process. Can we discuss this later? Happy interjected with a smirk. Of course. Subsequently, Tony approached Li Yi, handing him a business card. Mr. Superman, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to visit Stark Tower. Having settled the matter and incurred a favor, Li Yi mused that it would be awkward to refuse a request for help. He accepted the card. Soon after, Tony departed in his vehicle. Observing the eager crowd vying for autographs, Li Yi waved and soared into the sky. Within a minute, he returned to his residence in New York. The magical talisman set here is quite powerful. Refer to earlier details. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, Director, Agent 1 has made contact with Iron Man, Tony Stark. The agent responsible for monitoring Stark promptly reported to Nick Fury. As for Li Yi's side, since the hidden agents were detected by Li Yi in less than 30 seconds and subsequently cast off from several hundred stories high, Nick Fury has temporarily abandoned the surveillance on Superman. Understood, please return to your duties. Indeed. Superman, how to restrain this individual? Nick Fury paced anxiously in his office. After spending 2 days indoors, Li Yi estimated that Tony had returned to America, heading towards Stark Tower. Stop right there, sir. This is Stark Tower, and without permission, we cannot allow you entry. As Li Yi approached the entrance, he was intercepted by security. He had no choice but to pull out his phone and dial the number on Tony's business card. This card was Tony's private one, reserved for those close to him. Hello, who is this? A lifeless voice responded on the other end. It seemed that the toxin within Tony Stark was taking quite a toll on him. Do you remember the person who saved you a couple of days ago in Morocco? Li Yi casually remarked. Oh, it's you. What do you want? I need your assistance. Sure. After all, I owe you a favor. Just come to Stark Tower. I'm currently downstairs, but the security 1T let me in. I'll notify him. The call was soon disconnected. True to his word, it wasn't long before the security guard approached respectfully, inviting Li Yi inside. Sir, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you truly knew Mr. Stark. You were merely doing your job. May I enter now? Of course, please come in. Subsequently, Tony had a striking woman escort Li Yi to the top floor where he was waiting. Superman, or should I call you Li Yi? As a genius, Tony had thoroughly researched Li Yi's background that evening. Just call me Li Yi. It feels more normal. Can't you fly? Why did you crawl up like a turtle? I expected you to soar through the skies like Superman from the comics. Tony poured a drink while playfully mocking him. If someone unfamiliar with his character were present, they might have knocked him to the ground. I can indeed fly in, but I wasn't certain of your intentions. You wouldn't want me to stumble upon something inappropriate, would you? Li Yi retorted without hesitation. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to warm up to each other. Only a few days ago, you were saving lives, and now you're here seeking a favor. You are nothing like Superman, Tony remarked, taking a sip of his drink with a smirk. Every hero is merely a disguise. Li Yi shrugged nonchalantly. What brings you to me? Tony asked directly, cutting through the small talk. I've heard that you've designed an artificial intelligence. How did you come to know that? Tony questioned, puzzled. I have my sources. Li Yi quipped. Haha, do you truly possess the entirety of Superman's abilities? Jarvis, please extend a greeting to Li Yi. Greetings, Mr. Li Yi, I am Jarvis. A chilling voice resonated within the room. Hello, Jarvis. Li Yi replied. Why did you mention Jarvis? I desire an artificial intelligence akin to Jarvis. What? You want Jarvis? Tony instantly sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. You misheard me. I spoke of an artificial intelligence similar to Jarvis. For a genius such as yourself, creating another should be a trivial endeavor, no? Li Yi remarked nonchalantly. I regret to inform you that Jarvis's success is a confluence of myriad factors, a serendipitous occurrence. I lack the capacity to conjure another artificial intelligence. Moreover, in my current state, I possess neither the energy nor the will. Please consider an alternative. Tony firmly rejected. What about the latest model of Iron Man armor? Li Yi proposed. Absolutely not. There is but one Iron Man in this world, and that is I. Tony's excitement escalated. The title of Iron Man was as precious to him as life itself. To be continued. Chapter 13. Healing, you are on the brink of death, are you not? Li Yi abruptly shifted the topic. How did you come to know this? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. To utilize the reactor as a heart, one must be profoundly foolish. Li Yi remarked, pointing to the protruding area of Tony's chest with a calm demeanor. I am acutely aware that this is a foolish act, however. It is indispensable for sustaining my life. With it, I may survive for several months. Without it, I would perish in mere minutes. Tony Stark grasped his chest. His expression ashen. I possess a method to save you. Li Yi reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. What? Tony exclaimed, astonished, then excitedly inquired. Are you speaking the truth? Do you think I would deceive you? I possess a superpower that can heal all ailments. You have seen my videos. You should be aware of the multitude of powers I possess. Li Yi stated matter-of-factly. Your condition is merely an artificial intelligence like Jarvis, is it not? Tony, regaining his composure, asked tentatively. No, that was merely my reward for rescuing you in Morocco. Aiding you in purging the toxins from your body requires a different form of compensation. What compensation? If it pertains to the Iron Man armor, there is no need to mention it. There can only be one Iron Man in this world. Tony asserted resolutely. I was merely jesting earlier. That fragile toy would be of no use to me. What? You dare to call my Iron Man armor a toy? Tony seethed with anger. To me, it indeed is. If you are displeased, you may don it and challenge me. Tony was momentarily at a loss for words. He had witnessed Li Yi's combat footage, and he knew that the armor would not withstand even 30 seconds in such a confrontation. Just you wait. I shall continuously upgrade my Iron Man armor. One day, I will develop a suit capable of defeating you. Let us see if you can survive until that day arrives. Now, state your terms plainly. I demand 5% of Stark Industries, along with the rights to utilize all your future inventions. Impossible. Tony Stark flatly rejected. Stark Industries, founded during World War II, stands as a legendary arms manufacturer. Due to the unparalleled ingenuity of 2 generations of Starks, the company has evolved into one of the most renowned multinational corporations in the world. In the realm of advanced technology, only a few industrial giants such as Osborne Industries, Hammer Industries, and Japan's Yamashita Industries can rival Stark, with Stark Industries undoubtedly leading the pack. This colossal enterprise possesses the financial prowess to overshadow the majority of European nations, resulting in a complex composition. At its helm is Tony Stark, who holds approximately 23% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder and the owner of numerous patents essential for the company's survival. These patents encompass not only those of Tony Stark, but also those of his father, Howard Stark, solidifying his unassailable position within the company. Next in line is Obadiah Stane, Howard Stark's business partner and a founding elder of the company, who holds around 11% of the shares, thereby establishing himself as the second largest shareholder. The remaining shares are distributed among the American military, Wall Street financiers, Osborne Industries, and various other factions. After successfully eliminating Obadiah, Tony reclaimed the 11% stake, now possessing 34% of the shares. It is absurd for Li Yi to demand 5%. This is akin to slicing off a piece of his flesh, considering its worth in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Then prepare for your demise, Li Yi declared, turning away without a hint of regret, knowing that even without him, S.H.I.E.L.D. would ultimately rescue Tony, allowing for a few more hardships. Li Yi's audacity left Tony dumbfounded. Wasn't negotiation expected? Why the outright demand? Wait. Tony interjected hastily. 5% is truly impossible. Even if I were to agree, the politicians in America would never allow one individual, rather than a corporation or faction, to hold such a substantial share. Then tell me, how much can you offer? Li Yi replied casually, willing to take what he could. I can offer you a maximum of 1%. Do not underestimate this 1%. Given Stark Industries' scale, it amounts to several billion dollars. Very well. Li Yi feigned contemplation before agreeing. With the title of a director at Stark Industries, any future actions against Li Yi by America would necessitate careful consideration of the consequences. As this nation is governed by capitalist principles, you must also agree to the artificial intelligence and that additional condition. Otherwise, I shall walk away this instant. Li Yi pressed for more. Fine, I agree, but the Iron Man suit is excluded. It remains exclusively mine. Tony gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Excellent. I shall assist you with your treatment now. Are you not afraid that I might change my mind about transferring the shares to your name before you treat me? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Trust me, when you possess power akin to mine, you will regard most threats in this world with indifference, for you can effortlessly obliterate them. Power is eternal, Li Yi replied calmly, placing his hand upon the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. How long will this take? This position feels rather peculiar. It's as if we are engaging in something inappropriate. Tony complained. Believe me, were it not for the sake of healing, I would never place my hand upon the chest of a man like you. Li Yi retorted. What? Do you have any idea how those beautiful women perceive me? They say I. Tony could not help but retaliate. Silence. Do you wish to forfeit your treatment? Li Yi interrupted him with a forceful shout. Tony exaggeratedly covered his mouth in response. Ignoring Tony's antics, Li Yi activated the ability of the talisman to heal ailments. A surge of white light emanated from Li Yi's hand, enveloping Tony's body. What is happening? Why does my chest feel so itchy? With a sudden thud, the arc reactor fell from Tony's chest. Li Yi then withdrew his hand. The treatment is complete. Is it truly that simple? Tony skeptically lifted his shirt, revealing that the gaping wound on his chest had healed and the fragments within his heart had vanished. Remember to finalize the procedures for the artificial intelligence and the transfer of shares. Do not make me seek you out over this matter. With that, Li Yi turned and departed, leaving a stunned Tony in his wake. To be continued. Chapter 14. The ambush from the Brotherhood after leaving Stark Tower. Li Yi did not choose to soar directly home. Instead, he discovered something intriguing. Someone was tailing him. This was unexpected. He had donned superhuman glasses. How could anyone detect his presence? Aside from his superhero identity, Li Yi could not fathom any other reason why someone would track an ordinary civilian like him. He veered into a narrow alley, intending to lure out the person behind the stocking and break their limbs. Indeed, a group of oddly dressed individuals surrounded Li Yi, led by a Caucasian man. Who are you? You ought to be aware of the consequences of provoking me, Li Yi inquired nonchalantly. The leader of the group remained silent, instead gesturing toward the air. Although there appeared to be no one in front of him, Li Yi sensed a disturbance in the air. Invisibility. This word instantly flashed in Li Yi's mind, and he chuckled. Attempting invisibility before him was an act of folly for one of his caliber. With a powerful kick directed at the source of the air disturbance, he struck an object with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a figure materialized, sent hurtling backward to crash against the wall, leaving a gruesome sight in its wake. Attack! The surrounding individuals gasped in shock, and the leading Caucasian man immediately bellowed in response. Suddenly, the group commenced their performance. Some brandished handguns, submachine guns, and even missiles. Others were adorned with sharp spikes, crackling with electricity or spewing fire, presenting a bizarre and eclectic spectacle. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Li Yi transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the crowd, with the sounds of combat echoing around him. When he returned to his original position, all but the leading white man lay sprawled on the ground. Can we converse now? Li Yi inquired with a smile. You. The leader stammered, utterly shocked and at a loss for words. Li Yi showed no mercy, swiftly advancing to grasp the man's throat. Who are you? Who sent you? Cough. Cough. Let me go. I know nothing. The leader protested defiantly. If you refuse to speak, then you shall meet your end. Without hesitation, Li Yi ruthlessly snapped his neck. He was unconcerned, for he knew others lurked in the shadows. Clap. Clap. A round of applause resonated from a distance as a figure slowly approached, hands clapping, a mixture of amusement and admiration playing across his features, fully appreciating Li Yi's ferocity. A person capable of annihilating those who dared to offend him was precisely the kind of individual they sought. And who might you be? Why are there so many buffoons this evening? Li Yi remarked casually. Good evening, Mr. Li Yi. I am the Red Devil, sent to escort you. The man replied, stepping out from the shadows. His striking crimson skin evoked the image of a hellish demon, living up to his name. Red Devil? I believe I have heard of you. You were sent by Magneto, correct? Upon hearing that name, Li Yi pondered for a moment before recalling it. Indeed, Mr. Li Yi, you are quite knowledgeable about us. I expected Professor X to send someone for me, yet it turns out to be Magneto. Charles has always been overly cautious. He was among the first to discover you, but it seems your actions against the American military have raised his concerns about your temperament. Huh. Truly a pacifist who won to fight back. The thought of Professor X's laughable ideals struck Li Yi as utterly absurd. In this world, those with power dictated the terms. Indeed, Charles embodies such antiquated notions. Your ability to see through his essence indicates you are inherently aligned with our cause. The Red Devil exclaimed enthusiastically. I am curious, how did you find me? I appear to be a completely different person now. Li Yi questioned, bemused. Mr. Li Yi, your ability is remarkably flawless. We discern no flaws. We were able to locate you due to a device that detects individuals with superhuman abilities. Ah, I see. Li Yi nodded in understanding. So now, Mr. Li Yi, may we proceed? Eric awaits your arrival. Of course, let us meet him. Li Yi had no intention of joining the Brotherhood of Mutants. Rather, he wished to witness firsthand the extent of Magneto's power as a mutant leader. Professor X and Magneto are dual embodiments of extremes among mutants, legendary as Class 4 mutants. Professor X possesses telepathic abilities, a power that approaches the divine. His mental prowess allows him to effortlessly alter and augment the memories of certain individuals, rendering them loyal slaves, even unto death. When paired with specific instruments, he can instantaneously annihilate all of humanity. His telekinesis wields unfathomable might, capable of obliterating matter at the atomic level, reducing it to ash. Officially classified as a mind-based weapon of mass destruction, this small head harbors an astonishing power that incites both confusion and terror. Magneto's abilities enable him to manipulate magnetism, one of the 4 fundamental forces. This power is formidable, rendering the Earth akin to his personal garden. The technological weapons of contemporary human society appear as mere gestures before Magneto. Firearms, missiles, and even nuclear weapons become toys in his hands when they involve metal. He can control the global magnetic field at will, capable of lifting entire continents and unleashing cataclysmic tsunamis that could reshape human history. In X-Men, Apocalypse, Magneto, empowered by Apocalypse, exemplifies this potential. Both of these titans possess the capacity for humanity's annihilation. Fortunately, Professor X and Magneto are adversaries, one a moderate protector of the world, allied with the authorities, while the other is a hardliner intent on exterminating ordinary humans to establish a mutant nation. Their rivalry maintains a precarious, yet reassuring balance. How does Li Yi compare to them? Despite their formidable strength, Li Yi remains indifferent. In a confrontation with Professor X, his telepathic abilities would be rendered utterly ineffective. For the system resides within Li Yi's consciousness, safeguarding its secrets by completely sealing his mind, akin to the brain-sealing spell in Harry Potter. Only an entity stronger than the system could breach this seal. However, in the realm of this narrative, no being surpasses the system in strength, rendering Professor X's telepathy futile, a complete defeat. As for telekinesis, with the existence of talismans of horse and dog, even Wolverine's regenerative abilities pale in comparison to Li Yi. How can one hope to obliterate him? Moreover, Professor X possesses minimal mobility, once detected by Li Yi, who can approach near light speed. He could instantaneously send Professor X to the afterlife. To be continued. Chapter 15. The onset of conflict what if faced with Magneto. Much like Professor X, even though Magneto could obliterate all of humanity, he would remain powerless against Li Yi. While Magneto commands magnetism, Li Yi governs a superior force, gravity. Given sufficient time, Li Yi could distort the Earth's gravitational pull to the extent of civilization's annihilation. Methods such as summoning meteors, elevating a city into the sky only to crash it down, or unleashing apocalyptic floods to eradicate human civilization are myriad, all within Li Yi's capabilities. This is made possible by the system, which endows him with a supercharged version of talismanic power, far surpassing that of the Holy Master, as the system later revealed to him. Li Yi grasped the back of the Red Devil, vanishing amidst a swirl of smoke. The Mutant Brotherhood's large-scale operation could not escape the watchful eyes of SHIELD, which surveils the globe. Coulson presented the latest analytical report to Black Egg, a document synthesized from various departments within SHIELD. The agency had never ceased its monitoring of Li Yi, despite the impossibility of close surveillance without risking detection by the Superman, which could lead to fatal consequences. They had, however, deployed a satellite to keep the entire area where Li Yi was located under observation. Although the costs were astronomical, the threat posed by the Superman was immense, akin to a walking human nuclear bomb, a formidable force that could obliterate American society, or, indeed, all of human civilization, at any moment. What is the current status of the Superman? Black Egg inquired sternly, his irritation palpable. According to our surveillance, the Superman has vanished alongside the red-haired devil. Presumably to meet Magneto, Coulson replied. Black Egg's expression darkened further. This was the scenario he most dreaded. The chaos wrought by Magneto was already overwhelming, and the addition of an uncontrollable Superman could spell doom for the world by dawn. Based on the psychological profile developed specifically for him, the probability of his joining the Mutant Brotherhood does not exceed 1%, Coulson informed. We remain in the dark regarding the awakening of his powers. During our interview, although he spoke utter nonsense, one crucial point stood out. He stated that he is not a mutant, regardless of the truth. His denial of being a mutant implies he would not align with their perspective, nor would he heed the rhetoric of Magneto, who prioritizes mutant interests above all. Furthermore, the Superman is inherently self-centered, possessing a strong sense of self-awareness and a stubborn disposition, making him resistant to manipulation. Convincing such an individual with mere words is nearly impossible. Only Professor X's psychic abilities might subtly influence him. Despite the unsuccessful attempt to recruit the Superman, S.H.I.E.L.D. had never abandoned its aspirations. A being of godlike prowess could subdue all dissent, liberating S.H.I.E.L.D. from the need to appease others. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded formidable power. However, it was effective primarily in smaller nations. In the eyes of major powers, especially the 5 rogue states, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a tool for cleanup, summoned and dismissed at will. Yet, what could be done? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding came from these powers, and should they sever the financial lifeline, there would be little recourse for the agency. As the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was understandably unwilling to accept this subjugation, relentlessly seeking alternatives to alter the status quo. It seemed imperative to expedite research on the Cosmic Cube, he mused. The headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants is situated on an island in the sea. This entire island has been transformed into a steel metropolis by Magneto, who utilized his powers to amass vast quantities of metal from around the globe. The island was acquired by Magneto from the United Nations during World War II and is considered his private domain, making him the legal owner. Here, a significant community of mutants has gathered, establishing a realm of their own. Nations worldwide covet this land, eager to reduce it to rubble, but due to Magneto's formidable abilities, they can only turn a blind eye, allowing the mutants to thrive. Upon teleporting into a room, a group of mutants immediately surrounded Li Yi. Is this your hospitality? Li Yi quipped, unfazed by his predicament, wearing a relaxed smile. Step aside. The crowd parted, revealing an elderly man with silver hair. Donning an unusual helmet and a flowing cape, Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Greetings, my compatriot, and welcome to our family. Magneto spoke warmly, clearly mistaking Li Yi for a mutant. So direct? Magneto, are you so sure I am one of you? Indeed, my compatriot, we share the same extraordinary gifts. Abilities that transcend humanity. Each mutant is a rare gem, a favored child of destiny. Magneto launched into a fervent exposition of his ideology, akin to a cult leader attempting to indoctrinate Li Yi. Stop. I am here to meet you primarily to witness the legendary leader of the mutants, and secondly to clarify that I am not a mutant and do not consider you my kin. Li Yi stated bluntly. I understand it may be difficult for you to accept your identity as a mutant at first, given the severe vilification we face from humanity. However, once you embrace your powers and accept your true self, there will come a day when you will acknowledge your identity as a mutant and join us in the struggle for our future. Magneto continued to persuade. If Li Yi were indeed a mutant, he might have been swayed, but alas, he was not. It seems you are becoming too old to comprehend my words. I have already stated that I am not a mutant. Furthermore, I am a billionaire with immense wealth awaiting my enjoyment. Why would I join your precarious and fearsome organization? Li Yi retorted dismissively. Is that your rejection? Magneto's expression darkened, and his tone turned icy. Isn't that quite apparent? Then you shall perish. Attack. Magneto suddenly roared, and the surrounding mutants surged forward. Very well, let us engage. Li Yi shrugged, swiftly incapacitating the first mutant charging at him with a powerful kick, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Then, like a wolf among sheep, he dispatched mutant after mutant with each punch and kick, claiming their lives effortlessly. This is still the outcome of Li Yi's unleashing of his power. If he truly intended to strike, he could end the battle in an instant, extinguishing Magneto's life before he even had the chance to react. To be continued. Chapter 16, The Great Battle Against Magneto. Is this all? After dispatching the dozens of mutants charging at him, Li Yi remarked disdainfully. Taking a step forward, the remaining mutants were immediately struck with fear and began to retreat. Worthless. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Magneto erupted in a furious tirade. Old man, why do you not dare to face me yourself? Why must you send your subordinates to their doom when you are fully aware of my prowess? Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi attempted to sow discord. Yet he underestimated Magneto's standing in the eyes of these mutants. They paid no heed to Li Yi's taunts, resolutely holding their ground. Step aside. I shall handle this personally. With a flourish of his cloak, Magneto emerged from the throng. I ask you once more, do you still refuse to join us? Cyclops. In response, Li Yi's eyes emitted a radiant glow, and fearing that the old man might not perceive his intent, he called out loudly. A beam of terrifying heat surged forth from Li Yi's eyes. Magneto swiftly manipulated the surrounding metal to form a shield to deflect the attack. If you are determined to seek your demise, then I shall oblige. Let me show you the might of a level 4 mutant. One hand directing the shield. Magneto extended the other. The ground began to tremble violently, followed by the cracking of the floor and walls, as countless metallic blades surged toward Li Yi. The laser beam from Li Yi was abruptly interrupted, and the metal blade struck him, producing a cacophony of clashing steel. All of you get out, Magneto bellowed. The remaining mutants wasted no time, fleeing the building within seconds. In this city, I am a god. Realizing the metal blades were ineffective against Li Yi, Magneto waved his hand again, causing the entire structure to explode. Countless shards of metal ensnared Li Yi completely, but Magneto was not yet satisfied. He expanded the range to encompass the entire island, gradually transforming the metallic sphere, encasing Li Yi into a massive structure hundreds of meters in size. Under Magneto's control, it rapidly ascended toward the sea, evidently intending to drown Li Yi in the ocean, as he recognized that conventional methods would not suffice to kill him. How dare you? Old fool. This is clearly a plagiarism of my own earth-shattering star. Within the metal sphere, Li Yi was unperturbed, even taking the time to mock. He enveloped himself in a gravitational shield, preventing the metal from making contact. Enough of this play. Let us see whether your magnetism is stronger than my gravity. In an instant, Li Yi activated his power, causing the entire metallic sphere to halt in midair and begin to shake violently. What is happening? Outside, Magneto wore a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of Li Yi's capabilities. Boom. The metallic sphere erupted with a tremendous explosion. Subsequently, all the debris began to swirl around Li Yi. Old man, you were mistaken earlier. I am the true god. A nail floated up and down in Li Yi's hand. Then, with a precise aim, it was accelerated and launched towards Magneto. Whoosh. The nail grazed Magneto's face, leaving a distinct scar. This strike was potent enough to end Magneto before he could react. For despite his mastery over magnetism, his physical attributes were merely those of an ordinary human. However, Li Yi was not inclined to such an outcome. After all, Magneto was a principal antagonist in the X-Men saga, and his absence would greatly diminish the forthcoming excitement. Li Yi, Magneto, infuriated by the near brush with death, enveloped the entire city with his powers, commanding all the metal within to ascend and form a terrifying metal tempest. How dare you defy me? You are but a newly awakened child, believing you can truly best me? In an instant, the metal storm surged towards Li Yi. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Li Yi calmly extended his hand towards the tempest, which halted abruptly in midair. Old man, you're quite the showman. But how fortuitous. I am as well. Li Yi chuckled. Subsequently, he established a gravitational field around Magneto, immobilizing him in place. How is this possible? What is this power? Why can I not move? Like your magnetism, it is one of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity. How could one person possess such an array of formidable abilities? Magneto exclaimed in disbelief. Because I am a god, Li Yi replied, with a hint of youthful exuberance. Disregarding the suspended metal, he gracefully approached Magneto. What you can control, I can control. What you cannot, I still can. Li Yi floated before Magneto. Now, do you wish to continue this fight? What do you intend to do? Kill me? Magneto maintained an appearance of calm, yet internally he was in a state of panic, fearing that Li Yi might indeed end his life. He had yet to realize his grand vision of leading mutants to overthrow human dominance and establish a world governed by mutants. From the outset, it was you who sought me out, initiating the conflict. How is it that now, upon losing, you assumed the role of the victim? Li Yi remarked, exasperated. We approached you because you were one of us, hoping you would advocate for the cause of mutants. Magneto began to boast about his ideological beliefs. Silence. Li Yi barked, interrupting him. Old man, were it not for your 2 lovely daughters, I would truly relish the opportunity to thrash you. What nonsense. I have no daughters. Magneto retorted. That is information you need not concern yourself with. Li Yi casually scratched his ear. Since you do not wish to kill me, you must have some demands. Feel free to state them plainly. Magneto responded straightforwardly. I have no particular demands. I merely hope you will refrain from troubling me in the future. Once more, I assert, I am not a mutant and do not possess the unique X gene of your kind. This time I shall spare your life. But should you dare to provoke me again, I will submerge this island and slaughter all the mutants upon it. Do you comprehend? I understand. Magneto was instantly consumed by rage. In all these years, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone issue a threat. He was the esteemed leader of mutants, and every mutant who crossed his path treated him with utmost reverence. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. For the individual before him was not as benevolent as Professor X. He was indeed capable of taking lives. The mutants he had previously dispatched to capture him had all met their demise at his hands, and just moments ago, he had slain dozens more. The count of mutants who had fallen before him certainly exceeded 3 figures. Very well, old man, those who recognize the times are wise. The elderly ought to indulge in tea and dance in the squares, rather than incessantly plotting destruction and upheaval. Haha, Magneto responded with a cold laugh. Ignoring the council was one thing. Li Yi, in resignation, shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the metallic tempest overhead began to descend like rain. What is happening? It's not raining, yet iron is falling. My head, damn it. Ignoring the outcry, Li Yi soared into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 17. Gold and Steel. After delivering a stern warning to Magneto, Li Yi promptly returned home. Unbeknownst to him, the entire encounter had been observed by SHIELD through satellite surveillance, though even if they were aware, it likely wouldn't concern them. Coulson, what is your assessment? Nick Fury inquired with a furrowed brow. It appears we have underestimated Superman's power. His ability to manipulate gravity is far greater than we anticipated. Even Magneto's magnetic forces were utterly defeated in his presence. According to the XX formula, the XX theory, we can deduce. Coulson recited a plethora of technical jargon, leaving Nick Fury with a throbbing headache. Enough with the data, get to the point. Nick Fury snapped impatiently. Right, previously, we assessed that all weapons on Earth were ineffective against him, primarily based on his speed and formidable defenses. Now, all the weapons we launch could potentially become his weapons against us. Coulson hesitantly articulated his conclusions. Are we utterly powerless against him? What if one day he decides to annihilate humanity? Nick Fury's expression grew grave. I fear that is indeed the case at present. Damn it, this monster. Even the Superman of comic lore has the weakness of kryptonite, yet this creature possesses no vulnerabilities whatsoever. How could nature give rise to such a being? Nick Fury erupted in frustration. If Superman were ever to entertain the thought of exterminating humanity, then the only recourse would be to summon her back. Nick Fury contemplated the red beeper he always carried, capable of calling forth the superhero he deemed the strongest. Director, there's one more thing. Speak. Superman has once again manifested a new superpower. Our surveillance agents monitoring Tony Stark report that the arc reactor embedded in his chest has mysteriously vanished, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. It is speculated that the toxins within him have been eradicated, and this remarkable transformation coincided with Stark's encounter with Superman. Our experts conjecture that Superman possesses a unique ability to heal ailments. Perhaps it is limited to minor illnesses like the common cold. So what is there to concern ourselves about? Nick Fury remarked nonchalantly. However, their speculation is that Superman's powers could potentially cure any known human disease, including cancer and AIDS. What? Fury was instantly taken aback. Such an ability is utterly astounding. Its emergence signifies humanity's potential triumph over suffering, heralding a revolutionary transformation in society. This power is more precious than any other. Should the wealthy become aware of Superman's capabilities, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. The dream of a healthy body is universal. The scientific community hopes that SHIELD can persuade Superman to collaborate on their research. Have they lost their minds? Do they not comprehend the magnitude of Superman's strength? Tell them that SHIELD will not intervene. Those who wish to study Superman must persuade him themselves. Fury quickly regained his composure. Persuading Superman? That would be tantamount to courting death. They have already informed the President, Congress, the American military, and representatives of various financial empires. This is the latest directive from the President, demanding our involvement. What? These fools, do they understand the peril they are courting? They are playing with fire. If Superman were to unleash his wrath, the entire nation could be obliterated. Fury erupted in anger, yet the reality remained unchanged. SHIELD had to step forward, for its funding is reliant on the United States, and one must bow to the roof under which they reside. Contact Tony Stark. He has some rapport with Superman, and perhaps Superman will spare others from his ire out of respect for Stark. Yes, Director. What a perfect human weapon. If I could harness his power, I could become the supreme ruler of the criminal underworld. At the pinnacle of a 100-meter skyscraper, a rotund man in a suit gazed at the video of Superman effortlessly vanquishing two monsters, reflecting with admiration. This man is the notorious crime lord Wilson Grant Fisk, better known as Kingpin. Fisk is the arch-nemesis of superheroes such as Spider-Man and Daredevil. He is the head of the largest criminal organization in New York and indeed all of America, possessing remarkable intellect and a physique composed of over 90% muscle. His strength is formidable, capable of punching through walls, and he is also a world-class martial artist, matching the Punisher in terms of peak human combat prowess. Moreover, his cane possesses the ability to emit lasers and smoke, rendering adversaries defenseless. In the underworld, he is known as Kingpin, signifying the mastermind behind a vast criminal network that spans the globe. He frequently clashes with superheroes such as Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man. And even the Fantastic Four and X-Men are not spared. What shall we do about such a monster? Inquired a subordinate. Is that even a question? Of course. We shall resort to threats. Mobilize immediately and capture the person whom this Superman cherishes the most. He will have no choice but to comply with my demands. Kingpin asserted with an air of authority. Indeed, whether they are deemed heroes or villains, both factions tend to leverage the loved ones of these champions as a means of coercion. Thus, Spider-Man resolutely refuses to unmask himself, desperately concealing his true identity. Another superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark, finds his home besieged by explosions on an almost regular basis. This is, of course, a consequence of their insufficient power. Should anyone dare to target Li Yi, he would obliterate their entire lineage without hesitation. However, according to our investigative findings, this superhero's real name is Li Yi, an orphan with a reclusive disposition and no particularly close relationships. Damn it, why does he possess such extraordinary luck, awakening such formidable powers? This world is truly frustrating. Kingpin exclaimed in frustration. He had clawed his way to his current position, having faced life-and-death situations countless times, often teetering on the brink of demise. Yet this individual before him may have simply awakened one day to discover his immense strength. Target, can you handle him? Kingpin inquired, glancing toward a shadowy corner. Leave it to me. I will ensure he listens to your commands. Emerged a bald man from the darkness, a striking target mark emblazoned on his forehead. His eyes exuded ferocity and arrogance. This man was none other than Kingpin's trusted aide, Bullseye. Bullseye possesses an innate throwing ability, capable of launching any object with astonishing precision towards its target. His notable feats include using playing cards to slice through a person's throat, spitting teeth that penetrate an enemy's skull, tossing paper airplanes to distant rooftops, and using a toothpick to strike a target 100 yards away, resulting in a fatality. Bullseye exhibits superhuman athleticism, agility, endurance, speed, and reflexes, and he is a professional athlete. He has even fused parts of adamantium into his bones, such as his spine, skull, and fists, rendering them nearly indestructible. He once fell several stories onto a car and emerged unscathed, now brimming with confidence. He remains oblivious to the potential devastation that awaits him when confronting a Superman. To be continued. Chapter 18. The terrifying Bullseye within a bar. A group of burly men indulge in libations. Drink up. Hey Jack, why are you here drowning your sorrows alone? Oh my God, that scoundrel of a wife, Rose, had the audacity to betray me with Blake next door while I was out working. Damn that wretched woman. Jack cursed vehemently. Jack, it seems that Rose is not the kind of person you think she is. Could you be mistaken? My dear friend, I wish it were a misunderstanding. But I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yesterday, I returned early from a business trip, intending to surprise her. And guess what? I found her lying on our matrimonial bed with that black fellow. Oh God, what sin have I committed? I never imagined she could be such a woman. I truly misjudged her. How did you handle the situation? What else could I do? Naturally, I confronted that scoundrel. But as you can see from the bruises on my face, it was I who ended up on the receiving end of a beating. His strength was formidable. Jack lamented. Damn it, that brute dared to treat my brother like that. Had I been there, I would have certainly joined you in delivering a good thrashing. So, what is the status between you and Rose now? It's over. Everything is finished. We divorced this morning. She even said she looked down on me, calling me a poor wretch, not only destitute but also ineffectual in fulfilling her desires. And then she ran off with that black fellow. Jack said sorrowfully. Oh, what a tragic tale. Brother, do not dwell in sadness. Let us drink to forget. Suddenly, the bar door was forcefully kicked open. It instantly drew the attention of everyone within. Entering was a bald white man, his head adorned with a target painted on it, exuding an intimidating and fierce demeanor. Although the patrons were displeased by his brazen entrance, they chose to avoid conflict and return to their business after a fleeting glance. The bald man approached the bar. A glass of midnight lover, his cold, raspy voice sent a shiver through the crowd. The bartender, trembling in fear, hurriedly retrieved a bottle and poured him a drink. The bald man raised his glass and began to drink. Seeing that he was not causing any further disturbance, the patrons resumed their revelry. Come on, let us keep drinking. Cheers. Jack's friend announced, I need to use the restroom. As he leisurely stood up and passed by the bald man, the latter suddenly stood up. Bam! The two collided violently. Damn it, can't you watch where you're going, you blind fool? Jack's friend erupted in a torrent of curses. Are you addressing me? The bald man turned around, his tone indifferent. Yes, you. Can't you see I was passing by? If I were you, I would not wish to provoke the man standing before you. Damn, are you threatening me? Do you know who I am? I am the State S boxing champion. If you annoy me, I will certainly show you what I am capable of. Jack's friend continued his drunken tirade, peppered with expletives. Hey, buddy, go take him down. I'll bet 100 that you can take that bald guy. Go for it, brother. First, break his leg, then deliver an uppercut. The surrounding crowd, emboldened by the situation, began to cheer, mostly supporting Jack's friend, for the bald man's demeanor was indeed exceedingly off-putting. Come on, let us fight together. Amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, Jack's friend became intoxicated with bravado, truly believing himself to be a boxing champion. He struck a boxing pose, taunting the bald man. The bald man, however, paid him no heed, turning to leave, evidently uninterested in engaging with the drunken fool. Oh, just go on. Run back to your mother's embrace and weep. Jack's friend continued to provoke from behind. You worthless coward. Trash. The crowd egged him on. Suddenly, the bald man spun around and swiftly gestured towards Jack's friend, though no one could discern what he had thrown. In an instant, Jack's friend stood frozen in place, silenced. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. What transpired? What just happened? Why did he suddenly fall? Jack, witnessing his friend's fall, rushed over to assess the situation, only to discover, upon feeling for breath, that his friend had ceased to live. Oh, brother, wake up. Damn it. He has killed my friend. That bastard has killed my friend. Call the police. Jack shouted in despair. What? How did he kill him? Did anyone see? I remember now. He is the lethal weapon known as Bullseye. A killer in Kingpin's employ. My God, why is he here? Run quickly. Panic ensued as the name of Bullseye spread like wildfire, and the crowd scattered in fear. Unperturbed, Bullseye retrieved a small box from his person, containing a multitude of tiny iron nails. He began to flick his hand, launching the nails rapidly, striking the targets at the back of their heads. Those struck collapsed instantly, their life extinguished. To be able to embed a nail into the hardest human skull, Bullseye's prowess evidently surpassed that of an ordinary man. Before long, out of the 30 patrons in the bar, only Jack remained. The others lay lifeless. Please, do not harm me. I have done nothing. Jack, paralyzed with fear, pleaded for mercy. Bullseye leaned in closer to Jack. Just moments ago, you referred to me as a bastard. I didn't mean it. Please, spare me. If I were God, I would surely forgive you. But alas, I am not. A nail pierced through Jack's brain in an instant. The last image that flashed through Jack's mind was of his ex-wife, Ruth. He had merely wished to enjoy a drink. Next, he had planned to seek out that superhero for some fun. Without a glance back, Bullseye turned and exited, casually dialing a number. Shortly thereafter, a group of masked individuals stormed into the bar, methodically collecting all the bodies and loading them into a vehicle, followed by setting the bar ablaze, leaving no trace behind. The next day's headlines read, a fire erupted last night at a bar in Queens, claiming the lives of all patrons within, a total of 32 victims. All employees of the company, including Jack Douglas. To be continued. Chapter 19, Sudden Incident. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through, scattering debris across the ground. Ah, my skirt. Did the weather forecast not claim that today would be sunny and windless? Curse it. I shall never trust their nonsense again. Ah, my eyes. I have been struck by a brick. Damn that wind. The crowd erupted in curses, unaware that what had passed was not wind at all, but a person. Li Yi once more employed the snake talisman to become invisible, soaring freely through the sky. How dull. Is there not a significant event unfolding? System, do you have any tasks to assign? Li Yi inquired. Ding. Host, there are currently no main tasks available. However, there are several side missions. Would you like to undertake them? Behold. Side mission 1. Save 10,000 people. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current mission. Side mission 2. Gain 1 million reputation points. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current mission. Current reputation value. 100010000000. Side mission 3. Side mission 4. There are quite a few tasks. Do these missions carry any penalties? Li Yi asked. Ding. Host, do not worry. This system's objective is to cultivate you into the strongest being in this realm. It will not engage in any actions detrimental to you. Whether main or side missions, The system solely issues tasks without punitive measures. Ha ha ha, you truly are a benevolent system. In the novels I have read, the protagonist systems often resort to various threats of punishment, such as shrinking one's manhood, gender transformation, public humiliation, or even complete erasure from existence. Rest assured, this system is unlike those deceitful temptresses. The system replied, then I shall feel at ease. With nothing but time on my hands, I shall embark on these tasks. The feeling of being cheered on is truly exhilarating. Li Yi mused. However, I must devise a way to acquire a battle suit. After all, where is the superhero who battles while clad in casual attire? Superman's battle suit in Man of Steel was undeniably impressive, but how might I obtain one? System, since you have already bestowed upon me Superman's glasses, why not extend your generosity to include a matching battle suit? Host, you truly lack shame. The system retorted. Thank you for the compliment. A person without shame is invincible. Host, consider yourself fortunate, for this system does indeed possess a Superman battle suit that pairs with the glasses. Please prepare to receive it. As the system spoke, a radiant multicolored light enveloped Li Yi, and when the brilliance subsided, he found himself clad in a black superhero suit complete with a cape. Black? System. How did you know that this was precisely what I desired? I truly adore you. Host, this system once again. I know, you are devoid of gender distinctions. Li Yi interrupted the system before it could finish. By the way, aside from the indestructible quality portrayed in the films, does this suit possess any additional functionalities? Ding. This superhero suit, in addition to being impervious to damage, can also render itself invisible, as long as the host silently commands it to hide. It will automatically conceal itself in an alternate space. To don the suit again, one merely needs to utter the command to wear it, and it will automatically adorn the host. The system explained. Impressive. Truly, the system is remarkable. Products of the system are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed host. Now, this superhero is ready to take action. Clad in his battle suit, Li Yi soared into the sky, casting his gaze over the entire city. The power of the talisman enhanced every aspect of his physique, granting him unparalleled clarity of vision. While he may not rival the might of the greatest heroes, he could certainly spot a fly several kilometers away. On the other side of the city. Hurry up, Gwen, called out a girl ahead. NIS, wait for me. Today was Sunday, with no classes, and Gwen had ventured out shopping with her friend, NIS. Come here, Gwen. This outfit looks fantastic on you. NIS beckoned. Let me see. It's truly beautiful. The two friends were enjoying their day when suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the entire mall. What is happening? Help. Mommy, where's NIS? Chaos erupted around them. A group of individuals clad in black emerged, brandishing firearms and indiscriminately firing at the ceiling. Silence. Silence. Everyone get down on the ground. The leader bellowed, firing his weapon. Instantly, the crowd complied, lying flat on the floor. Gwen, what should we do now? NIS whispered anxiously. Let us cooperate with them. They are likely terrorists. We must not provoke them. Gwen replied calmly. Now, everyone take out your phones. Anyone who dares to conceal their device will meet their maker. At the New York Police Department. What? A robbery on the streets? The robbers are armed to the teeth, and with heavy weapons? The entire precinct erupted in commotion. Quick, quick, quick. Prepare to deploy. Under the orders of Chief George Stacy, the officers sprang into action, the wail of sirens piercing the air. Gwen, you must be safe. Soon after, the police surrounded the mall, confronting the robbers. Media reporters and onlookers quickly gathered, creating a blockade around the area. This significant event rapidly became the focal point of national attention, with nearly everyone glued to their television screens. Chief George, how do you plan to handle this situation? Chief Stacy, the robbers are holding thousands of hostages. Can you ensure their safety? Chief Stacy, please step aside and do not obstruct our work. The chief broke free from the reporter's grasp, producing a loudspeaker to address the situation. I am Chief George Stacy of the New York Police Department. State your demands. But do not harm the hostages inside. Within the mall, what do we do now? One of the masked men inquired. Our homeland has become a hell because of these damned Americans. Now they must pay the same price. Respond to them. We do not accept negotiations. Hey, it seems something is happening over there. Let us check it out. High above, Li Yi surveyed the city and quickly identified the unfolding crisis, descending rapidly. To be continued. Chapter 20. Rescue. Listen up, you bunch of American bastards. We do not accept negotiations. Everyone in this mall must die today. This is your retribution. Upon hearing these words, Chief George's face turned ashen. His beloved daughter was inside, and regardless of his duty as a police officer or his paternal love, he could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. The robbers' motives were not monetary. Rather, it was an act of vengeance, altering the very nature of the situation, rendering the assailants more than mere criminals. Chief George, could you please disclose the identity of the assailants? Why do they claim this is an act of retribution against America? Chief George, what actions will you take next? Chief George, do you have confidence in rescuing the hostages? A barrage of questions from reporters flooded in once more. Please, everyone, remain calm. I understand your urgency, but trust us, we will ensure the safe rescue of the hostages. The deputy chief, noticing the distress on Chief George's face, swiftly intervened to shield him from the relentless questions. Meanwhile, officers took the opportunity to escort Chief George to the command center at the rear. Have we identified the perpetrators? Chief George gulped down a mouthful of water to suppress his rising anxiety before inquiring. The assailants are mercenaries from a certain region, and this incident is entirely a retaliatory act against America, replied his assistant. How did they infiltrate America with such heavy weaponry? Are customs completely ineffective? Chief George erupted in fury. The weapons were not smuggled from abroad. They were procured within America itself. The assistant quivered in response. These scoundrels would sell anything for money, completely disregarding the safety of citizens. Chief George seethed. In this capitalist society, as long as the profit is substantial enough, there are individuals willing to engage in any enterprise. Chief, should we request military assistance? They possess a vast arsenal capable of eliminating anyone. This is no longer a mere cat-and-mouse game between police and criminals. It has escalated into a war, suggested the assistant. No. If the military intervenes, they will undoubtedly launch an assault, placing the hostages in grave danger. Our primary duty as police officers is to ensure the safety of the hostages. Chief George declared resolutely. Let us continue our communication with them. If this were merely a simple act of vengeance, they would have acted decisively. Their current standoff in the mall indicates they have ulterior motives. Understood, Chief. Should we charge in and eliminate those terrorists? From a nearby rooftop, Li Yi observed the chaotic scene below, his brow furrowed in concern. Oh, I am not a true hero. I am merely a hero driven by interest. Although I can utilize the speed granted by the Rabbit Talisman, akin to the Flash and Quicksilver, to conclude battles before my adversaries even comprehend the situation, I choose to remain anonymous, bestowing all accolades upon the New York City Police while I quietly protect the city as an unsung guardian. It is profoundly noble, and I am nearly moved to tears by my own sentiments. Such foolish endeavors are best left to those who desire them. For me, the essence of heroism lies in relishing the applause. If that is absent, then let them perish. Whoever wishes to save can do so, while I might also conveniently fulfill my own tasks. The power resides with me now, and I shall do as I please. With that, Li Yi gracefully descended from the heavens before the gathered crowd. What was that? It appeared to be a person. Are you foolish? How could a human possibly fly? That must be the superhero who appeared a few days ago. The arrival of Li Yi instantly ignited a frenzy among the audience. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers, chanting the name of the superhero. The footage captured by cameras broadcasted across the globe, reigniting a worldwide craze for the hero. Greetings. Li Yi smiled and waved, his grin reminiscent of our beloved ancestors. Wow. The superhero waved at me. Are you blind? He asked, clearly waving at me. I love you, superhero. Your new outfit is so stylish, just like you. Everyone, step aside. Superhero, look at me. I adore you. I want to bear your children, even after several days. The fervor surrounding the superhero had not waned. In fact, it seemed to intensify. A throng of journalists quickly surrounded Li Yi. Superman, are you here to save the world? Will you bring those terrorists to justice? Is that the battle suit from your home planet, Krypton? Please hold all questions until I've addressed the situation. Li Yi replied with a smile. Everyone, please make way. He ascended slowly, avoiding the crowd, and flew to Director George's side. Greetings, Director George. How may I assist you? A mere performance. Such a hypocritical fellow. Yet George was quite taken with this display. This was an exceedingly critical moment, and the police found themselves utterly helpless. Despite his prior disdain for these so-called superheroes, particularly the one who swung through the skies like a spider and repeatedly disrupted police operations, though Spider-Man's intentions were to save lives, George had always been averse to such disorganized and unplanned actions, which skirted official channels. However, the unfolding events made him realize that the world had changed. There existed calamities that even the police could not avert. The monsters that terrorized Broadway a week ago had confirmed this. Human effort has its limits, and it is at such times that those endowed with extraordinary powers are needed. Hello, Superman. The two men exchanged a symbolic handshake. The entire mall is currently under the control of terrorists, armed with machine guns and various heavy weaponry, with thousands of hostages inside. The situation is extremely urgent, and we urgently require your assistance. Director George briefly outlined the circumstances at the scene. Li Yi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. A direct assault would undoubtedly lead to the massacre of the hostages. We are unaware if the terrorists have attached explosives to them. Mr. Superman, do you have a plan? Noticing Li Yi lost in contemplation, Director George cautiously inquired, I do indeed have a plan. You will attract the terrorists' attention while I stealthily maneuver behind them to neutralize the threat. As you know, my speed is exceptional. I can certainly eliminate them before they even realize what has occurred. Li Yi feigned the suggestion of a so-called plan, though in truth, he saw no need for the assistance of these inept individuals. With his ability to reach near light speed, he could dispatch the terrorists in a mere second. This was merely a performance. Superman, can you ensure the safety of the hostages? Director George asked with a grave expression. No, I cannot guarantee their absolute safety. Given the current circumstances, the notion of no casualties is essentially a fantasy. I can only promise to minimize the loss of life. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Do you think of me? Dream on. While Li Yi could indeed accomplish this, he detested being morally coerced. Had he encountered the moralists of his past life, they would certainly have cast him to the moon to keep company with Chang'e. My apologies, I was too idealistic. Upon hearing Li Yi's indifferent tone, Director George, seasoned in the corridors of power, swiftly recognized his misstep and offered an apology, knowing that the safety of his beloved daughter rested solely in Superman's hands. We will continue to negotiate as a means to divert their attention. The rest is up to you. I will do my utmost. Director George then proceeded to arrange the operation. To the individuals inside, since you have not immediately resorted to violence, you must have some demands. What shall we do, boss? A subordinate inquired. Having left them hanging for a while, they have likely abandoned all hope of rescue. It is time to negotiate with them. Bang! Before the leader of the terrorists could finish his sentence, a tremendous noise erupted from the ceiling of the mall. The hostages screamed in terror. Someone has broken in. Damn it. We have been deceived by those Americans. This must be their secret weapon. Everyone, be cautious. Dozens of terrorists gripped their weapons tightly, nerves fraying. One by one, the necks of the terrorists twisted unnaturally in a horrifying spectacle. This was Li Yi's deliberate torment. Otherwise, he could have dispatched them countless times within a fraction of a second. Witnessing their comrades perish in such a grotesque manner, the remaining terrorists trembled in fear, dreading that they would be next. This was a profound psychological torment. There are ghosts. It must be a superpowered individual. In a mere span of seconds, only the leader of the terrorists remained at the scene. Li Yi then revealed his presence. The leader, now paralyzed with fear, sat trembling on the ground. What manner of creature are you? He stammered. Is my appearance not sufficiently clear to you? Li Yi responded. Do you not see this? To be continued. Chapter 21. Star of the City. No. You are not a superhero. You are a devil, a demon sent by Satan. To such an evil entity as yourself, I am indeed a demon from hell. Li Yi advanced, seizing the leader by his collar and lifting him off the ground. As long as I am here, you shall not harm these innocent people. With that, he hurled the leader towards the rooftop, where his head smashed through the concrete wall but became lodged at his shoulders, hanging lifelessly in midair, a grotesque sight. Applause erupted from the hostages, who cheered for Li Yi's words. Superman, you are magnificent. A champion of justice. You shall be my idol from this day forth, shouted a handsome young man. Superman, my entire family adores you. My 5-year-old daughter sleeps with a pillow bearing your image every night. Could you kindly sign it for her? Exclaimed a striking young woman. Superman, I misjudged you the other day. You are a true hero. Those foolish military personnel brought this upon themselves. Henceforth, I shall be your steadfast supporter, bellowed a middle-aged balding man. Thank you all for your support. Now, please remain in place and await the police's rescue. We cannot ascertain whether any terrorists are hiding among you. Li Yi reassured them. He then opened the system panel, where the side missions had transformed entirely. Side Mission 1. Save 10,000 individuals. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current mission. Current completion, 3456100000. Side Mission 2. Acquire 1 million points of prestige. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current mission. Current prestige value, 1789100000. System, the task of saving lives is quite comprehensible. But how is this prestige value calculated? I am, after all, quite well known. Why is my prestige value so low? Li Yi queried, puzzled. Ding. Host. The system quantifies each individual's admiration and reverence for you into numerical form. The calculations are as follows. The system proceeded to explain a plethora of terms that Li Yi could not comprehend. All right, enough of that. Li Yi quickly interjected. After rescuing the hostages, Li Yi did not take his leave. Having saved them, he intended to maximize the benefits, relishing a bit more of the accolades and boosting his prestige value. He soared from the rooftop, signaling to the police that the situation was under control. At the command of Chief George, the fully armed officers charged into the mall, temporarily securing the individuals present before beginning to meticulously inspect each hostage for any hidden terrorists among them. These matters were of no concern to Li Yi. He flew back outside, where reporters once again swarmed around him. Superman, how do you feel at this moment? Superman, are you still single? Have you ever considered dating? According to the latest rankings, you are the most desired man among American women. What are your thoughts on this? Superman, various peculiar questions have been posed, including one from a beautiful reporter inquiring about the color of your underwear, which was quite suggestive. Thank you all for your support. Please make way. Suddenly, a group of police officers pushed through the crowd of reporters. Who are you? On what grounds are you pushing me? I have the right to interview. One reporter exclaimed, demanding to know who their superior officer was, vowing to return and unleash a tirade against him. After some shoving, the officers managed to clear a path. Following them was a short, stout man in a suit. Superman, thank you immensely. You have saved those unfortunate hostages. You are a hero of America. And you are? Oh, how forgetful of me. I am John Charles, the mayor of New York City. You may call me John. The mayor? Huh. Where were you during the crisis? Hiding behind the police chief while he faced the danger? Now that the situation is resolved, you wish to bask in the glory and enhance your political standing. Truly, American politicians are rather unscrupulous. Nevertheless, Superman refrained from exposing him, smiling as they shook hands, secretly employing a gravitational barrier to avoid tainting his hand. So, Mr. Mayor, how do you perceive today's events and Superman's heroic actions? As soon as the reporters recognized the mayor, they flocked to him for interviews. First and foremost, the government bears an undeniable responsibility for today's occurrences, and we will earnestly heed the public's opinions and implement reforms. In this dreadful attack, not a single hostage was harmed, all thanks to our hero, Superman. After consultations, we have decided to bestow upon Superman the title of City Star. Oh, Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd erupted in cheers for Superman. Standing aside, Gwen gazed at him in admiration. City Star? That seems to be an award my father oversees, she murmured. To her surprise, Superman would engage in such commendable actions. Based on our deductions, he should not be one to volunteer for rescue missions. Coulson remarked, perplexed. He must have ulterior motives, fundamentally. He remains a selfish and ruthless individual. Look at those terrorists, all perished by his hand, leaving no survivors. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Convincing Superman to cooperate with research? Those old-timers certainly have a sense of humor. I need not speculate. If they resort to coercive measures, Superman will show no mercy. This Superman is nothing like the one from the comics who refrains from killing. To be continued. Chapter 22. Undercurrents terrorists strike at the mall. Superman collaborates with police. The New York Times Superman, the hero of New York, the hero of America. Economic Review Witness Interview. Superman is by your side. The pioneer daily on a day of catastrophe. Where was Spider-Man? The following day, the Horn Daily prominently featured the heroic deeds of Superman. Marking his first appearance since the incident involving the Green Monster a week prior, a reporter interviewed one of the beautiful hostages who had been rescued. I was terrified yesterday. Believing my end was near, I swore to God that I had never committed any wrongs. Why was I subjected to such a fate? It was only when Superman appeared that I realized this was not a punishment from God, but rather a chance to encounter my true love. Oh, my prince. You are the most significant part of my life, Superman, my true love. If you can hear me, please come find me. I cannot bear to live a moment without you, she proclaimed passionately. The reporter then approached a middle-aged balding man for his opinion on Superman. Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America, the hero of the entire world. He is the Son of God, the Savior, here to rescue us. The sinful, he exclaimed fervently, resembling a cultist in his fervor. Quick, pull him away, exclaimed another as a keen observer recognized him as the same man who previously claimed Superman was a devil sent by Satan. The reporter then turned to a young girl. What do you think of Superman? He asked. Superman is my hero. I have to hug him every night to fall asleep. Uncle Superman, my mother really admires you. She says you gave her courage. She divorced that abusive man because of you. Will you be my father? I could marry you when I grow up. The girl said. Her cheeks flushed. Cut it, cut it. This cannot be aired. In any case, Superman's reemergence had once again plunged America into a frenzy of adoration for him, while simultaneously igniting a glimmer of hope for some to confront him. On the top floor of a skyscraper, a trembling subordinate stood before Jean, reporting, "We have not found any trace of Superman." What? I provided you with the best resources, and you tell me you found nothing? Jean bellowed, grasping the subordinate by the collar and lifting him. Cough. It's not that we haven't tried, but someone above is deliberately blocking all information regarding Superman. His identity was uncovered a week ago, and now all news concerning him has been completely suppressed. The subordinate explained. Completely suppressed? Who possesses such power and authority? Jean inquired, his brow furrowing. This is undoubtedly the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. They immediately sealed off all information related to Superman after the incident, the subordinate clarified. No matter how formidable Jean appeared, he was merely a shadowy underground leader, incapable of contending with a global organization like S.H.I.E.L. Damn it. Then we shall resort to some special methods. Superman loves to save people, doesn't he? Ha ha. Jean laughed, unaware that he had entirely misjudged Superman, who cared little for the dead and reveled solely in the applause while casually completing his missions. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor, should we attempt to reach out to him? Storm suggested. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from making contact. Individuals like him are not suited for our purposes. Cyclops remarked, frowning, as the mutants dispatched by Magneto had perished at his hands during this incident. Professor, a person's development is inextricably linked to their environment. If we could guide him. Jean Grey interjected, seeing his girlfriend take the opposing view. Unsettled Cyclops. In that case, let it be so. Ultimately, the professor resolved to engage with Superman, despite the peculiarities surrounding him and the fact that his abilities seemed ineffective against Superman. Nevertheless, the professor's conviction was unwavering. He would not abandon any of his kind. Aurora, Scott, I entrust this to you. Yes, Professor, the two replied. Although Cyclops wished to voice further concerns, he felt it inappropriate to continue persuading since the professor had made his decision. Daddy, will Superman be at the City Star Award ceremony later? Gwen inquired. I am uncertain. If Superman does not attend, we shall have to proceed with a symbolic presentation. George responded. Bestowing the honor of the City Star upon a so-called superhero was a preposterous act he would have never entertained in the past. Even under the mayor's insistence, he would have refused. However, Superman had saved his precious daughter and managed the situation adeptly, resulting in no casualties, which significantly altered his perception of superheroes. Daddy, I have a favor to ask. Could you take me to the event? I wish to personally thank Superman. Gwen pleaded, but George furrowed his brow. He had always been a person who clearly distinguished between public and private matters, never abusing his authority. Daddy, please take me. I truly wish to express my gratitude to Superman. Gwen implored. Sighing, he finally acquiesced to his beloved daughter's request, realizing that family was paramount. And escorting Gwen to the event was hardly an imposition. Thank you, Gwen exclaimed, bounding back to her room. Niece, listen to me. I am about to meet Superman. Really? To be continued. Chapter 23. A date with Gwen in a certain park. Due to Superman's successful thwarting of the terrorists' destructive endeavors and the rescue of 456 hostages, we have, after careful consideration, decided to bestow upon Superman the honor of the City Star of New York City in gratitude for his heroic deeds. Director George solemnly declared from the stage. Applause erupted from the audience. Superman! 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 The crowd cheered loudly as they clapped. Oh dear system. How is it that I am so well liked? It truly vexes me. Li Yi remarked to the system from above. Ding. Host, I believe a particular phrase aptly describes you. Which phrase? Is it loved by all, blooming like flowers, and causing cars to burst tires? When a person becomes utterly despicable, they become invincible. Humph. Li Yi raised a middle finger at the system. Perhaps it's time to descend and take a look. This is a special occasion prepared for me by the people of New York City. Li Yi slowly descended. Look, it's Superman. Superman has truly arrived. Don't just stand there. Hurry and take photos. Greetings, everyone. Li Yi smiled and waved. Ah, Superman smiled at me. No, he smiled at me. Superman, I am your most loyal fan. Mr. Superman, I am delighted by your presence. Director George chuckled. Naturally, I am honored to receive this accolade. Subsequently, Director George handed over a large model of the key, symbolizing the city's star to Li Yi. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to fight for justice. Li Yi exclaimed, raising the key model high. Just kidding. Li Yi was merely reveling in the cheers of the crowd. Such a hypocrite. Superman. A melodious voice suddenly rang out beside Li Yi. A blonde beauty stood next to Director George, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Wanting to approach, but hesitating. Finally, encouraged by Director George, she timidly spoke. Hello, beautiful miss. How may I assist you? Li Yi inquired with grace. Mr. Superman. I am one of the hostages you saved yesterday. My name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen mustered her courage to speak. I remember you. You have a friend with brown hair, don't you? Li Yi's memory was remarkable. Typically, the stronger the mental prowess, the sharper the memory. The enhancement of spells was comprehensive, and his mental faculties had received an all-encompassing boost. Once Li Yi glanced at someone, he would remember them even a decade later. Indeed, her name is Nis. Mr. Superman. How did you know? Have you been watching us? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. This was not Gwen's vanity. Rather, she was a goddess at school. Not only stunningly beautiful, but also academically gifted and adept at socializing. Many boys sought her affection, but she found them all rather juvenile and rejected them. Her father was the chief of police in New York City, so few dared to cross Gwen. I have an exceptionally vivid memory of remarkable individuals or events. Li Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Gwen's cheeks flushed, clearly misunderstanding the implication. Thank you, Mr. Superman. Gwen offered the flowers in her hand. Then I shall graciously accept your gratitude. Li Yi took the flowers. However, Gwen did not leave immediately after handing them over. She lingered in place. What is the matter? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, Gwen leaned in and kissed Li Yi on the lips. The plaza, once filled with cheers, fell into a hushed silence. The crowd was stunned by Gwen's bold action. After more than 10 seconds, Gwen finally pulled away. Mr. Superman, this is my way of expressing gratitude. Li Yi was left wanting more. What a splendid gift. Alas, it was all too brief. Suddenly, the usually composed Director George was taken aback, his face betraying astonishment. My precious daughter. After nurturing her for all these years, she is being devoured like this? Enraged, he felt an urge to draw his weapon and eliminate Superman. Oh, you vixen, how could you kiss Superman? Superman, why do you kiss her and not me? I am far more beautiful. Superman, take me away. The cries of the female audience resonated throughout the square, predominantly hurling insults at Gwen. Chaos erupted on the scene. They began throwing objects and some attempted to breach the police barricades to rush the stage. Stop them. Quickly, restrain them. Director George hurriedly stepped in to regain control. Meanwhile, Gwen clung tightly to Li Yi's waist. Mr. Superman, take me away, she implored softly. Truly, as expected of an American girl, her hidden allure and boldness were suddenly revealed. Director George, I will take Gwen with me now. Rest assured, I will ensure her safe return. And with that, amidst Director George's astonished gaze, they soared into the sky. It was indeed thrilling to whisk away the daughter in front of her father. No, you should take me instead. Superman, I am your true love. Superman, you belong to me as I do to you. Each glance I steal at you ignites an explosion within me. Each inch closer melts my very being. I only wish to claim you for myself. As Li Yi held Gwen aloft, they ascended into the heavens. The ability to fly stemmed from Li Yi's control over gravity. Surrounding Gwen in a gravitational shield, he isolated her from the external atmosphere, thus averting any issues concerning respiration. Within the gravitational shield, Gwen experienced flight akin to being in a transparent aircraft. Am I really flying? This is utterly extraordinary. According to the laws of physics, humans cannot achieve flight, let alone at such velocity. The mere friction with the air should hinder you, yet you manage to carry someone with you? This is simply unbelievable. Is your power akin to that of the Superman from the comics? Gwen's mouth overflowed with a plethora of technical terms, showcasing her scholarly prowess. Gwen, are you certain you wish to expound scientific knowledge at this moment? Li Yi chuckled with resignation. I apologize, I'm just accustomed to it at school. Gwen replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. It seems you're uncertain about whether I can carry someone while flying, yet you still ask me to take you away? I'm not sure. It was just a spontaneous thought. Well, do you have a destination in mind? I can take you wherever you wish. Really? I have been fascinated by the starry sky since childhood. Could you take me higher? I wish to observe the stars up close. Of course, Li Yi replied. Ascending once more, the surrounding air thinned as they climbed higher, and soon, they breached the atmosphere. This is incredible. There is no air here, yet we can breathe and converse normally. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Gwen gazed at Li Yi with fervor, not the fervor of a lover, but rather a profound passion for science. Gwen, did you not wish to gaze at the starry sky? Li Yi had no choice but to shift the conversation. Oh, my apologies. Gwen replied with a hint of embarrassment, only to be instantly captivated by the breathtaking celestial display. The spectacle was undeniably enchanting. Indeed, the cosmos is vast beyond measure, and in contrast, humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. The two marveled at the beauty of the night sky. After a considerable time, Li Yi escorted Gwen back to her residence. Thank you, Superman. Today has been the happiest day of my life. Gwen said warmly, embracing Li Yi tightly. It's my pleasure, as long as you are happy. Li Yi chuckled. Superman, may I ask you one more thing? Of course. I wish to know your true name. My name is Li Yi, a hero driven by curiosity. To be continued. Chapter 24. A changing future. Li Yi returned to his abode. Gwen Stacy. Isn't she the future girlfriend of Spider-Man? How did I end up getting so close to her? Li Yi mused. System, is this not a questionable course of action? Li Yi inquired. Ding. Host, this is a tangible world, devoid of a predetermined future. The future is rife with uncertainties. So, does this mean that Gwen may not necessarily become Peter Parker's girlfriend? Li Yi exclaimed with delight. Host, spare me the pretense. Do you truly care about so-called fated destinies? If you have feelings for this girl, you would seize the opportunity regardless. The system retorted. Hee, you've seen right through me. For indeed, the host is an unabashed individual. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson immediately dispatched someone to ensure the girl's safety. She must not come to harm. Nick Fury commanded. Understood. Coulson promptly set about making arrangements. Director, are you concerned that someone might exploit this girl to target Superman? Maria Hill, a fellow level 10 agent, chimed in. Like Nick Fury, she possessed equal authority, as she was part of a coalition aimed at distributing Fury's power within S.H.I.E.L.D. Precisely. Having ties to Superman is not fortuitous. My greater concern is that if someone were to harm this girl, it could incite Superman's wrath. Even Magneto has succumbed to him, and at present, there is likely no one on this planet capable of thwarting his actions. In the mysterious mystical sanctuary of Kamartaj, the Ancient One, as per usual, peered into the future through the Time Stone. Having safeguarded the Earth for centuries, she had begun contemplating retirement, and through the Time Stone, she finally identified the most suitable successor. Suddenly, the Ancient One's body began to tremble violently, as if seized by a seizure. The Ancient One jolted awake. Why has the future altered? Who is this Superman Li Yi? It seems I must conduct an investigation, the Ancient One murmured. At the intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, in those streets designated as no-go zones by gang members, two figures were engaged in conversation. Sir, as long as you successfully lure out Superman, we shall share the street's business with you. Mr. Kingpin is indeed quite generous. However, this task is one that another individual hesitates to accept outright. Are you jesting? That is a Superman we are provoking. Do you have a death wish? If you do not acquiesce, then your organization has no reason to persist. I understand. I shall do my utmost, not merely endeavor, but I must accomplish this. Remember, no one can negotiate with the emissary of Kingpin. Very well, I comprehend. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by incessant screams. What transpired? Report to the boss. A creature clad in red has arrived, attacking us without warning. Many of our brothers have been felled by him, the subordinate relayed hastily. What? You claim it is but a single individual? Then what accounts for these screams? Are you all utterly inept? Unable to handle one person? What purpose do I have in sustaining you? The boss exclaimed in exasperation, primarily concerned about leaving a poor impression before the emissary of Kingpin. Boss, this creature's reflexes are extraordinarily swift. Our bullets cannot find their mark, the trembling subordinate responded. It must be yet another of those tiresome superheroes. The emissary of Kingpin remarked. Boss, the creature is about to breach our defenses. Should we retreat? Fool. Is that even a question? Quickly gather the manpower to resist. I shall withdraw with this esteemed individual first. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged and scurried off. Esteemed one, let us depart. For now, we shall proceed thus. Attend to the matters I entrusted to you post-haste. Yes, yes. Crack. A figure clad in a red bodysuit, wearing a mask akin to that of Old 8, struck down the last henchman obstructing his path with a baton, finally arriving at the conference room from earlier. Alas, they have escaped. The figure lamented. This individual is none other than one of Kingpin's arch-nemesis, Daredevil, also known as the Man Without Fear. Daredevil, born Matt Murdock, is the son of a boxer. Unbeknownst to him, his father worked as an enforcer for others, and Matt stumbled upon this disheartening truth while searching for his father at the factory. Disillusioned, Matt fled, narrowly avoiding a collision with a forklift. In the ensuing chaos, the forklift driver swerved, causing a barrel of chemicals to spill, splashing Matt's eyes and exposing him to a peculiar form of radioactive waste, which regrettably led to his blindness. However, in the absence of sight, Matt's other four senses, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, became extraordinarily acute. Through diligent training, he developed radar-like abilities, allowing him to perceive any corner of the city even with his eyes closed at home. Many years passed, and Matt kept this secret closely guarded. Yet, after his father was brutally murdered by criminals in the streets, he vowed to avenge the innocents and combat the forces of evil in the city. By day, he is an ordinary lawyer in New York, but as night falls, he dons his red bodysuit and transforms into Daredevil. With lightning-fast reflexes and agility akin to that of a falcon or jaguar, he takes the law into his own hands, fighting crime and addressing grievances that the courts cannot resolve, delivering justice where the law fails to reach. Subsequently, a mobile phone snatched from a petty thug was retrieved, and a call to the authorities was made. These scoundrels have committed crimes deserving of a decade or more in prison. To be continued. Chapter 25, The First Main Quest. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted suddenly on a street. The crowd fled in a frenzy. Indeed, the people of America find themselves amidst turmoil and chaos. Just days prior, a significant terrorist attack had occurred, and now an unknown explosion had taken place. The police and firefighters arrived promptly at the scene. Officers conducted a thorough investigation. Reporting, sir. We have discovered that the bomb used in this incident is of the same model as those in previous attacks. A technician reported. This indicates a series of bombings. Officer Jason, responsible for this area, frowned. It is evident, yet the frequency of these attacks is alarmingly high. In just 2 days, this marks the 5th incident, replied an assistant nearby. Typically, a perpetrator's crime is driven by a clear motive, yet I cannot discern what this assailant seeks. Is it for money? For wealth? Or is it a calculated act of revenge? The locations of these 5 explosions are vastly distant from one another, lacking any apparent connection. Sir, we have an encrypted call coming in, and the caller wishes to speak with you. Interrupted a young officer before Jason could finish his thought. Bring it here, Jason said, puzzled as he took the call. Hello? Good day, Officer Jason. Who are you? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Just a nameless individual. What is it that you desire? Speak, or I shall hang up. Officer Jason, if I were you, I wouldn't hang up. Those 5 explosions were my handiwork. What? Ha ha ha. Do not be alarmed. I called to inform you that the previous 5 incidents were deliberately executed in uninhabited areas. Now I am on a bridge, where I have planted explosives potent enough to obliterate the entire structure. With the press of a button, everything will be reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha. The voice on the other end of the line laughed maniacally. Sir, that bridge is one of the most crowded areas in this region, the assistant whispered. You madman. What is your intention? Jason shouted in anger. No one doubted the veracity of the caller's threats after 5 consecutive bombings. We need to bring in the superhero. How the hell should I know where that superhero is? That is not my concern. The caller hung up abruptly. Damn it. Jason cursed. Do we have time to evacuate the bridge? He asked, his brow furrowed. Sir, I fear it may be too late. The assailant is already on the bridge, and if we attempt to evacuate, they may detonate the explosives. Damn, 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 that bastard. Sir, it seems we must seek assistance from above. Soon. An urgent news bulletin interrupted the television broadcast. Superman, regardless of your location, the situation is exceedingly urgent. We implore your assistance. If you can see this news, please rush to the designated location, a police officer solemnly declared on the broadcast. At that moment, Li Yi, who was languidly lounging at home, happened to catch this announcement. However, Li Yi was indifferent. He was not the caretaker of the American police, to be summoned at will. Who do you think you are? As for the dead? It's not my doing. Helping is a kindness, while not helping is merely my duty. Li Yi stretched and was about to change the channel when suddenly a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered your first main quest. A warning to all. Those hidden vermin dare to covet the powers of the divine. The gods shall unleash their wrath and devour all wicked souls. Quest objective. Identify the mastermind behind the conspiracy against the host and tear him apart, demonstrating to the world the consequences of angering the divine. Quest reward. 1 lottery draw. Quest duration. 10 days. Quest penalty. None. Are you suggesting that this incident was orchestrated with the intent to entrap me? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, host. The system replied. Huh. I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity. If I find him, I shall make him suffer. Li Yi scoffed. It seems I have no choice but to engage. Let me continue to play the role of a superhero. With that, Li Yi donned his black superhero costume and soared into the sky, hastening to the location. At the scene, police, reporters, and Superman's fans had gathered. Do you think Superman will return? Of course. Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America. He will undoubtedly come. You are too naive. That Superman is clearly just putting on a show. Do you really believe he is a true hero? Before the speaker could finish, he was swiftly subdued by nearby Superman fans, who began to pummel him. How dare you insult Superman? Everyone, lend a hand. My father is a senator. I can handle this if something goes wrong. The scene descended into chaos. At that moment, someone shouted, "Look up!" The crowd collectively gazed upward, where they beheld Superman, clad in a black suit emblazoned with a large letter, descending gracefully. Superman! Superman! The crowd erupted in unison. Tomorrow's headlines were secured. Quick, take photos. Everyone, don't push. Be careful to avoid accidents. Superman would surely not wish for any harm to come to you. Superman, I love you. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see you again. I missed you all over these 2 days. Li Yi exclaimed with a beaming smile that radiated warmth. Superman! The fans shouted wildly. Li Yi glided toward the center, where Officer Jason stood resolutely. Upon seeing Superman approach, Jason immediately saluted. I heard on the television that you required my assistance? Li Yi inquired with a smile full of kindness. Yes, Mr. Superman. It is not convenient to speak here. Could we move to a more private location? Of course. Under the desperate pleas of the crowd, Li Yi reluctantly followed Jason to the command room at the back. Director George, I did not expect to meet you so soon, Li Yi said, somewhat awkwardly, as it had been only a short time since he had taken the director's daughter away in front of him. However, Director George maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression as serious as ever. Mr. Superman, this incident. Director George began to explain the circumstances surrounding the event. So, they are targeting me. What audacity. Li Yi chuckled, though there was a hidden ferocity beneath his smile. To be continued. Chapter 26. Interrogation. Mr. Superman, what do you intend to do? Director George inquired. Naturally. I will rush in and apprehend him. Li Yi replied, as if it were the most obvious course of action. In truth, he envisioned tearing the scoundrel to shreds. However, uttering such sentiments in front of law enforcement felt inappropriate, especially since he harbored some feelings for the director's daughter. Had it been any other officer, Li Yi would have disregarded them entirely and gone on a rampage. Mr. Superman, please remain calm. This situation is different from the last. The explosives planted on the XX bridge are sufficient to obliterate the entire structure. Director George urged urgently. Director George, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, Li Yi stated coolly. Very well, I understand. Everyone, please step outside. Director George nodded in understanding and promptly instructed all personnel in the command room to exit. System, disable all surveillance. Li Yi commanded. Understood, host. With the system's assistance, all monitoring devices were swiftly disabled, including the satellite that the SHIELD had deployed to observe Superman. This system, granted to Li Yi by a powerful entity, possessed capabilities beyond mere lotteries. Subsequently, Li Yi activated his cloaking ability in front of Director George. The enhanced power of the Serpent Talisman allowed for true invisibility. Not only was he imperceptible to the naked eye, but he also evaded detection by various human instruments, such as heat sensors and infrared devices. This was why Li Yi felt confident revealing this ability, having previously done so in front of Little Spider. Once cloaked, even the formidable Thanos without the Infinity Stones could not detect him, unless his opponent wielded the power of rules. Did you say this defies science? I apologize. But this is magic. What? What is happening? Mr. Superman, are you still there? Upon witnessing Superman vanish into thin air, Director George's anxiety surged. Thousands of lives hung in the balance. Only Superman could save them, and if he left, those individuals would be doomed. I am right here. Li Yi responded. What? What is happening? This is another one of my abilities, cloaking. As long as I remain hidden, no human can detect my presence. After speaking, Li Yi slowly reappeared. My God, such a power exists. It is utterly terrifying. Director George exclaimed in shock. If Superman were to misuse this ability, who would know it was him? Director George could not help but feel a twinge of caution towards Superman. Thus, the task was entrusted to me. Mr. Superman, I implore you. Please do your utmost to rescue those people. Director George, no longer daring to resort to moral coercion, pleaded in a tone of desperation. I shall do my best. With that, Li Yi vanished and silently soared towards the XX bridge. Thankfully, Superman embodies justice at least for the time being, Director George murmured. Li Yi arrived at the bridge, cloaked in invisibility, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. At last, he identified a suspicious figure amidst the crowd and cautiously approached. The individual donned a black hooded coat, a mask obscuring his face, and carried a black backpack. He glanced around before producing a phone. Beep, beep, beep. The appointed time has arrived, yet I have yet to see Superman. A cold, raspy voice emerged from the man's throat. Please, remain calm. We have exhausted every means to contact Superman. I urge you to wait a little longer, came the anxious reply from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was nearly certain that the man before him was indeed the bomb perpetrator. Here he was, right on the bridge. It seemed he was either not a suicide bomber or that the so-called bomb was a mere ruse. In the final 5 minutes, if I do not see Superman arrive at this bridge, you may as well prepare to say farewell to those on the bridge. The man then ended the call. I am curious, are you on the bridge to blow yourself up as well? A voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. The man jumped, startled, as he scanned his surroundings with suspicion. Who is it? Unfortunately, there was no response. Am I imagining things? Crack. Ah. The man's hand grotesquely twisted, eliciting a cry of agony. The sound instantly drew the attention of others on the bridge, and pedestrians began to gather around. Li Yi enveloped him in a gravitational field and ascended into the air. My goodness, that fellow can fly. Could he be a brother of that Superman from the television? This world is truly enchanting. Regardless of the type of bomb, it must be detonated by hand. Thus, Li Yi first twisted his wrists. Of course, if it were a remote-triggered bomb, Li Yi could swiftly relocate all individuals on the bridge in the blink of an eye, much like Quicksilver. Li Yi carried the bomb suspect thousands of meters into the sky before coming to a halt. Ah! The bomb suspect screamed incessantly. Li Yi then revealed his presence. I hear you've been looking for me? Superman, the bomb suspect stammered in shock. Now, I will ask, and you shall answer. Is that agreeable? Li Yi inquired with a smile. Superman, we mean no harm. We merely wish to draw you out. Whoosh. Ah! A yellow laser shot from Li Yi's right eye, instantly piercing through the suspect's shoulder. I ask, and you answer, can you comply? MMM. The bomb suspect nodded fervently. Is the bomb capable of obliterating the entire bridge genuine? No. No, that's merely a ruse to draw you out. Who sent you? Why do you wish to meet me? I do not know. I am but a mere pawn. The previous explosions were not my doing. I was merely tasked with waiting for you. Suddenly, a laser shot through his leg. Who sent you? Li Yi repeated resolutely. It was my boss. His name is Jack, the leader of the Serpent Gang in New York City. He promised me $1 million if I could lure you out. Where is your gang's headquarters? It's at 13XX Street in Queens. The bomber divulged everything he knew. Superman, please spare me. I cannot die. My mother is still waiting for me, he pleaded, terrified. Having seen the news of the ruthless Superman, Li Yi pondered for a moment. A mere lackey was of little use. It would be more prudent to hand him over to the NYPD, thus enhancing his own reputation, and later, he could annihilate the gang to extract the true mastermind behind this. To be continued. Chapter 27. Carnage. Li Yi soared swiftly, returning to the designated location, and unceremoniously dropped the felon before Chief George. Mr. Superman, you are indeed swift. Is this? Chief George inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I shall clarify the situation myself. Do you require me to explain it for you? Li Yi replied coolly. Yes, I understand. My name is XXX. All of this was to draw out Superman. The bomber, enduring his agony, recounted his actions. So, there were no bombs at all. Chief George frowned. Indeed. You scoundrel, do you comprehend how much police resources you have squandered? I shall immediately request to apprehend all of you miscreants. You all deserve to rot in prison. Chief George seethed. That will not be necessary, Chief George. After all, they are targeting me. I believe it is more fitting for me to deal with them. But Mr. Superman. Chief George hesitated. This Superman had proven to be lethal, and the gang boasted hundreds of members. If Superman were to confront them. Yet it was evident that he could not thwart Superman, and resisting would only provoke him further. Mr. Superman, then, I must trouble you with this. Chief George ultimately capitulated, realizing that since he could not impede Superman, it was wiser to leave a favorable impression. Li Yi nodded indifferently and departed, heading towards the location provided by the bomber. Meanwhile, Chief George remained to address the mess. How could he explain to the media that such a significant commotion had merely been a jest? In Hell's Kitchen, the lair of the Serpent Gang, within a splendid and opulent building, it was ironically absurd that this group, who engaged in the most nefarious of deeds, adorned themselves in tailored suits and resided in luxurious villas. Certain superheroes, despite their valor and noble pursuits, find themselves toiling daily to make ends meet, even resorting to selling their own revealing photographs merely to scrape together a meager livelihood. This is reminiscent of the adage, the righteous often meet untimely ends, while malevolence endures through the ages. A certain spider, dangling precariously from a building after taking a photo to sell to the Daily Bugle, suddenly sneezed. Have I caught a cold? How could that even happen? Achoo, why hasn't XXX sent any news yet? Grumbled Jack, the leader of the Serpent Gang, as he watched a news report of Superman responding to a police call. Boss, don't fret. XXX will surely succeed. That so-called Superman is not as virtuous as depicted in the comics. With sufficient incentive. Heh, replied a subordinate. Just wait to receive the bounty. My friend. Heh. The entire street will be ours. Goldfinch is indeed generous. Once we secure XXX Street, the power of our Serpent Gang will surely ascend to new heights. Suddenly, a tremendous crash shattered the large glass window, and Li Yi soared through the air amidst a shower of glistening shards. Superman, gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Hello there. I heard you were looking for me. So here I am. Li Yi greeted with a wave. Attack. Jack, startled by the unexpected arrival of Superman, shouted. Crack, crack. His henchmen swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Superman, ready to fire. Though they all knew firearms would have no effect on him, the presence of a weapon emboldened humanity, rendering them audacious even in the face of divine wrath. Draw your weapons? That is a death wish. Li Yi scoffed, raising his hand slowly. Divine retribution. A colossal repulsive force filled the space. The force struck the Serpent Gang's lackeys, propelling them away, rendering them helpless on the ground, each one spitting blood. Their bones shattered and insides crushed, barely clinging to life. Oh dear, I seem to have overdone it a bit. What a nuisance. Li Yi feigned concern. Jack, witnessing the scene, was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Do you think this could be considered intentional homicide? Li Yi inquired with a smile directed at Jack. Though Li Yi's face bore a grin, Jack saw only a demon from the depths of hell. Mr. Superman, this certainly doesn't constitute intentional homicide. They were the ones who brandished weapons against you. According to American law, this is purely self-defense. Jack stammered, attempting to appease him. Is that so? You had me worried I might end up in prison. Now, Tell me, what brings you to seek my presence? Li Yi casually reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. Well, Mr. Superman, there is a certain individual who is quite interested in meeting you, but we could not ascertain your whereabouts. So we resorted to this rather drastic measure to draw you out. I hope you won't take offense. Jack explained. You were merely a pawn all along. Li Yi's interest waned instantaneously. He had believed he had captured a formidable adversary, only to realize it was but bait. I am indeed just a minor player. Who is the one behind you? Apologies, Mr. Superman, but I cannot divulge that information unless you agree to meet with the esteemed individual. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Li Yi's eyes. Whoosh! 2 beams of laser light shot forth from Li Yi's gaze, piercing through Jack's knee. Jack let out a wretched scream of agony, collapsing to the ground. He never anticipated that the seemingly amicable Superman would suddenly resort to violence. Did you think I was bargaining with you? Li Yi replied coldly. Now, I shall inquire once more. Who is the one behind you? I cannot say. If I do, he won't spare me. Jack responded, enduring the excruciating pain. It appears you have not learned your lesson. Li Yi slowly rose from the sofa and approached Jack's side. Grasping his arms, he began to exert force. Superman, what are you going to do? Feeling the intense pain radiating from his arms, Jack stammered. Mr. Superman, you are the embodiment of justice, a superhero. I implore you, do not. Crack. Li Yi forcefully wrenched both of Jack's arms from his shoulders. A torrent of blood gushing forth, splattering across Li Yi's face, rendering him an apparition conjured from the depths of hell, the scene exceedingly gruesome. Jack emitted a cry that echoed through the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 28, The Recruitment of Jean Bing. Will you speak now? Observing the leader of the Viper gang sprawled in a pool of blood, Li Yi remarked indifferently. You, demon, you are unworthy of being called Superman. Jack managed to utter, enduring the excruciating agony. Still unwilling to divulge? Then let us remove your legs as well. I will speak. It is Jean Bing. Jack, unable to withstand the torment any longer, finally revealed the mastermind behind it all. You see, had you disclosed it sooner, you would not have had to endure such suffering. Why not cooperate? Li Yi remarked with a faint smile. Grant me a swift end. Is this your final wish? Then I shall oblige. He then stepped forward, arms outstretched. Bang! He obliterated Jack's head as one would a watermelon. Having learned from the previous incident of blood splattering, Li Yi intelligently erected a gravitational barrier to shield himself from the filth. Jean Bing, who would have thought it was that rotund fool? How dare he provoke me? Truly oblivious to his own mortality. Li Yi murmured. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the task, identifying the audacious jester who dared to offend the divine. The system suddenly chimed in. Is this truly completion? Li Yi questioned, perplexed. Ding. The host has only completed the first phase. One must proceed to eliminate the target for the task to be deemed fully accomplished. What is this dimensional area exploration function? It is one of the system's capabilities. Anything within a certain range of the host can be investigated. Oh my, this function is impressive. Thank you for the compliment, host. System, what exactly is the extent of this defined range? Currently, the scope encompasses the entire planet. That is to say, the Earth. Excellent. Just what I needed, a superhuman level of auditory perception. It is precisely this ability that leaves me vulnerable to being targeted. As in this instance, with this function, I feel as though I have attained a divine perspective. Li Yi exclaimed with excitement. Let us conduct an experiment. System, switch the scene to Kamartaj. The first thought that crossed Li Yi's mind was of a certain bald woman. Affirmative. Ding. Scene switch failed. What is happening? Kamartaj is protected by magical barriers and cannot be probed at this time. As expected, that is the domain of the esteemed Ancient One, a realm beyond the reach of mere mortals. Let us try another location. Switch to the current whereabouts of Tony Stark. Affirmative. Before long, an image materialized before Li Yi, revealing Tony Stark in a laboratory, tirelessly refining his Iron Man suit. Subsequently, Li Yi switched to the location of S.H.I.E.L.D. There, he observed Nick Fury, looking pensive, seated at his desk, his hand pressed against his temple as he muttered to himself. Superman, how can one prevent the destruction of the world if Superman were to turn against it? This Nick Fury truly embodies the essence of paranoia. Li Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He then switched to the perspective of Spider-Man, who was swinging joyfully between towering skyscrapers. What a delightful experience. I can only imagine the peculiar exploits those deviants from my previous life would undertake with such a power, Li Yi mused wickedly. Ding. Host, please refrain from harboring malevolent thoughts, or the colossal claws of a lurking creature from the void shall descend upon you. Cough, cough, I was merely pondering, not intending to act upon such thoughts. Besides, who am I? A billionaire. If I desire companionship, am I truly at a loss? Li Yi coughed awkwardly. Now, let us locate Kingpin. I wish to engage this formidable individual in a meaningful conversation. The image of Kingpin soon appeared before Li Yi. Following the system's guidance, Li Yi soared into the air, swiftly heading towards Kingpin's location. He soon found himself hovering above a resplendent skyscraper, replete with advanced technology. This must be the place. These criminals are indeed affluent. No wonder so many are drawn into the abyss of crime. The allure of unearned wealth is intoxicating, provided one possesses sufficient power. Through the system, Li Yi could clearly see Kingpin on the top floor, clad in a white suit. He accelerated towards him, preparing to deliver an unexpected surprise. What is happening? Why have those imbeciles not reported back? They are utterly useless. Kingpin hissed coldly, gripping his scepter. Boss, according to the plan, Superman should have been lured to the designated location by now. There may have been unforeseen complications. Came the voice of Bullseye from beside him. Jean Bing's plan was to lure Superman out through the Serpent Gang, guiding him to a designated location where a pre-prepared decoy would engage him in conversation. If Superman could be swayed to his side, it would be most advantageous. If not, they would seek out Superman's vulnerabilities to coerce him. Should Superman retaliate, they would detonate explosives strategically buried in advance, eliminating him. In the eyes of these individuals, regardless of Superman's formidable powers, his physique was akin to that of an ordinary human. Little did they realize that underestimating Superman was their gravest miscalculation. Bang! The glass of the balcony shattered instantaneously, and Li Yi, accompanied by a myriad of shards, soared into the room. We are under attack. Jean Bing's subordinates shouted in alarm as they swiftly drew their weapons, shielding Jean Bing behind them. The professionalism of Jean Bing's bodyguards contrasted starkly with the amateurish demeanor of the Serpent Gang's riffraff. All present regarded the intruder with vigilant gazes. You must be Superman, Jean Bing asserted, encircled by his men. The identity of the individual before him was unmistakable, clad in a black superhero suit, capable of flight, and emblazoned with a prominent emblem on his chest. He was difficult to misidentify. I heard you have been searching for me, so I hurried over. Li Yi responded with a smile. Indeed, Superman, I have been seeking you. Please, elaborate, Li Yi said, unceremoniously taking the seat that rightfully belonged to Jean Bing. Crossing his legs in a manner befitting a master, Jean Bing furrowed his brow, yet refrained from making any rash moves. Fully aware of Superman's terrifying strength from the videos he had seen. Superman, your power is the mightiest I have ever encountered, yet you squander it on trivial pursuits. Do you not find that lamentable? Oh, everything I do is to save lives and thwart crime. Protecting this city with my strength is hardly trivial. Li Yi feigned indignation. Ah, Superman, the populace is the most foolish yet complex of beings. Today, you save them, and they will exalt you to the heavens. Yet one day, should you falter or fall short, they will cast you into the abyss. Just like the Superman of Man of Steel, who, despite saving the world, faced resentment from a fraction of the people, even though they would have perished without your intervention. They only lament the destruction of their property caused by your battle with the enemy. Therefore, Superman, assist me. With your strength combined with my wealth and wisdom, the entirety of America, nay, the whole world, would be ours. To be continued. Chapter 29. Seizing everything from Jean Bing. Superman, what are your thoughts? Jean Bing proposed. It does seem that way. The fate of heroes often leaves much to be desired, Li Yi mused, stroking his chin pensively. Jean, the seasoned crime lord, possesses an extraordinary eloquence that is not easily matched. While an ordinary individual might be swayed by his rhetoric, Li Yi is inherently self-serving. To him, heroes are merely a fleeting fascination. He revels in the cheers of the masses, yet imagines what it would be like if they treated him with the same reverence as they do the illustrious Superman. He chuckles to himself. For all those who dare to accuse him would mysteriously perish. Even those tasked with his trial would meet their doom, along with their families, dispatched to meet Satan himself. Mr. Superman, does this imply you have agreed to assist me? Jean, believing he had successfully enticed Superman, exclaimed with fervor. You are reading too much into this. I did not say such a thing. Li Yi responded nonchalantly. Mr. Superman, do you not grasp the gravity of your endowment? Such immense power bestowed upon you by the divine, if not utilized, do you not perceive it as a waste? Surely, one ought to engage in something of significance. Li Yi cast a glance at Jin's entourage and felt a twinge of envy. Managing alone was a daunting task. Perhaps he should establish a faction of his own? Once this thought took root, it spiraled out of control. Arriving in this capital-driven realm, failing to become the foremost power would render his translocation futile. His attention shifted back to Jean, who wielded considerable influence. Although dwarfed by organizations such as S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra, one must not forget Li Yi himself. If he desired growth, his power could expand boundlessly. Those matters could wait. For now, he needed to seize control. Ahem. Mr. Jean, I would like to join your ranks, but I have a modest request. Li Yi feigned a serious demeanor. Please, Mr. Superman, speak your mind. Jean, brimming with excitement, even resorted to honorifics. I wish to be the boss. In the position you currently occupy. What? Jin's fury ignited at Li Yi's audacious declaration. He had endured countless hardships to ascend as the ruler of New York's underworld and establish his criminal empire, only for this audacious individual to attempt to usurp everything he had built. Ah, Mr. Superman, you truly have a penchant for jest, Jean retorted, though his composure waned. Mr. Jean, I assure you, I am not joking. I want your position, Li Yi declared with a smile. Curse you, you bastard. Die, target. Jean could no longer conceal his ire, shouting at the nearby target. At Jin's command, the henchman adorned with a target on his forehead swiftly produced throwing knives. In mere moments, dozens of blades flew toward Li Yi's vital areas, heart, brain, throat, at varying angles. Li Yi, however, exhibited no interest, allowing the knives to approach. Clang, clang, clang. The blades fell futilely to the ground. The talisman I conjured not only enhances strength, but also fortifies the body. Otherwise, how could the petite Shao you have kicked the colossal true so effortlessly after donning the talisman? Merely amplifying strength would surely tear her muscles apart. There is no need to concern ourselves with the origins of the indestructible body any longer. How dare you take action? Are you prepared to face the consequences? Open fire. Despite having watched the videos, when confronted with a seemingly invulnerable monster, Jean Bing found himself in a state of panic, hastily issuing commands to his subordinates. The sound of gunfire erupted, with countless weapons aimed at Li Yi, unleashing a barrage of bullets. In an instant, a gravitational barrier enveloped him, halting every projectile precisely 30 centimeters from his body, encasing him in a dense shell of metal. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the unmistakable sound of empty chambers echoed, a testament to their futile efforts. Heavens, how could such a creature exist? We attacked him. He will surely not spare us. A demon. Everyone flee. Faced with this despairing scene, Jean Bing could no longer contain himself, bursting forth with a cry of panic before scattering in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Yi deftly manipulated the bullets, sending them hurtling back at astonishing speed, piercing the legs of those attempting to escape. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Did they think they could leave before the game was over? Li Yi chuckled softly, though to those present, it resembled the grin of a fiend. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, not daring to breathe, save for one individual, the target eye. In a flash, the target eye drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Li Yi. He still believed that this so-called Superman could not possibly compare to a true superhero, thinking his flesh to be fragile, attributing the earlier failure of his attack to a lack of strength. Such courage. I find it admirable, Li Yi remarked, extending his hand to grasp the dagger barehanded. Clang. Li Yi seized the target eye's dagger effortlessly, then, with a swift motion, snapped it in two. With his left hand, he seized the target eye's arm, forcing him to kneel before him. No matter how hard the target eye struggled, he could not rise. Aside from a slight lack of intelligence, he possessed no other faults. The moment his leader issued a command, regardless of its merit or the strength behind it, he acted immediately. Such tactical discipline and absolute obedience to orders render him a valuable asset. I almost hesitate to eliminate you. How about joining me? Upon hearing Li Yi's proposition, the target eye ceased his struggles but offered no response. Are you concerned for your current leader? Fear not, he shall soon meet his demise. Li Yi released the target eye, unafraid of any further attacks. Should he choose to remain obstinate, then he shall meet his end. Mr. Jean Bing, you have truly invited a wolf into your home. I had not intended to pay you any mind, yet you have thrust yourself into the spotlight. Heh, Superman. Is there truly no room for negotiation? I have ruled the underbelly of New York City for nearly 15 years. My presence is undoubtedly of value. Jean Bing replied with a bitter smile. There is sorrow, there is regret, there is hope, yet there is no fear of death. When he chose this path, he understood that this day would ultimately come, though he never envisioned it would transpire in such a manner. He had provoked forces beyond his control, leading to his own demise. Do you believe it possible? Would you spare your enemies? Li Yi scoffed. Certainly not. I would never leave an enemy alive. I would send their entire family to hell. Jean Bing shook his head resolutely. Let us proceed, Mr. Jean Bing. In your next life, be more discerning and avoid provoking those who are beyond your reach. With that, a laser beam shot from his eyes, piercing directly through Jean Bing's brain. To be continued. Chapter 30. Subjugation. After Li Yi killed Jean Bing, he turned his gaze towards the target eye. Now that your boss is dead, you have also exerted your last effort for him. So what do you say? Care to join me? He spoke these words while his eyes glowed with a yellow light. Should the target eye refuse, the laser would obliterate his brain. No matter how he fortified himself with adamantium, could it withstand the searing heat of the laser? The target eye, sensing the gravity of the situation, knelt half-heartedly before him. Boss, from this day forth, I shall be your most loyal subordinate, your sharpest blade. Ha ha ha, splendid. There is an ancient saying in the distant East. The wise are those who recognize the times. As long as you follow me diligently, I shall not treat you poorly. Li Yi replied with satisfaction. Boss, how should we deal with these people? The target eye gestured towards Jean Bing's subordinates, who lay on the ground, wailing. Ow. It hurts so much. My lord, please do not kill us. We are still of use. My lord, I can be your servant. I beg you. Spare my life. The subordinates of Jean Bing hastily pleaded for mercy. Target eye, do you think I should eliminate them? Li Yi hesitated momentarily and turned to the target eye for advice. Boss, these individuals are the core members of Jean Bing's organization, holding a wealth of secrets about his criminal empire. If you wish to swiftly take over his empire, you might consider sparing their lives. The target eye suggested. Then, let us spare them for now. Li Yi mused, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding to let them live. Their future fates would depend on their subsequent behavior. Thank you, boss. From now on, your commands shall be the essence of my existence. We shall obey you without question. Upon hearing that Li Yi would not kill them, the group hurriedly pledged their loyalty. Boss, should we send them to our hospital? Their legs seemed to be. The target eye hesitated. We have a hospital? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. No, it's a hospital funded by Jean Bing, as his men often sustain injuries and require treatment while avoiding the scrutiny of those pesky authorities. Hence, he invested in several large hospitals, ostensibly for charitable purposes. How ironic that a crime lord, stained with the blood of many, is actually considered a prominent philanthropist. That won't be necessary. I will tend to their injuries myself. Boss, you know medicine? The target eye exclaimed in surprise. The juxtaposition of Li Yi's recent display of lethal prowess with that of a healer seemed too incongruous. Just watch. Without further explanation, Li Yi slowly extended his hand towards the group sprawled on the ground. The power of the talisman expelled all external forces, activating in an instant. A beam of white light emanated from Li Yi's palm. The injured leg of the person lying on the ground healed in a flash, and the bullet was expelled from the limb as if by magic. The method of striking with a stick and then offering a carrot is not only effective for training rabbits, but can equally apply to humans, those so-called superior beings. This is a miracle. Could our leader be a deity? I not only feel my injured leg healed, but my long-standing rheumatism has also vanished. It is truly astonishing. The group hurriedly rose and then knelt before Li Yi, singing his praises. Enough, enough. As long as you all work diligently, I assure you, you will not be treated unfairly. Li Yi waved his hand to dismiss them. Target eye, after Jean Bing's demise, do you wish to take his place and become the second Jean Bing? Li Yi inquired, casting a glance at Target Eye. Boss, I absolutely have no such intentions. Target Eye quickly knelt down to express his loyalty. Rest assured, I harbor no doubts about you. It is merely that I lack interest in such matters and have decided to entrust everything to you. Do you have the confidence to handle the legacy he left behind? Li Yi lifted Target Eye, patting his shoulder to convey his trust. Jean Bing's influence was immensely vast. He was not only the underground ruler of New York City, but also linked to 40% of criminal activities across the nation. Jean Bing had maintained his position for over a decade, and even if Li Yi did not eliminate him, his reign could last for 60 years. His subordinates had been under his control for many years, their allegiance to the underground regime deeply ingrained in their being. With a slight modification of Jean Bing's power, Li Yi could inherit a significant portion of the American underground network, becoming the new emperor of the underworld. Unfortunately, Li Yi was disinterested in such ambitions. He preferred to remain a recluse, which is why he intended to elevate Target Eye to the forefront, while he would only clear the obstacles in their path. Anyone who opposed him or his superhuman allies would face a singular fate: death. Boss, I am truly grateful for your trust. However, I cannot do it. Target Eye shook his head. Why? Li Yi frowned. Hadn't he given Target Eye the opportunity to shine and prove his worth? Why was he now refusing? Could it be that the tactics of striking first and then sweetening the deal, as described in the novels of his previous life, were ineffective in this case? Li Yi was experiencing the consequences of his naivete. After all, he was merely an ordinary person in his past life, with no chance to engage with such matters. Though now endowed with formidable power, he remained a novice in experience. He did not consider that Jean Bing was the true king of the underworld, whereas Target Eye was merely a seasoned enforcer. Even with Jean Bing's demise, those who once bowed to him would not necessarily submit to Target Eye or to the one who vanquished Jean Bing, even if that individual were a powerful superhuman. Jean Bing, though tyrannical, fierce, and brutal, possessed methods, vision, and status that I could hardly rival. The criminal codes he established had been in effect in America for over a decade, and the denizens of the underground world had adapted to his rule, but would certainly not acclimate to mine. Now that Jean Bin is deceased, I lack the authority to directly command his subordinates. I sincerely apologize, but if you wish to seize control of Jean Bin's territory, I fear that it may take over a year to accomplish your task, explained the eye of the target. Li Yi pondered, stroking his chin. In reality, he summoned the system. System, as a vessel of talismanic power, can I bestow this power upon others? Ding. Query in progress. Affirmative. The system responded positively. Incredible. Li Yi marveled. He soon returned to the present. Seeing that Li Yi had not responded for a while, the eye of the target feared that the boss was displeased. Breaking into a cold sweat. Eye of the target, if I were to grant you powers akin to mine, how long would it take you to take over Jean Bin's empire? To be continued. Chapter 31. Bestowal boss, do you mean? The eye of the target inquired, astonished by Li Ye's words. Quite literally, how much time would you require to rule over Jean Bin's empire with my powers? Li Yi reiterated. It turned out that Li Yi had previously inquired of the system about the talismanic power, which he could completely control and replicate for others. Notably, it is replication, not division. Thus, Li Ye's original strength would remain unaffected, and he would not weaken by sharing his power. Moreover, this replication is unlimited. Li Yi could bestow the talismanic power to as many individuals as he wished, even to all 7 billion inhabitants of Earth. Li Yi alone embodies a legion of superhumans, similar to the Monkey King's external manifestation of divine abilities, with the distinction that the Monkey King uses his hair as a medium, while Li Yi must utilize living beings as vessels. This means that not only humans, but any living creature can serve as a conduit for Li Yi's talismanic power. Imagine it, 7 billion superhumans. Not even Thanos could contend with such a force. Even celestial beings capable of obliterating planets would fall before them. At that point, Earth would achieve true equality, devoid of distinctions of status, wealth, or poverty, realizing a world of unity. Of course, this equality would exclude Li Yi himself, who would remain exalted as the protagonist. This realization is what left Li Yi astounded. Furthermore, those who acquire Li Yi's talismanic power could have it revoked at any moment, ensuring no concern for rebellion. If Li Yi possessed such grandeur, he could indeed realize the aforementioned harmonious world, but he does not harbor such noble ideals. The fates and sentiments of others are of no concern to Li Yi. Only those who are useful to him, or whom he cares for, will receive his power, and even then, only for a limited time, depending on Li Yi's disposition. For instance, the eye of the target is currently deemed useful. Boss, are you saying you can make me as strong as you? The eye of the target gasped, excitement evident in his breath. That is one way to interpret it. Li Yi replied casually, unwilling to elaborate further. Boss, if I become as strong as you, I can subdue all those defiant leaders within a month, or even in just half a month, and once again unify the empire of Jean Bin. Target, I confidently proclaimed. Very well, I shall grant you half a month. During this period, you will possess a fraction of my power. Li Yi replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to bestow upon Target I the abilities of gravitational manipulation, the immortality of the dog talisman, the piercing gaze of the electric eye, and the strength of the ox. Li Yi extended his hand, and 4 beams of light swiftly shot from his fingertips, merging seamlessly into Target Eye's being. Despite his instinctive attempt to shield himself. Boss, what just happened? Target Eye inquired, astonished. Do not be alarmed. I merely transferred my power into you. Li Yi reassured him. Power? I feel an overwhelming force within me. Target Eye exclaimed, astonished. I have granted you 4 abilities: the control of gravity, the laser gaze, immense strength, and immortality. Li Yi succinctly explained. Now, demonstrate your newly acquired powers. Yes, boss. Target Eye responded eagerly. First, gravity. Following Li Yi's instructions, he slowly ascended from the ground, soaring into the air and darting about like a giant infant reveling in a new toy, entirely disregarding Li Yi's previous command. Target Eye, did you not hear my order? Li Yi asked, frowning at Target Eye's reckless abandon. With a thud, Target Eye plummeted to the ground, kneeling in submission. I am so sorry, boss. Having just acquired such formidable power, it was understandable for him to momentarily lose himself. However, Li Yi hoped this would be the last occurrence. If you dare defy my commands again, I will not hesitate to replace you. He replied coldly. Yes, yes, boss. I promise there will not be a next time. Target Eye assured, humbled by Li Yi's stern words. It is essential to balance benevolence and authority to maintain loyalty among subordinates. Furthermore, upon realizing the extraordinary capabilities granted by the talisman, Li Yi no longer regarded Target Eye with the same significance. Even a fool, bestowed with such powers, could become superhuman. Thus, why concern oneself with the loyalty of subordinates? Proceed. Yes, boss. Target eye responded nervously. Now, showcase your laser gaze. Target eye's eyes began to glow, unleashing a beam of yellow light that swiftly pierced through a thick wall, creating two small openings. Next, demonstrate your immense strength. Target eye approached the colossal marble desk, undoubtedly weighing over a ton. He grasped the corner with ease, lifting it effortlessly. Lastly, for the demonstration of immortality, Target eye hesitated momentarily, but in a show of loyalty, he resolutely drew a dagger from his waist and aimed it at his vulnerable neck. Though it is a passive ability, it can still be forcibly activated. Crack! The dagger plunged entirely into the throat of the target, yet not a drop of blood emerged. I am unharmed. This immortality is nothing short of miraculous, the target exclaimed, pulling out the dagger in astonishment. Rest assured, with these formidable powers, I shall undoubtedly seize control of the Gene Bin Empire. Bear in mind, these abilities will only last for half a month. Whether they will be granted to you again depends on your performance. Li cautioned. Understood. The target replied reluctantly. Had I known, I would have requested a month's duration. The sensation of possessing power was simply exquisite. Alongside his excitement, the target's reverence for Li Yi grew immensely. To wield godlike strength and bestow it upon others was akin to a divine being. Previously, the target had never believed in any deities, let alone those of organized religions. Yet now, he held faith solely in his leader, the Superman. If a god truly existed in this world, it must be the Superman. To be continued. Chapter 32, The Lottery. Boss, since we are a brand new force poised to supplant the Gene Bin Empire, shouldn't we adopt a new name? The target suggested. A name? I hadn't considered that. Li Yi mused, stroking his chin. Let us call ourselves Dawn. The Dawn. After much contemplation, Li Yi borrowed the name from the antagonist organization in the Naruto world, deciding any alterations could be addressed later. Dawn is indeed a splendid name. The target eagerly praised. Though inwardly he pondered, Dawn? Could it be that the boss harbors ambitions of world domination? Let us not get sidetracked. Introduce me to the industries under Gene Bin's command. Li Yi inquired. Yes, boss. The target elaborated on the businesses controlled by Gene Bin, primarily encompassing gambling, usury, narcotics, extortion, and a plethora of other illicit enterprises. Beyond the shadowy dealings, Gene Bin also invested in finance, real estate, healthcare, and owned several hospitals, nightclubs, and even shares in major newspapers, in addition to honorary positions at prestigious universities. Thus, it could be said that Gene Bin's enterprises straddled both the legitimate and the underworld. Upon hearing about the drug trade, Li Yi furrowed his brow. Having been born in an ancient land, he understood the perils of narcotics better than anyone and harbored a deep-seated disdain for them. Target, other businesses may proceed as usual, but cease the drug trade. I have no desire to meddle in it, Li stated calmly. But boss, this is our most lucrative industry. If we halt it, we will not only incur significant losses, but also provoke those suppliers. The target hesitated. If we lack sufficient funds, then seize from rival factions. If this city is inadequate, extend our reach to the entire nation. Should anyone dare to challenge us, eliminate them and their forces. I have endowed you with such formidable abilities. What is there to fear? Li Yi expressed his displeasure. However, my esteemed leader, those factions are backed by influential officials. Should we take action against them, it would be tantamount to confronting the American government itself. Fear not, I shall bear the consequences, Li Yi remarked nonchalantly. To oppose the American government? He was utterly unconcerned the moment he rendered General Ross into a vegetative state. At worst, it would merely lead to war. But what weapons does the American government possess that could challenge Li Yi? Nuclear bombs? Lasers? Or the fabled space-based weaponry? With the power of the rabbit talisman, Li Yi could approach near light speed. No weapon requiring human control could ever hope to strike him. With the powers of the dog and horse talismans, even Wolverine's regenerative abilities would seem trivial before Li Yi, as being struck directly by a nuclear bomb would amount to little more than a mere tickle. Yet, if they were to initiate an attack, how could they contend with Li Yi's wrath? If that dark egg were to summon Captain Marvel from the cosmos, or if a certain bald woman intervened, Li Yi might find himself in a spot of trouble. Yes, boss. The targets I could only respond helplessly. Boss, what do you wish to do next? We have several nightclubs in our industry. Take me to see them. I want to assess the atmosphere, to determine if it meets the guests' expectations. Li Yi stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, you speak wisely, boss. Hearing Li Yi's words, the target's eye smiled knowingly. Without delay, he arranged for a luxurious sports car to escort Li Yi to the most opulent nightclub. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Identify and eliminate the mastermind behind the conspiracy against you. Task reward, 1 lottery draw. Task completion time, 1 day. Task evaluation, perfect. The host currently possesses 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use it? As Li Yi was on his way to the nightclub, the system suddenly emerged, inundating him with a flurry of messages that left him utterly bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had indeed completed his task. Li Yi was filled with anticipation regarding this lottery draw. The novice gift pack had bestowed upon him the formidable power of the talisman, and he wondered what marvels awaited him this time. System, initiate the lottery. Li Yi commanded. Yes, host. The system responded promptly. Before him appeared a grand spinning wheel, densely populated with an array of items, totaling an astonishing 12,652. Amongst the diverse offerings were cultivation techniques from the realm of immortals, body refinement methods from the fantastical world, the laws of fire, the laws of time, scion bloodlines, the essence of Pangu, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the open heaven axe, and many more, all dazzlingly displayed, causing Li Yi to salivate. He even spotted the Infinity Stones exclusive to the Marvel Universe. Acquiring any one of these items would render him invincible. The pointer began to spin rapidly, moving so swiftly that even Li Yi, enhanced by the talisman power, could scarcely perceive it. As the pointer gradually came to a halt, a radiant light emerged from the wheel, transforming into a scroll. Congratulations, host, for drawing the esteemed ninjutsu, the multi-shadow clone technique, from the world of Naruto. What? Upon seeing this, Li Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It is not that the multi-shadow clone technique is of inferior quality, but when compared to the treasures he had just glimpsed, it scarcely qualifies as trash. Had he drawn it upon his arrival in this world, he would have been immensely grateful. However, with his newfound talismanic powers, what use does the multi-shadow clone technique hold for him? The stark contrast left Li Yi feeling profoundly unsettled. Host, this is a normal occurrence. It is impossible to draw desirable items every time. Life, after all, is seldom perfect. Your previous acquisition of 12 talismanic powers was a stroke of luck. Typically, one does not draw such a well-rounded ability on the first attempt. The system consoled him. Typically? Are you implying that there are others who possess a system? Li Yi immediately seized upon the key phrase in the system's words, responding with a question. Indeed, the system affirmed. I am not the only one. Li Yi's composure faltered. He had always believed himself to be unique, but now the system revealed that others also wielded systems, which filled him with dread. Encounters among traversers are not merely nostalgic reunions. They often culminate in a life-or-death struggle. Given the finite resources, including women, traversers typically find themselves in adversarial relationships. A conclusion Li Yi had drawn from novels in his previous life. Moreover, the existence of other traversers stripped him of his foresight into the future, heightening his anxiety. Do not worry, host. Other systems are dispersed across countless realms, and it is virtually impossible for hosts to encounter each other. In this Marvel universe, you are the sole host. The system elucidated. Ah, I see. You should have mentioned that earlier. You nearly gave me a fright. Li Yi retorted. We have arrived. Just as Li Yi and the system were engaged in their banter, the target's eye interjected. Very well, let us descend. Li Yi replied. To be continued. Chapter 33. The arrival of Daredevil at Tony Stark's villa. Clang, clang. The sound of relentless hammering echoed from the basement. Sir, you have been working for 3 consecutive days without rest. If this continues, it may pose a threat to your life. Jarvis urged. Almost done. Just a bit more. And my latest model of the armor will be complete. That insufferable Li Yi dared to claim my Iron Man suit is a child's toy. I shall certainly show him otherwise at our next meeting. Tony responded while brandishing the hammer in his hand. At that moment, Tony's face was scruffy, his hair greasy, presenting an image far from that of a wealthy heir, resembling more a vagabond. After a while, the hammering finally ceased. At last, it is finished. Tony exclaimed triumphantly. Sir, congratulations. Jarvis chimed in with enthusiasm. Thank you. Jarvis, have there been any significant messages during these 3 days? Sir, within this time frame, Miss Pepper left you 32 messages. Little Pepper, what does she want from me? Sir, among Miss Pepper's 32 messages, 20 are requests for your signature on documents. The remaining 12 express concern for your well-being. Jarvis replied. It seems Little Pepper cares for me. Tony chuckled. Although both he and Pepper harbored feelings for each other, they had yet to address the unspoken tension between them. By the way, Jarvis, has there been any significant news recently? Indeed, sir. 2 days ago, a terrorist attack occurred at the mall, resulting in nearly 1,000 hostages taken captive. Just as the police were at a loss, Superman appeared, ultimately being honored with the title of City Star of New York. Jarvis succinctly recounted the recent events. What? Such a monumental incident, and you failed to notify me. It's disgraceful that scoundrel Li Yi is basking in the limelight. Tony expressed his dissatisfaction. Sir, I did remind you. However, you chose to disregard it, Jarvis responded. You should persistently remind me until I acknowledge it. Sir, someone is approaching. Just as Tony continued his tirade, Jarvis interjected. Oh, Who is it? Tony inquired, puzzled. Apologies, sir. My database lacks the relevant information. Never mind, let us go see. Sir, I recommend you tidy up your appearance. Among the visitors is a lady. And it would be disrespectful to present yourself in such a manner. Jarvis, I don't need to, for I am simply too handsome. Any woman who sees me will be captivated. Tony boasted. However, despite his words, he began to straighten himself up. Standing at the villa's entrance were a striking red-haired woman and a bald man with an eye patch, none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, and the director Nick Fury. Boss, with Superman having cured Tony Stark's illness and considering Stark's proud demeanor, the recruitment mission may prove challenging, Natasha hesitated. Just do your best with the recruitment. Our primary objective is to convey the politician's demands to Superman through Tony Stark without inciting Superman's ire. Nick Fury replied. Understood. Let us hope Superman remains. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, Lee stretched languidly, pushing away the limbs of two women clinging to him like an octopus. He then made his way to the poolside to swim. Moments later, a hotel attendant presented a lavish breakfast before him, which Lee began to savor leisurely. Last night went well, I presume? The bullseye approached with a beaming expression. Quite well, I am satisfied with your arrangements. Lee replied nonchalantly. Has the assimilation plan commenced? Yes, the power you bestowed upon me is unparalleled. No one stands a chance against me. Last night, I eliminated the local gang leader and replaced him with one of our own. Bullseye grinned. At this rate, in just half a month, your reputation will echo throughout the underworld. I care not for fame. My sole concern is profit. Lee remarked coolly. By the way, arrange for me a comfortable residence. With his newfound power, the villa that had once been a source of extortion from S.H.I.E.L.D. was now rendered obsolete. Indeed, replied Hawkeye with respect. Afterward, he withdrew, allowing Lee to continue savoring life. This must be the secret hideout of Kingpin. A figure clad in a tight red suit stood atop a nearby building, quietly observing the edifice where Lee resided. It was none other than Daredevil, whose true name was Matt Murdock, one of Kingpin's sworn adversaries. Kingpin, this time I shall bring you to justice, Daredevil murmured. Unaware that Kingpin had perished at Lee's hands the previous night, he then removed a baton from his waist and pressed a button on it, causing the tip to launch forth, connected by a long steel cable of special material. The tip secured itself firmly to a distant pole, allowing Daredevil to swing across, oblivious to the monstrous fate that awaited him. To be continued. Chapter 34. Daredevil's Torment. Daredevil swiftly swung to the building where Lee was. Kingpin, you won't escape this time. For my father, and for all those you've wronged, he murmured. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Hawkeye. The two instantly recognized each other, locking eyes in a tense standoff. You? The one who continually disrupts our plans. Hawkeye exclaimed, realizing the situation. Daredevil, caught, wasted no time. He drew a slender vial from his waist, uncapped it, and hurled it at Hawkeye. A dense cloud of smoke erupted from the vial, a concoction specifically designed by Daredevil to incapacitate Kingpin and his minions. He promptly distanced himself from the smoke. A large quantity of ethanol. You think to use such a feeble substance against me? Utterly naive. Hawkeye scoffed, swiftly advancing toward Daredevil, generating winds that dispersed the fog. What? Daredevil could only gasp before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Look what I've caught, Hawkeye exclaimed, tossing Daredevil before Lee as if discarding refuse. What is this? It looks somewhat familiar. Lee pondered aloud. This fellow is the one who frequently sabotaged our schemes, calling himself Daredevil. Hawkeye replied. So it is him. Where did you capture him? He must have infiltrated our building from somewhere, and I just happened to encounter him. Wake him up. I wish to see his intentions. Very well, Hawkeye said, then delivered a few swift slaps to Daredevil's face, causing it to swell instantly. It seemed Hawkeye had suffered considerably at the hands of Daredevil before, and this was his retribution. Where am I? Daredevil gradually regained consciousness. I remember now, this is Kingpin's hideout. He leaped to his feet in alarm, surveying his surroundings. There, on the sofa, sat a handsome Asian youth, with Hawkeye beside him. Who are you? Where is Kingpin? Bring him out, Daredevil shouted. Jean Bing is dead, and his empire has crumbled. Now, only Dawn remains, Lee replied indifferently. What? Jean Bing is dead? The news left Daredevil utterly astonished. Indeed, it was I who did it. How can this be? Jean Bing is dead. You must be deceiving me, right? Huh. Do I need to deceive a worthless fool like you? The nearby Bullseye interjected. Bullseye, since you are here, it is certain that Jean Bing has truly met his demise. Daredevil said, lost in despair. I invested so much time to bring Jean Bing to justice, only for him to die at your hands. Which means you have usurped his position. One could say that. I will not permit another Jean Bing to arise, nor will this city. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps the judge will consider leniency for your confession. Daredevil asserted firmly. Wahaha. As soon as Daredevil finished speaking, Bullseye burst into laughter. Lee cast a casual glance in his direction. Forgive me. I simply couldn't hold it in. This guy is too amusing. Bullseye chuckled while stifling his laughter. I am not jesting. If you do not surrender, I shall have no choice but to take action, Daredevil said, furrowing his brow. Kid, have you been struck silly? Have you forgotten how you were just defeated? Bullseye cracked his knuckles. I remember now. It was you, Daredevil said nervously, assuming a defensive stance. Don't kill him, Lee remarked casually, taking a sip of his drink. He is merely an unenhanced blind man. No matter how skilled, he is but the pinnacle of an ordinary human. Weaker than Captain America, and facing Bullseye, who wields for mystical powers, is tantamount to courting death. Understood, let us engage in some fun, hee. As Bullseye approached, Daredevil swiftly drew his baton, extending it and sweeping it toward Bullseye. Thud. The long staff struck Bullseye, producing a sharp sound, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Are you merely tickling me? Bullseye scoffed. He then seized the staff, yanking it towards him, delivering a knee strike to Daredevil's abdomen. Oof. Daredevil clutched his stomach in agony, collapsing to the ground. Is that all? Bullseye, feeling unsatisfied, kicked Daredevil's legs twice. Crack. Ah. Daredevil screamed in torment, convulsing on the ground. His legs were visibly mangled. Clearly broken. That will suffice. Lee waved his hand, signaling Bullseye to cease. He then approached Daredevil and crouched down before him. Can we converse properly now? Impossible. Bullseye is not that strong. Daredevil gasped through the excruciating pain. That is something you need not concern yourself with. Answer my questions thoroughly. And perhaps in a moment of kindness, I may consider sparing you. Daredevil remained silent. What was your purpose in infiltrating my building? Lee asked, disregarding Daredevil's condition as he posed his inquiry. I have discovered that this is the hiding place of Daredevil, and thus, I intend to capture him, replied the fearless hero. In the face of the terrifying dichotomy between life and death, the Daredevil ultimately chose to succumb. However, he did not anticipate encountering me, Lee added. Truly, this police and criminal game is insufferably tedious. Target, take him away, but do not kill him. Also, find a doctor to treat his leg. A blind man already evokes pity. If his leg is broken, he would be utterly incapacitated. Lee waved his hand nonchalantly. He bore no personal animosity towards Daredevil. There was no need to kill him. Moreover, this individual was accompanied by a host of loyal allies, such as Iron Fist and the Punisher. If he were to eliminate him, that group would undoubtedly seek revenge, and Lee had no desire to eradicate them all. After all, he held a certain admiration for some of them, particularly the Punisher, who upheld a philosophy of retribution, far superior to the no-kill code of Batman. He even contemplated the possibility of recruiting some of those he found agreeable to form a sort of unjust league in the future. Conversely, he found individuals like Batman utterly uninteresting, even considering them to be somewhat deranged. However, this was merely his personal opinion. He had no intention of employing the power of charms to heal him, deeming it an appropriate price for this intruder's recklessness. How did you know? Daredevil exclaimed in astonishment. Lee chose to ignore him and resumed sipping his drink. Indeed, Target was unconcerned with such matters, hoisting him by the shoulders and escorting him out. A blind man. The renowned Daredevil is blind? As they reached the elevator, Target repeated his previous thoughts. Could it be that the one who had defeated him so many times was actually blind? Though reluctant to accept it, the truth resonated within him. Growing increasingly incensed, he found a corner and unceremoniously tossed Daredevil to the ground. What do you intend to do? Daredevil asked anxiously. Allow me to see who you really are. How could I have been defeated by a blind man? With that, he removed Daredevil's mask, revealing an exceedingly familiar face. You are that lawyer? The blind one. Target exclaimed in shock. I have repeatedly lost to a blind man. Damn it. Without further ado, he began to strike Daredevil's face. Smack. Crash. Daredevil instantly spat forth a copious amount of blood. Damn it, you blind fool. Target unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Daredevil, intent only on ensuring the man's survival, as long as he did not kill him. After a prolonged assault, leaving Daredevil on the brink of death, Target finally ceased his attacks. He then retrieved his phone and made a call. This is Target. Prepare an emergency ambulance immediately. I have a patient in dire need of assistance. To be continued. Chapter 35. S-H-I-E-L-D recruits Tony at Tony's villa. Hello, beautiful. Who are you? Do I know you? Tony commanded J-A-R-V-I-S to open the door, welcoming two unfamiliar visitors. Greetings, Mr. Stark. We are affiliated with the National Security Agency, S-H-I-E-L-D. I am Natasha Romanoff, and this is our director, Nick Fury. Natasha introduced. S-H-I-E-L-D. What is that? I've never heard of it. Tony poured himself a glass of wine and reclined on the sofa, sipping leisurely. The two observers noted his demeanor without any visible reaction. As a professional agent, one ought to remain devoid of emotion during missions. It was not unusual that Mr. Stark had not heard of them. SHIELD is a covert division of the government, accountable to the United Nations, tasked with monitoring global anomalies to uphold world peace and stability. Natasha succinctly outlined the agency's responsibilities to Tony. Stop. Spare me the details. I abhor such discussions. Just reveal your intentions. Tony interjected with impatience. Mr. Stark, your intellect and brilliance are unparalleled across the globe. We wish to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks in the pursuit of global harmony, one of them proposed, exchanging glances with Nick Fury. Huh? Join you in maintaining world peace? Tony scoffed, echoing their words. Isn't that precisely what I am already doing? Why would I need to join you? Mr. Stark. Perhaps I did not fully elaborate earlier. SHIELD is, Natasha began. No need to elaborate. If that is your objective, I kindly request you to leave. Tony Stark, will not affiliate with any organization. He interrupted decisively, observing Tony's resolute stance. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before retrieving a laptop and opening a folder. Mr. Stark, you may not be aware that SHIELD was originally known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. And what of it? Tony inquired, perplexed. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was established during World War II, and among its founders was your father, Howard Stark. Here are the original documents, Nick Fury stated, pushing the laptop toward Tony. My father? Tony accepted the computer with skepticism. When did he get involved in all this? He exclaimed, astonished as he perused the information. Howard Stark was a patriotic scientist who made remarkable contributions to the nation's victory during World War II. Nick Fury recounted, detailing Edward Stark's legacy. That old man kept everything from me. Tony murmured, Mr. Stark, this is, after all, a matter of national security. And thus Howard could not. I'm not referring solely to this matter. Do you think revealing this is an emotional appeal? You've miscalculated. Even if my father was a founder of SHIELD, what does it matter? I refuse to tread the same path as he did. I possess my own methods. Tony declared, unable to forget his father's neglect, as Edward's presence in his life was scarce, even absent from his graduation ceremony. After further attempts at persuasion, recognizing that Tony remained obstinate, they realized their recruitment efforts were futile and shifted their approach. Mr. Stark, since you are reluctant to join us, we shall not press the issue. However, our doors will always remain open to you. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to reach out, Nick Fury offered, providing a contact number. You might be waiting a long time. Tony casually tossed the business card onto the table. Mr. Stark, we have another question. Are you acquainted with Superman? Superman? I suppose one could say I know him, albeit barely. Why do you ask? Tony replied nonchalantly, revealing no intention of disclosing Superman's identity. Despite the fact that rascally Yi was somewhat deserving of a beating, he had, after all, saved Tony's life. Barely acquainted? Mr. Stark, according to our records, Superman has indeed saved your life. Is that merely a casual acquaintance? Nick Fury chuckled. How do you know about my poisoning? Tony inquired, puzzled. Mr. Stark, please do not underestimate our intelligence division. We are, after all, a global organization, and your recent behavior has been quite peculiar. Nick Fury responded. Never mind. What did you just say? What do you mean by saving my life? Even without that rascal, I could have developed an antidote myself. He merely expedited the process. And I certainly paid a hefty price for it, Tony retorted defiantly. Mr. Stark, the matter at hand is exceedingly crucial. If not handled properly, it could result in significant casualties. Nick Fury interjected with a serious expression. Upon hearing Fury's grave tone, Tony too adopted a serious demeanor. Though he often presented a carefree and reckless facade, he certainly possessed a sense of responsibility when it mattered. Fury then proceeded to explain the discovery of Superman's extraordinary ability to heal all ailments. The politicians wished for Superman to cooperate with relevant personnel to uncover the secrets of this power for the betterment of humanity. However, as you are aware, given Superman's disposition, such a request could lead to a veritable bloodbath. Are these politicians insane? Tony exclaimed immediately. Having regarded Superman as an adversary, he had diligently studied his powers, observing the battles against the Hulk and Magneto through his satellites. Tony was all too aware of the extent of Superman's strength. Even the combined might of Earth's weaponry at this stage could scarcely inflict harm upon him. To provoke such a formidable entity was akin to lighting a candle in a restroom, a death wish. They likely believed Superman would acquiesce to their demands out of a sense of duty, yet they were woefully ignorant of the true nature of this Superman. He was not the benevolent hero of comic lore, but rather a cold-blooded killer. You cannot be suggesting that I approach Superman about this matter. Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Stark, you are our only hope, as you are currently the one most familiar with Superman. Fury insisted. Absolutely not. I would never engage in such a foolish endeavor. Tony shouted as he rose to his feet. Mr. Stark, please. Natasha, seated beside him, attempted to interject. J-A-R-V-I-S. Show them out. Tony commanded, cutting her off. Yes, sir. 2 guests, please. J-A-R-V-I-S. responded, opening the door. Very well, we shall take our leave. Nick Fury said with a dark expression, leading Natasha out of Tony's villa. The task has utterly failed. To be continued. Chapter 36. Visitors from the Mutant School. Must I approach Superman with such a request? Is this not a perilous endeavor? Tony, with trepidation, placed his hand upon his chest. Sir, the gentleman Nick Fury has just sent a message. Shall I display it? Jarvis inquired. What message? Let us see. Very well, sir. A virtual screen materialized before Tony, revealing a video, a recording of his father, Howard Stark. Tony, my greatest creation has always been you, my son. Following the video's prompts, Tony located the future city blueprint left by his father. The plan has once again failed. What shall we do next? Natasha remarked, steering the vehicle. These so-called superheroes possess lofty ambitions. Recruiting them is no simple task. Let us return to headquarters. Just then, Nick Fury's communication device began to beep. This is Nick Fury. Director, this is Coulson. Came the voice on the other end, his capable assistant. What is the matter? Director, our team has discovered that individual in Antarctica. The instruments indicate he still exhibits life signs. Coulson stammered, clearly exhilarated. Calm down. My apologies, Director. I mean, Captain, we have located Captain America in the Arctic. He is alive. What? Nick Fury was taken aback. We must return immediately. Since seizing control of the Gene Bin faction, Lee had completely succumbed to decadence. Grasping a fine bottle of red wine, surrounded by alluring, voluptuous women, he reveled in the vices of capitalism. Darling, I never expected you to have such an exquisite physique, exclaimed a red-haired beauty, caressing Li Ye's chiseled abs in admiration. Not only is your body remarkable, but you are far more handsome than those so-called stars, chimed in a blue-eyed beauty, feeding him fruit with a smile. Li held one of them close. In addition to these pleasures, I excel in another domain. What might that be? The red-haired beauty queried, puzzled. This, he replied, as a melodious cheer resonated softly. Several hours later, after his workout, Li took to the streets alone to unwind. Living a life where one could do as they please was indeed comfortable. Gazing at the distant, slowly descending sun, he mused. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures approached, a man and a woman. The woman had silver hair and an alluring figure, while the man sported black hair and peculiar glasses. They seem remarkably familiar. I wonder who they are. Li chuckled. Recognizing their unmistakable features, he greeted them. Mr. Li, greetings. I am Aurora, and this is Scott. We hail from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The two were none other than Storm and Cyclops from the X-Men. A pleasure to meet you. Li replied courteously, unfazed by their awareness of his whereabouts. To the professor, there exists no individual he cannot locate. He possesses the remarkable ability to navigate through the memories of countless souls, effortlessly identifying those he seeks. However, when it comes to certain exceptional beings, the professor's powers prove futile, and among these unique entities is Mr. Li Yi. Surely, Mr. Li Yi is aware of the origins of his abilities? Indeed. I am a Kryptonian, having arrived on Earth to absorb the energy of its yellow sun, Li Yi jested. Ah, Mr. Li Yi, you certainly possess a sharp wit. In truth, we share a kinship, endowed with similar powers. There is no need for concealment between us. Storm chuckled. You must recall my battle with Magneto. I made it abundantly clear then that I am not a mutant. Li Yi asserted. Afraid to admit it? Is your identity as a mutant a source of shame for you? Interjected Cyclops, who had remained silent until now. I have stated my position. I am not a mutant. Li Ye's tone grew frigid, clearly displeased with Cyclope's comments. Unable to accept your own identity, yet you dare to claim the title of Superman? You pale in comparison to the Superman of the comics. That title was not self-bestowed. It was assigned to me by the public. I have no desire to be a Superman. Li Yi retorted, feeling that his powers were being squandered in this discourse. Enough, Scott. Storm interjected hastily, attempting to quell Cyclops' relentless provocations. As Cyclops continued to challenge him, Li Ye's frustration mounted. With a sudden burst, a streak of yellow lightning struck the ground by Cyclope's feet. Are you out of your mind? If you do not silence that foul mouth of yours, I shall gladly tear it from your face. Li Yi warned coldly. He had always been the one to hurl insults. He would not tolerate being on the receiving end. What do you intend to do? Cyclops exclaimed, retreating several paces. hastily adjusting his glasses, which glowed ominously red. Cease this at once. Scott, have you forgotten our mission? We did not come here to fight. As tensions escalated, Storm intervened swiftly. Humph, Cyclops scoffed, lowering his hands. Mr. Li Yi, I sincerely apologize. It is our fault. Scott has a rather irritable temperament. I hope you can forgive him. Perhaps he should refrain from venturing out if he is unwell, Li Yi remarked dismissively. Should a confrontation occur, he could eliminate Cyclops hundreds of times within a mere second. Hearing Li Yi's words ignited Cyclops' indignation, prompting him to retaliate. Scott, Storm shouted, preventing Cyclops from acting on his impulse. Mr. Li Yi, our intention is to extend an invitation for you to visit our school. We would be honored to have you. She proposed. Li Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Meeting the professor, a rather amiable gentleman, and experiencing the presence of other mutants seemed worthwhile. I shall pay a visit. Li Yi replied. Excellent. Mr. Li Yi, please follow us. With that, Li Yi accompanied Storm and Cyclops to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, an institution dedicated to the training and nurturing of mutants. At the entrance stood several figures, one of whom was seated in a wheelchair. The gleaming bald head was particularly striking. It was the professor. Welcome, child, he said. To be continued. Chapter 37, Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, a mysterious institution located in New York City, is known to very few, primarily the elite. This is not an ordinary school. It is an establishment dedicated solely to mutants. Its headmaster is Charles Xavier, affectionately referred to as the Professor, a great leader of mutants who has devoted his life to fostering peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. This school was established on land bequeathed by the Professor's family. In today's world, there exist only 2 Class 4 mutants, possessing immensely powerful abilities, capable of obliterating all 7 billion humans in an instant when equipped with specialized devices. The reason the American elite permitted such a mutant academy to exist in New York City is due to the Professor's formidable capabilities. However, should any issue arise with the Professor, they would not hesitate to take action against the institution. To them, the Professor and his associates are merely pawns used to balance the threat posed by Magneto, disposable once their utility has been exhausted. The Professor's ideals could even be described as Navi. This is evident in Logan, where humanity resorts to introducing suppressive agents into food to inhibit mutant powers, showcasing the failure of the Professor's philosophy. Welcome to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. I am Charles Xavier, the Professor said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with joy as he regarded his fellow mutant. The Professor was naturally delighted by the arrival of Li Yi. The strength Li Yi exhibited surpassed even that of a Class 4 mutant, having already bested his former ally, Magneto. If guided correctly, he could become an additional force for maintaining world peace. Although the Professor was puzzled as to why his abilities seemed ineffective on this young man, he could still glean superficial insights into Li Yi's character through his telepathic prowess. To the Professor, despite Li Yi's somewhat mischievous tendencies, he fundamentally appeared to be a good person. The mischievous tendencies refer to a penchant for physically asserting dominance over others. Professor, it is an honor to meet you, Li Yi replied. Standing beside the Professor was a poised and elegant mature woman with short brown hair. Despite this being their first encounter, Li Yi instantly recognized her as Jean Grey, currently the world's only Class 5 mutant. He could sense the immense hidden power within Jean Grey, causing the energies within him to stir restlessly. Jean Grey, also known as Phoenix, possesses the ability to read others' minds and exert control over them, as well as the capacity to access multiple consciousnesses. Another of her abilities is telekinesis, which allows her to manipulate various objects, create energy barriers, fly, and generate rapid shock waves by stimulating thermal molecules. One of the hosts of the Phoenix Force, she possesses the most exquisite manifestation of this power ever recorded. With the Phoenix Force, she can soar through the skies, unleash shockwaves resembling the fiery bird, and even bring the deceased back to life. When the Phoenix Force reaches a certain magnitude, it can obliterate both soul and matter at an atomic level. However, this formidable power is inherently uncontrollable, leading Jean to develop a malevolent persona fueled by brutality and bloodlust, perpetually yearning to consume her primary identity. Should this persona succeed, Jean would transform into a mere instrument of death. For many years, Jean's safety has been ensured by Professor Xavier, who brought her to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters when her powers first manifested in childhood. He created a mental cage to seal away the Phoenix Force and her darker self. Yet, as time progresses, the Professor's seal has weakened, while the Phoenix Force grows increasingly volatile, threatening to break free one day in a cataclysmic eruption. Nevertheless, Jean remains the kind-hearted individual she has always been, blissfully unaware of her dual nature. Hello, I am Jean Grey, she greeted with a warm smile, extending her hand. Hello, Dr. Grey. I have read your papers presented at the National Congress, and I am fortunate to have perused some of your work, replied Li Yi, shaking her hand. Oh, you have read my papers? We should discuss them. I heard you attended university. Jean exclaimed. Imperial State University. Your work on biodiversity and other topics has greatly influenced me. Li Yi responded. The system had crafted an inspiring backstory for him. Raised in an orphanage, he had persevered through hardship to attend one of America's premier institutions. The same university as Spider-Man. Nearby stood a short man with a rugged beard, who, noticing Li Yi's gaze, boldly introduced himself. I am Logan, though most call me Wolverine. I just arrived here. Li Yi, I know you, the recently renowned superhero. I've heard of your prowess. We should spar sometime. Logan chuckled. Absolutely. Li Yi replied graciously. Wolverine, born Logan, possesses the abilities of slowed aging and regeneration, with retractable claws that are razor-sharp. In the 1980s, he participated in the Weapon X program led by William Stryker, during which his bones were infused with adamantium, replacing his bone claws with indestructible steel. This enhancement further amplified his abilities, enabling him to withstand the devastating storms of Jean's Phoenix Force for several seconds. Though he appears youthful, his true age surpasses even that of the Professor, having been born in 1832, making him over 200 years old. An unfortunate incident involving an adamantium bullet to the head caused him to lose his previous memories, leading him to join the X-Men at Professor Xavier's invitation. After the cordial introductions, the group proceeded inside. Many mutant students gazed curiously at Li Yi, who at that moment was not wearing his superhero glasses. Among them, some fans of television had already recognized him and quickly informed the others that the young man before them was none other than the recently celebrated superhero. Superman. Look over here. It's Superman. A girl exclaimed, reminiscent of a starstruck fan encountering her idol. Superman, you are so handsome. Could you please give me your autograph? Superman. May I hug you? I am your devoted fan. I have joined your fan club. The girls excitedly surrounded Li Yi, with some even daring to stealthily touch his arm and abdominal muscles. Humph, what's so impressive about him? He's merely fortunate to have awakened such formidable powers, remarked a few boys nearby, feeling envious of the attention Li Yi received from the girls. Everyone take your turn, don't crowd. Be careful. Li Yi adeptly managed the enthusiastic fans. The number of admirers he faced was trivial compared to what he had experienced in the past. Soon, every girl had received Li Yi's autograph and departed with contented smiles. However, in a corner stood a girl hesitating, torn between the desire to approach and the fear of doing so. Noticing her, Li Yi strode directly toward her. As she saw him approaching, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Hello there. Li Yi greeted her. Hello, Superman. The girl replied softly. What is your name? I'm Anna, but everyone calls me Mischief. Li Yi thought to himself, so it's you. The Mischief character from the comics, and the one portrayed in the films, whose real name was Anna Marie. Her ability allowed her to absorb memories and powers through physical contact, which explained her earlier reluctance to approach. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Yi. He introduced himself, extending his hand. No, we cannot touch. I might harm you. Mischief exclaimed, stepping back in fear, clearly aware that her abilities had caused harm before. I'm different. Your powers won't affect me. Li Yi replied with a smile, and before Mischief could react, he grasped her hand. No, she protested, struggling anxiously. Wait a moment. See, nothing has happened. Huh, why are you unharmed? Mischief asked, perplexed. Because I am Superman. To be continued. Chapter 38. The Journey to the Academy. Are you the angel sent by heaven to save me, Mr. Superman? Can we be friends? Haha, of course. And since we are friends, just call me Li Yi. He chuckled. I finally have a friend. Thank you. Li Yi, Mischief said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once, she had a happy family, and her parents treated her lovingly. But all of that shattered on that fateful day. On the day she returned home from school, she was followed by a strange man who attempted to harm her. In her panic, she awakened her powers, and when her hands touched the man, she instantly drained the life energy from him. When she looked at him again, he had already lost all signs of life. In a state of panic, the young rascal hurried home to recount her experiences to her parents, only to be met with a shocking response. They called her a mutant, a monster, and even threatened to cast her out. Heartbroken, she left her home to wander the streets, eventually being discovered by companions from the Mutant Academy, who led her to their haven. Despite finding camaraderie, she felt profoundly alone, devoid of friends. The reason lay in her powers, which she could not control. Any contact with her would drain the individual's abilities or life force. Consequently, she harbored a deep resentment for her abilities and her identity as a mutant. Just when she believed she would spend her life in solitude, a courageous boy named Li Yi appeared, illuminating her darkness like a radiant beacon. He engaged her in delightful conversation, entirely disregarding the presence of others. until a soft cough from Qin interrupted them. Realizing her prolonged interaction with a boy had caused her to blush, she felt a rush of embarrassment. It was her first lengthy conversation with a male. Little rascal. We have a few matters to discuss. Could you perhaps wait before chatting with Li Yi again? Qin suggested with a knowing smile, recognizing the girl's shyness. Of course. My apologies, Teacher Qin. I'll take my leave, she exclaimed, covering her face as she dashed away. The group continued along the cobbled path deeper into the academy. Li Yi, you certainly have a way with the ladies. Logan chuckled. What can I say? It's just my natural charm, Li Yi remarked, stroking his hair with a self-satisfied grin. You really are full of yourself, Logan retorted. If you shave that facial hair, you might attract a crowd of older women. Shave my beard? Absolutely not. Before long, they arrived at an ancient, quaint building, elegant in its appearance, with orderly laid Eastern glazed bricks adorning the exterior, forming a stunning mosaic. Upon entering, they were enveloped in classical beauty. The professor invited Li Yi to sit, and the two began to converse. Li Yi, now that we are alone, could you tell me when your abilities first manifested? The professor inquired gently, presuming, like Magneto, that Li Yi was a mutant. After all, most individuals who awakened superpowers were mutants, with only a select few exceptions, and the distinction rested on the presence of specific genes. Professor, to be frank, I am not one of your kind. What I possess is not a superpower, but magic. Li Yi responded. Magic? The professor echoed, puzzled. Huh. Even if you wish to deny your identity as a mutant, there's no need to fabricate tales of magic. There is no such thing in this world. Are you trying to fool a toddler? Before Li Yi could reply, Cyclops interjected with a scoff. Is there not? Do not embarrass yourself with your narrow-mindedness. Although Li Yi was unaware of the reasons behind this individual's incessant antagonism towards him, he firmly adhered to one of his life principles. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them, but should they wrong me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. He retorted without reservation. What did you say? The Cyclops erupted in fury. What? You dare to dispute my assertion of your ignorance? He continued. Tell me, do you know of Camartage? Are you familiar with the Sorcerer Supreme? What on earth are you rambling about? If you have never even heard of these, how can you claim that magic does not exist? You are not only ignorant, but also a self-righteous fool. Li Yi persisted in his verbal onslaught. Upon hearing the names Camartage and the Sorcerer Supreme, a glimmer of recognition flickered in the professor's eyes, prompting him to interject and quell the escalating dispute. Enough, Scott. Yes, Professor. Though reluctant, Cyclops complied, yet his gaze remained filled with animosity directed at Li Yi. The reason for Cyclops' consistent hostility towards Li Yi stemmed from his dissatisfaction with him. During the confrontation with Magneto, Li Yi had indiscriminately slain nearly 100 mutants. Though they were all under Magneto's command, they were still mutants, evoking a sense of empathy from onlookers. Consequently, Li Yi's actions had understandably incited Cyclops' disdain. Later, when Storm proposed inviting Superman to the Academy, Cyclops vehemently opposed it. His girlfriend, Jean, however, sided with Storm, much to Cyclops' dismay. Ultimately, the professor acquiesced to Storm's suggestion, further aggravating Cyclops. When tasked by the professor to extend an invitation to Superman, Cyclops encountered an unpleasant incident, as Superman had threatened him, which only intensified his dissatisfaction with this so-called hero. Li Yi, although I am unaware of the conflict between you two, I must apologize for Scott's discourteous behavior. Professor, there is no need for that. I truly am not bothered, Li Yi replied, though inwardly he contemplated seizing the opportunity to deliver a severe blow to this scoundrel, ideally blinding him in the process. You mentioned Camartage and the Sorcerer Supreme. How do you know of these? The professor inquired, puzzled. I saw them, Li Yi responded. Saw them? I possess an ability akin to the mythical all-seeing eye from Eastern lore. As long as I am within this planet's bounds, I can perceive whatever I wish to know. Li Yi was not entirely misleading about the capabilities of his system. Such a remarkable ability. The professor marveled. Are you aware of this, Professor? Indeed. I stumbled upon it inadvertently within the memories of certain individuals, and I was astounded to discover the existence of a silent guardian protecting Earth from malevolent forces from other dimensions. What are you two discussing? Storm inquired, perplexed. Everyone else was left in a fog, utterly oblivious to the conversation's direction, as it seemed to deviate from the topic of Li Yi's mutant status. Nothing of consequence. The professor chuckled, shaking his head with an air of dismissal. You claim your power is magic? You lack our unique genes? Indeed, Professor. Though I am uncertain as to why you all persist in mistaking me for a mutant, I assure you, I am not. Li Yi replied. It appears that we have indeed misunderstood. The professor sighed. Although you are not one of us, since you are here, do take the opportunity to explore this esteemed institution. To be continued. Chapter 39, The Challenge of the Fireman. Despite realizing that Li Yi was not of his kin, the professor chose to retain Li Yi and prepared a sumptuous dinner in his honor. Li Yi had initially expected a mere gathering of a few high-ranking mutants, but to his surprise, dinner at Xavier's Academy was a collective affair. This was reminiscent of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Harry Potter, where large groups congregated to share their evening meal. In America, dinner holds significant importance, often serving as the occasion for gatherings among friends or business meetings, typically arranged for the evening, thus resulting in lavish feasts. In honor of their guest, Xavier's Academy laid out an impressive array of culinary delights, fresh fruits and juices, fish soup, salads, with an assortment of desserts including cakes, fruit tarts, cookies, and ice cream. The main courses featured steak, pork chops, roasted beef, chicken, shrimp, ham, and lamb chops, accompanied by vegetables, bread, butter, rice, and noodles. The food and tableware were neatly arranged, allowing guests to partake at their leisure. For Li Yi, who relished meat, these Western dishes were particularly appetizing. However, should certain animal rights advocates catch sight of this feast, protests and complaints would likely ensue. The students sat orderly in their places, enjoying dinner, although a few mischievous boys managed to sneak in some illicit drinks. They were quickly caught by the instructors and received a stern reprimand, as American regulations regarding underage drinking are quite stringent. Li Yi sat quietly at his place, sipping his drink while observing the jovial scene, finding it immensely entertaining. The memories of campus life were nearly faded in his mind, yet the opportunity to relive them felt remarkably nostalgic. A little imp sitting at a nearby table kept glancing over, prompting Li Yi to raise his glass in acknowledgement, which caused her to blush and lower her head. Just as Li Yi was becoming engrossed in the moment, a group suddenly encircled him, taking seats beside him without initiating conversation, whispering amongst themselves. Enhanced by the power of spells, Li Yi easily overheard their murmurs, which suggested they were there to cause trouble. "Do you have something to say?" Li Yi inquired. At his words, the group exchanged glances but hesitated to approach him. Finally, one scruffy young man, unable to contain himself, impulsively leaped forward after having a bit to drink. "Are you the so-called Superman?" "Indeed I am. And who might you be?" Li Yi responded with keen interest. "I am John Ellardeus, also known as Fireman." "Ah, so it's him," Li Yi thought to himself. Fireman, a minor character from the Warrior Police. The ability to control fire, yet unable to conjure flames independently, leaves one perpetually clutching a lighter, a stark contrast to the formidable Iceman, a friend endowed with Omega-level potential. With a fiery temper and prone to anger, his abilities are lamentably lacking. Originally part of the Academy, he betrayed them to join Magneto's ranks. Such a weakling would pose no challenge for Li Yi, who could effortlessly dispatch 100 of them. Contemplating this, Li Yi smirked disdainfully. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just recalling some amusing thoughts. So, Fireman, do share your intentions. They say you've slain many, even among our kin." "Indeed. They were all minions of Magneto, sent to capture me, and I simply eliminated them with ease," Li Yi remarked nonchalantly, showing utter disregard for the lives of those he had ended. "You bastard." Fireman seethed, not only incensed by the slaughter of his kin, but also because he idolized Magneto, believing that mutants represented the next stage of human evolution, superior to humanity itself. This conviction had led him to defect from the Academy to Magneto's side. "Do you seek revenge for them?" Li Yi chuckled. "Are you brave enough to meet me in the square tonight? I challenge you to a duel." Fireman retorted, his words brimming with aggression. "A duel? How intriguing. I accept," Li Yi replied, intrigued by Fireman's audacity, welcoming the challenge as it was he who had instigated the confrontation. "Humph. Let us go," Fireman declared, leaving with his companions. "Li Yi, what were you discussing with them?" asked Storm, Ororo, approaching with curiosity. "Nothing much, just sharing a jest." Li Yi shrugged and smiled. "Is that so? Care for a drink?" Ororo inquired, shaking the bottle of liquor in her hand with a grin. Li Yi's gaze was drawn to Ororo, her silver hair, sun-kissed skin, azure eyes, rosy lips, and the flush of her cheeks from inebriation stirred something within him. "Absolutely," he replied with a smile. "Would you share your story with me?" "My story? Indeed. I'm quite eager to learn about you," she said, playfully pressing her finger against Li Yi's well-defined chest. "Very well. I hail from the distant planet Krypton. When it exploded, my parents sent me to Earth, where the radiation from the yellow sun has made me extraordinarily strong. What I wish to hear is the truth. How you sculpted such an admirable physique," Ororo said, her fingers tracing over Li Yi's 8-pack abs. "Oh, it's a matter of perseverance and discipline, with a touch of luck," Li Yi laughed. "Luck? What sort of luck?" "For instance, encountering a beautiful lady and striving to win her heart through diligent training. And how do I measure up? Extremely alluring. You possess a wild beauty that compels one to conquer. Then let me bestow upon you a bit of luck." With that, Ororo leaned in to kiss Li Yi. He reciprocated without hesitation, blissfully uninterrupted. After a lingering moment, their lips parted. "How about I embark on something intriguing?" "Most willingly." taking advantage of the absence of others. Li Yi swiftly enveloped Aololo in his embrace and vanished. Under Aololo's guidance, they soon arrived at her chamber. Bang! Upon entering, Li Yi forcefully shut the door behind him. Ah, do not cease your vigor. The room soon echoed with intermittent cries. The struggle persisted well into the late hours of the night, only ceasing when Aololo, utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber. Li Yi had decisively shattered the adage that only the weary ox perishes, for the only ox that succumbed was a mere mortal one, while Li Yi embodied a celestial beast capable of annihilating worlds. In the aftermath, he leisurely ignited a cigarette. Truly, the heights bring a chill, he mused, gazing at the silvery moonlight streaming through the window. Meanwhile, on the square, the fireman and his entourage waited all night, yet Li Yi's presence eluded them. This scoundrel toys with us. Just you wait. To be continued. Chapter 40. The fireman's challenge continued the following morning. Sunlight filtered through the window. In the bed lay a couple entwined in slumber, the disheveled room seemingly narrating the tale of the previous night's battle. The two were none other than Li Yi and the storm woman, Aololo. After a night of exertion, Li Yi had settled down to rest here, dismissing the fool who had lingered in the cold wind for an entire night. As the bright sunlight warmed his face, Li Yi gradually opened his eyes and stretched languidly. With the power of the dog talisman, he was not required to sleep and felt no fatigue. However, habits cultivated over years are not easily discarded. Perhaps Li Yi's movements were too vigorous, rousing Aololo beside him, who slowly opened her cerulean eyes. Good morning, my dear. You were truly formidable last night. Aololo chuckled. Hee. It was primarily your allure. Li Yi replied. Neither seemed to dwell on the events of the previous night, understanding it was merely a mutual exchange of needs. Having weathered many storms, they had long surpassed the stage where a mere kiss could lead to fervent passions. The two continued their casual banter as they completed their morning routines and ventured out for breakfast together. Upon seeing the pair walking side by side, onlookers displayed amused expressions. Li Yi, you are truly impressive. Just one day here, and you've already captivated a mentor from our school. Logan whistled and laughed. Keep it low-key, low-key. A handsome face is beyond control. Logan, if you were to shave off that facial hair, you might also attract numerous older ladies seeking companionship for a spring night. Do you have a problem with my beard? Indeed. I wish to help you remove it. Ha ha. Their playful teasing provoked hearty laughter from the crowd. Soon, breakfast concluded, and the professor arranged for Qin to guide Li Yi on a tour of the school. The professor's decision caused Laser Eye to grind his teeth in frustration. Casting a fierce glare at Li Yi, unfazed, regarded him as nothing more than a jester. This narrow-minded individual deserved to be outshone by Logan. The school was quite expansive. A complete tour on foot would take over an hour. Is this where we hold our classes? Qin led Li Yi into a spacious classroom, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals without feeling congested. At the front, a semicircular lectern stood, surrounded by an array of advanced technological instruments designed to enhance students' learning experiences. Qin, I am quite curious about the main subjects taught at your school, Li Yi inquired, puzzled. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and other subjects commonly found in standard educational institutions. Our curriculum is quite similar. However, we have added courses aimed at helping students familiarize themselves with their abilities, as well as practical combat training, Qin replied. Subsequently, Qin guided Li Yi through the cafeteria, playground, and dormitories, which were largely comparable to those in other American schools. They then arrived at a circular open-air structure. Upon entering, Li Yi witnessed a group of individuals unleashing their unique powers, including water manipulation, electricity generation, and flight, showcasing a variety of extraordinary abilities. The most captivating sight was at the center, where two individuals stood. This is our training and combat arena, Qin smiled, introducing the venue. Today's duel features John and Robert. John is the fireman, while Robert is the Iceman. Robert Louis Drake, known as the Iceman, possesses formidable superhuman abilities, capable of generating temperatures as low as -76 degrees Celsius within seconds, and even approaching absolute zero. He can freeze the moisture in the surrounding air to form ice, controlling its shape to create simple objects such as shields, slides, and various cold weapons. Furthermore, he can combine the molecules within his body with water sources to achieve instantaneous movement, and he can manipulate both internal and external temperatures without inflicting harm upon himself. His powers far surpass those of the fireman, ranking him as an Omega-level mutant, though the Iceman himself seldom utilizes his abilities, capable of even freezing atomic motion when unleashed. Go for it, John. Defeat him. The supporters of the fireman and Iceman shouted fervently, igniting an electrifying atmosphere. Robert, did you hear that? They are all my supporters. You should surrender quickly. The fireman declared with confidence. Is that so? Why do I hear my name being called? If anyone should concede, It's you. You wouldn't want to catch a cold, would you? The Iceman retorted defiantly. Since you refuse to concede. Prepare to face my attack. The fireman exclaimed, producing a lighter to ignite a flame. In an instant, a large fireball erupted from the lighter, hurled forcefully towards the Iceman. The Iceman swiftly extended his hands, conjuring an ice wall that solidified before him. Boom. The fireball collided violently with the ice wall, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped the surroundings. Robert, this isn't over yet. The fireman shouted, conjuring another fireball to launch at his opponent. The Iceman, undeterred, placed his hands on the ice wall, causing it to shatter and transform into sharp ice spikes, which he controlled to shoot towards the fireman. Boom. The fireball and ice spear collided, enveloping the surroundings in a mist of vapor once more. The two engaged in a playful skirmish reminiscent of children throwing objects at each other. Li Yi observed this spectacle and couldn't help but shake his head. What's wrong? Qin inquired, puzzled. These two are utterly inept in wielding their abilities. The fire user is one thing, but the ice user's power is being squandered in such a manner. Oh, how do you think it should be utilized? Qin asked, intrigued. In my view, the ice user should focus on developing their powers, honing their control skills. Li Yi expounded passionately. Qin listened intently, clearly convinced by his insights. Li Yi, with your extensive knowledge of combat, have you considered becoming their mentor? Me? A mentor? I think not. Their conversation reached the ears of the fire user below. He abruptly looked up, recognizing the speaker as the one who had humiliated him the previous night. Momentarily halting his actions and neglecting to defend against the ice user's assault. An ice spear narrowly grazed his face, and by the time he reacted, a streak of blood marred his cheek. Cold sweat broke out on the fire user's brow as he realized how close he had come to death. John, what are you dawdling for? If I hadn't altered my trajectory just now, you would have been finished. The ice user scolded, ignoring the ice user. The fire user glared at Li Yi with palpable fury, leaving Li Yi bewildered by his sudden hostility. I challenge you. The fire user shouted, pointing at Li Yi. What? Who is that? He looks oddly familiar. Wait, could he be a superhero? The fire user's voice drew the attention of everyone present towards Li Yi, and soon, some recognized his identity. You dare challenge me? Li Yi asked, perplexed as he pointed to himself. Indeed, do you have the courage? The fire user continued to provoke. John, what are you doing? Li Yi is a guest invited by the professor. Qin interjected. Professor Qin, I know this esteemed individual is a recently renowned superhero. It would be an honor for him to guide us. The last remark was directed at Li Yi. Qin, is that acceptable? Li Yi inquired. While he could easily descend and teach the fire user a lesson, this was, after all, someone else's territory, and he felt it necessary to respect the host's wishes. Then it settled. Qin pondered for a moment before consenting to the fire user's challenge. To be continued. Chapter 41. The battle with the fire user. Oh, John, give him a good beating. John, use your powers to turn that brat into a bald head. Don't let him walk off the stage standing. The boys in the arena rallied overwhelmingly in support of the fire user, likely because Li Yi had captured the attention of the girls they admired. Superhero, go for it. Superhero, superhero, so handsome. Superhero, teach that fool a lesson. Conversely, the girls fervently cheered for Li Yi. Thank you, everyone. You are the best, I love you. Li Yi waved and smiled. Oh, superhero. The girls screamed in excitement. Enough, let us get started. Listening to the cacophony of shouts, the fiery figure beside him could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Huh. You seem rather eager. Li Yi chuckled, then beckoned to the fire wielder. Come forth. How dare you look down upon me? Perish. The fire wielder cried, igniting a lighter that instantly conjured a massive fireball, hurling it towards Li Yi. Such an attack is hardly commendable. Do you think this is a child's play? Li Yi retorted disdainfully, delivering a powerful punch that extinguished the fireball in an instant. Nanny. The outcome left everyone present in sheer astonishment. Superman is so cool. The girls shrieked, captivated by Li Yi's display of might. Impossible. How could my fireball be extinguished by mere wind? The fire wielder exclaimed in disbelief. I refuse to accept this. In a flash, he conjured several large fireballs to hurl at Li Yi once more. Huh. With such a fragile psyche, you would have perished countless times in a real battle. Li Yi scoffed, swiftly erecting a gravitational barrier that halted all the fireballs in their tracks. With a flick of his wrist, the fireballs were sent hurtling back towards the fire wielder. No, 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 stop. The fire wielder spread his arms wide, exerting all his strength to counter the incoming assault. Ultimately, the fireballs ceased their advance, halting just within 30 centimeters of him. Just as he exhaled in relief, Li Yi rapidly closed the distance between them. Enough of this. Lay down, he commanded, delivering a swift kick to the fire wielder's abdomen. Cough, cough. The fire wielder collapsed to the ground, clutching his midsection in agony. This was only due to Li Yi's restraint. Had he exerted his full strength, That kick could have obliterated him entirely. Is this it? The battle concluded far too swiftly for everyone's astonishment. Superman! 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 The girls chorused in unison as realization dawned upon them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Li Yi replied with a smile. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the entrance, where Storm and Cyclops were seen escorting the professor, who was clapping enthusiastically. What a splendid battle. Have a few of you take him away. The professor instructed a group of towering male students. Yes, the fire wielder was swiftly carried away. Li Yi, your abilities are truly formidable. It is no wonder that even Eric succumbed to you. The professor remarked in admiration. Eric, of course, referred to Magneto. Ha ha, professor. You flatter me. Li Yi humbly responded. I merely took advantage of a student. Just then, a sardonic voice cut through the air. Li Yi did not even need to look to know who it was. Cyclops, who had always been at odds with him. Would you care to test that? Li Yi replied with a cold smile. Huh, do you think I would shy away? Cyclops shot back. Professor, is that acceptable? Li Yi turned to the professor for confirmation. Scott, you? The professor frowned, perplexed by Scott's transformation into this brash persona. This is hardly the demeanor befitting a leader. The professor originally intended to entrust the school to Laser Eye upon his retirement, envisioning him as his successor. However, Laser Eye's recent performance has left him profoundly disappointed. If there's to be a battle, count me in. Storm suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yi. Whatever. Li Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Although the combat prowess of these mutant leaders was formidable, Li Yi found it quite effortless. Jean, you should join in as well. Even Eric was defeated by Li Yi. You must remain vigilant. Yes, Professor. Jean nodded in agreement. Hey, how could a fight happen without me? A voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. It was Logan, the Wolverine, who swaggered confidently towards the group. You all should go at it together. Li Yi, be wary of your arrogance. Storm chuckled. Aurora, I am brimming with confidence. Li Yi replied with a self-assured smile. Thus, it was decided that Li Yi would confront the three mentors of Xavier's school and a gluttonous interloper. Observing the mentors preparing to unite against the superhuman, those on the fighting stage instinctively vacated the area, clearing a substantial space. Li Yi stood alone on one side, while the four opponents lined up on the other. Li Yi, I've longed for a chance to face you, Logan exclaimed, clenching his fists as his adamantium claws extended ominously. What are you waiting for? Li Yi beckoned to Logan. Damn you, Li Yi. Your arrogance will be your downfall. With that, Logan lunged forward. Wait, Logan! Storm shouted urgently from behind, but Logan paid no heed. In an instant, he was before Li Yi, his adamantium claws aimed menacingly at him. Li Yi swiftly extended his hand and seized Logan's claws. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. What? Barehanded? Logan gasped in disbelief. Is that all you've got, Logan? Li Yi chuckled. Damn it. Logan struggled fiercely, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Blood oozed from the connection between his claws and hand, yet he remained steadfast. Support Logan. Storm cried out, then leapt into the air, invoking the power of lightning. The sky darkened ominously as a bolt of lightning, thick as a thigh, struck fiercely towards Li Yi. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the lightning to strike him directly. While Li Yi remained unharmed, Logan was left charred and tattered, his clothing in shambles from the electrical onslaught. This was Logan. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been reduced to ashes within moments. Li Yi showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick that sent Logan crashing into the wall, embedding him firmly within it, unable to escape. Just as Li Yi contemplated his next move, he suddenly felt an unknown force restraining him. Glancing sideways, he saw Jean with her hands pressed against her temples, straining to unleash her powers. Hurry and attack. His strength is immense. I can barely hold on. Jean shouted desperately. In truth, Li Yi did not exert himself. He merely tested the waters. Had he truly unleashed his strength, the instrument would likely have been left bloodied and collapsed on the ground. Upon hearing the words from the instrument, Laser Eye placed his hand upon his glasses, his eyes emanating a dazzling light. Suddenly, a fierce red laser shot forth towards Li Yi. You think you are the only one who can do this? I can too. The electric gaze is formidable. The power of the pig talisman has been unleashed. A yellow beam erupted from Li Yi's eyes, clashing against the red laser. The two beams held their ground for less than 2 seconds before the yellow ray began to push back the red one. What? Laser Eye exclaimed in shock. Get out of the way, Scott. The instrument shouted. Just as the ray was about to engulf Laser Eye completely, Li Yi abruptly looked up at the sky, causing the beam to shift its trajectory upwards. In an instant, it sliced through the clouds above. Witnessing such terrifying power, those present stared wide-eyed, rendered momentarily speechless. To be continued. Chapter 42. The Duel with the X-Men 2. Is this the true strength of a superhuman? It is utterly terrifying. Had that attack been directed at the ground, the entire school would likely have been cleaved in two. A superhuman is indeed a personified calamity. Everyone, in awe of this formidable display, found themselves in stunned silence. Scott, are you all right? The instrument inquired, looking at Laser Eye, who was sprawled on the ground in shock. At that moment, Laser Eye's complexion was pale. He had narrowly escaped death. Oh dear, are you all right? Li Yi feigned concern with a smirk. I thought you were strong. So I exerted a bit of force, but it seems you are much weaker than I anticipated. This is all my fault. I'll be more careful next time. You bastard. I will kill you. Laser Eye roared in fury. Enough, Scott. You are no match for Li Yi. Let this be the end of it for today. The professor interjected. But professor, he nearly killed me. Laser Eye protested, unwilling to relent. That is not the case, Scott. Just now, Li Yi showed you mercy. And you should be grateful for his restraint. The instrument advised. Her intentions were good. She aimed to highlight the vast disparity in strength between them and Li Yi. However, her words inadvertently ignited Laser Eye's wrath. To him, it felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, only for his girlfriend to refuse to defend him, standing instead alongside his adversary. Indeed, Laser Eye's animosity toward Li Yi had escalated to that of a sworn enemy. Li Yi, I will surely kill you today. Laser Eye bellowed, then pressed his hand against his glasses, adjusting the power to its maximum. Laser Eye's glasses, crafted from special materials, aided him in controlling his abilities more effectively. When he first awakened his superpowers, he struggled to manage them, resulting in continuous emissions of laser beams that caused considerable damage. It was then that Beast from the X-Men had fashioned these glasses to assist him. This pair of glasses can adjust the power, size, and shape of the laser beams according to his will. During a past mission, he once utilized these laser beams to assist a companion in performing a surgical incision. The capabilities of Cyclops are tremendously formidable. The film has, in fact, downplayed his powers. In the comic, he is even able to penetrate an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers using his abilities. Although his prowess is not as overwhelming in this world as depicted in the comics, it should not be underestimated. At this moment, he has set the power to maximum, evidently preparing to eliminate Li Yi in one fell swoop. Scott, do you truly intend to stop? The professor, well aware of Cyclops' abilities, shouted urgently in an attempt to intervene. But regrettably, it was too late as Cyclops had already unleashed his power. A brilliant beam of red light erupted from Cyclops' eyes, swiftly hurtling towards Li Yi. Li Yi, quickly dodge. Jean cried out in alarm upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Dodge. Li Yi scoffed with disdain. He had yet to test the limits of the combination of the dog talisman and the horse talisman, and now the opportunity had presented itself. He did not flinch or evade, instead choosing to confront Cyclops' attack head-on with his chest. Boom. The beam struck Li Yi, resulting in a tremendous explosion that instantaneously enveloped the surroundings in thick black smoke, obscuring everyone's vision. The entire combat arena was affected, shaking violently. Hold on tight. Be careful not to be struck by falling debris. I'm about to fall. Someone help me. Students nearby lamented incessantly. After a while, the black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. At the center of the arena lay a massive pit, continuously emitting black smoke. Positioned similarly to Cyclops, Jean and Aurora were not significantly impacted. Ha ha. You bastard die? Cyclops cackled maniacally at the sight of the vast pit, seemingly bereft of reason. Reason? How can you expect me to be rational? The one I love, Jean, the one I care for, does not speak up for me. How can you tell me to be rational? This was the turmoil within Cyclops' heart. Scott, why have you become this way? This is nothing like the you I know. Jean expressed her disappointment upon witnessing Cyclops' state. Li Yi is dead. Aurora remarked somberly as she gazed at the enormous pit. Though she had shared only a fleeting night with Li Yi, she harbored a distinct affection for the young, handsome, strong, and humorous man. Superman is dead. My Superman. He is a murderer. The girls nearby, witnessing the scene, believed their idol had been slain and yelled frantically at Cyclops. Among them, a mischievous girl who had arrived at the scene was sobbing uncontrollably. The only one who was unafraid of her powers is dead. The only one who was willing to befriend her is gone. In an instant, all eyes turned accusatorily toward Cyclops. Instantly, Cyclops became flustered, panicking. He was just an outsider. Not even of our kind. Hey, what are you all talking about? At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged, drawing everyone's attention to Li Yi, who stood before the pit unscathed. Aside from the absence of his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, he bore no injuries whatsoever. Even his hairstyle remained unchanged. How far off was that? Li Yi mused regarding the attack from Cyclops. He conservatively estimated that to inflict harm upon his formidable body, one would need to bathe at the very center of a nuclear explosion. Perhaps the instantaneous temperature exceeding that of the sun's core might cause a slight injury, akin to losing a drop of blood from a total of 10,000. But in less than a millionth of a second, he would likely recover. As for radiation, such a thing only affects the weak. Are you alright, Li Yi? Aurora asked, astonished. Such an attack would require another 20,000 years to even scratch me. Li Yi scoffed. Look everyone, Superman is still alive. Superman truly is the strongest. The girls in the vicinity erupted in unison, chanting his name. Little Mischief, wiping her tears, repeatedly exclaimed, this is wonderful, simply wonderful. Impossible. How could you be completely unharmed? Cyclops, astonished, stammered. Heh, now it's my turn. Li Yi said with a cold smile as he approached Cyclops. What do you intend to do? Cyclops stuttered, collapsing in fear and calling for Jean's assistance. Unexpectedly, Jean turned her face away, clearly expressing her utter disappointment in Cyclops. Tell me, how should I proceed? Should I poke out your eyes or break your legs? Li Yi asked with a sinister grin. Please no, don't. Someone help me. Aurora, Professor, Logan. Cyclops begged as he crawled backward. But who could withstand the wrath of an enraged Superman? What a pitiful creature. Li Yi stepped in front of Cyclops, placing a foot upon his chest. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Cyclops pleaded in agony. Li Yi paid him no heed. Instead, he increased the pressure, intensifying Cyclops' suffering. Li Yi, could you let him go? Just as Cyclops was on the brink of being crushed, a voice interjected. It was the professor. This indicated the professor's remarkable emotional intelligence. He chose to speak not while Cyclops was begging, but at this critical moment. This approach allowed Li Yi to vent his anger while ensuring that Cyclops would not be killed. Professor, save me. Cyclops gasped, enduring the pain. Silence. Li Yi commanded. Professor, I showed him mercy earlier, yet this scoundrel dared to ambush me. Fortunately, my abilities are quite unique, allowing me to escape death. Had it been anyone else, their remains would have turned to dust by now. Does Xavier's Academy still uphold any sense of justice? Li Yi frowned. Li Yi, I understand that Scott acted wrongly, but he has followed me for many years. Could you perhaps let him off the hook for my sake? The professor implored, his expression earnest. Li Yi bowed his head in contemplation. Given the professor's sincere plea, it seemed somewhat unreasonable to take Cyclops' life now. Moreover, the esteemed Xavier Institute graciously extended an invitation for him to visit, providing him with delightful hospitality. However, the wretched Laser, I was merely being obstinate. And such courtesy must be acknowledged. In light of this, I shall grant you this favor, Professor. Li Yi nodded affirmatively. I am profoundly grateful. The professor exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, beneath Li Yi's feet, Laser Eye breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he was spared from death. Yet, the moment he heard Li Yi's next words, a wave of anxiety washed over him once more, for mistakes must be met with consequences. What do you intend to do? Laser Eye stammered in panic. I have always had a penchant for pork. Thus, I shall transform you into a pig. Li Yi sneered. With that, he extended his hand towards Laser Eye, and a beam of white light erupted from his palm, activating the power of the monkey talisman. The radiant beam accurately struck Laser Eye. What have you done to me? Laser Eye gasped in terror. No sooner had he uttered those words than his body began to swell, rapidly transforming into a rotund figure that tore through his clothes. His ears elongated and grew larger, while his nose gradually morphed into the shape of a pig's snout. After a series of transformations, a living, plump, white pig, adorned with peculiar glasses, materialized before everyone. The onlookers were instantly astounded by this miraculous spectacle. To be continued. Chapter 43. Tony's troubles witnessing Laser Eye's transformation into a hefty pig. The crowd was utterly astonished. A human had inexplicably turned into a pig? This was simply beyond belief. The capabilities of a superhero are truly formidable. To provoke him would indeed be a fate worse than death. The young men present gazed at Li Yi with expressions of apprehension. How marvelous. Is this magic? The superhero is incredibly impressive, knowledgeable in all things, even magic. He truly deserves to be my idol. Superhero. Superhero. Oh my God. I want to bear your children. The young ladies were captivated by Li Yi's extraordinary abilities, shouting their declarations of admiration. Li Yi, what have you done? The professor's face darkened as he regarded the grunting, hefty pig before him. Professor, we are no longer children. One must face the consequences of their actions. Li Yi chuckled. Will he remain like this forever? Jean, unable to suppress her compassion, inquired. Rest assured, it should last approximately 3 days. During this time, I kindly request that you keep a close watch on him. Should any unforeseen incidents occur, it would be quite the predicament. Just 3 days? That is manageable. Jean sighed in relief, unaware of the torment that awaited the inhabitants of Xavier Institute over the next 3 days. With the situation having escalated to this extent, Li Yi lost interest in continuing his tour of Xavier Institute. Amidst the commotion, the crowd dispersed, while Li Yi turned to make his way toward the mischievous one. Hey, don't just chat away. Can someone please dig me out? Logan, who was still embedded in the wall, lamented helplessly. Li Yi, Are you truly leaving? The mischievous one clung to Li Ye's arm, unwilling to let go. He was her first and only friend here, and she simply could not bear to part with him. There is no way around it. Although I wish to linger here for a few more days, the situation has escalated to such a degree that remaining would only bring discomfort to everyone involved. Li Yi lamented. The turmoil with Xavier's academy was not part of his design. Although he had no specific plans, the outburst of laser eye was indeed unforeseen. Had he chosen to show mercy, a more favorable conclusion might have been reached. However, Li Yi has always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. He had spared laser eye for the sake of the professor's reputation, but if he did not impose some consequence, his own sense of fairness would be compromised. Thus, he harbored no regrets about transforming laser eye into a pig. Can you take me with you? The mischievous girl pleaded. What? Li Yi was taken aback by her words. I have no friends here. You are my only friend. If you leave, I will be all alone, she implored, her eyes brimming with tears. My dear, while I wish I could take you along, being by my side is fraught with danger. Many individuals and forces are conspiring against me, Li Yi responded helplessly. In truth, this was merely an excuse. If he truly wished to bring her with him, he could easily duplicate his abilities for her benefit. What danger could possibly threaten a female superhero? His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid the complications of having a young girl close by. Despite her beauty, he found her physique too flat, and he preferred to wait before taking further steps. This clearly illustrated that Li Yi was somewhat of a beast, while the girl considered him a friend. He was distracted by her appearance. Additionally, having her nearby would prevent him from engaging in more private matters. Thus, he declined her request. But, the girl cried as she threw herself into Li Ye's embrace. He could only pat her back to comfort her. After much persuasion from Li Yi, she eventually accepted his departure. You must come to see me, she pleaded from within his arms. Of course. Moreover, we live in modern times. Just because we part ways doesn't mean we cannot stay in touch. If you miss me, just give me a video call. Li Yi chuckled. They exchanged contact information. And Li Yi took the opportunity to replicate the power of the dog talisman for her, recalling that Magneto seemed to have a plan that would involve her abilities. Although in the original timeline the girl remained unharmed, with Li Ye's presence as a butterfly, it was uncertain whether events would unfold as they had before. With that, Li Yi soared into the sky, departing from Xavier's academy. Meanwhile, Tony discovered a new element from the future city plans left by his father, Howard Stark. This element was more environmentally friendly and cleaner than palladium, and the energy produced from the reactor would be significantly more powerful. Ha ha ha. With this new energy source, I have become even stronger. The next time I encounter that rascal Li Yi, I will surely teach him a lesson, Tony exclaimed with glee. Sir, I have just developed a mathematical model to compare your strengths with that of Mr. Li Yi, Jarvis suddenly interjected. Oh, do enlighten me, Tony replied, brimming with confidence. According to the calculations, Mr. Li Yi could effortlessly extract you from your Iron Man suit with a single hand, Jarvis responded. What? Jarvis, are you jesting? I have upgraded the suit and installed a new power source. Why does the result remain unchanged? Are you malfunctioning? Tony retorted, indignant. Sir, I assure you that I am functioning correctly, and the calculations are entirely accurate, Jarvis replied, unfazed by Tony's irritation. Jarvis, it seems I must revise your programming. Even if you were to modify my programming, the results would remain unchanged. Just as Tony prepared to respond further, Jarvis suddenly emitted an alarm. Sir, I have detected the signal of the escaped convict Ivan Vanko, as you requested. Where? At the Hammer Industries exhibition. Jarvis displayed an image, revealing Tony's arch-nemesis, Justin Hammer, awkwardly dancing at his industrial exhibition, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. If Ivan Vanko appears at the exhibition, it could spell disaster. Jarvis, prepare the Iron Man suit immediately, Tony ordered. Sir, I must remind you that the new power source has not undergone clinical trials and carries certain risks, Jarvis cautioned. There is no time. Hurry. Yes, sir. To be continued. Chapter 44. Tony's plea for help. A lively tune filled the air as Justin Hammer began his awkward dance. The music was quite pleasant. Yet his dancing was utterly atrocious, causing the audience's expressions to sour as they considered leaving, but they were compelled to endure due to Hammer Industries' formidable influence. After a while, Justin Hammer concluded his dance and approached the podium. Thank you all for attending. Ladies and gentlemen, for too long, our nation has forced its brave sons and daughters into perilous situations. But then came Iron Man, and we believe the days of sacrifice were behind us. Regrettably, we lack access to that technology. It is neither fair nor just, and such a loss is truly unfortunate. Justin Hammer rambled on, primarily blaming Tony for not disclosing the technology behind the Iron Man suit, masterfully employing moral coercion. The audience clapped in agreement. Regardless, it remains an extraordinary innovation, making headlines worldwide. Today, friends and members of the media, we face a new dilemma. They are out of ink, Hammer said with a slight smirk before passionately announcing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the new face of the United States military, the Iron Soldiers. Rows of Iron Soldiers emerged from the elevators, accompanied by military music, categorized into land, sea, and air divisions. This is the power of technology. With these soldiers, our troops' casualty rates will plummet to zero. What is Tony Stark compared to us? We have Justin Hammer. Even without Tony Stark, we possess the iron armor. As the Steel Soldiers made their grand entrance, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, Colonel Rhodes, Tony's close friend, did not appear in the iron armor as he once did. Perhaps Li Yi had removed the poison from Tony in advance, alleviating his despair towards life. And consequently, he did not offer a set of iron armor to Colonel Rhodes. In a secluded room, Ivan Vanko watched the scene with a cold smirk, and then, through a contingency plan he had devised, seized control of the Steel Soldiers. A grand surprise was imminent, Ivan Vanko sneered. For America and its allies. Hammer Industries was about to experience a significant shift just as Justin Hammer was preparing to boast further. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, followed by a crimson figure trailing a long flame. It was none other than the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. With a resounding thud, the iron armor landed firmly on stage. We are in trouble, Tony declared coldly. The crowd erupted in cheers and screams at the sight of Iron Man. All attention drawn to Tony, causing Justin Hammer's expression to darken instantly. What defines an international superstar? What signifies being a household name? This is it. Tony Stark. What brings you here? Justin Hammer inquired, clearly perturbed by the disruption of his meticulously planned exhibition. Where's Vanko? Tony retorted, ignoring Hammer's question. What are you talking about? Justin Hammer, drenched in cold sweat, feigned ignorance. Although he was unaware of how Tony had learned of his collaboration with Ivan Vanko, the latter was a wanted criminal. And Hammer had no intention of revealing his dealings. Where's Ivan Vanko? Tony shouted, undeterred. What on earth are you saying, buddy? I don't understand. Justin Hammer stubbornly persisted. Just as Tony prepared to take further action, the Steel Soldiers on stage suddenly turned to face him. In another room, Ivan Vanko, witnessing Tony's arrival, wore a sinister grin and pressed the attack button on his controller. The Steel Soldiers instantly aimed their weapons at Tony. What is happening? What is going on? The strange behavior of the Steel Soldiers frightened the audience below, prompting Hammer to quickly roll off stage and hide. It was no surprise that someone capable of elevating Hammer Industries to compete with Stark Industries possessed extraordinary insight, far surpassing that of the gathered spectators. Sir, you have been locked on, J-A-R-V-I-S, notified. I know, Tony replied, then maneuvered the iron armor to take flight. Follow me, we shall fight outside. He ascended into the sky. The metallic soldiers disregarded everything and launched an assault, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Tony, shattering the circular glass overhead into fragments. Run for your lives. Justin Hammer, you scoundrel. What have you done with your Iron Soldiers? The crowd instantly scattered in panic, some hurling curses at Justin Hammer and his entire family as they fled. Among the metallic soldiers, those capable of flight pursued Tony into the sky, while the ground and sea variants rampaged through the throngs of spectators, sending several flying and causing injuries, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries. On the ground, the metallic soldiers initiated their assault on the audience, leading to substantial casualties. Pepper Potts, representing Stark Industries, arrived on the scene and was specifically targeted by Ivan Vanko, who ensured she was under constant threat from multiple pursuing Iron Soldiers. Fortunately, Natasha was nearby, assisting Pepper in evading danger. Ivan Vanko was acutely aware that Pepper was Tony's beloved, and he intended for Tony to suffer in agony. S-H-I-E-L-D, being a global organization, had already detected the anomalies surrounding the Iron Soldier exhibition and had discreetly assigned Natasha as Pepper's personal assistant to ensure her protection. They also harbored hopes of winning Tony's favor during this tumultuous event. High above, Tony, relying on the superiority of his iron armor and his adept skills, with the assistance of J-A-R-V-I-S, retaliated against the pursuing metallic soldiers one by one. Sir, there are enemies targeting you at 6 o'clock. J-A-R-V-I-S alerted. I'm aware. Try to divert their fire away from the exhibition. Tony commanded, swiftly maneuvering his armored suit to break sharply and slide behind the metallic soldiers, then opened his palm to unleash a barrage from his repulsor, eliminating the last few airborne soldiers. J-A-R-V-I-S, did you see that? I was incredible, Tony exclaimed. Sir, I have located Miss Potts on the ground, J-A-R-V-I-S informed. Pepper? Tony gasped, hastily descending and dispatching several ground-based soldiers along the way. Just then, a mysterious armored suit intercepted him midair, shoving him into a nearby park. What the hell is happening? Tony exclaimed. Tony Stark, we meet again. The visor of the mysterious suit lifted to reveal his nemesis, Ivan Vanko. Oh great. To be honest, I had no desire to see your old face again. Tony retorted. What a pity. This will be the last face you ever see. Ivan Vanko declared, extending his hands as two electrified whips materialized in his grasp, striking relentlessly toward Tony. Tony was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! He cried out in agony. Sir, we must act quickly. Miss Potts is being pursued. Jarvis urged. I know, but I can't leave right now. Just as despair enveloped Tony, he suddenly recalled a certain individual who had mocked his iron armor as mere toys. Jarvis. Contact Lee immediately. I need his assistance. To be continued. Chapter 45. Timely rescue. Meanwhile, Lee had just returned to the opulent mansion prepared by Target I after leaving Xavier Academy. He retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the refrigerator, savoring its exquisite flavor, and contemplated inviting a few lovely ladies over for relaxation. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly in his pocket. Curious, he wondered, who could be contacting me? This phone had remained untouched since its purchase. As Li Yi had little need for communication. Only a handful of individuals knew his number, namely Target I and Mischief. Upon answering the call, he inquired, Who is this? Li Yi, I require your assistance. A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Do I know you? Li Yi replied nonchalantly. I am Tony Stark. Pepper is in danger, and I need your help. Tony responded, clearly in a state of urgency. Location? Li Yi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. After all, this man still owed him a debt. If something were to go awry, how could he claim his due? The Hammer Industries exhibition downtown. I'm on my way, Li Yi replied, promptly ending the call and swiftly soaring towards Tony's indicated location. In mere seconds, he arrived at the scene, which was in utter disarray, with several iron soldiers indiscriminately firing their weapons. A brief survey revealed Natasha and Pepper being pursued not far off. Ah, another opportunity to gain some prestige. Li Yi chuckled to himself. Muttering an incantation, he donned his black superhero suit and charged towards the iron soldiers below. Watch out, Natasha shouted, pulling Pepper down to the ground just in time to avoid another volley from the iron soldiers. Thud. The two on the ground could no longer evade. Helplessly watching as the iron soldiers advanced slowly, Natasha drew her pistol, aiming at the mechanical foes, fully aware that her small firearm would be futile, yet feeling the need to act nonetheless. The iron soldiers raised their weapons to target the two women, just as they were about to strike. Boom. A figure darted past, and all the iron soldiers before them were reduced to mere rubble. Natalie, what just happened? Pepper asked, bewildered. Natalie was Natasha's alias. I have no idea, Natasha replied, furrowing her brow. Well, long time no see, beautiful. A somewhat flippant voice chimed in as the two women looked up to see Li Yi, cloaked in black, descending like a divine savior, wielding the head of an iron soldier. It's you, Superman, Pepper exclaimed in delight. Having seen Superman in Morocco, she recognized him instantly. Are you both all right? Li Yi inquired as he gently landed before them. We're fine. Natasha shook her head in response. Superman, there are still many of those mechanical soldiers in other areas. Could you assist us? Natasha asked tentatively. She was utterly uncertain about Superman's thoughts. Based on her previous conjectures regarding his character, whether he would take action remained an enigma. No worries, just wait here. Li Yi chuckled. For his purpose in coming this time was to enhance his reputation. He ascended into the sky once more, soaring towards the positions of the other iron soldiers. A series of resounding bangs echoed through the air, and soon, all the iron soldiers present were obliterated by Li Yi. What has transpired? Why are all these monsters lying on the ground? Is it a malfunction? The onlookers gazed at the scene, filled with confusion. Everyone, it's safe now. As long as I am here, they shall not harm you. Li Yi descended slowly from the heavens, resembling a savior. It's Superman. Oh my goodness. Superman has come to rescue us. A previously non-believer in deities declared, from this day forth, Superman shall be my god. The crowd erupted in cheers for Superman. Are you all right? Li Yi approached an elderly man and kindly inquired. I am fine, Superman. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. The old man grasped Li Yi's hand tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Protecting this city is my duty. Your safety is the greatest gratitude I could receive. Li Yi replied with a smile, his pearly white teeth shimmering under the lights. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd once again chanted his name in unison, and Li Yi basked in their adulation with satisfaction. Superman, could you assist me? At that moment, a voice, discordant in the jubilant atmosphere, broke through. Li Yi turned to see its owner, Pepper Potts, raising her hand, appearing hesitant. Hello, madam, please speak. I shall assist if it is within my capability. Li Yi smiled warmly. Could you go help Tony? Of course. Li Yi maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was drenched in sweat. It seemed he had been preoccupied with his theatrics and had entirely forgotten about Tony. He hoped he had not been gravely harmed. Otherwise, he might have to seize the entire Stark Industries as compensation. Li Yi soared into the sky, and soon he discerned intermittent explosions emanating from a distant park. He quickly flew towards the source. Bang! Ivan Vanko ensnared Tony's feet with an electric whip, brutally flinging him away. Tony Stark, today I shall repay your family for everything you have done to my father and me. Ivan sneered. That is merely what you deserve. Tony gasped in response. Although this suit of armor was his latest creation, Ivan had sacrificed agility for overwhelming power, rendering the suit bulky and heavy. In a direct confrontation, Tony stood no chance. Yet escape was not an option. If he fled, Ivan would undoubtedly unleash carnage upon the spectators. Deserving? Indeed. Today, it is your fate to perish at my hands. Ivan ground his teeth, brandishing the whip as he charged once more. Hey, big guy, want to play a little? Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. It's you. To be continued. Chapter 46. One-handed control of the iron armor. Big guy, care to play with me? Li Yi taunted Ivan Vanko, hovering midair. It's you. The one who calls himself a superhero. Ivan Vanko instantly recognized Li Yi as the individual who thwarted his attempt to eliminate Tony Stark in Morocco. He regarded Li Yi as a foe second only to Stark, believing that had it not been for this meddler, he would have succeeded last time. Li Yi, you've finally arrived. Tony exclaimed upon spotting Li Yi, a wave of relief washing over him as he realized he was now truly safe. Rest assured, Tony, I will not allow you to perish. Li Yi replied. A flicker of gratitude coursed through Tony's mind upon hearing Li Yi's words. Although this individual referred to his iron suit as a mere toy, he seemed to possess a fundamentally good nature. Tony, you still owe me a debt. If you die, who will repay it? I fear I might have to settle for Stark Industries as compensation. Li Yi's words sparked Tony's ire, prompting him to curse vehemently. Are you two finished? Ivan Vanko interjected, his expression darkening as he realized he had been ignored. As the guardian of this realm, could they not show him some respect? Not taking the opportunity to flee? I can't decide whether to commend your bravery or berate your foolishness. Li Yi laughed. Flee? Do I look like I need to escape? Behold this suit of iron I am clad in. It represents the pinnacle of human technology, the very essence of industrial civilization. Far surpassing Stark's pathetic creation, Ivan Vanko boasted, clearly preoccupied with plotting his revenge against Tony, utterly oblivious to Li Yi's capabilities. What? How dare you call my suit garbage? Tony bristled at Ivan's derisive remark. He could endure Li Yi's quip about his armor being a toy, given Li Yi's formidable prowess, but Ivan Vanko was merely a counterfeit, audaciously daring to disparage his genuine creation. Is it not true? Ivan Vanko scoffed, eyeing Tony's suit, which appeared on the verge of collapse. You, the counterfeit. Incomplete version. If you dare, come back and challenge me after I upgrade my suit. Tony retorted defiantly. A noble aspiration, but alas. You are about to meet your demise. There shall be no next time. Ivan Vanko sneered. Is it really necessary for you two to squabble over a toy? Li Yi casually remarked, idly cleaning his ears. Li Yi, I told you my suit is not a toy. Tony immediately countered. Wait until your suit can defeat me. Then it shall no longer be a toy. Li Yi interrupted, silencing Tony with his words. Defeating this monster? With the current technology and materials? How could his suit ever hope to accomplish that? A toy? Allow me to demonstrate the power of what you deem a mere toy. Ivan Vanko retorted coldly, promptly directing the weapons mounted on his suit's shoulders toward Li Yi. With a rapid succession of gunfire, countless bullets rained down upon Li Yi. Yet, he did not resist, standing tall as the projectiles struck his form. The sound of bullets striking metal echoed as if they were mere sparks, utterly ineffective. How could this be? Ivan Vanko was astounded. To withstand bullets with mere flesh is somewhat commendable, but you might as well perish. With that, he swung his two electric whips towards Li Yi. Li Yi effortlessly seized one with a single hand, allowing the fierce high-voltage current to ravage his body. How is it possible that such a high voltage does not affect you? Ivan Vanko finally comprehended the terrifying monstrosity he faced and hastily relinquished the electric whips. His propulsion device activated, seeking to flee. Trying to escape? Come back. The gravitational pull of Wanxiang Tianin. Li Yi clenched his hand towards the direction of Ivan Vanko's retreat, and a dreadful force yanked him back. You bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Realizing he could not escape, Ivan Vanko charged at Li Yi with his iron fists. Li Yi nonchalantly delivered a punch, striking Ivan Vanko squarely in the chest. Boom. Before Ivan Vanko could advance, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground of the park and creating a crater 2 meters wide. His armor shattered instantly, reduced to a pile of scrap metal, while he continuously coughed up blood, clearly nearing death. Witnessing this scene, Tony's mouth fell agape in shock. Jarvis. Your calculations are truly precise. Sir, thank you for the compliment. I have always stated that the calculations were flawless. Jarvis responded. Ha ha. You lost, Tony Stark. It is you who has lost. Ivan Vanko laughed heartily, blood still spilling from his mouth. What do you mean? Tony immediately flew over and grasped Ivan Vanko's shoulders, demanding an explanation. Ha ha ha. Bid farewell to your most beloved. Ivan Vanko laughed maniacally as he pressed a button on his armor. After a moment, nothing happened. What is going on? Ivan Vanko exclaimed in disbelief. Are you referring to the bombs on those armored soldiers? It seems I have damaged them too severely. Even the bombs have been reduced to tiny fragments. Lee scratched his head, reminiscing. How could such a thing occur? Ivan Vanko suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing the spark of life. To be continued. Chapter 47. The end. Li Yi, you are indeed a monster. Seeing how effortlessly Li Yi had dealt with the tormentor who had mercilessly tormented him, Tony could not help but remark. Hee, Tony, it's not that I am too strong. Rather, it is that you Earthlings are too fragile. Li Yi chuckled. Tony, you owe me a significant favor this time. How will you repay me? Ha ha ha. Li Yi, we are friends. It is only natural for friends to help each other. Is it not? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tony chuckled, attempting to brush it off. The last time Li Yi assisted him, it had come at a steep cost, forcing him to grant Li Yi shares worth billions in Stark Industries and to assist in creating an artificial intelligence, thereby relinquishing the rights to all his inventions except for his Iron Man suit. Forget it. I'll consider this a free favor for you. By the way, how is the progress on the artificial intelligence you promised to help me create? Li Yi said casually, for resolving this matter was a mere trifle for him. However, the previous remuneration remained unsettled. Tony had promised him shares, and the following day, Li Yi received a transfer notification, yet the artificial intelligence remained elusive. You haven't even begun, have you? Li Yi's tone grew increasingly stern. Although it was merely a trinket to him, it was a legitimate reward earned through his labor. If Tony failed to deliver, he would certainly confront him. How could that be possible? I am Tony Stark. In a couple of days, you can come to Stark Tower to collect it. Tony replied, somewhat flustered. He had indeed forgotten, having been engrossed in upgrading his Iron Man suit and completely overlooking the artificial intelligence project. Initially, he intended to disclose the truth, but upon seeing Li Yi's disapproving gaze, Tony mustered the courage to deny it. Nevertheless, it was no significant issue for someone who had developed Jarvis. Creating another one was merely a routine task. Excellent. I shall come to collect it punctually in 2 days. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, Tony hastily departed to find Pepper. Backstage at the exhibition, damn it, damn it, damn it, Justin Hammer stormed in, seething with rage. What on earth is happening? Why have those iron soldiers lost control? Upon entering, Hammer loudly interrogated the researchers clad in lab coats. This exhibition was a pivotal platform for Justin Hammer to showcase Hammer Industries to the American military, asserting that it was on par with Stark Industries. Securing the military's contract would propel Hammer Industries to the forefront of the defense industry, crushing Stark Industries beneath its heel. However, he had not anticipated Tony Stark making a sudden appearance in his Iron Man suit. Nor could he fathom that his pride, the Iron Soldiers, would suddenly spiral into chaos and assault the audience. Boss, our mainframe has been tampered with. One subordinate reported. Tampered with? What does that mean? What has been altered? Hammer furrowed his brow. They've infiltrated our mainframe and seized control of all the Iron Soldiers. Who did this? It must be that foreign bastard. He is behind this. Hammer bellowed in fury. Immediately trace him. Sir, we've pinpointed the location of the intrusion. But the individual has vanished. His subordinate stuttered. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and call the police. Sir, the phone lines have been cut. In that moment, Hammer comprehended that he had been manipulated by Ivan Vanko. This exhibition had turned into a complete farce at his expense. It's over. Everything is over. He could almost foresee how tomorrow's headlines would depict Hammer Industries. A trash manufacturing plant? A junk modification shop? Or perhaps a murderer? Following this debacle would be a series of investigations and evidence collection by the authorities. Hammer Industries was utterly doomed. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated from outside, followed by Coulson bursting in with a group of individuals. Who are you? This is private property. Leave at once. Hammer shouted furiously upon witnessing the intrusion. In an instant, he was subdued by a figure clad in black, forcefully pinned against the table. Who are you? I will sue every last one of you. Hammer cried out, struggling against his captors. We are agents of the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. We have received information regarding your association with the wanted fugitive Ivan Vanko. Justin Hammer, you are under arrest, Coulson stated, expertly producing a prepared badge. 4 SHIELD agents. Possessing several official credentials from American enforcement agencies had become customary. Damn, that was quick, Hammer exclaimed, his gaze falling on Pepper Potts, who had accompanied Coulson. Realization dawned upon him. It's you. Very well. You finally resemble a CEO. However, this isn't over. I will be out soon, and we shall see what happens then. To be continued. Chapter 48, Artificial Intelligence Ding. The host has saved 545 individuals in the recent incident. Side Quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current completion. 400,210,000. Side Quest 2. Gain 1 million points of reputation. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current reputation. 25,000,000,000. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. This rescue quest is relatively easy to accomplish. Yet the reputation task is indeed challenging. It can't be that I need to save the world to amass 1 million points of reputation, can it? Li Yi lamented. Ding. The calculation method of this system is infallible. The more difficult the side quest, the greater the probability of receiving premium task rewards. The system replied. Forget it. At least I have sufficient charm power for now. When facing those cosmic deities, standard task rewards are of little use. It's better to aim for a premium reward. He maintained a laid-back attitude towards side quests. Otherwise, like Spider-Man, if he were to be active daily, he would have completed the rescue quest long ago. But the reputation quest would likely remain unachievable. He was globally recognized, yet the system's reputation value remained low, clearly indicating that reputation was not calculated in a straightforward manner. Li Yi shook his head, setting the side quest aside, and promptly returned to his luxurious residence, leaving the ensuing mess for Tony to resolve. After all, this predicament originated from Tony's father, and it was only fitting that his son should bear the burden. Meanwhile, in a small town in America, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the earth with tremendous force. Boom. It instantly created a crater several meters deep. In the center of the crater lay a small silver hammer adorned with ancient patterns, continuously crackling with electricity. Having returned to his opulent abode, Li Yi found himself somewhat bored, prompting him to lie down. 2 days swiftly passed. On that day, Li Yi lay idly in his opulent mansion, unperturbed by the affairs of the gang. If a target was bestowed with such formidable power, yet failed to accomplish even the simplest of tasks, Li Yi resolved to render him obsolete. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, Li Yi, the artificial intelligence assistant you requested is complete. You may come and collect it now. Tony's voice crackled with palpable excitement on the other end. How could he not be exhilarated? Ever since he witnessed Li Yi's terrifying power 2 days prior, he had been consumed by the dread that Li Yi might discover he had yet to initiate the creation of the AI, which could lead to his home being demolished in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Tony's words, Li Yi's interest was piqued. I shall be there at once. He hung up the phone abruptly, not allowing Tony a moment to respond. In an instant, he soared into the sky, activating the system's dimensional exploration feature to pinpoint Tony's location, which was in the basement of his villa, the very building that had been destroyed in Iron Man 3. Within mere seconds, Li Yi arrived at his destination and found Tony. How did you appear here so swiftly after we just spoke on the phone? Tony exclaimed in shock, having just hung up 10 seconds prior. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yi had spent a few seconds locating his position. Do not concern yourself with the details, just show me. Li Yi replied impatiently. You insufferable, Tony muttered under his breath, feeling utterly powerless against Li Yi's demeanor, silently vowing to develop an anti-Superman suit to exact revenge on him later. Betty, come out and greet your new master. Tony suddenly bellowed at the wall. Certainly, sir. A gentle female voice materialized. Greetings. I am Betty, the artificial intelligence assistant recently developed by Mr. Stark. You may call me Betty. Hello, Betty. Li Yi responded with a smile, genuinely pleased with the voice. What are your specific capabilities? My purpose is to assist you. I can analyze data and provide optimal solutions. Additionally, I can enhance my intelligence through self-learning to offer you ever-increasing support, Betty replied. Li Yi felt a surge of astonishment. The capabilities of this AI far exceeded his expectations. This artificial intelligence is remarkable. I am certain she will be immensely helpful to me. Tony, you truly are a genius inventor. Li Yi praised without reservation, aware that intellect had never been his strong suit. With Betty's assistance, he could accomplish tasks with greater efficiency and delve deeper into uncharted territories. Of course, I am a genius. Are you only just realizing this? How terribly late. Tony laughed triumphantly. By the way, how do I keep Betty with me? Li Yi inquired, puzzled. I had already anticipated that. Behold this. Tony suddenly revealed a sleek, technologically advanced watch. What is this? This is Betty's subsystem. As long as you keep it on your person, Betty can maintain contact with you at any moment. Furthermore, This watch is my proud creation, not only shockproof and crush-resistant, but also fireproof and waterproof, with an exceptionally aesthetic appearance. Tony expounded enthusiastically. Li Yi, lacking the patience to listen to his boasting, snatched it and slipped it onto his wrist. It looks quite impressive. He then soared into the sky, leaving Tony in a state of shock. To be continued. Chapter 49. The Tycoons in Action at the SHIELD headquarters. What did you say? Nick Fury, are you actually claiming you cannot complete the mission? A vast screen displayed the images of a group of elderly men holding Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, accountable. Among these men were the leaders of major conglomerates, significant government officials, and representatives from the American military. United, they pressured Nick Fury to dispatch agents to make contact with Superman and convey their intentions. However, Nick Fury was acutely aware of Superman's terrifying power and firmly refused. Are you unaware of what that so-called Superman's control truly signifies? It signifies transformation. It signifies the future. Of course, I am well aware. Nick Fury interrupted them resolutely. You do not comprehend, or perhaps you are unwilling to grasp just how formidable this Superman truly is. Provoking him bears grave consequences. Do you truly believe he would willingly cooperate with you as a test subject? Is that even conceivable? Nick Fury, watch your tone. You may remove me from my position, but SHIELD will categorically refuse this cursed mission. The group of elders found themselves at a loss for words, unable to truly dismiss Nick Fury. After all, Nick Fury had ascended to the directorship of SHIELD, not only through the compromises of various factions, but also due to his exceptional capabilities. Having managed the agency for several years, they found themselves at an impasse in dealing with him. The meeting ended on a sour note. Nevertheless, they had not relinquished their desire to acquire Superman's ability to cure all ailments. After all, the youngest among them was already in their 50s. There was no telling when they might encounter a serious illness. The secret of obtaining Superman's abilities could grant them immunity to diseases and allow them to pass away peacefully. This was a secondary concern. The primary motivation lay in the monumental profits behind it all. If they were to thoroughly research this capability, would they truly make their findings public as they claimed? Clearly not. They would retain it tightly in their grasp to reap the benefits for themselves. What? You wish to cure your terminal illness? Don't even think about it. Without $5 billion. Heard your wife is afflicted with a terminal illness? If you hand over intel on the bear, I can help treat her affliction. Your time is running out. If you bring your research findings to us, we can cure your ailments. This is the true nature of humanity, hideously and terrifyingly ugly. The following day, an astonishing revelation graced the pages of every newspaper. Superman possessed an extraordinary ability to heal all known ailments. Should the mystery of this power be unraveled, humanity would embark upon a new era, one devoid of disease and suffering. The news sparked a wave of exhilaration among the populace. Countless lives are lost to illness each year, and the prospect of a universal cure seemed like a divine blessing for mankind. Unbeknownst to many, a fervent call arose within society urging Superman to cooperate with governmental research for the greater good of humanity, a sentiment that escalated with fervor. Newspapers, television broadcasts, and street banners echoed this rallying cry, with former self-proclaimed fans of Superman joining in the chorus. At the headquarters of SHIELD, Nick Fury, witnessing the spectacle on the screen of individuals brandishing banners demanding Superman's collaboration, exclaimed in frustration, "What nonsense! Do these old fools truly believe this approach will sway Superman? Attempting to pressure him through public sentiment? They will soon regret this folly. Director, should we not take some action?" queried Coulson, perplexed. It's too late. These old men are utterly deranged, blinded by immediate gains while oblivious to the abyss that lies ahead. Fury retorted, shaking his head. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, Li Yi sipped fine wine, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Although uncertain of the identities of those targeting him, he found the situation amusing. "I shall dispatch someone to uncover the mastermind behind this," exclaimed Hawkeye, visibly indignant. "Yet, I wonder how much of this is genuine and how much is mere pretense." "Oh, there's no need. Do you not find this farce delightful?" Li Yi replied, shaking his head. "Indeed." With that, he fell silent, having already pledged his loyalty. "How is the consolidation of Gene Bing's forces progressing?" "Rest assured, everything is proceeding methodically. No one can stand against me, and we shall achieve our objectives within the planned time frame." "Excellent. It is time for me to indulge in some amusement," Li Yi proclaimed, rising and stretching. "Do you have new messages that require your attention?" inquired Betty, his device alerting him. Since acquiring Betty, his previous phone had been retired after only a couple of uses. "Let it in," Li Yi said casually. Subsequently, an image materialized from his watch. Tony Stark appeared on the screen. Tony, what brings you here? Tony seemed somewhat anxious. Li, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Huh? What other resolution is there but to eliminate the threat? I plan to take out a few military bases for sport. Actually, I am aware of this situation. Oh, Nick Fury approached me to persuade you, but I declined. Tony, you are quite astute. Li praised. This time, Nick Fury reached out to me again, providing me with a list of those targeting you, which I am to pass along. I hope to persuade you to show mercy. Send it over for me to review. Li chuckled, yet Tony could distinctly sense the terrifying intent to kill. Soon, Tony sent over a list comprising a dozen prominent figures from America. Excellent. This time, I intend to experiment with methods beyond simply blowing off heads. To be continued. Chapter 50. The ugliness of humanity. A throng of individuals on the street was fervently waving banners, vociferously demanding that Superman should willingly cooperate with the government's research. A multitude of journalists trailed closely behind them, broadcasting the procession live. May I ask why you have taken to the streets? A reporter queried a blonde youth holding a banner high. Because I fear that illness may snatch away my life. My grandmother succumbed to cancer. Now that Superman possesses the ability to cure all diseases, he should disclose it for the benefit of all humanity, the young man declared passionately. I cannot say whether the magical talismans in anime can cure cancer, but in my world, they indeed can. Why have you also joined the protest? The reporter inquired of a middle-aged man in his 50s. My daughter, Alice, is merely 5 years old and afflicted with an incurable illness. She cannot even get out of bed. Oh God, she is only 5. What wrong has she done? I wish for her to live a normal life. Superman, are you watching this on television? I implore you, save my daughter. I beseech you, as a father. The middle-aged man, overcome with emotion, began to weep. Superman is exceedingly selfish. Such a power should belong to all humanity. God bestowed upon him this ability to benefit everyone, yet he keeps it to himself. Superman, I know you are watching. You must actively cooperate with the research. This gift is not solely yours. It belongs to us all, shouted a 30-something man who seized the reporter's microphone. Why have you chosen to participate in the march? The reporter asked a fashionable, attractive young woman nearby. I have no particular reason. I simply didn't want to attend class, so I joined in. It's rather lively. She replied casually. Why have you joined the protest? The reporter queried a young man in his 20s, sporting a pompadour and a jacket. I am simply envious of Superman. Why should he alone possess such immense power among all these people? Why not me? Why not someone else? Why must it be him? The young man expressed with jealousy. The reporter interviewed several different groups, each with a myriad of reasons for their participation. This march was not solely comprised of those demanding Superman's cooperation with the government. A diverse array of individuals, even those who merely harbored disdain for Superman, had joined the demonstration. At that moment, the reporter noticed a young mother standing on the roadside, cradling a little girl who had not joined the protest. Intrigued, he hurried over to interview her. Excuse me, madam, may I interview you? Why has everyone taken part in the march while you have not? Because Superman is my savior. He rescued me a few days ago. I will not participate in actions against him, the young mother replied calmly, quickly stepping away to avoid letting the reporter affect her daughter. Mother, Supermouse saved you. He is a truly good person. Why is everyone criticizing him now? The little girl inquired, tugging at her mother's hand in confusion. Because those people are despicable. Mary, when you grow up, do not emulate this crowd, the mother replied, affectionately embracing her daughter. I understand, Mama. The little girl chimed back in her sweet, childish voice. Meanwhile, within an opulent residence, a group of individuals sipped fine wines, reveling in the news broadcast on television. No matter how powerful he is, Supermouse will have to surrender this time. They laughed. How can an individual's strength contend with that of a nation? One among them remarked. These people are so easily manipulated. A mere nudge in public opinion, and they all follow suit without much effort. What if this tactic fails against Supermouse? A voice suddenly interjected with a new perspective. Even if he disregards the public, it poses no threat to him. After all, he doesn't need to run for president. What could the masses possibly do to him? If this strategy proves ineffective, we can always contrive another reason to send in the military, said a middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with 5 stars, evidently a representative of the American Armed Forces. However, you are aware of Supermouse's strength. A conventional army would likely be no match for him, another voiced their dissent. Then we shall deploy special forces equipped with heavy weaponry against him. If that fails, we could resort to missiles, and if necessary, nuclear weapons. Can he withstand a nuclear strike? Isn't that a tad excessive? Targeting an individual with a nuclear bomb? Consider the immense benefits that could stem from acquiring that miraculous power. It is entirely worth such measures. These individuals were the apex figures of various powerful factions. Their collective influence substantial enough to unseat the President of the United States within 3 days. A few nuclear bombs would be a trivial matter to them. As for the populace, They were of no concern. On the streets, protests continued to swell, drawing in more participants, most motivated by self-interest. With only a handful of rational individuals refraining from following the masses. "Look up there," an astute observer suddenly shouted, noticing a figure descending from the sky. "It's Supermouse. He has finally shown himself. This coward can no longer hide. Let us rally together." Upon sighting him, the protesters were instantly invigorated. Believing their demonstration had compelled his arrival. Clad in a black battle suit, Li Yi descended slowly from the air. This predicament stemmed from his overly laid-back demeanor. He had neither uprooted those conspiring against him with a decisive force nor established a formidable faction to claim authority. He had failed to excel in both. He had merely incapacitated Ross, and his established influence was not particularly formidable. "I hear you have been looking for me. Do you require my assistance?" Li Yi said with a calm smile. "Supermouse, you possess the ability to heal all ailments. Why not make it public?" As soon as he finished speaking, voices rose in protest. "Indeed, Supermouse, you are selfish. This gift belongs to all of humanity. Superman, I hope you will cooperate fully with the government's research." "Heh." Li Yi let out a cold laugh and replied, "Why should I? Just because you are also human and have benefited from the nation and the collective. It is now your turn to give back to society. Why should I? I could just as easily question why this power belongs to you. Why you are deemed a Superman. I have examined your background. Until the age of 13, you resided in an orphanage, which means that America raised you. Now that America requires your contributions, how dare you refuse? How repugnant." Hearing such nauseating moral coercion instantly reminded Li Yi of the moral arbiters of his past life, prompting him to curse vehemently. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force propelled the group of accusers before him away. "Ah, Superman is killing." Witnessing Li Yi take action, the demonstrators scattered in terror. To be continued. Chapter 51. Attack on the military base. The crowd of demonstrators quickly dispersed. Is this fool out of his mind? I provided him the list. With his abilities, he could have acted discreetly. Why confront the protesters so aggressively? Nick Fury, observing Li Yi's actions from within SHIELD, couldn't help but curse. He had given Li Yi the list precisely to prevent the situation from escalating, to avoid provoking Li Yi into opposing the entire nation. Sacrificing a few old-timers was worth it. After all, no one would ever know that Nick Fury had leaked the list. Even if someone did, they would need evidence. And without proof, the director could easily obliterate them. Fury's reluctance to push Li Yi into confrontation with the entire nation stemmed not only from Li Yi's formidable power, but also from other motivations. As more superheroes emerged, a thought began to form in Fury's mind, to unite all superheroes to protect the Earth. He knew that extraterrestrial life existed, having encountered a green-skinned alien himself. He lost his eye in battle against those terrifying beings, a testament to his valor. Li Yi possessed immense strength, making him Fury's prime candidate, perhaps on par with Carol, Captain Marvel. If Superman and the Hulk teamed up, even if the alien invaders from the 90s returned, they would not need Carol's intervention. Earth's inhabitants could vanquish them all on their own. In Fury's mind, he had begun to harbor suspicions regarding the altered Captain Marvel. A clear case of late-stage paranoia. "Our assessment of his character seems accurate. What should we do now?" asked Coulson beside him. "Immediately deploy all resources to suppress the news of Superman's actions against the public, then create distractions to shift attention elsewhere. We must minimize the heat surrounding this issue," Fury commanded. Subsequently, SHIELD's propaganda machinery ramped into action, working diligently to cleanse Li Yi's image. The results were strikingly effective, after all. The notorious murder videos from the Black Cloak had gone viral, and they could be sanitized as well. After Li Yi frightened away the crowd, he immediately activated the dimensional detection function of his system to seek out the individuals on his list. He intended to capture a significant target first, to set an example for the rest. In an instant, he pinpointed one, specifically the middle-aged general previously mentioned, who, unfortunately, became Li Yi's chosen prey. With a resounding thud, Li Yi soared into the sky, leaving a substantial crater on the ground below. This general was responsible for several military bases, and Li Yi planned to obliterate them all, showcasing his power and ensuring that these petty clowns would no longer dare to harbor any thoughts against him. News of the superhuman's appearance quickly reached all factions monitoring the situation, as satellite surveillance and cameras were ubiquitous. Li Yi had made a conspicuous entrance amidst the parade, making it nearly impossible to remain undetected. Report: the superhuman is heading towards Military Base 13. His intention appears to be the destruction of the base. Observing the superhuman's actions against the parade-goers initially filled them with pride, but as they witnessed him darting towards the military base at breakneck speed, panic set in. They had not yet dispatched troops to confront the superhuman. How could he strike them first? This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Unbeknownst to them, Li Yi had deliberately allowed them to discover his presence. Otherwise, he could have simply rendered himself invisible, evading detection by their so-called advanced technology. What does this bastard intend to do? The middle-aged general wondered, watching the superhuman approach. All troops on high alert. An enemy is about to attack the base. The general swiftly commanded the soldiers to prepare for battle. What is happening? It is said there is an enemy assault. How could this be? We are within American territory. Even a terrorist attack akin to 9/11 would target skyscrapers. Who would be foolish enough to assault a military base? The soldiers were utterly bewildered, having no idea who their enemy was, yet they dared not disobey orders and began arming themselves. Li Yi soon arrived at Military Base 13. With a thunderous crash, he landed, creating another significant crater. The tremendous noise instantly captured the attention of most soldiers, who instinctively surrounded the suspicious figure, flying in a black combat suit. Emblazoned with a large symbol on his chest, he was the superhuman. What is happening? Why is the superhuman here? Could it be that the enemy the general spoke of is the superhuman? The soldiers stood frozen in disbelief. What are you all dawdling for? Attack immediately. The middle-aged general bellowed in anger as he observed the scene through the monitor. But general, this is the superhuman. The squad leader hesitated. The enemy is the superhuman. He has betrayed America and allied with other nations. Attack at once, or you will all be charged with treason. The general shouted furiously. Li Yi, arms crossed, regarded them with keen interest. Superhuman, I advise you to depart immediately. Otherwise, we will be forced to engage, the squad leader implored, disregarding the general's orders. For he knew that if a conflict ensued, it would not be the general who would suffer, but they themselves. I am here solely to find one person, General Jack. You would do well to stand aside. Li Yi declared coldly. Prepare yourselves. The squad leader paid no heed to Li Yi's words. Instead, he commanded his soldiers to aim their weapons at Li Yi. Click, click, click. Although fear gripped their hearts, the soldiers resolutely followed orders. Superman, if you do not depart at once, we shall launch an immediate attack. Care to try? Li Yi replied with a smile. Attack, the squad leader bellowed, summoning all his strength. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless bullets were unleashed towards Li Yi. In response, Li Yi slowly extended his hand, and all the bullets froze mid-air, reminiscent of a scene from The Matrix. Click, click, click. Soon, an entire magazine was expended, yet no one dared to reload, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. A demon. He is a demon. I want to go home. I no longer wish to serve. Good heavens, has the general lost his mind? How can we confront such a monster? We must flee. Faced with an invincible force, the soldiers' morale crumbled in an instant. The squad leader, witnessing the collapse of his troop spirit, felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he no longer had to contend with Superman. Superman, you have won. This declaration signified his surrender to Li Yi. Did you think this was the end? Li Yi retorted with a cold laugh. Superman, what more do you desire? The squad leader inquired, perplexed. You initiated an attack. Do you believe there are no consequences? What do you intend to do? Nothing much, merely returning your bullets. With a wave of his hand, countless bullets soared back towards them. Stop! The squad leader shouted desperately upon witnessing Li Yi's actions, but Li Yi paid him no mind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh. The air filled with anguished cries, and the ground was strewn with bodies. To be continued. Chapter 52 Missile Assault. Why? They had already laid down their arms. Why must you still kill them? The squad leader demanded furiously. They have families, children, parents. Why must you take their lives? You are no Superman. You are a demon. Ha ha. Li Yi laughed maniacally, clutching his belly. You surrender, and I should spare you? Who established such a foolish rule? According to the Geneva Convention. Li Yi swiftly moved to the squad leader's side, interrupting him. What you deem as rules bears no relevance to me. Why must I adhere to them? Only you can attack me, yet I am forbidden from retaliating? Their deaths are not solely my concern. You cannot escape responsibility. The moment you ordered them to attack, you became accountable for their demise. And no, it isn't like that. The squad leader faltered under Li Yi's relentless verbal onslaught, struggling to find a response. Should Li Yi spare him, he would likely live his life in the shadow of guilt and remorse, burdened by the knowledge that his orders had led to the deaths of many brothers and comrades. Alas, alas, Li Yi had no intention of allowing him to live with such guilt. With a hand slowly tightening around the squad leader's throat, he lifted him off the ground. In this world, debts must be repaid. Mistakes warrant punishment. Li Yi said with a sinister smile. Superman, I implore you, crack. Ignoring his pleas, he swiftly twisted the soldier's neck and discarded him carelessly as one would dispose of refuse. As the American soldiers fired their weapons, their fates hung precariously in the balance of Li Yi's whims. Had he been in a more favorable mood, perhaps he might have spared them. Unfortunately, the abhorrent nature of the events that transpired left Li Yi feeling nauseated, rendering these soldiers unfortunate vessels for his wrath. They are merely the appetizers, Jack. I shall soon find your main course, Li Yi remarked with a smile directed at the surveillance camera above, fully aware that his true target lurked just beyond its lens. General Jack, concealed behind the monitor, surveyed Li Yi's devilish grin, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Has Superman lost his mind? Does he truly dare to lay hands upon the American military? General Jack uttered in disbelief. Since his emergence, Superman had never truly engaged with official personnel. Aside from a misfortunate General Ross, who was left maimed, leading many to erroneously believe that Superman harbored a profound apprehension of the American government and would refrain from confronting its representatives. Thus, Superman's decisive execution of those soldiers caught Jack entirely off guard. Send a missile strike at once, General Jack commanded loudly. As a military base, it was equipped with an array of heavy weaponry, aircraft, tanks, and missiles among them. The reason for their previous inaction was Superman's unmatched speed. The soldiers had barely armed themselves before he descended upon them. Furthermore, Jack was nestled deep within the base's underground bunker, shielded from any missile repercussions. General, we still have personnel within the base, a soldier hesitated to point out. Do you believe Superman will spare them? They too will meet their end at the hands of that monster. If they are to die regardless, it is better to take him down with them. But, General, rest assured, I will report to the higher-ups that they died valiantly in battle. Their families will receive a handsome compensation. And I shall personally contribute an additional $200,000 to them, Jack promised, gripping the soldier's shoulder. I'm sorry, General. I cannot carry out such an order. Their families need them to return safely, not a sum of money and a cold corpse. The soldier stood resolutely, countering Jack's command. Is that so? Then I find myself at an impasse, Jack replied, turning away in resignation, only to suddenly draw his sidearm in the blink of an eye. Bang! A bloom of crimson erupted from the soldier's heart. General, why? The soldier gasped in confusion, gazing at his wound. Dare to defy my orders? Then you may as well perish. Jack replied coldly. With a thud, the soldier succumbed to the ground, filled with bitterness and rage. Now, does anyone else wish to defy my commands? Jack surveyed the room, his voice a chilling whisper. Observing the fate of their comrade, the remaining soldiers averted their gazes, unwilling to meet the general's eyes. Excellent. Now, immediately execute my previous orders. Launch missiles at the base, and dispose of this body outside. Do not allow it to rot here. Yes, sir. Li Yi observed everything from a divine perspective afforded by the system's inherent capabilities. What a splendid performance it was. That soldier exhibited a commendable sense of justice. What a pity. Li Yi shook his head. It was none of his concern. Although the base was vast, locating General Jack was not a daunting task for someone like Li Yi, who could pinpoint his position with precision. Primarily, he felt an itch for action, not in the conventional sense, but rather a desire to test the might of American missiles. Thus, he merely watched as the base's missiles were aimed directly at his location. Launch. With a resounding command from General Jack, a high-yield tactical missile was swiftly propelled towards Li Yi. This missile represented the latest model from America, although its power was considerably less than that of nuclear weapons. It was not to be underestimated, boasting a terrifying lethal radius of 100 meters, typically employed to incapacitate military bases of rival nations. Boom. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted at Li Yi's location, the searing temperatures incinerating everything in proximity, while the shockwave reverberated across a 10-kilometer radius, even affecting the nearby town. What is happening over there? Could it be a terrorist attack? How could that be possible? That was a military base of our great America. Who would dare assault our military installations within our borders? The townsfolk began to speculate. After the explosion, the military base lay in ruins. Although the scorched area spanned merely 100 meters, the intense shockwave had claimed the lives of all soldiers on the ground. Ha! General Jack, witnessing the scene through the surveillance, burst into triumphant laughter. What nonsense about a superhero opposing me. Let them all perish. General, quickly look at the monitor. A soldier's urgent call interrupted Jack's revelry, and he turned to the screen, where a dark figure was waving at the camera. It was the superhero. The superhero was unharmed. Jack's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if he could swallow a bowling ball. To be continued. Chapter 53. The Five Horses Divide. Not only was the superhero unscathed, but he also bore a smile, his attire utterly unwrinkled. How could this be? A missile could not kill him. What manner of creature exists in this world? Oh God. Are you jesting with me? Jack exclaimed in shock. Yes, we still have nuclear weapons. Quickly contact higher authorities to request their use. I refuse to believe this monster can withstand a nuclear strike. Jack hurriedly insisted. Though he was a general and held the right to propose such actions, control over nuclear weapons was not to be vested in a single individual. Otherwise, the entire nation would descend into chaos. General, it's too late. The superhero has already located the entrance. What? How is that possible? The entrance to this underground fortress was designed to be exceedingly discreet, specifically to evade the nuclear missiles of the polar bears. How could that monster find it so swiftly? Is there a traitor among us? Jack gasped in astonishment. Yet, he could never fathom that Li Yi possessed a divine perspective. Such was the nature of this world. Cheating is akin to wearing a green hat. One simply grows accustomed to it. Li Yi effortlessly located the entrance to the underground fortress, only to be obstructed by a formidable circular alloy door. Ha ha ha. Monster. Even if you found the entrance, what of it? This door is crafted from a special alloy, designed to withstand the aftershocks of a nuclear blast, boasted General Jack. Reveling in his perceived security, he believed that no superhuman could breach such a specialized barrier. He then disdainfully regarded Li Yi on the monitor, dismissing him as merely a fortunate commoner endowed with superpowers, foolishly thinking of himself as a superhero. However, Li Yi's subsequent actions left everyone in the base utterly astonished. With his hands clasped at his waist, a yellow glow emanated from his palms. Purgatory Dual Explosive Wave Cannon. Indeed, this technique belonged to the legendary hero, the strongest man on the surface, known as the Emperor Engine, who had vanquished countless monsters while silently safeguarding the Earth. He was the sole victor over Saitama in the world of One Punch Man, a figure Saitama could only dream of defeating. As Li Yi bellowed in fury, a terrifying beam of destructive yellow light surged forth from his palms. Wherever the beam traversed, all was incinerated, reduced to mere ashes. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming heat that voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity. The base trembled violently, the intensity of the quake rivaling that of the previous missile strike. Being underground, the tremors were even more pronounced, akin to a standard magnitude 7 earthquake. Damn it! What on earth is that monster doing? Jack exclaimed, gripping the handrail tightly to steady himself. Someone help me. I'm trapped. Ah, my leg. My leg. Please, save me. I don't want to die. The other soldiers were not so fortunate. Some lay dead, while others writhed in agony on the floor. With a resounding crash, the specially fortified door was obliterated by the Purgatory Dual Explosive Wave Cannon. Jack, where are you? Daddy's come to find you. Li Yi's voice echoed hauntingly throughout the vast underground fortress. You bastard, you bastard. That damn monster. Jack seethed with rage upon hearing Li Yi refer to himself as Daddy, his face flushed with anger. Yet, he quickly silenced himself, hoping that by remaining quiet, the superhero would not find him. The underground fortress was a scene of utter devastation, strewn with documents, equipment, and devices, while American soldiers lay on the ground, moaning in despair, reminiscent of the aftermath of a world war. Li Yi paid no heed to these insignificant minions, following the system's guidance as he steadily approached Jack's location. Little Jack, don't hide. Daddy can see you. Li Yi chuckled. Jack clung to the last vestiges of hope, remaining silent. Bang. Found you. Li Yi forcefully yanked open the iron cabinet that concealed General Jack. Superhuman. Jack looked at Li Yi, his face flushed with embarrassment. Now let's have some fun. Li Yi exclaimed with a smile. Superman, what do you wish to do? I am a general of the United States. Oh, is that so? Li Yi teased. I am not like those simple-minded soldiers. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will face relentless retribution from America. Your family, friends, and everyone connected to you will suffer. Jack initially felt fear, but as he spoke, his confidence grew, and he stood tall, daring to meet Li Yi's gaze. Ha ha. Li Yi could not help but laugh at Jack's clownish behavior. What are you laughing at? Are all the generals of the American military educated at the same school? Your threats sound remarkably similar. By the way, did you know? The last person who threatened me like that has now become a vegetable. His name is Ross. Jack was instantly struck dumb with fear. Ross was his comrade, and he had visited him in the hospital. The pitiful sight was etched into his memory. A man reduced to needing assistance for the most basic physiological needs. Had he not been a general, he would have long been discarded for cremation. He had joined the fight against Superman partly for revenge for his friend. Why are you always so foolish, so blind to the reality? I am now a one-man army. How can you still dare to provoke me? Are you not afraid I will storm the White House and eliminate all your leaders? Do you truly believe those poor soldiers can protect you from me? How dare you? Jack exclaimed in shock. I will show you just how daring I am. This place is too small. Let us go outside. Li Yi enveloped Jack in gravity, bringing him to the ground. Superman, if you intend to kill me, do so without humiliation. After all, I am a general. Jack found a semblance of courage, asserting himself. Very well, Li Yi replied. He soon captured 5 rabbits and, using a magical incantation, transformed them into horses. What are you planning? At that moment, Jack was bound by gravity, unable to escape, forced to watch Li Yi's actions helplessly. I have a fondness for Eastern culture, which has some fascinating punishments that I have long desired to experiment with. Today, you are fortunate to be my first subject. He secured the 5 horses in different positions, tying their reins to Jack's limbs. Superman, I beg you. You are a kind angel. Grant me a swift end. Jack realized the nature of Li Yi's intentions, pleading in terror. The punishment I intend to test is called the 5 horses tearing the body apart, as the name suggests. It involves 5 horses pulling your body apart. Legend has it that a certain reformist from ancient East met his demise by this very punishment. Today, you are fortunate to face the same fate. If you survive after the horses run off, I shall spare you, Li Yi declared with a laugh. No, please. Amidst Jack's anguished cries, Li Yi released the bindings of 5 horses, which immediately bolted in terror. Ah, snap, snap. Rest assured. I shall deliver your colleagues to you one by one. Li Yi mourned silently as he gazed at Jack, now reduced to mere fragments. To be continued. Chapter 54. Withstanding a nuclear strike at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The group plotting against Li Yi confronted Nick Fury once more upon witnessing his unhesitating annihilation of an entire military base. Nick Fury. How did Superman know Jack was part of the plan? Did you provide him with the list? An elderly man with silvery hair initiated the interrogation. If he were not a core member, he could not have possibly known that the incident targeting Superman was orchestrated by us in the shadows. Fury, your guilt is undeniable. Evidence. Do you possess any evidence? Nick Fury replied, his expression impassive. When he resolved to undertake this course of action, he had already contemplated the repercussions and had eliminated all potential evidence, with only one intermediary, Tony Stark, privy to the information. But would that playboy succumb to threats? That is preposterous. The elderly man was rendered speechless, for he truly lacked any proof. Enough bickering. This is not the time for disputes. The pressing matter at hand is how to address the Superman predicament. Base 13 has been reduced to rubble, and even General Jack, a silver-haired woman, interjected, only to pause as she mentioned Jack's fate. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The brutal methods employed by Superman against General Jack had instilled considerable fear, leaving them anxious about becoming his next victims, which fueled their vehement questioning of Nick Fury. What shall we do now? That Superman is utterly deranged. He is impervious to any threats. Not even missiles faze him. Should we submit to him? A voice proposed, only to be met with widespread dissent. Absolutely not. We cannot yield. How could the great United States bow down? We vanquished the Soviet menace in the past. How can we now retreat for a single individual? If other nations were to learn of this, our national honor would be irrevocably tarnished. And what do you suggest? We cannot contend with Superman, nor are we willing to submit. Are we to await our annihilation at his hands? The proposer, incensed by the opposition, exclaimed in frustration. No. We still possess a final recourse. The bald elder, who bore an imposing presence on the central screen, interjected. He was evidently the leader among this assembly. As the head of the most significant conglomerate in the United States, which monopolized nearly 30% of the nation's industries and routinely manipulated presidential elections, even the current president owed his position to their family support. Before this bald elder, all remained dutifully respectful. The elder's involvement in this initiative stemmed not only from the interests at stake, but also from the grim reality of his own cancer diagnosis. With fewer than 3 months to live, a consequence of relentless chemotherapy, he could have solicited Superman's assistance through a means of mutual benefit. Yet he was lured by the immense interests behind him, opting for an alternate path. This alliance against Superman was his initiative. In other words, while others might choose to yield, he absolutely could not. Given Superman's nature, he would never let him off the hook. Are you suggesting a nuclear bomb? The bald elder asserted resolutely. Indeed, as long as it falls within the realm of biological entities, it is impossible to withstand a nuclear bomb. Since Superman refuses to cooperate, let us send him to hell. Let others witness the consequences of defying us. Once the bald elder's words were spoken, they instantly garnered unanimous agreement, even from the individual who had previously proposed surrender. Outside the screen, Nick Fury shook his head in resignation. He understood that once these individuals made their decision, he would be powerless to intervene, so he chose to remain silent. He was well aware that a nuclear bomb would be futile against Superman. As Superman had previously demonstrated the ability to manipulate gravity, even Magneto had fallen before him, and a nuclear bomb would never get close enough to Superman. He had long presented these years of data to these individuals, yet they stubbornly clung to the notion of nuclear invincibility. Soon, the meeting concluded with the decision to drop a nuclear bomb at the next base Superman was heading to, Base 6. Orders were swiftly dispatched to Military Base 6. And under the command of the base commander, all soldiers took refuge in the underground bunker, awaiting Superman's arrival. After annihilating Base 13, Lee hurried to the next base, completely unaware that a trap awaited him. Although the system possessed a divine perspective, Lee could not maintain constant vigilance. This ability, akin to a keen eye. Was an active skill. Strange. There isn't a single soldier outside, Li Yi remarked, perplexed, as he flew above Base 6, observing the desolate base. Just moments ago, Base 13 had been teeming with armed personnel waiting for him. He quickly activated the divine perspective, only to discover that all soldiers were hiding underground. Warning. A high-speed moving object is approaching, Betty suddenly announced from his watch. She was connected to Stark Industries' satellite and soon detected the approaching nuclear bomb. So that's it. These individuals are likely intent on creating a mushroom cloud. It seems they are cornered and desperate. Lee scoffed. I advise you to take cover. Thank you for the warning, Betty. However, a nuclear bomb is not something one encounters every day. I certainly intend to experience it fully. Lee laughed. Indeed. He had no intention of retreating. The previous encounter with the laser eyes had only left him with a slight sting, far from satisfying. Additionally, he wished to make history as the first person to withstand a nuclear bomb, perhaps even the only one. Surely, the Guinness World Records would bestow upon him a medal. After making his decision, he awaited the nuclear bomb's arrival in quiet anticipation, throwing his watch into the system's built-in space to prevent its destruction. Soon, a missile carrying a nuclear warhead, trailing a long flame, soared toward him. Come, let me witness the formidable power of humanity's most potent weapon. Li exclaimed with a smile. A dazzling beam of light materialized out of thin air, engulfing everything in its vicinity. With a deafening roar, a mushroom cloud silently ascended from the ground, and the searing heat instantaneously vaporized all objects within the base. The area within several kilometers transformed into an inferno, and the shockwave extended its reach over dozens of kilometers, even stirring tremors in the distant city of New York. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? What are you waiting for? Run. An earthquake. This caused quite a commotion in New York City, which gradually subsided only after the police intervened to calm the public. As for Li Yi, situated at the epicenter of the nuclear blast, he felt merely an overwhelming heat, as if immersed in water at 50 degrees Celsius, with no other notable sensations. It is worth noting that the temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion can approach or even exceed that of the sun's core. Such devastation posed no threat to Li Yi, hinting at the extraordinary strength derived from the combination of the dog talisman and the horse talisman. Of course, this was merely a low-yield nuclear device. The effects of a larger yield remained uncertain to Li Yi. If he could absorb the sun's power to enhance himself, he mused that he would have long taken residence within the sun, emerging as a golden Superman. Alas, Li Yi is not a Kryptonian. Although the possibility may arise in the future, all data is fictional. Please do not take it seriously. I am not a military expert. To be continued. Chapter 55. Refusal to negotiate. Surely the Superman must be dead by now. This monster cannot have survived a nuclear explosion. This is the fate of those who defy us. Since he refuses to cooperate, let him perish. The crowd, watching the mushroom cloud rise above Base 6 via satellite, erupted in ecstatic cheers. Only Nick Fury wore a troubled expression, unable to fathom why Li Yi would allow a nuclear bomb to approach him. Was he testing its power? He quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that no one would be so foolish. Amidst the jubilation, the mushroom cloud suddenly exhibited a change. Whoosh! A dark figure shot forth from the mushroom cloud, generating a sonic boom and a powerful shockwave that swept away the flames and smoke enveloping the area. The figure was none other than Li Yi. The astonishing energy of the nuclear explosion had inflicted no harm upon him, not even a tear in his clothing. He is alive. This monster is impervious even to nuclear blasts. We're finished. He certainly will not spare us. We are doomed. Will we meet the same fate as Jack? No. No. Our end will be far worse than Jack's. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure, descending into chaos. Utterly devoid of the elegance and sophistication expected of elite individuals. Everyone, calm down. The bald elder bellowed, his authoritative presence compelling immediate obedience. Sir, what should we do now? Shall we deploy a higher-yield nuclear weapon? Someone suggested to the bald elder. Is there still a chance? Another countered. Indeed. Is there still a chance? Initially, they could rely on Superman's ignorance, but now that he is aware of their deployment of nuclear weapons, it is inconceivable that he would remain passively in place while they strike. They were unaware that just moments ago, Superman was indeed waiting there confidently, not foolishly. At this juncture, the crowd shifted their focus to Nick Fury. Fury, can you reach Superman? Inquired the bald elder in a hushed tone. Yes, they are prepared to capitulate. They have exhausted their final tactics, yet to no avail. In the face of mortality, they have entirely abandoned their so-called dignity and the glory of America, Fury replied coldly. I warned you all long ago. Fury continued. It is our fault. We should have heeded your warnings sooner, but now is not the time for this discussion. Fury, our lives rest in your hands. You must help us contact Superman. We will acquiesce to any of his demands, Provided he spares us, the bald elder pleaded, devoid of any semblance of authority. Despite knowing he had only 3 months left to live, he still wished to persist. The higher one rises in life, the greater the fear of death becomes. Their affluent and privileged existence has dulled their will. I can indeed contact Superman, but I cannot guarantee that he will engage in negotiations, Fury replied. That is sufficient. We will manage the rest ourselves. The bald elder exclaimed with delight. Fury had initially wished to disengage from the situation, but he was now compelled to intervene. Otherwise, the forces behind these individuals would undoubtedly usurp his position. If Li Yi and Fury intended to utilize their abilities to eliminate these individuals stealthily, it would be one thing. Unfortunately, Li Yi possessed no grand vision and was unconcerned with repercussions, opting instead for direct action. Such individuals are ill-suited for political maneuvering and leadership. Yet, fate granted him such formidable power, which is both infuriating and perplexing. Observing the ruins of Base 6, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. The speed of this destruction was more decisive than his own intervention. However, he did not intend to harm the soldiers within the underground fortress. The prior killings were prompted by the soldiers' aggression. Now that they were actively avoiding confrontation, there was no need for further violence against them. After all, the orders had come from higher-ups, leaving the ordinary soldiers oblivious to the fact that their adversary was Superman. He prepared to proceed to the final military base, Base 3, under General Jack's command. Once he dealt with this base, he would then eliminate all remaining threats. Sir, you have a new message. Would you like to answer? Betty suddenly interjected. Oh, at this moment, someone wishes to contact me? Li Yi remarked with curiosity. Let us see who it is. Accept the call. Upon his command, the watch displayed a screen featuring a dark, egg-shaped head. Nick Fury. Superman, greetings. Could you please cease hostilities? We can have a serious discussion. Fury implored. Discuss? What is there left to discuss? Li Yi retorted with a cold laugh. He had long anticipated the nature of these individuals. Cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Just as the Hulk is often pursued by the military, do you truly believe he cannot overpower that cadre of American soldiers? It is merely the presence of Bruce Banner within him that refrains from taking lives. Before Nick Fury could respond, the scene shifted to a bald elder, who declared, Superman. Everything that has transpired today is our fault, and we are willing to make amends. As long as you cease your actions, we can concede to any condition you propose. The bald elder promised humbly. Amends? What could you possibly offer? Money, power, women, anything within our grasp. You may request whatever you desire. Li Yi suddenly erupted into laughter. Is that not sufficient? The bald elder inquired, puzzled. You seem to perceive yourselves as deities, believing you can dictate terms as you wish. This predicament was instigated by you, and now you wish to conclude it so lightly? Superman, you misunderstand. We genuinely wish to negotiate with you. The bald elder explained. Let me clarify. Negotiation implies a standoff between two equally matched adversaries, neither able to overpower the other. You do not seem capable of posing a threat to me. While I could eliminate you at my discretion, is there truly a need for negotiation between us? Li Yi scoffed. As he spoke, the bald elder began to perspire nervously. You may as well cleanse your necks and await your fate. Before the bald elder could finish, Li Yi severed the communication. Witnessing Superman's decisive action, the others were left bewildered. It's over. Everything is lost. Why did we ever provoke Superman? Alas, everyone, there is no hope left. I shall return to arrange for the aftermath. I wish to spend my final moments with my family. Our greed has led to our demise. Forgive me. I must depart to bid farewell to my daughter. One by one, the figures on the screen exited. The bald elder sighed at the unfolding scene and also disconnected. He then summoned his butler. Gather all members of the family. I must publicly designate an heir. Yes, sir. The butler replied, promptly departing. The bald elder slowly retrieved a handgun from his drawer. To be continued. Chapter 56. Settling accounts. Li Yi soared towards the last military base under General Jack's command. The third military base. Why not directly eliminate those behind the scenes? One must see matters through to the end. If we declare the destruction of a military base, then it must be obliterated. Just like Leon Cohen, one must honor their words. The American soldiers at this military base neither resisted nor sought refuge. They stood barehanded on the training grounds, their weapons discarded to the side. Ah, are they attempting to emulate the French? Li Yi chuckled. At that moment, a soldier clad in distinctly different attire approached and saluted Li Yi. Mr. Superman, orders have been issued from above. We are required to fully cooperate with your actions. What? Not only surrendering, but also cooperating? The conduct of these American soldiers, or rather, the American government, was indeed extraordinary. This is quite reasonable. After all, aside from the forces behind those targeting Li Yi, there were numerous other factions keenly observing this incident. Witnessing that neither missiles nor ultimate nuclear weapons could inflict any harm upon the Superman, It was only natural for them to seek his favor. The age-old adage, if you cannot defeat them, join them, rings true. Indeed, there is an ancient saying in the East, those who absorb the essence are all exceptional. Li Yi lauded. The American soldiers stood before him, utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the profound depth of Eastern culture. Li Yi, uninterested in enlightening him, issued a command. I shall reduce this military base to rubble. You have 10 minutes to vacate. Yes. The leading soldier expressed no dissent. Saluting Li Yi before turning to his comrades, bellowing, all personnel, evacuate the base immediately, at top speed. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded with enthusiasm. The notion of not having to engage with Superman was exceedingly welcome. The three bases were interconnected, and the soldiers had just learned about the fate of the personnel at the first base, who had suffered devastating losses for attacking Superman. They certainly did not wish to share that fate. Most had enlisted for the generous bonuses and salaries, not to become martyrs, if they were to perish. The higher-ups would have to attribute it to gas leaks or terrorist attacks rather than Superman's wrath. The American soldiers hastened to board their designated military vehicles, speeding away with fervor. Speeding? Who cared about that in the face of survival? Li Yi, meanwhile, began the countdown with a sense of boredom, the seconds ticking away. And at the 10-minute mark, Betty reminded him punctually, time's up. Excellent. Now it's showtime. If those soldiers have not escaped by now, they have only themselves to blame. Li Yi chuckled. Betty, activate the recording function and capture this awe-inspiring moment. Understood. Recording is now activated. Betty replied. Li Yi then ascended slowly, hovering above the third military base. I have always yearned for a moment like this, he exclaimed dramatically. A bag of rice must bear the weight of several floors. A bag of rice carries much toil. A bag of rice requires my washing. Each grain is muddy. Who bestows upon you a bag of rice? Oh, spicy Tiansen. Li Yi coldly declared. With his arms outstretched, a blinding white light flashed, and a terrifying repulsive force emanated from him, wildly compressing all surrounding objects. With a resounding boom, the once constructed base was reduced to a barren expanse, leaving behind a massive crater spanning several kilometers. Li Yi floated in the air, his shadow elongated in the sunlight, merging with the desolate scene below, resembling a divine annihilator. Betty, have you recorded this? Li Yi's voice broke the solemnity of the moment. Rest assured, everything has been documented. Betty responded. Excellent. Now it is time to settle the score. Li Yi sneered. Subsequently, the divine perspective was activated, pinpointing the locations of those individuals, with the organizer being the primary target. The scene that had just unfolded was meticulously captured by satellites operated by various factions. Of course, this was all part of Li Yi's deliberate strategy, intended to demonstrate his destructive power and convey the message of the consequences of provoking him. What language was Superman speaking just now? Black Egg inquired of Coulson, who stood nearby. It was Japanese, Coulson replied, his expression oddly perplexed. Why would Superman speak Japanese? Isn't English the universal language across the cosmos? With a hint of sarcasm, Coulson then relayed the translated content to the director. Feel the pain? Does Superman harbor hatred for this world? Black Egg frowned momentarily before instructing, Coulson, investigate Superman's past to see if he has any grudges or if he faced hardships before acquiring his powers. Understood, director, Coulson responded. Little did Li Yi realize that his offhand remark would be interpreted in such a manner by Black Egg. Li Yi soon arrived at the family estate, an expansive property where it would take an ordinary person over an hour just to walk around. Those residing there typically required a chauffeur for transportation from the entrance to the interior. The grounds were adorned with manicured lawns, gardens, fountains, and various sculptures. The residence itself was a 3-story structure, larger than a football field, with opulent decor that epitomized extravagance. The evils of capitalism. How I yearn for such luxury. This type of estate was not easily acquired, even by the wealthy. It was not guaranteed that an ancient, venerable family would possess one. The family controlled 30% of the industry across America, Li Yi scoffed. Although a voice in his mind urged him to eliminate all members of this family, Li Yi resolutely rejected the notion. He was not a good person, but he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter or collective punishment. The individuals he had slain had provoked him. Even the soldiers of Base 13 had attacked first. Using the locator, Li Yi swiftly found the study of the bald elder, who was unaccompanied by any guards. Perhaps he had surrendered, recognizing that even the presence of guards would be futile against an enraged Superman. With a resounding crash, Li Yi shattered the window and floated inside. So, you have finally arrived? The bald elder, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, sat calmly in his chair. You have provoked the wrong individual, and you shall pay the price. Li Yi remarked with a cold smile. I never imagined that despite my cautiousness throughout my life, I would ultimately fall victim to my own greed. The bald elder shook his head with a bitter smile, slowly retrieving a gun and placing it against his temple. Superman. No one can dictate my life or death, not even you. Only I hold that power. The elder's demeanor abruptly transformed, reminiscent of the great leader who had guided his family to become the foremost dynasty in America. Oh, really? Li Yi replied with a mocking grin. Indeed, the elder declared confidently before pulling the trigger. A moment later, a spray of crimson erupted from his head. Did you think it would be that easy to die? That would be too lenient for you. Li Yi, though capable of halting the situation, was tempted by a more intriguing prospect. He gestured towards the corpse of the bald elder, and a translucent figure promptly emerged from it, only to be seized by Li Yi. What is happening? Am I not dead? The bald elder exclaimed in terror. Indeed, you are deceased. What stands before me now is but a ghost. You claim I cannot determine your fate? Allow me to demonstrate otherwise. Li Yi retorted with a chilling smile. With the invocation of the power of the goat talisman, the scene was set to continue. Chapter 57. A new task. How could such a thing be possible? The soul of the bald elder struggled desperately, yet to no avail. The power of the goat talisman was far beyond mere soul detachment. It endowed Li Yi with the ability to engage and attack the spirit while significantly amplifying his spiritual prowess. Had Li Yi pursued magical studies in Kamartaj, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a prodigy, with the potential to ascend as the next supreme sorcerer, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Alas, it seemed that the Ancient One had already anointed Strange as the successor, while the corpulent Ned was merely a jest. Do you understand now? The body may perish, yet the soul remains. It is only when the soul is extinguished that one truly vanishes, Li Yi remarked with a cold sneer. Superman, I beg you do not. I realize my errors, I implore you. The bald elder pleaded. Have you provoked me? You lack even the right to descend into hell. Li Yi exerted a sudden force. With a final scream, the elder's soul ceased to exist. Subsequently, Li Yi replicated his actions, extracting and shattering the souls of all who had conspired against him. The news of Superman's assault on the populace spread like wildfire, igniting fervent debate among the masses. This must be false information. Superman would never act in such a manner. This is undoubtedly the work of those envious detractors trying to tarnish the reputation of my beloved Superman, fabricating stories to suggest he would face imprisonment. How can you expect me to remain rational? My Superman tirelessly battles crime and saves the world, often sleeping only an hour a day, though he truly requires no rest. Can I stand idly by as you defame him? Is that what you consider rationality? Detractors, do not involve yourselves. My Superman embodies light, while you, lurking like cockroaches in the sewers, are unworthy to be compared to him. My brother is dashing and charismatic, far superior to you wretched souls. Superman's fans were adamant in their disbelief, vociferously accusing the spreaders of misinformation of attempting to malign Superman's character, demanding they provide evidence. Yet, the purveyors of the rumor were unable to produce any, ultimately being charged with slander and apprehended. Thanks to the swift intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D., all surveillance and video footage from the scene were forcibly confiscated. Even if a few clips managed to escape online, they were deleted within mere seconds. Given Superman's demonstrated prowess, all factions within America sought to curry favor with him. Utilizing their resources, they aggressively suppressed the burgeoning controversy, flooding the narrative with distractions and obliterating dissent. Soon, the rumors of Superman's aggression towards the public were nearly extinguished, and any remaining dissenters were discreetly invited for a coffee, emerging from the meeting too intimidated to utter further nonsense. Numerous media outlets that published the false news about Superman possessing the ability to cure all diseases have come under investigation, received warnings, and ultimately had to retract their statements, acknowledging the dissemination of misinformation and offering their sincerest apologies to Superman. In an instant, the fervent uproar surrounding the incident seemed to come to a close. In New York City, at Officer George's residence, his daughter Gwen excitedly exclaimed while perusing the latest newspaper, "See, I knew Superman could never harm the public. It was those nefarious villains attempting to tarnish his image." However, George, the chief, felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since his precious daughter had been taken by Superman during the ceremony at City Star and returned transformed, she spoke incessantly of Superman, appearing almost brainwashed. Yet, George was acutely aware that such news could not arise from mere conjecture. He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of that superhero, where no criminal escaped alive from his grasp. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury received a report from Coulson. "Director, all related information has been suppressed." To which Fury replied, "Excellent. Maintaining Superman's image as a superhero benefits us all. At the very least, it might restrain his actions." Coulson queried, "But Director, does Superman truly care about this? If he did, he wouldn't have acted violently against the public in broad daylight and brutally killed those individuals." Fury sighed, "Regardless of whether he cares or not, Ensuring that Superman does not become our adversary is our greatest triumph. He was at a loss for how to contain Superman, merciless, unrestrained, and, most importantly, terrifyingly powerful. The unpredictability he posed was exceedingly daunting. By the way, there has been an incident in Mexico involving an unidentified object that has fallen, a hammer of unknown material. Locals claim that no matter the means employed, they cannot move this hammer, even with cranes, to no avail. You and Hawkeye should investigate the matter and maintain constant communication. Fury suddenly recalled this issue and instructed Coulson. Understood, sir. Coulson responded promptly. Clap, clap. Truly impressive. Even the American government has retreated, remarked Bullseye, applauding while expressing his admiration. He had finally witnessed the true strength of his new boss, realizing that even a nuclear explosion seemed trivial in comparison. Enough with the flattery. Bullseye quickly retorted. On another note, we have fully taken control of Kingpin's territory, and all dissenting leaders have been eliminated. It took you far too long. Lee expressed his dissatisfaction. With a thud, Bullseye immediately knelt. Aye. Enough. No need to be anxious. Since you completed the task within the stipulated 2 weeks, I shall not punish you. Thank you. However, do not expect to retain the powers you possess. Lee casually summoned back the magical abilities Bullseye wielded. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second main storyline mission, Alien Visitors. The mysterious extraterrestrial visitors are poised to descend upon Earth, heralding a calamity. Mission objective: vanquish all alien intruders and avert the impending disaster. Mission reward: a chance to win a lottery. Mission duration: 10 days. Mission penalty: none. Extraterrestrial visitors? Are there truly aliens during this period? Lee pondered with uncertainty. Host, allow me to offer a hint. Mjolnir, the god of thunder. To be continued. Chapter 58. The god of thunder. In a quaint town in New Mexico, a golden-haired man awakens in a hospital bed. Are you all right? The doctor inquired as he approached. Retrieving a syringe. Please remain calm. I merely need to draw some blood. However, upon hearing the mention of a blood draw, the man became agitated, struggling violently and shouting, How dare you assault the son of Odin? Call for assistance. The doctor hastily summoned a group of nurses in an attempt to restrain the man. Yet, he was exceptionally strong, easily pushing aside the male nurses. Hurry, summon security. Security swiftly arrived at room 3 of the emergency department. They rushed in to subdue the man, who bellowed in defiance. You cannot overcome the great. He was soon silenced as a tranquilizer was administered, causing him to lose consciousness. This golden-haired individual is none other than Thor, the renowned god of thunder from Norse mythology. Thor, one of the princes of Asgard, is the primary heir to the throne. From the moment of his birth, he was met with immense expectations, receiving the finest education and emerging as one of Asgard's mightiest warriors. Like other deities from Asgard, Thor possesses strength that far surpasses that of mortals, with a body density 3 times greater, endowing him with formidable resistance to physical damage, viruses, radiation, and toxic gases. He exhibits extraordinary speed and strength, capable of engaging in prolonged combat without succumbing to fatigue. He can freely traverse the depths of the ocean and the vastness of space without any equipment. His superhuman capabilities allow him to withstand immense explosions, impacts, and extreme temperatures, whether scorching or frigid. Moreover, he is impervious to magic, rendering earthly weaponry largely ineffective against him. Thor's destructive potential is astonishing. In Avengers: Age of Ultron, he collaborated with Tony Stark to obliterate a city with a single, mighty blow. Thus, when engaging in battles on Earth, Thor must temper his strength to avoid inflicting excessive damage. The lifespan of Asgardians vastly exceeds that of humans, reaching an astounding 5,000 years, and they grow stronger with age. Currently, the god of thunder is over 1,500 years old, and his strength will continue to amplify until the end of his days. With millennia of combat experience, Thor possesses exceptional battle awareness and martial prowess. Adept in various forms of weaponry, yet his heart remains with his beloved hammer, Mjolnir, often affectionately referred to as the mighty hammer by Marvel enthusiasts. He can harness the power of flight by wielding Mjolnir and command thunder and lightning with it. It can be said that Thor embodies the legendary figure of a favored son of the heavens, destined to be the king of Asgard. Yet this illustrious character finds himself stripped of his divine powers by his own father, Odin, and exiled to Earth. To add to his misfortune, he now falls into the hands of mere mortals, marking a significant chapter in the troubled history of the god of thunder. Undoubtedly, Thor's future will unveil more such disgraces, and he must grow accustomed to them. Thor's exile to Earth was precipitated by the invasion of several frost giants during his coronation ceremony in Asgard. Fueled by anger and the encouragement of his beloved brother Loki, Thor, accompanied by a few close friends, launched an assault on the realm of the frost giants. This reckless endeavor resulted in severe injuries to one of his companions. And upon being rescued by Odin, Thor remained unrepentant, defiantly challenging his father. Odin deemed Thor arrogant, impulsive, and irresponsible, qualities unworthy of a king, and thus stripped him of his divine abilities and cast him down to earth. However, such exile was not entirely genuine. As Odin's only biological son, he harbored hopes for Thor to inherit the family legacy. The primary intention was for Thor to endure trials on earth, fostering humility and a sense of responsibility. To this end, Odin even cast a spell upon Thor's hammer to aid in his transformation into a better being. It is fair to say that Odin fretted deeply over his heir. After considerable turmoil, Thor escaped from the confines of a hospital and encountered Jane Foster and her companions. With their assistance, he gradually regained his composure, only to depart in search of his cherished hammer. Meanwhile, Agent Coulson, accompanied by personnel from SHIELD, arrived in New Mexico to gather information. They swiftly discerned that Jane Foster's research pertained to the hammer that had fallen just days prior, necessitating its collection. "What are you doing?" Jane demanded angrily upon witnessing a group of individuals in black moving her research materials. "Miss Foster, I am from SHIELD, Coulson replied. "What does that have to do with me? You cannot do this." Jane was undeterred and immediately sought to halt the actions of these intruders. "Jane, this is far more serious than you realize. Perhaps you should let it go," Dr. Eric Selvig advised. "Let it go? That is the culmination of my life's work," Jane retorted, her frustration palpable. The data represented decades of her research. And just as she was beginning to see results, it was about to be appropriated by the government. "We are investigating a security threat, and we need to requisition your data and atmospheric findings," Coulson explained calmly. "Requisition is a euphemism for theft," Jane exclaimed, incensed. "This will compensate for your loss," Coulson offered, producing a check. "These materials are not easily replaced. Most of it was created by me," Jane rebuffed, pushing Coulson's hand away. "Then surely you can recreate it," Coulson retorted nonchalantly. Such actions were not uncommon for SHIELD, who bore no qualms. "As it was all in the name of Earth's safety, then I can certainly sue you for infringing on my constitutional rights," Jane declared, brandishing a warning in the form of a green vial. "I apologize, Miss Foster, we are the good guys," Coulson replied. "As agents of SHIELD, ordinary laws do not apply to them. We are also on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. All my research materials are contained within this notebook and those computers, and you cannot simply take them away." Seeing that Coulson and the others had no intention of returning her belongings, Jane shouted in agitation. "Hey!" A man in black, upon hearing that Jane had materials, snatched her notebook away. When Jane saw her final documents being seized, she angrily rushed forward to confront him. "Jane, please, calm down." Dr. Eric Selvig quickly stepped in to restrain her. "Coulson, good people do not indiscriminately take from others." Just as the situation escalated into chaos, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice to see a handsome, young Asian man leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his face. It was Li Yi, who had arrived from New York. Since the system had issued the mission, Li Yi was uncertain about the progression of Thor's storyline. So he decided to seek out Thor's future girlfriend, Jane Foster. After all, Thor was bound to appear by her side. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. "Jane. He is so handsome. Just my type," Daisy whispered, tugging at Jane's sleeve. "I think so too," Jane agreed. "The universal standards of beauty transcend borders. Just as we find certain celebrities in the West to be stunningly beautiful, the same applies here." The agents present, upon spotting this peculiar stranger, immediately drew their firearms. Click. Click. "Are you going to attack me?" Li Yi asked with a smile. At the sight of Li Yi's grin, Coulson was abruptly reminded of the soldiers at Base 13 and shouted urgently, "Everyone, lower your weapons immediately." The agents, perplexed, looked at their commander. "He's one of us." Coulson hastily concocted an excuse. After all, he couldn't reveal that if they fired, they would all perish. He then approached Li Yi respectfully. "Mr. Li Yi, what brings you here?" His voice carried a hint of tension, as the events from days prior involving Superman lingered in his mind. "I'm just taking a stroll," Li Yi replied nonchalantly, before gesturing towards the equipment in the vehicle. "Aren't you all dedicated to safeguarding Earth? When did you decide to become thieves?" Mr. Li Yi, we were merely borrowing." Coulson awkwardly attempted to explain. "Really?" Li Yi turned his gaze towards Jane and her companions. Sensing that Coulson's group appeared intimidated by this man named Li Yi, Jane seized the opportunity, exclaiming indignantly, "What do you mean borrowing? Taking someone else's belongings without permission is called theft. We were just..." Coulson began to clarify. Put down those items, and you may leave, Li Yi interjected, clearly uninterested in hearing any further excuses. However, do you need me to escort you? Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. If they did not leave soon, Superman might truly hurl them into the sky. The mission is interrupted. We must depart. He hurriedly signaled to his subordinates to board another vehicle, leaving the one equipped behind. At last, this band of marauders has departed. Thank you. Jane sighed in relief as she realized her information was finally secure, expressing her gratitude to Li Yi. It's nothing. You're welcome. Li Yi replied with a smile. Wait. You look remarkably familiar. I believe I've seen you before. Daisy, standing nearby, seemed to recall something and inquired curiously. Oh my goodness. I remember now. I saw you on television. You are Superman. Daisy exclaimed with delight. Superman? What's Superman? Isn't that a character from comics? Jane questioned, puzzled. She typically focused on her research and paid little attention to the outside world. Jane, that's him. The real Superman exists. I even have a newspaper clipping of him. Let me find it. Daisy promptly rummaged through her bag and handed a copy of the Hornet Daily to Jane. Superman, there really is a Superman. To be continued. Chapter 59. The first encounter with Thor. Are you truly the Superman from the newspaper? Jane asked, uncertain. Haha. If there's no one else, then it must be me. Li Yi chuckled. Superman, can I have your autograph? Daisy finally caught on and quickly pulled out a small notebook from her bag, eagerly presenting it to Li Yi. She was also a fan of Superman, having joined various support groups for him. The only reason she hadn't recognized him immediately was that she never expected to encounter an unclothed Superman here. Ahem. A Superman not in his battle attire. Of course. Li Yi took the notebook and elegantly inscribed the word Superman in a flourish. He was more than willing to fulfill a fan's request, especially since this girl was exceptionally beautiful, particularly with her figure. Portrayed by Kat Dennings, also known for her role in Two Broke Girls. Oh my god, I finally have Superman's autograph. Daisy shouted, brandishing the notebook like a child, eager to boast to Jane and Eric. Jane, witnessing her friend's childish antics, merely covered her face in embarrassment. Superman, just call me Li Yi. Li Yi corrected. Li Yi, may I ask what brings you here? Jane inquired, perplexed. I am searching for a blonde man named Thor. You must have seen him. Thor. The three exclaimed in unison. They had just encountered a blonde man who claimed to be Thor, although he appeared somewhat unhinged, insisting he was the Norse god of thunder, leaving a profound impression on them with his peculiar behavior. Haha, do you know Thor? Li Yi laughed. Li Yi. What business do you have with that Thor? Is he a criminal? Jane cautiously asked. He harbored a slight affection for the seemingly foolish yet robust man, uncertain of the purpose behind Superman's visit. As a superhero, Superman naturally conjured thoughts of that, Thor being a criminal. I wish to engage him in combat. The trio was once again taken aback. Li Yi, although Thor is quite strong, he is merely an ordinary man, far inferior compared to a superhero like you. Why do you wish to fight him? Daisy inquired, perplexed. Thor is no ordinary individual. He is the Norse god of thunder. Li Yi elucidated. The god of thunder, Thor? Jane responded incredulously. If even Superman claims this, could it possibly be true? Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? The other two shared expressions of disbelief. Yet this was Superman. What reason would he have to deceive mere mortals? So, you are acquainted with him. Indeed, we were just with him. He mentioned he was off to find something called Meow Meow. Daisy recalled. MJ Ulner. Yes, that's the name. Li Yi exclaimed. Thor said he was searching for MJ Ulner. Thank you, dear friends. Li Yi remarked, turning to depart. Wait. Daisy suddenly shouted, then clasped Li Yi's arm. Li Yi was taken aback, bewildered. That fellow should be nearby. Why not rest in our abode for a while? We can assist you in your search. Daisy proposed enthusiastically, her fingers gently caressing Li Yi's arm. This girl was indeed an ardent fan. Very well, I appreciate your hospitality, Li Yi replied, relishing the moment. Why shy away from a girl who approached him? Moreover, this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the acts he had cherished in his past life, especially in terms of her impressive physique. No need for formality. After all, you assisted us earlier. Daisy smiled. Jane, witnessing her friend's infatuation, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Daisy typically faltered in the presence of handsome men, yet now, she seemed eager to draw close to Superman. The four returned to the house, engaging in casual conversation, primarily with Daisy posing questions and Li Yi responding, while the other two focused intently on their research. Wait, I think I've spotted him, Jane suddenly exclaimed. Not far outside the window, a tall, blond man swaggered into the pet shop. It was none other than Thor, whom they had just parted ways with. I want a horse, Thor shouted. The shopkeeper looked up in confusion and replied, We don't sell horses. We only have dogs, cats, birds. Then just give me something I can ride. Thor responded. The shopkeeper was utterly baffled. Thor. A voice called from outside, prompting Thor to turn around in surprise. Realizing it was Jane, and he promptly approached her. "Jane, what is it?" Thor inquired, puzzled. "There is a gentleman here seeking you." Jane pointed to Yi beside her. "Do we know each other?" Thor asked, his expression one of confusion. In Norse mythology, the thunder god Thor, whose fame precedes him, was greeted by Yi, who declared, "I have long admired your reputation and have come to challenge you." Thor, brimming with excitement, replied, "You know of me? You truly believe I am Thor?" Since arriving here, no one had been willing to accept his identity, so encountering someone who could utter his name was exhilarating. "Indeed, your renown is undeniable." "Ha. I never anticipated my name would reach Midgard." "Yi, your very name suggests you are a formidable warrior." "Alas, I have lost my divine powers, otherwise I would relish the chance to engage in a fierce battle with you." Thor lamented. "I have come to assist you in reclaiming your hammer. Once you regain your powers, we shall have our duel." Yi affirmed. Thor, his face alight with joy, asked, "You would help me find my hammer?" Just moments ago, he had been troubled about how to reach the site of Mjolnir's fall, and now, with Lie's offer, he could hardly contain his happiness. "When I retrieve Mjolnir, I must invite you to Asgard as my guest, and we shall indulge in fine drink," Thor proclaimed grandly, clearly enamored by Lie's words. Having quickly taken him as a friend, a rather simple-minded giant indeed. After their decision, they turned to the other three companions and asked, "Will you join us? Come witness the legendary revival of the Thunder God." "Can we really? I want to go," Daisy exclaimed, clutching Lie's arm tightly. "Such a wondrous event must not be missed," Eric added with a grin. "Then I shall accompany you," Jane chimed in. "But how shall we travel? By vehicle? Our car is far too small for 5 people. I shall demonstrate some magical wonders. Do you have a carpet or something similar?" Yi inquired. "Indeed. What sort of ride do you desire?" Daisy responded curiously. "Have you ever ridden a flying carpet?" "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. After Daisy produced a 5-meter blanket, Yi placed his hand upon it, and it instantly transformed into a flying carpet. "My friend, you must be a sorcerer of Midgard. This is truly extraordinary." Thor marveled at the spectacle. "I am not a sorcerer, though this indeed is magic." Subsequently, the 5 of them mounted the flying carpet and soared towards the location where Mjolnir had fallen. Meanwhile, Coulson and his team, having been dismissed by Yi, did not venture far and lingered nearby. With the presence of a superhuman, even the smallest matters warranted close observation, and they were fortunate to witness this magical scene. Coulson then retrieved his phone and dialed. "Hello?" came the voice of Black Egg on the other end. "OSS, Superman has appeared here." After a brief pause, the voice responded. "Let us observe the situation. Avoid any conflict with Superman at all costs." "Understood, OSS." To be continued. Chapter 60. The Raising of Mjolnir. "Ah, Yi, you are so swift," Daisy shouted. "Is this speed? I can move even faster. Do you wish to test it?" I do. Then hold on tight." Whoosh. The flying carpet zipped through the sky like a gust of wind. Yi enveloped the surroundings with a gravitational shield, effectively barricading the fierce winds from the outside. Thus, despite the rapid pace of the flying magic carpet, the occupants remained largely unaffected. Were it not for Thor's robust constitution, the other 3 would undoubtedly have been left gasping for breath. After several minutes of flight, a large scientific tent, heavily guarded by numerous soldiers, came into view. Indeed, this was the place. "I can sense it. Mjolnir is right here," Thor exclaimed with excitement, his connection to Mjolnir, though diminished, still faintly resonating despite the loss of his divine powers. Strangely, when did they construct these structures? Daisy wondered aloud, recalling that they had passed this spot just the previous day without any such installations. This was precisely where the trio had encountered Thor the night before. Such is the strength of SHIELD, an organization wielding considerable influence globally, primarily addressing supernatural occurrences. Yi succinctly explained, showing no intent to keep secrets about SHIELD, for he was no agent of theirs. This dilapidated temple, infested with Hydra, could hardly accommodate a figure as significant as Yi. Finding a secure spot to land, the group disembarked from the carpet, whereupon Daisy cautiously folded the magic rug. "Daisy, what on earth are you doing?" Yi inquired, puzzled. "This is a wondrous magical carpet. Of course, I must cherish it," Daisy replied matter-of-factly. "This carpet can only soar when I imbue it with magic. Otherwise, it remains an ordinary blanket." Yi explained, exasperated. "What?" Daisy exclaimed in disappointment. "Let us head inside. I can hardly wait to see my Mjolnir," Thor said eagerly. "But with so many people, how do we get in?" Jane asked, puzzled. If it were just Yi, he would certainly break through. However, with a young admirer by his side, he was determined not to leave a negative impression. After some contemplation, he decided to contact the Dark Egghead directly. "Betty, connect me to the Dark Egghead." Li Yi instructed Betty, who was in his hand. Understood, boss. Betty replied promptly, then dialed the number. SHIELD's internet defenses were akin to a sieve for Tony, and his artificial intelligence could effortlessly breach the now porous organization. Soon, the call was connected, and Betty projected the Dark Egghead's image. Superman. The Dark Egghead looked at Li Yi in confusion. I won't waste time. I need to take a few people to lift that hammer you discovered. Make the arrangements. Or I won't be responsible for any mishaps, Li Yi stated, exuding an air of authority as if treating SHIELD as his subordinates. Yet, Nick Fury displayed no reaction. Dubbed the King of Spies, he had long mastered the art of emotional control. Understood. I've already contacted Coulson on site. He will escort you inside. Nick Fury responded. If there's nothing else then, Li Yi concluded, severing the connection. Indeed, it was not long before Coulson appeared from nowhere. Respectfully approaching Li Yi. Mr. Li Yi, please follow me. A few individuals trailed behind Coulson as they entered the room, where many were engrossed in various studies and measurements surrounding Mjolnir. What are these individuals doing to my beloved Mjolnir? The hammer-obsessed Thor, upon witnessing this scene, was instantly consumed by rage, as though his beloved had been violated, eager to charge forward. I advise you not to move. At that moment, a voice rang out from above, revealing a man with a bow aimed directly at Thor. His appearance was rather unremarkable, yet his piercing eyes were unforgettable. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Thor shouted. This is Agent Barton, specifically tasked with guarding the hammer. Agent Barton, they are not foes. You may lower your bow. Coulson interjected, diffusing the tension. The archer was none other than Hawkeye, a senior agent of SHIELD, and a future member of the Avengers. Hawkeye nodded and subsequently lowered his bow. Thor, calm down. They are merely conducting research and mean no harm to Mjolnir. Li Yi also intervened to restrain the towering figure. All right, the research concludes here for today, Coulson declared. Yes, sir. The group of researchers gradually retreated. Mr. Li Yi, you may now attempt to lift the hammer with your friend, but do exercise caution. It is exceedingly heavy, Coulson remarked. Of course it is heavy. For none but I possess the worthiness, Thor declared with pride. Such a statement made Li Yi feel an overwhelming urge to deliver a blow. Yet he suppressed his frustration by repeatedly reminding himself that Thor was merely a brash giant, and it was best to refrain from engaging him. Thor, do not squander time. Lift it now, Li Yi urged impatiently. All right, I understand. Thor, brimming with arrogance, approached the hammer. All eyes converged on Thor, reminiscent of his days in Asgard, where he was similarly adored. Grasping the hammer's handle tightly, his face radiated excitement, as if he were on the verge of reclaiming his divine power. Thor exerted his strength, his arm muscles bulging ominously, yet he found himself unable to lift it. His once exhilarated expression faded into despair. No, Thor exclaimed in disbelief that Mjolnir would refuse him, unleashing a roar as he summoned all his might, every muscle tensed, veins bulging on his forehead. Despite his efforts, the hammer remained immovable. With a thud, Thor collapsed despondently to the ground, murmuring, How could this be? How could this be? His father had truly forsaken him. He could never return to Asgard. Never see his father, mother, brother Loki, or his comrades again. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. Thor crumbled in an instant. The onlookers, witnessing his despair, bore varied expressions. Jin felt a pang of sympathy for Thor, wishing to offer comfort, yet unsure how to proceed. Mr. Li Yi, is your friend merely a hammer? Coulson beside him wore a puzzled expression. Li Yi shook his head, offering no explanation, and then approached Thor, saying, Thor, allow me to give it a try. What? Thor exclaimed in astonishment. If I cannot lift it, how could a mere earthling possibly do so? Thor, you are simply too proud. There are indeed earthlings who can lift it, and not just one. Li Yi thought of Captain America, Vision, and even Natasha, who had once wielded it in the comics, though he wondered if she could do so in this reality. As Li Yi prepared to lift the hammer, the onlookers turned their gazes towards him, filled with anticipation. Particularly Coulson, who was aware of Superman's ability to withstand nuclear blasts, surely believed that Li Yi could succeed. Gripping the hammer's handle, Li Yi exerted his strength under the watchful eyes of the crowd, yet the hammer remained unmoved, causing disappointment to wash over them once more. Li Yi, I told you, no earthling can lift it, Thor remarked. Li Yi chose to ignore him. He had merely been testing whether he could earn the hammer's recognition like Captain America. Clearly, he had failed. He did not possess that qualification. However, he remained undeterred. Knowing who he was without needing the hammer's validation, he then summoned true power, the strength bestowed by the Bull Talisman granting him boundless might, the extent of which he himself could scarcely comprehend. 100 pounds, 500, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. 10 million. 1 billion. The ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Could it be Li Yi? The crowd stared at the quaking ground in bewilderment. With a shout, Li Yi intensified his strength, causing the tremors to escalate. The entire base felt as though it were experiencing a seismic event of magnitude 7. How immense must his power be to create such a commotion? Everyone steadied themselves, fearful of being knocked to the ground. Crack! The ground beneath Li Yi shattered instantaneously, fissures spreading rapidly, and in an instant, the entire base was cleaved in two, moving swiftly towards the city. Mr. Li Yi, please stop. If this continues, the nearby city will be obliterated. Coulson shouted desperately. Regrettably, Li Yi paid no heed, continuing to amplify his strength. The tremors of the base became increasingly pronounced, and just as everyone braced for calamity, Li Yi abruptly raised the hammer skyward. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Li Yi directly. In the flash of lightning, an ancient suit of armor enveloped him, a red cape billowing behind. He lifted it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The protagonist is no less than Odin, naturally capable of forcefully transcending Odin's constraints. This is the premise of the story. To be continued. Chapter 61, Abandonment. How is this possible? The most astonishing sight on the scene was none other than Thor, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a bowling ball. Witnessing his beloved Mjolnir being lifted by a mere earthling shattered Thor's worldview completely. Thor was acutely aware of Mjolnir's weight. Without the hammer's approval, it was impossible to lift. But there was another possibility. It could be that the individual possessed strength equal to or surpassing that of his father, Odin, thereby forcibly breaking Odin's limitations. Yet, how could such a thing be conceivable? His father, Odin, was the mightiest being across the 9 realms, the undisputed king of the gods. How could anyone from the weakest realm, Midgard, possibly be stronger than the god king Odin? Odin, whose full name is Odin Borson, is the king of the gods in Norse mythology and the ruler of Asgard. He is the father of Thor and the adoptive father of Loki. Wielding the formidable power of Odin and serving as the highest ruler and defender of the 9 realms. His weapon is the eternal spear, Gungnir. Odin is depicted as immensely powerful in both comics and films, showcasing godlike combat prowess. Although his direct portrayals in films are limited, the fact that he only dared to intervene after the likes of Thanos invaded Earth, waiting until both he and the Ancient One had departed, speaks volumes of his strength. The fire giant Surtur, capable of annihilating all of Asgard, was ultimately defeated by Odin during his peak, even having the source of his power, the eternal flame, seized by Odin and stored in his treasury. Odin suppressed and sealed the death goddess Hela, who effortlessly crushed Thor's hammer and decimated the Asgardian army for over a millennium. Such indirect portrayals alone attest to Odin's might. Li Yi speculated that Odin in this world possessed at least the power to obliterate stars. Li Yi, you look so handsome, Daisy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Yi clad in Thor's attire. Jane wore a look of admiration, for at that moment, Li Yi was undoubtedly the dream lover of many young women. If previously Li Yi had exuded the charm of a sunny neighbor boy with a hint of allure, now he resembled a victorious general, invincible in the vast cosmos. Daisy, already an admirer of superheroes, felt her affection for Li Yi soar to new heights. Meanwhile, Coulson discreetly took out his phone and made a call. Director, I can nearly confirm that the hammer is indeed Thor's hammer from Norse mythology, and that golden-haired man bears a striking resemblance to the Thor depicted in the murals, confirming he is the god of thunder, Coulson reported. Understood. Continue to observe and record the situation on site, and contact me immediately if anything arises, Nick Fury replied. Yes, sir, Coulson responded before ending the call. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury scrutinized the situation through the surveillance footage. Upon witnessing Superman lifting the hammer and causing a colossal disturbance that nearly obliterated the city, Fury's brow furrowed in concern. Superman was exceedingly dangerous. Even a single action could bring about the destruction of an entire city, and he needed to be contained. As Li Yi raised the mighty Mjolnir high above his head, transforming into the god of thunder amidst flashes of lightning, a cold sweat trickled down Nick Fury's forehead. Could it be that mythology is indeed real? If Norse mythology holds truth, then what of the legends from other regions of the world? Are the apocalyptic beasts from those tales also a reality? How terrifying. This world is truly daunting. How has humanity managed to survive until now? It appears that there is a pressing need to establish another 1,000 bases to safeguard the planet's security. Nick Fury began to contemplate the construction of more bases, preparing to leverage this footage to convince a group of officials for a substantial allocation of funds. In Asgard, Loki, as per usual, watched over his dear brother Thor, eager to witness what calamity might amuse him today. When he observed Thor approaching Mjolnir in an attempt to lift it, Loki's brow furrowed in concern. However, his expression soon transformed into one of delight as Thor failed once more. "Oh, my foolish brother. You have utterly lost your divine powers and become an ordinary mortal. How can you possibly compete with me for the throne?" Upon seeing yet another earthling approach Mjolnir, attempting to raise it, Loki scoffed. "A mere Midgardian thinks he can lift Mjolnir? How utterly absurd." Boom. When that Midgardian forcefully hoisted Mjolnir, Loki's countenance turned more despondent than tears could express. How could this be possible? He bellowed in frustration. "Yi, have you become the god of thunder now?" Daisy inquired eagerly, leaning closer as she explored the armor adorning Lie's form. "Of course, allow me to demonstrate," Yi replied with a smile. He swung Mjolnir a few times and then pointed it toward the heavens. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning shot forth from the hammer's tip. Boom. Crackle. It surged into the sky with ferocity. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder roared as if a storm were imminent. Yi savored the feel of Mjolnir in his grasp, offering an appreciative remark. "Not bad. It feels remarkably intuitive and possesses a hint of sentience. No wonder Thor is so enamored with his hammer. Yi, you are so cool. Does that mean whenever it needs to rain, you can just fly there and summon a thunderstorm?" Daisy laughed. "This is Mjolnir, not a rain goddess hammer," Yi retorted. "Alas, that's a pity. This area is often parched and dry, making my skin feel so rough. If it weren't for my research." Daisy rambled on. Nearby, Thor's spirits sank even lower upon hearing her words. He wished to bury his head in the ground. He had lost everything now. Even Mjolnir had chosen another. "Daisy, perhaps you should say a little less," Jane interjected, unable to resist nudging Daisy. "Oh, my apologies. It seems I was too caught up in my own chatter." Daisy quickly realized her words might have hurt the very person she was addressing and hurriedly offered her apologies. "It's nothing. I am merely stating the facts. I have completely lost the qualifications to be the god of thunder," Thor lamented. Just then, Yi suddenly hurled the hammer of thunder back to the ground, and his armor and cloak swiftly vanished, transforming into casual attire. "What?" Thor gazed at Yi in astonishment. "I merely suggested a trial. This hammer is so significant to you. As a friend, how could I possibly take it away?" Yi chuckled. "But my father once said that whoever can lift this hammer shall become the new god of thunder. Are you certain you do not want it?" Thor inquired. Puzzled. "Ha ha. I am quite content being a billionaire on Earth. I have no desire to become a god of thunder." Yi laughed. The truth was, to him, the hammer of thunder was merely a large toy, incapable of enhancing his strength. Given this, he figured it would be a good opportunity to win over the affections of the silly giant, whose combat prowess was quite commendable. Perhaps he could persuade him to be a formidable ally in the future. If it were a treasure that could amplify his abilities, Yi would have surely seized it without hesitation. "Yi, thank you. You truly are a wonderful friend," Thor exclaimed, filled with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 62, The Arrival of the Destroyer. "But I still cannot lift Mjolnir." Thor's spirits plummeted once more. "Do not be disheartened, Thor. Perhaps your father is currently in a fit of rage. After some time, when he has calmed down, he may forgive you. After all, you are the heir to the throne of Asgard. In our human world, kings often create trials to test their heirs. That will not happen. You may not know, but I have a brother. If I am deemed unworthy of the throne, my brother will ascend." Thor replied. "May I ask, what is your brother's name?" Daisy inquired with interest. She was quite eager to learn about the societal aspects, linguistic nuances, and familial structures of these gods. "You must have heard of him. His name is Loki." "Loki? Isn't he your uncle? How has he become your brother?" Daisy questioned, perplexed. "What uncle?" Thor looked utterly bewildered. Daisy then proceeded to explain the relationship between them in Norse mythology. In traditional Norse mythology, Loki is Odin's blood brother, effectively serving as Thor's uncle. Nonsense. This is entirely a fabrication of your human world, mere conjecture. Loki and I have always been brothers. We have lived and fought together for millennia." Thor retorted angrily. "Millennia?" The crowd was astonished to hear Thor mention his age for the first time, incredulous that a god could live for such a long duration. Employing millennia as a unit of time, that is enough to allow for countless reincarnations in the human realm. Thor, how old are you this year?" Jane asked curiously. She harbored a faint affection for Thor, but if gods were indeed such long-lived beings, she should reconsider her own fleeting existence. "By your human calendar, I am currently over 1,500 years old." 1,500 years, the crowd exclaimed in shock. It is truly astonishing. The pursuit of longevity and immortality has been an enduring quest for humanity. From ancient myths to contemporary biotechnological advancements, the yearning for eternal life is vividly illustrated. When a genuine long-lived species presents itself before the masses, the astonishment is only natural. Is it merely a select few among you? Or Coulson raised a pivotal point. Our Asgardian people possess an average lifespan of 5,000 years. Thor nonchalantly revealed this fact, as it seemed quite ordinary to him. An average of 5,000 years. Recorded human history scarcely exceeds 5,000 years. Truly, they are gods, Coulson marveled. Yet, Lee beside them felt little extraordinary about it. For him, a lifespan of 5,000 years held little significance. With the powers bestowed by the dog talisman, living for 1,000,000,000 years would be effortlessly attainable, though he pondered whether he could endure solitude and loneliness. Loneliness and isolation are the greatest foes of any long-lived being. However, Lee need not concern himself, as he could replicate his abilities for others, sharing the dog talisman's power with those he wished, enabling them to thrive until the universe's end. With the existence of a system transcending this universe and achieving eternity seemed plausible, provided the creator of this world does not self-castrate. Thor, perhaps it would be wise for you to wait a few days before making any decisions. Let us see if your father changes his mind. Lee chuckled. Loki has yet to arrive. The grand performance has not even begun. Well, very well. Thor pondered and consented. Where will he stay? Shall he reside in Jane's house? Daisy, with her ample bosom and lack of intellect, always posed the most peculiar questions. Upon hearing that Thor would be living with them, Jane's face flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but poke Daisy. Ouch, Jane, what are you doing? Daisy frowned. Ahem, I believe I can assist with the arrangements. Coulson interjected. Thank you so much. Thor exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although his time on Earth had its unpleasant moments, the individuals he encountered were all warm-hearted, which endeared him to the planet. Subsequently, Coulson arranged for Thor a lavish suite, far superior to the cramped quarters he had known in his previous world. Li Yi, could you come over for a moment? Daisy whispered to Li Yi. What is it? Li Yi inquired. Do you have a girlfriend? Daisy asked directly. This straightforwardness astonished Li Yi. Western girls, raised in a culture less restrained than the Eastern, possess a boldness. A multitude of faces flashed through Li Yi's mind. Gwen, mischievous. Aurora, he then firmly replied. No. He was indeed truthful, for he had not established a relationship with any of them. I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? Daisy boldly declared, accentuating her figure. Sure. Li Yi smiled. The girl had taken the initiative, and he found her appealing. What reason was there to decline? Come to my room tonight. Is it that soon? Let's talk. Later that evening, peculiar sounds emanated from the room, leading passers-by to speculate that a brawl was underway, accompanied by anguished cries echoing through the air. The following morning, the group gathered for breakfast. Jin observed his friend with a perplexed expression, noticing he appeared quite disheveled. Li Yi, are you leaving? Daisy inquired. No. I plan to stay a few more days to handle some matters. I can't leave without dealing with Loki and the Destroyer. That would render my visit futile. Of course, it's not entirely in vain, considering I have gained a girlfriend, he added. That's wonderful. Daisy exclaimed excitedly. Daisy, why are you so thrilled? Jin questioned. I became Li Yi's girlfriend last night. Daisy proudly declared. That's rather swift. Jin remarked, glancing at the bewildered Thor, shaking his head in resignation. Thor, oblivious, scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the window. The group turned to see 4 oddly dressed individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, standing there. Thor, we finally found you. One of the bearded men shouted. It's you. Thor responded, filled with excitement as he embraced the 4. Allow me to introduce my comrades from Asgard, Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral, and this formidable warrior, Sif. After a round of pleasantries, Thor's expression turned somber. You shouldn't be here. Father has cast me out of Asgard. The narrative had taken a slight turn due to Li Yi's displayed formidable power, which had frightened Loki into avoiding them, thus preventing him from deceiving Thor with lies about Odin's demise. Thor, we are here to bring you back, Sif declared. You know I cannot return. Mjolnir still rejects me, indicating that father has yet to forgive me. Thor lamented. Your Majesty, Odin has fallen into a coma. What happened? Is my father all right? Thor asked anxiously. During Odin's unconsciousness, Loki has usurped the throne and intends to wage war against the frost giants, which is why we sought you out to stop him. The 4 revealed Loki's treachery to Thor. Loki, you scoundrel. Thor seethed. How could I have trusted him? I must return and give him a proper beating. Thor, you have trouble. Li Yi suddenly interjected. What? Thor queried, perplexed. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, prompting everyone to rush out for a better look. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, casting a mysterious pattern upon the ground. As the light dissipated, a towering figure, 5 meters tall and entirely constructed of metal, remained. Is that Iron Man? Daisy asked, staring in confusion at the metallic giant. To be continued. Chapter 63, The Move. Oh no, it's the Destroyer. To Thor's astonishment, Loki had dispatched the Destroyer to thwart him. Thor, still naively believing that Loki's intentions were merely to prevent his return to Asgard rather than to take his life, furrowed his brow. Li Yi, upon hearing this, could only shake his head. This simple-minded giant may have made an excellent general, but he was certainly not fit to be a king. His mind was filled solely with muscle, devoid of any cunning or strategic thought. What is the destroyer? Jane queried, puzzled. It is the armor my father once wielded in battles across the realms, later entrusted to the dwarves to be forged into a formidable weapon, Thor succinctly explained. The destroyer armor, the ultimate weapon of Odin, king of the gods, was crafted from the enchanted Uru metal of the celestial realm, making it nearly indestructible. Capable of annihilating all known matter, the destroyer could operate autonomously or be controlled by a user, drawing its energy from Odin and the other gods. Its visage could emit sustained beams of intense heat, capable of melting nearly any substance, and it possessed the ability to reshape itself. Legend has it that Odin donned this armor to fend off an invading cosmic pantheon, safeguarding Earth's safety. The moment the destroyer appeared, it captured the attention of many. However, it paid no heed to the onlookers and advanced directly toward Thor. Whoever you are, halt immediately. Your actions are severely disrupting traffic. A police officer shouted, brandishing his firearm at the destroyer. It had been crossing the road, causing a massive traffic jam. The destroyer paused, turning slowly toward the officer who had just spoken. Stop. I warn you to cease immediately, or we will open fire. The officer shouted, under the impression that someone was controlling the enormous robot from within. Undeterred, the destroyer continued its approach. Fire. Open fire at once. With the officer's command, the police began to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the bullets merely sparked against the destroyer's exterior, leaving no mark whatsoever. Monster. It's a monster. Run. Seeing the ineffectiveness of their firearms, the surrounding officers scattered in panic. The destroyer's face began to open, emitting a blinding light, which suddenly discharged a beam. Whoosh. Bang. The white annihilation ray struck a nearby vehicle, resulting in a violent explosion that sent debris and bystanders flying, causing numerous casualties. Ah, the monster is killing people. Help. Someone save us. Humanity fled like animals. In that moment, all else felt illusory. Only survival was tangible. At the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Coulson quickly received word of the chaos. Observing the robot, he immediately thought of Tony Stark, as only he had ever crafted such automata. He promptly dialed Tony Stark. Tony, is your robot malfunctioning? It's attacking the crowd. Coulson inquired as soon as the call connected. On the other end, Tony was utterly bewildered. Coulson, what are you talking about? What robot? The one causing destruction in a small town in New Mexico. It's not yours? How is that possible? For the past 3 days, I have been preoccupied with that tedious charity gala, leaving no time to engage in any robotic ventures. What on earth is going on? Subsequently, Coulson informed Tony of the situation at hand. I'm on my way, Tony replied excitedly. He had recently upgraded his armor and was eager to test its prowess. Little did he know that the opportunity was about to present itself. You'd better hurry, Superman is nearby. What? That guy Li Yi again. I'll be there immediately. With that, the two ended their call. Coulson had already dispatched all armed forces within the base, hoping to delay the robot's actions. Several helicopters and dozens of tanks converged from all directions, surrounding the destroyer. Bang! A tank initiated the attack, triggering a domino effect as all the tanks and aircraft launched their offensive simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang! Bang! Countless bullets and shells rained down upon the destroyer, forcing it to retreat, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Ha ha ha, such foolish Midgardians. Loki sneered from the Asgardian palace, observing everything through the destroyer's perspective. Destroyer, eliminate them all. Upon hearing Loki's command, the destroyer hesitated momentarily before unleashing its annihilation beam like an endless stream of currency. Boom. In an instant, several tanks and helicopters were obliterated by the annihilation beam, transforming into a grand display of fireworks. Thor, you stay here. We shall go confront him, said the quartet from the celestial palace. They understood that Thor's divine powers had yet to be restored, and approaching would surely lead to his demise at the hands of the destroyer. Little did they know, a being of nuclear proportions, Superman, was nearby. No, this situation arose because of me. I cannot hide, Thor declared resolutely. Moreover, Loki is ultimately my brother. He would not kill me. Upon hearing this, the others could only facepalm in disbelief, lamenting Thor's lack of insight. The adversary had dispatched the destroyer to kill him, yet he still believed he was safe? Thor, do you truly think Loki would not kill you? He has become utterly deranged in his pursuit of the throne. Your very existence is his greatest obstacle. I advise you not to gamble on this. Li Yi interjected. Upon hearing Li Yi's words and reflecting on Loki's past actions, Thor's earlier conviction wavered. The quartet from the celestial palace, seeing Li Yi sway Thor, no longer hesitated and drew their weapons, charging towards the destroyer. Their silhouettes exuded a sense of grandeur, instilling confidence in those who beheld them. Surely, they would triumph, right? Daisy thought with hope. Of course. They are among Asgard's mightiest warriors, Thor asserted with confidence. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead, and the four were sent hurtling backward. Is this truly the mightiest warriors of Asgard? Daisy questioned, pointing at the fallen figures. Thor was momentarily speechless. Just then, Loki arrived, controlling the destroyer. Daisy and Jane swiftly took refuge behind Li Yi. Loki, why would you engage in such actions? Thor immediately stepped forward, demanding answers. Why? With your intellect. It is difficult to comprehend. It's time to embark on our journey, my dear brother. Loki replied with a wicked grin, then commanded the destroyer to raise its hand with the intent to slay Thor. Suddenly, a fist struck the face of the destroyer with tremendous force, sending it flying. Is it Loki I hear? Do you not realize that Earth is my domain? Li Yi said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 64. The Great Battle Against the Destroyer. The destroyer, having been struck, skidded across the ground for quite a distance. Li Yi, give it your all, and deliver a crushing blow to that monster. Daisy exclaimed, dancing with excitement. How proud I am to have a superhuman boyfriend. That human actually managed to send the destroyer flying. We were utterly oblivious. The quartet from the Celestial Palace remarked in disbelief. It's you. This amount of damage is insignificant to the destroyer, which quickly rose to its feet. At that moment, Loki finally discerned Li Yi's appearance, instantly recalling the creature that had forcibly lifted Mjolnir yesterday, causing tremors. It appears you have been observing us all along. Li Yi said with a faint smile. Midgardian, this matter pertains to an internal conflict of Asgard. I advise you to refrain from intervening. Loki shouted, effectively taking a step back. The power of this individual before him was formidable. Although Loki had great confidence in the destroyer, his cunning nature urged him to avoid creating a potent enemy out of thin air. Were it an ordinary person here blathering on, Loki would have long since reduced them to ashes. Thor is my friend, and therefore I must involve myself. Even aside from Thor, your rampant destruction on Earth leaves me no choice but to intervene. Li Yi retorted with a cold smirk. With a mere thought. His black superhero suit enveloped him instantaneously. Look, it's Superman. Superman has come to save us. Superman, go? Defeat that monster. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized the iconic superhero and erupted in excitement, believing their safety was assured with his presence. Thank you all for your support. But this area is perilous. I suggest you take refuge at a distance. Li Yi waved in response. He had always been quite gracious towards his fans. The crowd cheered as they hastily retreated to safety. Since he wished to meddle, then perish alongside Thor. Loki seethed with anger as he saw Li Yi disregard him, engaging instead with the ordinary people. After all, he was Loki, the Prince of Asgard, and had never before been so blatantly ignored. Once more, the destroyer's face gleamed with radiant light, and it unleashed a fierce beam of destructive energy toward Li Yi. Zing! I beams. Observing the situation, Li Yi decided to test his powers, unleashing a yellow beam from his own eyes in response. Boom! Crackle! The two beams clashed, locked in a fierce stalemate. Not bad. But you still have a long way to go, Li Yi remarked with a cold smile, then immediately increased his power. The yellow energy beam swiftly overpowered the destroyer's destructive ray, pushing it back. How is this possible? Loki exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The electric light beam struck the destroyer with tremendous force, instantly melting half of its form. Such power was astonishing. Even the destroyer, forged from URU metal, seemed no match for it. When did Midgard acquire such formidable warriors? Sif exclaimed in disbelief. Thor, how did you come to know this powerful fighter? Vandal inquired curiously. He approached me, offering assistance in retrieving my hammer, Thor replied. Although the destroyer's body was significantly melted, a moment later, it flashed with light and restored itself. What is happening? It was clearly defeated. Jane exclaimed, pointing at the revived destroyer in shock. The destroyer is the ultimate weapon of Asgard, blessed by the gods. Capable of self-repair unless obliterated by absolute force, Sif explained from the side. That's impossible. This defies the law of energy conservation, Jane retorted, her scientific mind unable to accept such an explanation. Jane, this is magic, Thor stated. Jane was left speechless. She had never studied magic. Ha ha ha, Midgardian. Did you hear what your companion said? You will never defeat the destroyer. Loki laughed triumphantly. Li Yi, unfazed, took a running stance on the ground. Undefeatable? Then it makes for the perfect punching bag. With a powerful push-off, he launched toward the destroyer, creating a large crater beneath him. Li Yi's speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the destroyer, which was caught completely off guard. Perhaps Loki, controlling the destroyer, had not anticipated such a powerful warrior from Midgard. Li clenched his right fist and unleashed a rapid strike, landing a devastating blow to the destroyer's chest, producing a deafening sonic boom. With a resounding crash, the destroyer was driven into the ground, its chest caving in. The ground beneath could not withstand the immense force, collapsing to form a massive pit, with cracks swiftly spreading outwards. Wow, Superman, you are incredible. Superman, my idol. The crowd nearby erupted in cheers as they witnessed the destroyer's fall. Yet, Li remained vigilant, knowing the destroyer would soon recover. Indeed, a white light flickered over the destroyer, and it gradually returned to its original form, slowly rising again. I told you it's futile, Loki laughed, commanding the destroyer's massive hand to swat at Li Yi. However, the attack was far too slow, allowing Li Yi to easily evade it. He then advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful kick. The destroyer fell once more, but within 2 seconds, it rose again. Li Yi furrowed his brow, no longer holding back, employing both fists and feet in relentless assault. A fierce tug-of-war ensued as Li Yi continued to strike, while the destroyer's sluggish movements left it unable to defend itself, akin to a punching bag being battered. Superman, go for it. Take it down. The distant crowd shouted excitedly, cheering for Superman. See, he is my boyfriend, Daisy exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, while Jane looked on at her friend with a mixture of exasperation and astonishment. This was the ultimate weapon of Asgard, and it was astonishing that such a formidable force had emerged from Midgard. Such a warrior should undoubtedly join our ranks in Asgard. As they witnessed Li Yi overpowering the destroyer, the quartet from the Celestial Palace marveled at the scene. Meanwhile, Thor felt a tinge of melancholy. Unable to participate in such an exhilarating battle, he soon reflected on Mjolnir's rejection of him, prompting a moment of introspection about why his father had banished him to Earth. With a series of thunderous blows, Li Yi relentlessly pummeled the destroyer for over a minute, leaving the formidable foe utterly defenseless. In the Asgardian palace, Loki's expression grew increasingly grim, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Enough! A booming voice interrupted Li Yi's assault. You lowly Midgardian, do you know who I am? I am the king of Asgard, a god, and you mere insects. Before Loki could finish his tirade, Li Yi seized the destroyer's leg and slammed it against the ground with forceful strikes, creating multiple craters. That felt satisfying. Yet, I still crave more, he mused, casting his gaze skyward. Loki, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Despite the vast distance separating Asgard from Midgard, he sensed the Midgardians' gaze upon him. To be continued. Chapter 65, Destruction of the Destroyer. Why did he feel such an odd sensation? The one being struck was the destroyer. Loki shook his head vigorously, regaining control over the destroyer as it rose once more. What is happening? It has already been dismantled by Superman numerous times. How can this creature revive yet again? Is it truly indestructible? Oh heavens! Why must you, O deity, create such a monster to torment us? In the distance, the crowd watched in despair as the destroyer rose once more, akin to an unyielding cockroach, eliciting cries of hopelessness. Li shrugged and charged forward again. Eager to continue his merciless assault, he had yet to feel satisfied. Throughout his career, nothing had endured his onslaught for so long. Is there truly no way to completely obliterate that machine? A voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the onlookers. They turned to see Coulson, having appeared unexpectedly beside them. The destroyer is Asgard's ultimate weapon. Once activated, it will not cease unless my father personally commands it to stop. However, my father is currently incapacitated, making such a command impossible, Thor explained, divulging Asgard's situation with remarkable ease and no hint of caution, a foolishly trusting demeanor. It was evident that Coulson had earned Thor's confidence through his commendable behavior, akin to that of Jane and Daisy. Is it to continue like this indefinitely? Coulson inquired with a furrowed brow, yet secretly he had already activated a recording device, capturing Thor's revelations. The God King is unconscious, a weapon of war. This is invaluable intelligence. Another method to utterly obliterate it exists, yet it appears that Li Yi is unable to accomplish this. He can only suppress it. It seems we are in trouble. Coulson sighed. The battle between Li Yi and the destroyer has already wrought considerable devastation, leaving the town's streets riddled with cracks. Fortunately, the townsfolk had retreated to a safe distance at the onset of the conflict. In light of this situation, even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, finds himself at a loss. Is this the technology of an extraterrestrial civilization? Merely deploying a single robot renders us powerless. It seems imperative to expedite our research on the cosmic cube. Only by developing more formidable weaponry can we annihilate these accursed aliens. Fury gritted his teeth. Little did he know that such actions would ultimately expose Earth's location in the cosmos, inviting imminent invasion. Loki, cease this at once. At that moment, Thor abruptly dashed in front of the two combatants, shouting to interrupt their clash. Loki, my brother, though I am unaware of the reasons behind your hatred for me. Nor do I comprehend why you seek my death. If slaying me can quell the fury within you, I willingly offer myself to your blade. Then depart from Earth. This world is innocent, and our discord should not entangle others. Thor proclaimed with noble resolve. Loki commanded the destroyer to halt before Thor. Observing Loki's pause, Thor mistakenly believed he had struck a chord and displayed a smile reminiscent of a mother's. The next instant, however, his hopes were dashed as the destroyer abruptly raised its right arm, clearly intending to strike him down. Bang! The destroyer was once again sent flying by a punch from Li Yi. Thor, you scoundrel! Are you here to deliver your head as a gift, fattening the enemy's coffers? Li Yi chuckled. He would not allow Thor to awaken and claim the kill. The system demanded the defeat of all extraterrestrial beings, and thus the head of the destroyer could not be surrendered. Thor had evidently regained the merit to stand for Earth, yet he was not ready to awaken just yet. Li Yi, you have saved my life once more, Thor exclaimed, unaware that Li Yi's intention was to prevent his awakening, expressing gratitude. Enough, step aside. Li Yi waved Thor away, his gaze turning cold as he addressed the destroyer. I have had my fill. What follows will be your complete destruction. Ha ha ha, Midgardian. You cannot be serious. You lack the ability to destroy the destroyer. That was merely a warm-up. Now prepare for a true contest. Loki scoffed. Li Yi remained silent, his figure abruptly vanishing, moving at a speed several times faster than before as he pummeled the destroyer. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the destroyer was reduced to a pile of fragments upon the ground. As it emitted a glimmer in an attempt to regenerate, Li Yi showed no mercy. With a sweep of his hand, a powerful gravitational field enveloped the fragments, lifting them skyward. Li Yi's right hand began to radiate a brilliant yellow light. With a push off the ground, leaving a sizable crater in his wake, he pursued the remnants of the destroyer. Dragon Fist. His fist struck down fiercely upon the destroyer. With a fierce roar, a dragon-shaped wave of energy erupted from his fist, hurtling towards the destroyer. How is this possible? Loki exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. The dragon-like energy wave swiftly engulfed the remnants of the destroyer, soaring into the sky and blasting a gaping hole in the clouds, piercing through the atmosphere and vanishing into the infinite darkness of the cosmos. Gasping for breath, Loki collapsed onto the ground in the palace of Asgard, his chest heaving violently. In that fleeting moment when the dragon-shaped energy wave surged forth, he had acutely sensed the breath of death. Fortunately, he had severed his connection with the destroyer just in time, or he would have experienced death prematurely. How could that Midgardian possess such strength? Just moments ago, they were at a stalemate, and then he effortlessly obliterated his opponent. Li Yi's actions left everyone in stunned silence. Li Yi, weren't you just saying that you couldn't handle that robot? Daisy questioned, voicing the shared curiosity of the group. Did I ever claim I was incapable? I merely wanted to enjoy playing with an indestructible punching bag for a little longer. Li Yi chuckled, leaving everyone speechless. Regardless, the issue with the destroyer seemed to be resolved. This one do, MJ Ulner still refuses to accept me, Thor lamented. Li Yi understood the reason well. Thor had never faced death. Odin had placed a decree upon the hammer. If Thor were to encounter life-threatening danger, the hammer would lift its restrictions. However, that had just been disrupted by Li Yi. I have a way to help you break free, Li Yi said with a grin. What method? Thor inquired, puzzled. Just stand there. The rest is up to me, Li Yi declared, releasing a beam of white light towards Thor. The noble steed dispelled all external forces. Thus, Odin's decree should also be considered an external force against Thor. I can feel my divine power returning, Thor shouted in exhilaration, reaching out towards MJ Ulner. Buzz. MJ Ulner seemed to respond to his summons, racing back into Thor's grasp. With the hammer raised high, Thor stood triumphant. Boom. Instantly, the heavens transformed, dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck down, striking Thor directly. Amidst the lightning, silver armor and a crimson cape slowly enveloped him. The God of Thunder has returned. There is a novel on reading platforms called Marvel, featuring a character akin to Superman, but with a different name. The rest is a direct copy. Is anyone reading it? Please report the author, known as Queen Corgi. Help me out. Anyone? Please, I beg you. Assist in reporting, offering fervent prayers from every angle. To be continued. Chapter 66. The Journey to Asgard. How majestic. Daisy marveled at the imposing figure of Thor, only to immediately add, but Li Yi is still a tad more handsome. The group rolled their eyes in unison, though her words held truth. Was it necessary to voice them so openly in front of others? Jean gazed at Thor, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Thor, now that you have reclaimed your divine power, we must return to Asgard immediately to thwart Loki's sinister plot, Sif urged from the side. All right, Thor was about to respond. Hey Thor, do you remember the purpose of my visit? Li Yi suddenly interrupted his words. Of course I do. However, I sincerely apologize, Li Yi. but I am currently pressed for time. My homeland, Asgard, is engulfed in a crisis. Thor shook his head, expressing his regret. He, being a warrior himself, was eager to engage in a contest with the formidable Li Yi. Despite Li Ye's overwhelming strength, capable of vanquishing Asgard's ultimate war machines in a brief encounter, Thor was supremely confident in his own abilities, believing they were on par with Li Ye's. Thor, this is not in accordance with our agreement. Li Yi furrowed his brow. Unless we defeat them all, the system's task remains incomplete, and I cannot partake in the lottery. What agreement do you have? Sif inquired, perplexed. Nothing significant. Merely a combat agreement. Li Yi is to assist me in retrieving my hammer, after which I shall challenge him. Thor responded. How about this? I shall accompany you back, assisting in quelling the unrest, and once resolved, all of you must engage in a match with me. Li Yi proposed. That sounds splendid. You are most welcome to visit us in Asgard. Thor exclaimed with enthusiasm. He had already come to regard those he met on Earth as friends, particularly admiring Li Ye's remarkable prowess. Are you all willing to join? Li Yi turned to the others. Wait, can we really go? Daisy asked, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. You may indeed join, but there is chaos there, and you are merely ordinary people. Thor hesitated, glancing at Jane. His feelings for Jane were unique, and he naturally wished to shield her from any peril. Rest assured, I shall protect them. Li Yi smiled reassuringly. I want to go, Daisy exclaimed. But Jane quickly pulled her back, shaking her head. Though she too was eager to go, she recognized that, given Thor's warning of danger, it was best for ordinary individuals to avoid complicating matters. Li Yi, perhaps we should reconsider, Daisy said, still held back. In that case, you shall wait here for my return, Li Yi replied after some contemplation. Although he initially intended to bestow a portion of his spell's power upon them for their protection, he would not impose it upon them if they were unwilling to venture forth. Thus, the group reached a consensus. Only Coulson stood by, utterly bewildered. You're not asking me. I wish to go. Unfortunately, Li Yi and the others paid him no heed. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the loss of such a splendid opportunity to gather intelligence on Asgard. He could only blame himself for being an ordinary middle-aged man rather than a striking beauty. Once prepared, Thor raised his hammer high and shouted towards the heavens, Heimdall. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. What is happening? Why is Heimdall not opening the Bifrost? Has the war already begun? The inhabitants of the celestial palace murmured among themselves. Heimdall, whose primary duty was to guard and activate the Bifrost, was currently unresponsive, leaving them unable to return to Asgard. Heimdall, Thor called out once more, his frustration palpable. A resounding boom echoed through the heavens, signaling a momentous response. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a vibrant beam of light descended from above. Splendid news, it appears Heimdall is unharmed, Thor exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, the group of 4 from the celestial palace, along with Gorr and Li Yi, stepped into the radiant column. Thor turned to Jane with deep affection, saying, Jane, wait for me. I shall return. With a thunderous clap, the light was swiftly retracted, leaving behind an ancient and enigmatic pattern upon the ground. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky, heralding the arrival of a red iron suit adorned with a trailing flame. Where are the aliens? Asked Coulson, shrugging with a hint of resignation. They have already been vanquished. You have arrived too late. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to warp rapidly. Li Yi could distinctly perceive the endless darkness beyond the light beam, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride from a past life, as all sense of spatial orientation became chaotic. This disorienting experience lasted no more than 10 seconds. When he looked around again, they found themselves within a resplendent building. We have finally returned, Vandal shouted with exhilaration. Soon, they noticed Heimdall lying injured nearby. It was evident that he had summoned the last vestiges of his strength to activate the Bifrost and bring them back. Heimdall, are you all right? Thor rushed forward to assess his condition. Hasten to the palace. Stop Loki, Heimdall managed to say in fragmented breaths. Take him to receive treatment. I will confront Loki. Thor commanded the group. Grasping Mjolnir tightly, he set off to seek retribution against Loki. Wait, I shall accompany you, Li Yi suddenly declared. Very well, Thor replied succinctly, then swung his hammer with great velocity, soaring into the skies, with Li Yi closely trailing behind. They swiftly arrived at the palace and entered Odin's chamber. Loki, Thor bellowed upon entry. Inside, besides the slumbering Odin, were Loki and Queen Frigga, alongside a fallen frost giant, entirely encased in blue. Thor, I knew you would return, Frigga exclaimed, rushing to embrace her son upon seeing him safe. And who might this be? She inquired, noticing Li Yi following closely behind, her expression one of curiosity, as she had yet to encounter anyone of his appearance in Asgard. Mother, this is a friend I met on Earth, a remarkably powerful warrior who has come to visit, Thor explained. Greetings, Your Majesty, Li Yi offered with graceful poise. Welcome to Asgard. Frigga reciprocated warmly. Huh, bringing a lowly Midgardian to Asgard. Thor, my brother. You truly have fallen, Loki sneered from the side. Oh, lowly? Loki furrowed his brow, stepping forward with the intent to confront Loki, only to be halted by Thor's outstretched hand. Loki, he is my brother. I wish to deal with him myself. Thor stated. Very well. Loki replied with a resigned shrug. Thor fixed his gaze intently on Loki, who reciprocated with an equally piercing stare. Once brothers, they had now become adversaries. Thor, what are you doing? Frigga inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Why have you not informed her of your actions in sending the destroyer to Midgard to eliminate me and my companions? Thor demanded of Loki. What? Frigga exclaimed in astonishment. He must have been executing Father's final command. Loki replied, feigning innocence. You are a masterful deceiver, as you have always been, Thor remarked coolly. It is good to have you back, but I must go and obliterate Jotunheim. With that, he shattered the wall and rushed out. Thor quickly pursued him, and Loki followed suit, soaring through the remnants of the wreckage. To be continued. Chapter 67. An audience with Odin upon exiting the palace. Loki did not interfere with Thor and Loki's familial strife, but instead took a leisurely stroll through Asgard. The realm experienced both day and night, and it was currently night, with a canopy of stars illuminating the sky. Ancient, peculiar, and splendid edifices stood around, shimmering with a gentle glow, one not akin to human electricity, but rather the soft luminescence conjured by various magical forces. A distant explosion echoed, presumably the result of a confrontation between Thor and Loki. However, Loki paid it little mind, as his purpose was solely to fulfill the mission of battling Thor. Moreover, given Thor's might, Loki, who specialized in deceit and cunning, would surely be no match. Indeed, the commotion soon subsided, indicating that the altercation had concluded. It seems to be over. Loki chuckled, only to then recall that Thor had seemingly destroyed the Rainbow Bridge. Oh no, how could I have forgotten that? He exclaimed, uttering a traditional exclamation in dismay. Now, it was too late to intervene. Thor's hammer had likely already descended. Faced with this predicament, his only recourse was to appeal to the omnipotent system. System, is there any way to return me to Earth? Beep. Apologies, host. The primary function of this system is lottery draws. Other functionalities are merely supplementary, and currently, interstellar travel is not supported. The system replied. Great, Loki sighed, regretting his oversight. Had he known, he would have intervened with Loki earlier, to set the stage for the next lottery reward. Surely, you can guess what it is. The distance between Asgard and Earth was ambiguous, close enough to traverse with the Rainbow Bridge in an instant, yet far enough that flying would take countless years. After the noise subsided, Thor approached, his expression laden with guilt. Loki, I have unfortunate news. I accidentally shattered the Rainbow Bridge, and you may find it temporarily impossible to return to Midgard. Thor, I must ask, was this intentional, an accident, or a deliberate accident? Ahem, Loki, I assure you it was not intentional. Thor responded, visibly embarrassed. Never mind. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it, Loki replied, shaking his head. Loki, my father has awakened, and he wishes to see you. To see me? Loki exclaimed in astonishment, and then continued, lead the way. I am quite eager to meet the legendary god King Odin. The two swiftly took flight and soon arrived at their destination, a grand, ancient edifice. A lavish banquet had been prepared, with seats filled to capacity. The god King Odin occupied the elevated seat of honor, with the goddess Frigg seated beside him. They approached Odin's presence. Father, I have brought Loki, Thor announced. Ah, you may rest aside for now, Odin replied with a nod. Then turned to Loki and said, welcome, guest from Midgard. We have prepared a splendid feast for you. Please indulge yourself. Thank you, your majesty Odin. Loki responded respectfully, demonstrating his reverence for the powerful. Despite Odin's appearance as an ordinary elderly man with white hair and a missing eye reminiscent of Nick Fury, he exuded no immediate threat. Nonetheless, Loki could distinctly sense the terrifying power concealed within that seemingly frail form, causing the mystical energy within him to stir restlessly. This elder possessed star-exploding strength, undoubtedly a figure of marvel proportions, renowned alongside the Ancient One as a titan of the realm. I have heard that you saved Thor and the others from the destruction's assault, Odin remarked. Just a trivial matter, Loki replied modestly. Though it may seem trivial to you, it holds great significance for me, as no parent wishes to witness their child in peril. Odin continued, as a token of gratitude, you may request anything within my power, and I shall fulfill it. His words immediately captured the attention of those around them. This was the promise of a god king. Power, authority, treasures, all within reach. No one expected Odin to offer such a significant reward, especially in front of an audience. If Loki were to make an extravagant request, such as claiming 2 treasures from Odin's vault, it would be difficult for Odin to refuse. The onlookers cast envious glances at Li Yi, eager to see what demands this Midgardian would make. I suppose I don't desire anything in particular, Li Yi admitted, feeling somewhat helpless. He truly had no aspirations for power or wealth. They held no value for him. He yearned for strength. But he sensed that Odin's power was likely on par with his own. Perhaps arrange for me to engage in a match against the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace and Thor, Li Yi proposed. The crowd was taken aback by his request. What was this? He could simply challenge Thor and the others privately, but chose to squander such a splendid opportunity. Was this Midgardian foolish? Is this truly your request? Odin inquired, astonished. Indeed. Very well. Since you have stated it, I shall arrange for you to battle in the arena post-haste. Odin then raised his goblet and addressed the assembly. Let us welcome our guest from Midgard. Cheers. Cheers. The crowd echoed in response. In Odin's study, Thor remarked, Be cautious of this Midgardian. Odin solemnly warned Thor, My son, do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions? Li Yi is my friend, and it is thanks to him that we have safely returned to Asgard from Midgard. Thor's face was etched with confusion. Upon hearing Thor's naive words, Odin shook his head in resignation. Thor, you remain immature. Have you not considered why he would save you? Moreover, in the face of my promise, he made no demands. Only a jest of a request. Do you not find that peculiar? Odin patiently elucidated to Thor. He was well aware of his son's naivety. He lacked any cunning, oblivious to the possibility of betrayal, even while assisting others. Thus, he had sent him to Midgard for training, hoping to reshape his character. But it appeared that the training had yet to suffice. Furthermore, I can sense an immense power within him, one that even instills fear in me, regardless of his intentions. Exercising caution is always prudent, Odin imparted. I understand, father. Thor replied, yet he was reluctant to entertain the notion that Li Yi harbored ill intentions. For he was the first friend he had made in Midgard. To be continued. Chapter 68. The duel with Thor. The next day, Asgard welcomed its morning. Early on, Thor sought out Li Yi in the guest chambers. Li Yi, how did you rest last night? Fairly well. So early. Is there something of great importance? Li Yi inquired. Bemused. The arena has reopened. Did you not express to my father last night your desire to battle me? I have come to find you today, Thor exclaimed with excitement. Engaging with such a formidable warrior as Li Yi was something he had long desired, yet had been delayed by matters concerning Loki. Excellent. I am prepared. Li Yi responded with a smile. Before long, Li Yi and Thor arrived at the arena. This arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, vast in size, comparable to 3 or 4 football fields, filled to the brim with spectators. Look, Thor has arrived. Oh, Thor. Thor, the invincible god of war, the mightiest warrior. The audience erupted in cheers upon Thor's entrance, akin to the adulation Li Yi received on Earth. Thor, having spent considerable time in the arena, had vanquished countless foes and challengers, becoming an undefeated legend. These people were his devoted fans. Thank you for your support. Thor waved to the audience, inciting another wave of cheers. What do you think? Thor boasted to Li Yi. Not much. Let us get started. Li Yi replied, his expression unchanging. He had long since grown accustomed to such fervent acclaim. Very well. Thor, noticing Li Yi's lack of enthusiasm, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Next, we shall witness an epic showdown. The announcer bellowed. Oh. The audience responded fervently. Satisfied with the crowd's enthusiasm, the announcer nodded and continued. The 2 combatants are none other than the undefeated myth of our arena, Odin's son, the god of thunder, Thor Odinson. With a resounding roar, Thor stands in the arena, raising his hammer high and unleashing a bolt of lightning into the sky, showcasing his immense power. The audience erupts into fervent cheers. Facing him is his challenger, Li Yi, hailing from Midgard. Upon hearing Li Yi's name, the crowd responds with a chorus of boos. However, Li Yi remains unfazed. The Asgardians, basking in the glory of their divine realm, naturally look down upon mere mortals from Earth. When Asgard meets its demise, and they seek refuge in Norway, they will eventually learn to respect the inhabitants of Earth. Now, let the battle commence. The announcer declares loudly. Li Yi, as our guest, you may strike first. Thor proclaims with confidence. Are you certain? Li Yi replies with a smirk. Absolutely. I shall not hold back. With that, Li Yi vanishes from sight, leaving behind a large crater in his wake. Is he that fast? Thor exclaims, astonished. Although he had witnessed Li Yi's battle against the Destroyer, where he too was invisible, he had lost his divine powers then. Now, restored to his might, he is brimming with confidence, yet still sees nothing. In an instant, Li Yi reappears before Thor and delivers a powerful kick, sending Thor flying, leaving a deep trench carved into the ground. The once raucous audience falls into stunned silence. How is this possible? Thor has been kicked away? Who is that Midgardian? The silence is soon shattered by a cacophony of screams. Curse it! Thor exclaims, his resilience evident as he quickly rises, swiftly spinning his mighty hammer. With a fierce shout, he hurls Mjolnir at Li Yi. Li Yi, with a single hand, catches the hammer, despite his ability to lift it with brute strength. He is not acknowledged by the hammer, thus its weight remains a challenge. Combined with Thor's immense power, Li Yi is forced to retreat, dragging 2 lengthy trenches into the ground. Has he caught it? That Midgardian has caught Thor's hammer. How can this be? The audience is left in disbelief, their perception shattered. In their minds, only Odin could withstand such a force. This scene before them completely dismantles their worldview. In that moment, no one dares to underestimate the Midgardian. With a swift motion, Thor calls the hammer back to his hand, and Li Yi makes no effort to impede him. Li Yi, you are indeed formidable. Come again. Thor exclaims with exhilaration. He leaps into the air, hammer raised, and prepares to strike down upon Li Yi. Li Yi, however, calmly raises a hand towards Thor. Godly resonance. A terrifying, invisible repulsive force surges forth. With a thunderous impact, it collides with Thor, causing him to plummet from the sky. Li Yi seized the opportunity to engage, employing both hands and feet to launch a relentless assault. Thor, caught off guard, crossed his arms to shield his head, bracing himself. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere seconds, Thor's body was covered in bruises. Thor roared, and in an instant, violent lightning erupted around him, sweeping through the vicinity. This successfully interrupted Li Yi's attack, prompting him to leap aside. Li Yi, brace yourself. Thor raised Mjolnir high and unleashed a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh toward Li Yi. Ziz. Without hesitation, Li Yi released his electric gaze. Whoosh. Bang. The yellow electric light collided violently with the blue lightning, momentarily locking in a stalemate. Li Yi, if this is all you have, you cannot defeat me. Thor shouted. Is that so? Li Yi scoffed, then instantly increased his power. The electric light surged forward, overpowering the lightning in an instant. How is this possible? Thor exclaimed in shock, hastily rolling to the side just in time to evade the attack. The electric light struck the ground, piercing through it and descending below. When Li Yi ceased his electric gaze, 2 bottomless pits remained. Thor, the warm-up is over. It's time for me to get serious, Li Yi declared with a grin. You weren't serious yet? Thor questioned in disbelief. After just a few exchanges, he found himself in dire straits, and this was not Li Yi's serious effort. Li Yi remained silent, swiftly charging toward Thor. With a mighty roar, Thor leapt high, hammer raised above his head, and struck down fiercely toward Li Yi. Just as they were about to collide, Li Yi's figure vanished, reappearing behind Thor, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Before Thor could comprehend the situation, Li Yi vanished again, materializing at Thor's side, landing a devastating punch to his face. Li Yi continuously sent Thor flying, reappearing beside him as if teleporting, striking him once more. Thor was utterly defenseless, and with a final kick to his abdomen, he violently expelled blood, soaring backward and crashing into the ground, remaining unresponsive for a long while. To be continued. Chapter 69, Superior Rewards Heavens. The invincible and undefeated war god, Thor has fallen. Upon witnessing Thor's motionless form in the deep pit, the host shouted, Thor, you are the mightiest warrior. How can you fail? Stand up. Rise for the glory of Asgard. Stand up, you cannot lose like this. The audience fervently rallied for Thor, unable to fathom or accept that the powerful Asgardian could be defeated by the weakest of Midgardians. Though the crowd's cheers were fervent, Li Yi knew that his recent assault had far exceeded Thor's threshold of endurance. He would not rise anytime soon. Indeed, Thor remained unresponsive in the pit. The outcome of this battle is abundantly clear. Why have you not declared the victor? Li Yi remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the host's hesitation to announce the winner. Oh, esteemed audience, the outcome of this epic battle has been revealed, and the victor is Li Yi from Midgard, the host proclaimed loudly. A profound silence enveloped the venue, as the majority of Asgardians struggled to accept this result. Yet, Li Yi remained indifferent. His sole intention was to fulfill his mission. Shortly after the battle concluded, a goddess skilled in healing magic arrived to tend to Thor, and soon he regained consciousness. Ha ha ha, Li Yi, you are truly formidable. No wonder my father speaks of your immense power. I am utterly no match for you. Thor bellowed with hearty laughter. He seemed entirely unconcerned about his defeat, for as a warrior, he understood that victories and losses are inevitable. In his past challenges, he frequently fell to powerful adversaries, and none spared him simply because he was the son of the God King. Through continuous challenges, he had fortified himself, ultimately becoming the undefeated champion of the arena. Until now, as he has been dethroned by Li Yi, I still wish to face those 4, Li Yi declared, pointing at the quartet beside Thor. The 4 appeared utterly bewildered. After all, Li Yi had already triumphed over Thor. Was there truly a need to challenge them? They were certainly not Thor's equals. Despite their confusion, they understood that to evade a challenge would be to forsake their honor as Asgardian warriors. Undoubtedly, even united, The four could not withstand a single round against Li Yi, who dispatched them with remarkable ease. Mission accomplished, Li Yi exclaimed, his heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming lottery, hoping for a splendid reward, though he acknowledged that fortune played a significant role in such matters. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the mission, alien visitors, mysterious extraterrestrial beings are soon to descend upon Earth, bringing catastrophe. Mission objective: defeat all alien visitors and avert the impending disaster. Completed. You have successfully earned one lottery draw. System: initiate the lottery. Li Yi commanded, silently praying that this time he would not draw something trivial. Affirmative, host. The system responded. In an instant, a grand spinning wheel materialized before Li Yi, adorned with a plethora of items, 126, 852 in total. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, soon surpassing Li Yi's perceptual range, and after 10 seconds, it gradually came to a halt. Upon glancing at the wheel, he beheld a mysterious golden glow emanating from it. Congratulations, host. Fortune smiles upon you. You have obtained a high-level reward, the unique godly skill instant transmission from the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Son Goku. What? Li Yi could hardly believe he had drawn such an extraordinary skill. Instant transmission allows one to transcend spatial limitations, jumping from one point in space to another, seamlessly adapting to the current world without the need for ki as a sensing mechanism. The host need only be aware of the destination's location to utilize it. The system elucidated. Indeed, I, Li Yi, am the embodiment of good fortune, not some unfortunate soul. My previous misfortune was merely a fluke. Li Yi laughed exuberantly. While the concept of teleportation may seem straightforward at first glance, its realization in the realm of reality is far more complex. According to Einstein's theory of general relativity, if an object's gravitational force or energy is sufficiently immense, it can warp the fabric of space, bringing 2 points in three-dimensional space closer together. If this energy is potent enough to allow these 2 points to coincide, one could traverse from one nearly overlapping point to another, effectively bypassing the intervening three-dimensional space and appearing instantaneously at a different location. Another interpretation is even more fantastical, suggesting the disruption or suspension of the universe's singular timeline, allowing for movement that is not accounted for within the confines of time, thereby creating the illusion of teleportation to onlookers. Regardless of the interpretation, achieving such feats with current human technology would require an extensive period of development. Li Yi, already possessing a rabbit talisman that enables him to reach sublight speeds, now augmented with the extraordinary skill of teleportation, could traverse the cosmos with ease. Even if he were unable to defeat an opponent, surely he could escape. Unless he were to encounter an entity capable of sealing space and time, such beings would undoubtedly be of divine caliber. Eager to hone his newfound abilities, Li Yi activated teleportation, vanishing from his original location and reappearing a short distance away. Truly a hallmark of a protagonist's skill, he exclaimed with delight. Now I can return to Earth. Meanwhile, in the palace of Asgard, the All-Father Odin sensed Li Yi's presence vanish, only to materialize once more in an instant, leading him to furrow his brow. What is this Midgardian up to? With a means to return to Earth, Li Yi wasted no time bidding farewell to Thor and the others. Li Yi, are you leaving? How will you go? Thor inquired, puzzled. As the Rainbow Bridge lay in ruins, still awaiting repair, I have grasped a new ability. Li Yi replied with a smile, opting not to elaborate further, as such skills were best kept private. Then farewell. I had hoped for another chance to spar with you, Thor lamented. Subsequently, Li Yi took his leave from Odin, the ruler of Asgard. Mr. Li Yi, you are always welcome in Asgard, Odin said with a warm smile. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality, Lord Odin. Li Yi responded politely. After bidding farewell, he pinpointed Earth's location and teleported back. What an extraordinary ability. It is far more useful than our Rainbow Bridge. Odin mused as he observed Li Yi's disappearing figure. To be continued. Chapter 70. The urgent plea of the little spider in the next moment. Li Yi appeared in a small town in New Mexico. Click, click. As he materialized, dozens of armed soldiers aimed their weapons at him, causing Li Yi to furrow his brow, suspecting an ambush. Everyone, lower your weapons. Just as Li Yi contemplated taking down the group, a frantic voice broke through the tension. It was Coulson, who hurriedly approached. The soldiers were perplexed, yet they laid down their arms. Observing this, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly averting a potential catastrophe. This individual is one of our own. Please return to your posts. Yes. The soldiers promptly turned and departed. Coulson, what is going on? Why was I met with such a warm welcome upon my return? Li Yi inquired, somewhat displeased. Mr. Li Yi, this is the site of the extraterrestrial appearance. It was imperative for us to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. Coulson elucidated. Never mind that. How long have I been away? Li Yi replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter. He wished to ascertain whether the flow of time in Asgard mirrored that of Earth, as he did not desire any melodramatic scenarios of a day in the heavens equating to a millennium on the ground. Mr. Li Yi, you have been gone for 22 hours and 3 minutes, Coulson responded after glancing at his watch. It appears the flow of time is indeed the same, Li Yi murmured. Asgard represents our initial encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization. I wonder if you could share specific details about your experiences there, Mr. Li Yi? This knowledge is of utmost importance for our human civilization, Coulson ventured, cleverly tying in the entirety of humanity's progress. However, Li Yi was not swayed by this tactic and chuckled. I am quite fatigued and in need of rest. I promise to elaborate next time. With that, he ascended into the sky, leaving Coulson in a state of bewilderment. It was still daytime, and Li Yi pinpointed the location of Daisy and the others, instantly teleporting to their research facility. Daisy, please record this data. Of course. Within the laboratory, Jane and her colleagues were diligently working. You are all quite engrossed in your tasks. It seems I have arrived at an inconvenient moment, Li Yi remarked with a smile. Li Yi, Jane and the others exclaimed upon seeing him, their faces lighting up with joy. You've returned, Daisy exclaimed, rushing into Li Yi's embrace. My apologies for taking longer than anticipated. That's perfectly fine, Daisy replied with a smile. Daisy, I have come to say farewell. I have essentially wrapped up my affairs here and am preparing to return to New York. Will you accompany me, or do you wish to remain here? Li Yi inquired. Daisy, I sincerely apologize. Our research is not yet complete, so I intend to stay and assist Jane in finishing the project. Daisy expressed regretfully. Very well. Should you wish to reach me, simply give me a call. And take this with you. It is essential that you keep it close. Li Yi handed Daisy an oddly shaped object, reminiscent of the sealing scrolls commonly found in the world of Naruto. Within it was sealed Li Yi's shadow clone, poised to emerge and protect Daisy should she encounter danger. When the shadow clone was activated, Li Yi would be instantly informed and could teleport to her side. Although endowed with the divine perspective granted by the system, Li Yi could not feasibly monitor events continuously throughout the day. Additionally, he imbued Daisy with a protective talisman, providing a dual layer of security. After all, she was his beloved, and ensuring her safety was paramount. As for the aloof detachment exhibited by protagonists in certain cultivation novels, Li Yi firmly believed himself to be of a different ilk, incapable of such emotional disengagement. Losing one's emotions and existing like a mere machine renders the pursuit of immortality utterly meaningless, especially in the face of a cosmic explosion. Some may claim their quest is for the profound truths of the universe, seeking enlightenment along its grand path. Yet, in Li Yi's perspective, the very will to chase such ideals constitutes an intrinsic part of human emotion. After bidding farewell to two individuals, Li Yi instantaneously transported himself back to his opulent residence in New York City. The following day, brimming with enthusiasm, he delved into the newfound art of teleportation. Suddenly, his watch chimed with a reminder from Betty, announcing a new message from a certain Mr. Peter Parker. Why is Spider-Man calling me? Li Yi pondered, before deciding to answer. Li Yi, I need your assistance, came the frantic voice of Spider-Man from the other end. What? Please elaborate. Li Yi responded. Who was the first person I encountered? Oh, it seems to be the lizard. Indeed, Spider-Man's next words validated Li Yi's suspicions. I encountered a green lizard creature. It intends to transform all of New York City's inhabitants into giant lizards like itself. I attempted to thwart it, but it's incredibly strong and adept at evasion. I can't capture it alone, Spider-Man explained. I'll be there immediately. Li Yi pinpointed Spider-Man's location and teleported to him. All right, my position is, Spider-Man began to disclose his whereabouts. I've already arrived. Li Yi's voice suddenly interrupted from beside him. Ghost. Startled, Spider-Man hastily dropped the phone and executed a backflip to a distance. You are the ghost. Upon hearing Spider-Man's exclamation, Li Yi's expression darkened instantly. Li Yi, how did you appear here? This is astonishing. You were just on the phone. How did you arrive so quickly? Were you lurking nearby? No, that's impossible. If you were close, my spider sense would have alerted me. True to his loquacious nature, Spider-Man rambled on. Stop. If you continue, the lizard's plan will succeed. Li Yi quickly gestured for silence. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot. The lizard is in the vicinity. We must hurry to stop it. With that, Spider-Man took the lead, soaring into action. While Li Yi could have directly teleported to the lizard's location, he chose instead to witness the clash between Spider-Man and the lizard, following closely behind. On the streets of the area, chaos reigned. Debris was scattered everywhere, and crowds were screaming in terror as they fled. Behold, you inferior beings. This is the beauty of human evolution. Dr. Kurt Connors, transformed into the lizard, bellowed while hoisting a police car high above. Fire! Fire! Bang! 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 A contingent of police officers surrounded the lizard and relentlessly opened fire. Leading the charge was Li Yi's acquaintance, George Stacy, the police chief of New York City. These attacks are utterly ineffectual, the lizard cackled, before hurling the police car towards Chief Stacy. Bang! Just as the police car was about to crash down, a steady hand caught it midair. Director George, are you all right? Superman. To be continued. Chapter 71. The brutal lizard man. Director George displayed immense surprise at the appearance of Superman. It had been quite some time since Superman had last emerged. The last news concerning him was the false report of Superman attacking the public, which was swiftly debunked. However, Director George suspected that this time might be different. Is everyone all right? Lee gently placed the police car on the ground and smiled at the officers nearby. Superman. It's really Superman. How wonderful. Superman has come to our rescue. The officers cheered loudly, shouting Superman's name. No, my friends. There is no need to cheer for me. You are the true heroes, Lee said, giving a thumbs up to the officers with a smile. Oh, Superman. Superman. Why is it that despite my daily efforts, I cannot garner as much popularity as Superman? Upon seeing the attention drawn to Superman, Spider-Man, who had been perched on the police car, felt a pang of jealousy. He quickly shot a web towards a distant skyscraper and swung over to deliver a flying kick to the lizard man. Bang. The kick sent the lizard man flying. Roar. You again, Spider-Man. Damn pest. The lizard man roared as he picked himself up and charged towards Spider-Man. Hey, buddy, could you keep your mouth shut? I can smell your bad breath from this distance. Spider-Man teased, rushing towards the lizard man. The two extraordinary beings commenced their battle. The scene was exceedingly chaotic, with debris flying everywhere. Particularly, the lizard man had his tail severed by Spider-Man, only for it to regrow shortly after. Their combat was characterized by raw physical strength. Devoid of any technique, it was simply a test of who could endure more punishment. Of course, Lee was in no position to judge, as his own fighting style relied entirely on his overwhelming abilities. He chose to remain on the sidelines, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Superman, aren't you going to help? Director George inquired cautiously. Spider-Man is more than capable of handling that creature alone. My intervention is unnecessary, Lee replied. Indeed, witnessing the scene was far more thrilling than any film. The next moment, Spider-Man was sent flying by a swing of the lizard man's tail. Realizing it was time for him to step in, Lee vanished and reappeared before the lizard man. Hey, monster, let me join the fun, Lee taunted. Monster? I am not a monster. I am a superior species, more advanced than humans. The lizard man roared in fury upon hearing the word monster. Although he had transformed into a half-human, half-lizard creature, he vehemently denied it and was determined to transform the city's populace into beings like himself. This, he believed, was the future of humanity, one devoid of pain and bloodshed. The lizard man thought frantically. Raising its verdant claw, the lizard man aimed to strike down upon Li, intent on exterminating the audacious human who dared insult it. However, Li effortlessly seized its limb and, with a sudden surge of force, elicited a blood-curdling shriek of agony from the creature. No matter how it thrashed, it could not retract its arm. Li then lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the lizard man's chest. Thud! The lizard man was propelled through the air. Its captured right arm wrenched free. Li was indeed a monstrous entity, as Spider-Man marveled at the ease with which he toyed with the lizard man, who was being subjected to relentless torment. Struggling to rise, the lizard man clutched its severed arm in anguish, consumed by a singular desire to flee. This human before it resembled a creature of nightmares, far beyond its capabilities to confront. If it did not escape soon, it would surely perish here. Spotting a nearby sewer entrance, the lizard man endured the excruciating pain and hastened toward it. Superman, do not let it escape. Spider-Man shouted urgently. Escape? It shall not be so simple. Li swiftly closed the distance, his speed exceeding the lizard man's wildest expectations. He then landed a fierce punch to the lizard man's chest. Thud! Ugh! The lizard man spewed blood, once again sent flying, crashing heavily against a distant police car. At the Gwen household, Gwen and her mother anxiously watched the live broadcast of the lizard man's capture, led by her father and the police. Upon witnessing the terrifying creature, Gwen was momentarily startled. How could such a fearsome monster exist in this world? It defied all biological evolution. When she saw the lizard man hurling a police car toward her father, she screamed and covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Gwen, look at the television, her mother urged. No, Dad, your father is fine. Superman has come to his rescue. Superman. Gwen's eyes flew open, and indeed, she saw her father unharmed, standing beside the very hero she had longed for. Spider-Man, who was valiantly battling, was entirely overlooked by her. Thank goodness, Dad is safe. Gwen's eyes brimmed with tears of relief as she whispered to Superman, You have saved my world once again. Thank you, Superman. If reality were a dating simulation, it would be evident that Gwen's admiration for Li had reached its zenith. Yet, at that moment, Li remained blissfully unaware that he had unknowingly captured another heart. The lizard man lay on the ground, motionless and unyielding. Oh, The crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Superman's triumph over the lizard man. Arrest that monster. Commissioner George commanded immediately. Yes, sir. A contingent of police officers cautiously approached the lizard man, uncertain if it would spring back to life. Wait. Spider-Man suddenly leaped in front of the officers. Snap. Snap. The police instantly aimed their weapons at Spider-Man. What is the meaning of this, Spider-Man? Are you obstructing our duty? Commissioner George interrogated. No. This lizard man is not a monster. He has been transformed due to an unfortunate incident. I can revert him back. Spider-Man hastily explained. The officers regarded him with skepticism. He speaks the truth. Lee interjected suddenly. Upon hearing Superman echo the sentiment, Director George commanded the officers to lower their weapons. Thank you, Lee. Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. You should hurry and restore him. Lee gestured. All right. Spider-Man nodded and retrieved a small syringe from his utility belt, administering it to the lizard man's arm. In a moment of transformation, the lizard man reverted to a naked middle-aged man. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Noticing the approaching reporters in the distance, Lee soared into the sky, departing the scene, unaware that a bald woman was observing everything through a peculiar method. To be continued. Chapter 72. Ancient One. Having settled the minor incident with the lizard man, Lee returned to his opulent residence, lying on his bed, bored as he watched television. Suddenly, he sprang up, his gaze fixated on the living room, filled with wariness. A swirling, spark-emitting portal materialized in the living room, expanding until it reached a height of 2 meters. On the other side of the portal lay an ancient structure, though its complete form remained obscured. From the portal emerged a man of African descent, clad in a green robe. Who are you? Are you unaware that trespassing is illegal? Li Yi inquired, his brow furrowed, prepared to unleash a devastating attack if the stranger made any sudden moves. After all, this residence was solely occupied by him, and he bore no concern for collateral damage. The potential for causing panic was of little consequence. Your Excellency Li Yi, I am Mordo. I apologize for my audacious intrusion. I hope you can forgive me. The gentleman bowed courteously. Mordo? Upon hearing the name, Li Yi immediately recalled a character from Doctor Strange, where there was indeed a black man named Mordo, a devoted disciple of the Ancient One. Of course, in the original comics, he was portrayed as a white man. But in America, political correctness had necessitated a reimagining of Mordo as a black man, leading to this world's version of Mordo being similarly depicted. What brings you here? Li Yi questioned. Your Excellency, my master, the Sorcerer Supreme, wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit Kamartaj. Mordo smiled. An invitation to be a guest? Li Yi responded, astonished. The Ancient One's maneuver took him completely by surprise. He had envisioned countless scenarios, considering that given his reckless demeanor, she might subtly warn him, confront him directly, or even take action against him. Yet he never anticipated she would invite him as a guest. Indeed, Your Excellency, may I inquire how you feel about this? Mordo asked. Li Yi began to ponder. The system had already fabricated an identity for him. Thus, the Ancient One would have no reason to recognize him as someone from another world. In the present moment, it seems that one has encountered oneself while observing the potential futures, perceiving oneself as a variable worthy of scrutiny. However, the Ancient One refrains from taking immediate action, suggesting a reluctance to resort to force. Even if she were inclined to intervene, Li Yi remains unperturbed. His talismanic powers are not overshadowed by her sorcery. And given that the Ancient One is, after all, a rather fragile spellcaster, one cannot help but imagine the absurdity of a supreme sorcerer meeting their demise by falling from a height. Nevertheless, as subsequent events unfold, it becomes apparent that this was a deliberate act on her part, for she has already identified her successor, Strange. After safeguarding the Earth for centuries, she finds herself weary and contemplating retirement. The only significant complication remains the Time Stone, a particularly vexatious artifact that, if one cannot defeat you, simply perpetually resets to drive you to despair. Even the dimensional demon Dormammu has been subjected to the relentless torment of countless resets by Strange. Lead the way. After considerable contemplation, Li Yi resolves to take a look. Very well, my lord Li Yi, please follow me. Mordo leads the way through a shimmering portal, with Li Yi closely in tow. Upon crossing the luminous threshold, Li Yi finds himself in a quaint courtyard, flanked by a row of ancient buildings that distinctly exhibit traditional Chinese architectural style. Within the courtyard, dozens of apprentice sorcerers practice diligently. Some engage in the rudimentary art of conjuring portals, while others hone their skills with staffs, swords, and even some who leap about, practicing their light techniques. While the practice of magic is understandable, the inclusion of martial arts raises questions. Reflecting on cinematic portrayals, it appears that both virtuous and nefarious sorcerers have an affinity for close combat. Even the Ancient One herself has been known to charge into battle wielding a magical blade. And this realization dawns upon Li Yi. Noticing Mordo's presence, the sorcerers pause their training to pay their respects. As he holds a position of high esteem in Kamartaj as the most devoted disciple of the Ancient One. Observing Li Yi, they exhibit no signs of surprise. This is Lord Li Yi, a guest of the Ancient One, Mordo announces. The group of sorcerers bows in unison toward Li Yi. Thank you. Li Yi responds courteously, returning the gesture. Continuing on with Mordo, they traverse a serene pathway until they arrive at a charming little courtyard. The Ancient One is waiting for you inside. With a gentle push, Li Yi opens the door to find a figure seated in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. The striking bald head is unmistakable. It is none other than the Ancient One, the pinnacle of Earth's guardianship. Finally, we meet, Li Yi, or should I call you Superman? The Ancient One, hearing the door creak, sets her book aside and smiles warmly. Her presence mirrors that of the film, exuding an artistic aura. Please, just call me Li Yi. Superman is merely a moniker, he replies casually. Would you care for a cup of tea? The Ancient One inquires, pouring herself a cup from a nearby teapot. Certainly. Li Yi accepts the offer naturally and takes a sip. A wave of comfort enveloped him, and his mood lightened considerably. This tea possesses a certain magic, Li Yi mused. This tea is a specialty from Kamartaj. What do you think? Ancient One chuckled. Quite delightful. Li Yi replied. I added a touch of honey. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks. Why did you summon me? Li Yi, eager to dispense with pleasantries, spoke directly. No need to be in such a hurry. Ancient One responded with a smile. To be honest, I am rather busy and do not have much time for tea. Li Yi jested. In truth, he had no pressing matters to attend to. Most of his days were spent idly at home. Since that is the case, I shall be straightforward. I wish to take you as my disciple and have you become the next supreme sorcerer. Ancient One declared, striking an unexpected note. Li Yi, taken aback, sputtered his tea in response. Huh, did I mishear you? Or are you jesting? He exclaimed in astonishment. You did not mishear me, nor am I joking. Ancient One replied. Setting down his teacup, Li Yi asked with curiosity, Master Ancient One, as far as I know, you have already chosen the next supreme sorcerer. That man named Strange. I am intrigued. How do you possess knowledge of future events? In countless observations of the timeline, it appears you are well acquainted with what is to come. Ancient One smiled knowingly. Li Yi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not divulge that he hailed from another world, where the tales of this realm had been immortalized in film, which he had fortuitously viewed. To be continued. Chapter 73. Is Superman the guardian of Earth? Li Yi, at a loss for words, chose to remain silent. After all, silence is golden. Since you prefer not to respond, let us move past this topic. Ancient One remarked, seemingly unbothered, for everyone harbors their own secrets. The reason I wish to select you as the supreme sorcerer is that I have observed countless timelines, and you have consistently proven to be a capable guardian of Earth, vanquishing numerous creatures intent on invasion. Although it was not entirely your intention, you have indeed accomplished this. Moreover, your magical prowess is unparalleled, far exceeding my own. Should you become the next supreme sorcerer, you would undoubtedly be the most exceptional one in history. This mysterious power within you is a form of magic, is it not? You have discerned it correctly. Li Yi was not surprised. After all, Ancient One was a supreme sorcerer. While outsiders like Professor X and Magneto might mistake his abilities for superpowers, Ancient One, who relied on magic, immediately recognized the essence of Li Yi's strength. How extraordinary. There is magic I have yet to encounter. Ancient One mused. As for Strange, upon mentioning his name, Ancient One furrowed her brow. If there were a better alternative, I would certainly prefer not to have that loquacious, troublesome individual, disrespectful of magic, toying with time, arrogant, proud, obstinate, and singular in focus, take my place. Listening to Gu Yi's words, Li Yi pondered deeply. This indeed reflected Strange's character. Upon their first encounter, he had been disrespectful to Gu Yi, only to receive a severe reprimand in return. Of course, Gu Yi's intention was to shatter Strange's preconceived notions and instill a belief in the existence of magic. After all, many things hinge on perception. Believe, and they exist. Disbelieve, and they vanish. I am curious, what is the future version of me that you have seen? Li Yi inquired. In the 14, 567, 890 timelines I have observed, there are instances where you have ruled the earth, others where you stand against Strange and his allies, and some where you reign high above, surveying all creatures. Yet, in times of peril, you invariably choose to protect the earth. This is precisely why I wish for you to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi replied. Ruling the earth? Master Gu Yi, do you have no objections to someone like me? Li Yi queried, bewildered. He was not surprised that his future self might ascend to dominion over the earth, as he had harbored such ambitions in a previous life. Once endowed with power, it was hardly strange to act upon those thoughts. What puzzled him was Gu Yi's apparent lack of disapproval. Wasn't she a paragon of righteousness? One would expect her to detest a person as ambitious as he. However, her demeanor suggested indifference. You need not concern yourself with my opinion. My duty is to safeguard the entire Earth, not humanity. As long as the planet remains unharmed, I shall not be troubled by other matters, Gu Yi stated. Shaking her head. Upon assuming the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, she had already positioned herself as an observer, silently witnessing the evolution of human civilization without interference. To her, humanity held no more value than an ant on the road. For centuries, humans had slaughtered one another, causing far more devastation than the demons and monsters that invaded the dimensional realities. Yet she remained unconcerned. Li Yi nodded silently, feeling a newfound respect for Gu Yi. To protect the entire world, that was true altruism. Although he could not emulate such a selfless spirit, it did not diminish his admiration for her. Have you given it any thought? Are you willing to become my disciple and the next Sorcerer Supreme? Gu Yi asked. Will I have to act as you do upon becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? Li Yi inquired, perplexed. Each individual treads a different path. This path is my own choice. Your journey is entirely dependent on your own decisions. You need not follow my way. The ultimate goal remains the same, to protect the Earth. Gu Yi responded, shaking her head. Master Gu Yi, I am truly grateful for your regard, but I still believe the role of Sorcerer Supreme is not suited for me. Li Yi contemplated before refusing. Although Gu Yi had stated that he need not follow her example, there was still a degree of constraint, which Li Yi detested above all. He envisioned a future where, after thoroughly exploring Earth, he could venture into the cosmos for an interstellar journey. Few possessed the ability to traverse the universe. But Li Yi was one of them, not only equipped with teleportation but also endowed with an immortal life. The space portals akin to that of the Ancient One must indeed have distance limitations. Otherwise, this cadre of sorcerers would have long been invincible. Of course, should one master the Space Stone, such feats could be achieved. Yet, has she truly declined? The Ancient One sighed. In the timeline she had foreseen, she had extended an invitation to Li Yi, but the likelihood of his acceptance was less than 1 in 1,000. Out of 1,000 instances, he would acquiesce only once, and shortly thereafter, he would seek someone else to take over. Li Yi did not voice any inappropriate demands regarding the bestowal of magic, as he was reluctant to bear the responsibilities of a supreme sorcerer, nor did he feel deserving of its benefits. Given this, I shall not press you further. Since you have already arrived at Kamartaj, you might as well enjoy the sights. I have already informed Mordo, and he will come to guide you shortly. The Ancient One remarked with a smile, her words implying a subtle dismissal. Ancient One, I have an unconventional request. I wonder if you might oblige. Li Yi suddenly interjected. Oh, pray do tell. I wish to engage in a duel with you, to ascertain the disparity between myself and the supreme sorcerer who protects the Earth. Li Yi declared, brimming with martial fervor. You seem quite enamored with battle? Not exactly. To be precise, I revel in power, immense power. Very well, I shall acquiesce. The Ancient One replied with a composed nod. Then let us commence. Li Yi exclaimed eagerly, finally presented with an opportunity to witness the prowess of this supreme sorcerer. The manner of her demise in the film was rather ignoble, albeit it was her own choice. Is there a sizable arena nearby? My destructive capabilities are rather formidable. Follow me, the Ancient One said coolly, rising to gesture at the void. Instantly, the fabric of space shattered like glass, revealing a portal. The mirror dimension? To be continued. Chapter 74. Confrontation with the Ancient One. Li Yi followed the Ancient One into the mirror dimension, discovering that it mirrored the real world, albeit in reverse. The mirror dimension is a potent form of spatial magic, a realm entirely independent of the main universe. While the realities of the primary universe are projected identically within the mirror dimension, those within it cannot influence the real world. This implies that Li Yi can unleash his full power here without concern for any repercussions to the material realm. The Ancient One often utilizes this dimension to ensnare her adversaries, vanquishing them through the advantageous terrain it offers. It is, in essence, her domain, allowing her to maximize her magical capabilities. The mirror dimension is a highly advanced form of magic. In the film Doctor Strange, aside from the Ancient One, only the later incarnation of Strange has employed it, indicating that such spatial magic is not accessible to everyone. It likely requires a special lineage or heritage, such as that of the Supreme Sorcerer's successor. Alternatively, it may necessitate an exceptionally high level of magical mastery or comprehension. Li Yi and the Ancient One stood at opposite ends of a towering edifice. Master Gu Yi, I shall now commence my assault. Li Yi exclaimed with a smile. Indeed. Gu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Responding to this, Li Yi hesitated no longer. His figure vanished in an instant, hurtling towards Gu Yi with remarkable speed. His right fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike, so swift that it generated a sonic boom. Gu Yi did not even raise a hand. A circular magical shield materialized beside her. After centuries of practice, casting spells had become second nature to Gu Yi, allowing her to sense the future and preemptively cast her magic. Thus, even though Li Ye's attack speed surpassed the speed of sound, he could not strike her before she enacted her spell. Bang! His fist collided with the magical shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Crack! A fissure appeared on the shield. Goodness, how resilient! Li Yi marveled. He was well aware of the formidable force of his punch. With such power, he could demolish an entire building. Yet it merely left a crack on the magical shield. What if I were to unleash an even faster and more potent attack? Li Yi pondered. He then accelerated his strikes, delivering a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Yet the magical shield beside Gu Yi seemed to flicker into existence, consistently deflecting Li Ye's blows just as they were about to make contact. The greater Li Ye's force, the more robust the shield's defenses became. Finding his attacks ineffective, Li Yi leaped back to create distance. Master Gu Yi, your defenses are indeed impenetrable, he praised. It is merely the result of centuries of experience, Gu Yi replied nonchalantly. She then extended her hand and twisted her wrist towards Li Ye's position. Boom! The entire building began to contort and fold, bearing down upon Li Yi. Whoosh! Li Yi activated his electric eyes, unleashing two beams of searing energy. Bang! The building was sliced into several segments. Yet, this was not the end. Gu Yi continued to gesture, and this time, it was not just a single building but the entire city that began to twist and spin. What? This is quite the spectacle, Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. If this scene were to be rendered with special effects, it would cost a fortune. It was no wonder the Marvel writers hastily wrote Gu Yi out. This was simply too extravagant. Even later, Doctor Strange seldom employed this magic, not even in his battle against Thanos. All the buildings stacked together and surged menacingly towards Li Yi. How many tons could this weigh? Li Yi remarked, while his hands were not idle. He brought his palms together at his waist, rapidly coalescing a yellow light of destruction. Purgatory's unmatched explosive wave cannon. He initiated the dragon break, releasing a colossal beam of destructive energy several meters wide from his palms. This time, the power of the dragon break was the most formidable he had ever unleashed. Whoosh! The beam of destruction hurtled towards the towering buildings. Bang! Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, affecting an area of several kilometers, rivaling the yield of the small nuclear bomb Li Yi had previously endured. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, resembling the divine punishment of a wrathful deity. As the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, only a fragment of the towering buildings remained visible against the sky. Li Yi, undeterred, hastened once more towards Ancient One. Unfazed, Ancient One swiftly formed several hand seals. In an instant, countless clones emerged. Li Yi found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure which of them was the true Ancient One, and instinctively ceased his assault. With a mere flick of their hands, the clones conjured a long magical rope. Li Yi recalled that this peculiar technique had been utilized by Doctor Strange in his confrontation with Thanos, though it had been thwarted by the Power Stone. Indeed, in the next moment, an array of magical ropes was hurled towards Li Yi. Not wishing to be ensnared, he extended his hand. Super Divine Rasen. An infinite wave of repulsive force erupted instantaneously. The magical ropes that drew near were all deflected, and as the clones made contact with the force, they vanished, while the nearby ruins of buildings were utterly crushed. In that fleeting moment, Li Ye's eyes caught sight of Ancient One's true position. His figure vanished and reappeared behind her, delivering a powerful punch. He held no concern for any potential consequences for Ancient One. After all, she was the Sorcerer Supreme, and Li Yi possessed the power of the talisman. Just as his fist was about to strike Ancient One, her form flickered and disappeared entirely. Spatial magic? Li Yi pondered. He was astonished to discover that, in addition to the portal, Ancient One commanded other swift forms of spatial magic, a testament to her centuries of existence. As Li Yi prepared to launch another attack, a golden magic circle suddenly materialized above him. A pang of realization struck him. This was a trap. A beam of golden light shot down from above. Li Yi hurriedly evaded, yet the golden light seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. His speed was so remarkable that afterimages trailed behind him, yet the golden light remained unyielding. Moreover, the light continued to manifest in successive waves, with dozens of golden rays now in pursuit of him. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of golden light, Li Yi resolved to cease evasion. He pressed his hand against the ground, causing the debris from the buildings to soar into the air, forming into dozens of colossal hands. He commanded the massive hands to collide forcefully with the golden light. Boom! The air erupted with a series of thunderous explosions. Yet, the golden light above showed no signs of abating. Li Yi quickly deduced that the source of the magic circle on him was to blame. The talisman's power expelled all external forces, activating instantly. In a flash of white light, the golden magic circle on him vanished entirely. Your magic can actually dispel mine? Ancient One remarked, her brow furrowed. This was the first time since the battle began that a different expression had crossed her face, having previously maintained an air of calm detachment. Ancient One, my abilities are far from simple, Li Yi retorted with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 75, The Crisis at the Academy. Ancient One's expression turned gravely serious. Although she had not anticipated the earlier magic circle to defeat Li Yi, its swift dismantling was beyond her expectations. After all, the magical array she had just conjured was a sophisticated spell perfected over centuries. Although she could observe countless timelines, her insight was merely superficial, rendering her incapable of perceiving every intricate detail. Perhaps only the legendary creator god could witness every nuance. With a graceful wave of her hand, the ground erupted with a series of sharp spikes, hurtling towards Li Yi at an alarming speed. Without a glance, he delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The spikes were instantly shattered. Li Yi pondered in confusion, questioning the purpose of such a futile attack, as it posed no threat to him. He soon discerned a clue. He observed Gui rotating her wrist, and a green halo materialized around it, spinning in tandem with her movements. What sort of magic was this? Li Yi contemplated silently. Whoosh. Before he could fully comprehend, Gui flicked her hand, summoning a magical sword that flashed before Li Yi, descending to strike. Gui, are you truly attempting to engage me in close combat? Li Yi chuckled, responding with a powerful punch. Boom. Gui's figure was sent flying. Curiously, Li Yi wondered why she did not utilize her previous teleportation spell to evade. Whoosh. Gui reappeared in her original position, transforming her fist into an open palm, which glimmered with a golden light as it struck Li Yi's chest. Boom. This time, it was Li Yi who was sent sprawling, completely beyond his expectations. What was happening? I clearly landed a blow on her. Why did she reappear so suddenly? Li Yi mused. To test his theory, he swiftly moved towards Gui again, swinging his fist. This time, it felt as though he had struck an illusion. Gui's figure vanished once more, prompting Li Yi to search frantically. Whoosh. Gui reemerged at the same spot, both hands poised as she forcefully struck Li Yi's chest again, sending him flying once more. Is it time magic? Li Yi suddenly realized, fixating intently on the green halo encircling Gui's wrist. It resembled the scene when Strange wielded time magic flawlessly. Finally, he understood. Gui smiled. Indeed, it is time magic. While she possessed numerous other spells, her mastery lay within time magic, particularly when wielded through the Eye of Agamotto, the time stone, which rendered it extraordinarily formidable. Many demons and monstrous entities that invaded the realms of reality were powerful, yet Gui ensnared them within a temporal loop. Although she could not vanquish them within this loop, they too were unable to kill her, for time would perpetually reset. Ultimately, they were left disgusted and compelled to retreat from the realm of reality. Even the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, had succumbed to this tactic, let alone Li Yi in his current state. Though Li Yi was strong, he was likely on par with Odin, belonging to the so-called celestial father tier, and thus could not escape the shackles of time. Of course, as Li Yi grew stronger through the system in the future, he would undoubtedly achieve such feats. It appears that this battle is destined to conclude in a stalemate, for at this moment, none can triumph over the other, Li Yi remarked with a smile. Indeed, Gui replied calmly. Subsequently, she twisted the green ring on her wrist, unraveling the time loop. With a graceful wave of her hand, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror, and the two returned effortlessly to the realm of reality. Thank you, Master Gui. This battle has been immensely enlightening. Li Yi expressed his gratitude, placing his palms together in reverence. No need for thanks. I hope you will steadfastly pursue your own path and protect the earth. Gui responded with a smile. At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Modu. Master, he greeted respectfully. Yes. Please take Sir Li Yi on a tour of our Taj, Gui instructed. Certainly, Master, Modu replied with deference. The two then bid farewell to Gui and departed the courtyard. Under Modu's guidance, Li Yi enjoyed a brief tour of Taj before preparing to return. Allow me to escort you, Sir Li Yi, Modu offered. As he spoke, he began to conjure a portal. Wait, that won't be necessary. I have my own means. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Sir Li Yi. I wish you a safe journey. Modu halted his actions with a smile. Please convey my regards to Master Gui. Farewell. Li Yi pinpointed the location of his residence and vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters found itself embroiled in a crisis. A powerful senator proposed a bill mandating that all mutants must register and become transparent to the public. Although such an action contravened the rights afforded by the American Constitution to protect individual privacy, the senator regarded mutants as less than human. This incited the wrath of Magneto, who prepared a retaliatory device capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants. He initially targeted the senator himself, turning him into a creature resembling a jellyfish. However, this transformation proved unstable, and the jellyfish being swiftly disintegrated into a puddle, meeting a definitive end. Magneto devised a plan to utilize this device to transform those political figures threatening the interests of mutants into mutants themselves, coinciding with the enactment of the human decree. Yet, the energy required to alter the genetics of a single senator was already immense. To affect multiple world leaders would undoubtedly lead to Magneto's exhaustion and demise. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to accept such a fate, as he had yet to fulfill his grand vision of establishing a mutant nation. Thus, he set his sights on the mischievous young one. This young one possessed the ability to absorb the powers of others, and Magneto resolved to have him absorb the majority of his own abilities, thereby allowing him to perish in his stead. With a resounding crash, Magneto and his henchmen launched an assault on Xavier's school, creating a tremendous explosion. Help! What is happening? The mutant students within the school found themselves powerless against Magneto's onslaught, scattering in fear. As teachers, Jean and Storm stepped forward without hesitation to confront Magneto. However, he was soon restrained, caught in a fierce battle. Magneto advanced directly towards the mischievous child, while Wolverine, Logan, stood protectively in front of her. Not a step closer, Logan declared, baring his sharp adamantium claws with a chilling tone. You are covered in metal, and yet you dare to obstruct me? Magneto replied with a smirk. With a mere gesture, Wolverine was lifted into the air, clearly under Magneto's control. Magneto was indeed Logan's natural nemesis. Aya! Logan cried out in agony as his claws were forced open by Magneto's powers. Stop! Please stop! The child shouted desperately. Heh, child, shouting is the most impotent weapon. Magneto chuckled. If you dare to harm me, my friends will not let you go, the child threatened, her temper flaring. Your friends? Child, do you even know who you are threatening? Speak their names so that I may hear, and see if you can instill fear in me. Magneto laughed, dismissing the notion that a child's friends could be formidable. His name is Li Yi. Ha ha ha. That sounds like a mere extra's name. Others call him Superman. Upon hearing those syllables, Magneto's expression shifted dramatically. To be continued in Chapter 76. The call for help upon the mention of Superman, Magneto's demeanor grew stern. This name evoked memories of the one who had defeated and humiliated him, an indignity he had never before endured in his proud life. Though loath to admit it, Magneto recognized that he was utterly no match for that scoundrel, even after losing nearly 100 of his own men without any thoughts of revenge. Yet, fate had intertwined his path with Superman's. Child, are you deceiving me? That scoundrel does not even consider himself a mutant. How do you know him? Magneto demanded, violently flinging Wolverine aside to confront the child. I am not lying. Superman is truly my friend. The child replied resolutely. Magneto fixed his gaze intently on the child's eyes, seeking any evidence of deceit, but regrettably found none. This unsettled him deeply. If given a choice, he would prefer not to confront that rogue. Suddenly, Sabretooth, one of Magneto's henchmen, emerged from behind, seizing Magneto by the throat. Release the child, Eric. Sabretooth said coldly, clearly under some form of control. And the only one capable of achieving this was Professor X. Despite Magneto's formidable abilities, he remained an ordinary human in physicality, unable to break free from this grasp. Charles. Magneto immediately deduced it was his old friend. Why do you not show yourself, Charles? What do you want with this child? Professor X inquired. Did you not read my thoughts? Magneto suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, countless steel spikes were directed towards the fleeing students. What now? Should we rescue that girl? You can only kill me, Charles. But what would be the consequences? If they pass that bill, they will chain you and brand your prisoner number on your forehead. It will never come to that, replied Professor X, though his conviction was evidently waning. He had long been aware of the inherent flaws within humanity. Then you must kill me. I await your decision. Magneto laughed. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, then release me. Professor X remained motionless. It was in his nature. Magneto had been his dear friend for many years, and they had once fought side by side. Though they had parted ways due to differing ideologies, he still cherished that friendship deep within. Very well, now let us see your beloved students. Magneto sneered, then propelled sharp metal spikes towards a girl. The girl fell to the ground, narrowly evading the spikes. Do you wish to tempt your luck again, Charles? I may not be able to control all the spikes accurately next. Magneto continued his threats. Professor X closed his eyes, and after a difficult decision, he commanded the Sabretooth to release Magneto. Still unwilling to make sacrifices? This is your weakness. Magneto mocked. With a thunderous roar, Mystique piloted a helicopter, descending slowly. Farewell, Charles. Magneto ordered his henchmen to seize Rogue and board the helicopter. Although he did not wish to oppose that Superman, the plan had reached this point. No one could stop him. The group gathered in the conference room. You said they were after me. Logan confronted Professor X. I made a grave mistake. For some reason, his helmet blocked my telepathy. By the time I realized whom he truly intended to capture, it was too late. Professor X replied. Logan donned his coat. His expression devoid of emotion as he walked away. Where are you going? Storm inquired. She was taken right in front of me. I must rescue her. Logan declared. Logan, you cannot stand against Magneto alone. Join us in the fight. Storm urged. Fight alongside you. Join the X-Men. Later, the group encountered the escaped Senator Kelly and learned of Magneto's plan. Professor X sought to use the brainwave amplifier to locate Magneto, but fell unconscious. Jean, enduring pain, managed to find Magneto's location. But can we really rescue Rogue with just a few of us? Storm questioned. We have reinforcements. Jean replied. Reinforcements? Who else is there? Logan asked, puzzled. Superman. Jean replied. Upon hearing that name, Cyclops, who had remained silent until now, turned pale. In the former Gold and Diamond building, now the headquarters of the Brotherhood, boss, our influence has expanded beyond New York City. Bullseye reported, kneeling. Lee replied flatly. This faction was initially born out of boredom, and naturally, Lee did not invest much thought into it. That Spider-Man, however, constantly disrupts our business. Target exclaimed with resentment. Spider-Man, the superhero, the Avengers. Lee found himself lost in contemplation, gazing at the image of the little spider on the screen. An alliance. An alliance. Why couldn't he also create a superhero alliance for amusement? The moment this notion struck him, Lee sprang to his feet, startling Target in the process. Indeed, it shall be a superhero alliance. Lee shouted. Why should this world only have the Avengers and not other superhero alliances? If this world boasts Superman, then it must also have the Justice League. If none exists, then I shall establish one myself. Spider-Man, you shall be the first. Lee chuckled. Just as Lee envisioned the future, his device buzzed with a new message from a lady named Aurora. Shall I answer? At that moment, Betty interrupted his daydreaming. Aurora? Is this girl missing me? Lee laughed, then chose to answer the call. Hello, Lee, we need your assistance. Little Mischief has been captured by Magneto. Aurora's anxious voice echoed from the other end. What? To be continued. Chapter 77. Rescue Little Mischief. Goodness, it's Magneto again? Didn't I send him off to drink tea and dance in the square? Why is he back at it? It seems the last lesson I taught him was insufficient. Lee mused. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, he resolved to rescue Little Mischief, his cherished little companion. He accessed the system to locate her position and then teleported directly to her. How is it? Logan asked urgently. He said he would arrive shortly. But I hadn't even mentioned the location before he hung up. Aurora replied. Huh, he doesn't even know the location and claims he'll be here soon? I believe he is holding a grudge from last time and doesn't he want to help? Cyclops sneered nearby. That jerk Superman turned himself into a pig. And during those 3 days, he lost face completely, earning himself the title of Laser Pig. Though some time has passed, students still whisper this name behind his back. It seems this title will haunt him for a lifetime. All of this was due to that jerk Superman, and Cyclops' hatred for him had reached a boiling point. Scott, be quiet. Hearing Cyclops still dwelling on such matters, Jean snapped. Jean, you. Cyclops was taken aback by the unprecedented fury displayed by Jean. Though I am unaware of Superman's situation, I am certain he will come. Aurora interjected. Regardless, let us depart. Logan urged impatiently. Liberty Island. Tonight. Dignitaries from various nations are set to gather here to discuss the Mutant Registration Act, and Magneto's target is none other than this location. Quite grand, isn't it? Magneto gazed at the distant silhouette of the Statue of Liberty, reminiscing, I have seen her before. Little Mischief replied, I first beheld her in 1949, when America aspired to become a land of tolerance and peace. Are you going to kill me? She inquired, disregarding the gravity of the situation. Indeed. Why? Because there is no such thing as a tolerant nation. Your sacrifice will ensure our survival. Little Mischief fell silent. Place her in the machine. Tonight shall be a momentous occasion. Magneto commanded Mystique. Yes, Mystique replied, proceeding to confine Little Mischief within the apparatus. No, Lee, come save me. Are we not friends? Little Mischief cried out in desperation. You had better remove your hand. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Who goes there? Magneto's henchman shouted. Lee. Little Mischief exclaimed in joy. Emerging slowly from the shadows was none other than Lee, who had teleported to their location. I apologize for my tardiness. You are safe now, Lee assured Little Mischief, then turned his gaze toward the increasingly agitated Magneto. Old man, how dare you abduct my ally? It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. Superman, do you truly intend to thwart my plans? Magneto inquired, his demeanor darkened. Is that not obvious? Lee scoffed. Why can you not comprehend my intentions? These individuals control the fate of all mutants. If I transform them into mutants, they will stand with us. And our grand vision of a nation for mutants will be realized. Magneto passionately argued. Hearing these words, the mutants surrounding Magneto gazed at him with adoration, akin to devoted cult followers. That concerns me not. Lee retorted dismissively. You traitor among mutants. Magneto seethed, clearly still convinced that Lee belonged to their kind. Do as you wish. I can no longer be bothered to explain. Lee stated nonchalantly. You all retreat. I shall handle him myself. Magneto instructed the other mutants. Recalling the last encounter, where this Superman ruthlessly eliminated nearly 100 of his subordinates, he dared not send his men into battle again. The mutants withdrew hastily. Die, Superman. Magneto began to unleash his powers. The island trembled violently. Soon, the commotion attracted the attention of the crowds outside. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Quickly, run. Panic ensued, as people scrambled to escape, each wishing for additional legs to flee faster. This unusual phenomenon quickly caught the attention of SHIELD. Investigate the cause of the tremors on Liberty Island immediately. We cannot afford any complications. Director Nick Fury urgently commanded. Leaders from various nations are gathered there, half of whom are allies of the United States. If anything were to befall them, even the might of America would falter, incurring the wrath of so many nations. The hegemony of the United States does not rest solely upon its own strength. Without the support of its allies, its dominance would collapse in an instant. I believe we have identified the cause. Coulson tapped a few keys on the computer, and the screen revealed a scene. Magneto hovering majestically in the sky, with none other than Superman on the ground below. Is it the two of them? Nick Fury exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. These two titans could easily obliterate Liberty Island. If they were to engage in battle now, we must stop them. Yes, contact Lee immediately. We cannot allow them to fight. Magneto unleashed his powers, manipulating countless metal structures to rise from the ground and float slowly into the air. Boss, you have a new message from an unknown source. Just as Lee was about to charge at Magneto, Betty suddenly interjected. Who would be contacting me at this moment? Answer it. Lee commanded. Nick Fury's figure was instantly projected from the watch. What do you want? I'm quite busy. Lee replied impatiently. Lee, you absolutely must not engage Magneto in battle on Liberty Island. The consequences would be dire. Nick Fury succinctly explained the reasoning. So what? I couldn't care less about the fate of the United States. Lee shrugged nonchalantly. Wait, there are many civilians there. You wouldn't want them to be caught in the crossfire of your battle, would you? Nick Fury attempted to persuade him differently. Then that's just their misfortune. With that, Lee abruptly severed the connection and ordered Betty, refuse all further communications. Understood, boss. Betty replied. It's time for a proper showdown. Lee sneered at Magneto hovering above. To be continued. Chapter 78. The Resurrection of the Statue of Liberty. Magneto commanded countless metal objects to soar through the sky, casting shadows over the land. At that moment, he resembled a deity, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, instilling a sense of insignificance. Superman, let us settle this today. Magneto declared coldly. Old man, I truly do not wish to fight you. Lee shrugged helplessly. Less chatter. With a wave of his hand, Magneto sent a barrage of heavily armed trucks crashing toward Lee. This single move could annihilate over 90% of superhumans, but alas, it faced the likes of Lee. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lee activated his ability, effortlessly suspending the several hundred-ton trucks in an infinite gravitational hold. Noticing this, Magneto waved again, sending a torrent of metal flying towards Lee like a spring of water. With a mere gesture, Lee halted an endless wave of metal in midair, as if he were Neo from the Matrix, freezing bullets in their tracks. Old one, you still haven't learned your lesson. What you can control, I can too. And what you cannot control, I still can. How will you fight me? Lee remarked, shaking his head. Superman, do not become too complacent. Magneto retorted with a scoff, sweeping his hand to disassemble the massive metal into countless tiny components. These fragments began to swirl around him, encasing him like a transformer, ultimately coalescing into a towering metal giant over 50 meters tall. Superman, this is a new trick I've specifically developed for you. Magneto laughed heartily. Quite intriguing. I didn't expect you, old one, to create something akin to Ultraman. Lee responded with a chuckle. The enormous metal giant instantly captured the crowd's attention. What? What is that thing? Is it a monster? Are you blind? That's clearly a robot. It must be the latest weapon developed by our great America. Everyone, regardless of what it is, I think we should make a swift exit. The crowd, who had previously felt secure, scattered in panic, fleeing the island. Those with wealth boarded their luxurious yachts, while the less fortunate crowded onto the bustling ferries. The SHIELD personnel observed this chaos through satellite surveillance. Are these two lunatics intent on destroying the entire island? Nick Fury exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the colossal metal figure. What should we do now? Li Yi has severed all communications. We can't reach him. Coulson inquired. Nick Fury lowered his head in contemplation. Contact Tony Stark. See if he can deploy his Iron Man suits to assist Superman, he commanded. However, as he mentioned helping Superman, even he found it peculiar. Superman needs assistance? All right, I'll reach out immediately, Coulson said, turning to leave. Die, Superman. Magneto commanded the metal giant, swinging its massive arms toward Li Yi. Ha ha ha, who is afraid of whom? Li Yi scoffed in disdain. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself toward the metal giant, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a tremendous blow at the incoming metal arm. Boom. The metal arm shattered into a shower of fragments. Observing this, Magneto quickly activated his powers, pulling the pieces back together to reform the right arm. Ha ha. As long as I am alive, this giant will recover from any damage it sustains, Magneto proclaimed with pride. Hardly impressive. Li Yi dismissed it with a wave of his hand. If he truly exerted himself, that previous strike could have pierced through the entire metal giant. He was merely toying with it. Suddenly, Li Yi's gaze drifted to the distant Statue of Liberty, and a thought sparked in his mind. This could be quite amusing, he mused. Superman, bring it on. Magneto, commanding the metallic giant, was poised to launch another attack when suddenly, he was halted by a shout from Li Yi. What? Magneto exclaimed, utterly perplexed, completely unaware of Superman's intentions. Your adversary is not me. It is her. Li Yi pointed into the distance. Her? Magneto inquired, confusion etched on his face. Indeed, Li Yi affirmed, extending his right hand. A brilliant white light erupted from his palm, striking the Statue of Liberty. The power of the mouse talisman transforms stillness into motion. Activate instantly. Arise, my goddess, Li Yi declared with a fervent shout. Within the radiant glow, the Statue of Liberty gradually morphed from stone into a young maiden clad in white, holding a torch and a book. Who am I? A voice emerged from the lips of the statue. This is impossible. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The Statue of Liberty has come to life. My God, this is utterly insane. Onlookers stood agape, their worldviews shattered by Li Yi's extraordinary feat. Superman, you must be the plaything of that goddess, Magneto remarked, a sense of awe in his tone. The ability to animate lifeless matter was something he had never witnessed, nor even heard of. It transcended human capability, residing within the realm of the divine. Bang! Nick Fury slammed his hands down on the table. Superman, is this individual truly human? How can this be possible? Fury exclaimed incredulously. Transforming an inanimate stone into a living, carbon-based being is, in every conceivable way, impossible. Agent Coulson added, astonished. Yet, it has undeniably occurred with Superman. Fury responded. What other abilities does Superman conceal? Who am I? The Statue of Liberty repeated, lost in contemplation. Li Yi swiftly teleported to her shoulder. You are the goddess of liberty, protector of freedom, democracy, and justice, he proclaimed. I remember now. I am the goddess of liberty, guardian of freedom, democracy, and justice, she murmured, turning to gaze at Li Yi. And who are you? I am your creator, the one who resurrected you, Li Yi replied. You speak truth. The power within me indeed originates from you. The goddess acknowledged, then inquired, what is your reason for reviving me? That monstrous entity over there seeks to trample upon freedom and democracy, intending to obliterate them. Li Yi pointed towards the metallic giant. Very well, my creator. The goddess of liberty nodded. She then aimed her torch at the metallic colossus. Evil fiend, vanish. Boom. The flames from the torch swelled into a towering inferno, hurtling towards the metallic giant. To be continued. Chapter 79. The Statue of Liberty versus Magneto. A colossal pillar of fire raced towards the metallic giant. Magneto hastily manipulated the metal to form a massive shield, erecting it before him. With a resounding boom, the fire column crashed against the shield, instantly resulting in a tremendous explosion. The terrifying heat rendered the entire shield a glowing red. Startled by the combat style of the Statue of Liberty, Li Yi was taken aback. Could she wield magic? Wasn't she supposed to be bashing foes with her torch? How could this be so different from what I envisioned? Li Yi lamented, wishing to witness the elegant imagery of the Statue of Liberty striking with her torch. He had never heard of her breathing fire. Ding. Host. Do not concern yourself with such matters. The creatures you revive using magic will inherently possess supernatural powers. The system suddenly interjected. Indeed, Li Yi nodded in agreement. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, Creatures revived by the mouse talisman transcended the mundane, exhibiting evident supernatural abilities. Seeing her attacks ineffective, the Statue of Liberty tossed the plaque she held into the sky, which transformed into a long sword amidst a burst of light. The plaque bore the date of the issuance of the Declaration of Independence, holding significant meaning. The Statue of Liberty raised the long sword and approached the metal giant, bringing the sword down with a swift motion. Whoosh! The metal giant, caught off guard, was instantly cleaved in two. Damn it! Magneto once again activated his powers to restore the metal giant. A sword? Ha ha ha! How foolish to wield metal before me. Magneto quickly attempted to seize control of the Statue of Liberty's longsword, only to find it utterly unresponsive. How could this be? This is clearly metal. Magneto exclaimed in shock. Evil demon, your malevolent powers hold no sway over me. The Statue of Liberty retorted coldly. As a magical creation, the longsword she conjured was likewise a product of magic, rendering Magneto's abilities ineffective. No matter what you are, perish before me. Magneto roared, commanding the metal giant to swing its arm and engage the Statue of Liberty in combat. Clang, clang, clang. A robotic battle against the Statue of Liberty? Witnessing this scene, onlookers felt a profound sense of dissonance, akin to watching Sun Wukong battle Optimus Prime. The metal giant, being entirely composed of metal, was exceedingly cumbersome and lacked the agility of the Statue of Liberty, failing to land a single blow. Instead, it was the Statue of Liberty's sword that reduced it to fragments, only for it to reconstitute itself the very next moment. The clash between these two colossal beings transformed the vicinity into a wasteland. Li Yi refrained from intervening, captivated by the spectacle. Recognizing that close combat was futile, Magneto distanced himself, subsequently orchestrating a tempest of metal to assault the Statue of Liberty. The metallic storm surged forth, threatening to engulf the Statue of Liberty like a monstrous wave. Lowering her longsword, the Statue of Liberty aimed her torch at the metallic storm, proclaiming, "Any vile demon that tramples upon freedom and democracy shall be consumed in the sacred flames." The flames upon the torch instantly coalesced into a towering inferno, meeting the relentless metallic tempest head-on. Boom! The fierce collision of fire and metal produced a breathtaking explosion, shrouding the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke generated by chemical reactions. For a moment, the two opposing forces were locked in a stalemate. Go, Lady Liberty! Defeat that mechanical monstrosity. The crowd rallied in support of the Statue of Liberty, although they were still unaware of the unfolding events. The statue represented the very essence of America, embodying justice, and thus, cheering for her was undoubtedly the right choice. Alas, the harsh reality would not yield to human will. The pillar of flames gradually succumbed to the metallic tempest. Creator, I can barely hold on. I am truly sorry. The Statue of Liberty lamented to Li Yi. Fear not, you have done remarkably well. Now, let us harness my power to vanquish it. Li Yi replied with a smile, bestowing the might of the dragon talisman upon her. Power. I can feel an immense strength. Is this the power of the Creator? The Statue of Liberty exclaimed with excitement. Evil fiend, prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the flames thickened exponentially, overpowering the metallic storm, and the terrifying heat swiftly melted all metal in its path. The fiery surge struck the metallic giant, which could hardly withstand the onslaught, disintegrating into a pool of molten iron. Boom! Magneto narrowly escaped the attack, or he would have perished in that very moment. Damn it, Superman, how dare you assist her? Magneto seethed, realizing he had almost secured victory. Huh, old man, have you lost your mind? She was resurrected by me to confront you. Of course, I shall aid her. Lee scoffed. Since the plan has failed, I shall take everyone down with me. Magneto declared frantically. Ascending rapidly into the sky, he unleashed his powers once more, this time encompassing the entire island. Vast amounts of metal, under his control, soared skyward, merging and growing until it formed a colossal iron sphere over 500 meters in diameter, casting a shadow over the land. What on earth is that? A balloon? Fool! How could there be such a massive balloon? If that thing ascends so high, won't it just crash down? The crowd buzzed with speculation upon witnessing the enormous iron sphere. Has Magneto lost his mind? What is he planning? Nick Fury exclaimed, astonished as he observed the screen. Clearly, he intends to drop that massive iron ball. If it falls from that height, no living creature within a radius of several dozen kilometers will survive, Coulson responded gravely. We must prevent this madman. Quickly, contact Superman and urge him to act. We still cannot reach Superman. What about Tony Stark? He is on his way. Shit! Superman, you have driven me to this. Let this city be obliterated. Magneto shouted, relinquishing all restraint. He had faced enough defeat. Now, he sought retribution against humanity and Superman alike. With a fierce grip, he hurled the gigantic iron sphere downward. The Creator. The Statue of Liberty gazed at Li Yi. All right, leave the rest to me, Li Yi said with a smile. Boom. He soared into the sky, heading towards the colossal iron sphere. I haven't yet tried punching through a meteor. With his fists clenched, he began to accumulate power, then unleashed a tremendous blow. Bang! The deafening explosion resonated through the surroundings, compelling the crowd to cover their ears. To be continued. Chapter 80. The little rascal's confession. In an instant, Li Yi's fist penetrated the massive iron sphere. The formidable force generated by his punch proved too much for the metal to withstand. Boom! The iron sphere exploded violently, devastating most of the city that had previously remained intact. How is this possible? Magneto exclaimed, astonished. He could hardly fathom the extent of Superman's power. Just as he contemplated his next move, Li Yi, uninterested in prolonging the game, teleported behind Magneto and delivered a swift chop. Magneto immediately lost consciousness, rendered as helpless as a chick in Li Yi's grasp. Nick Fury observed the scene through satellite surveillance, utterly dumbfounded. Superman defeated Magneto so effortlessly? He exclaimed. It seems so. But why didn't he do that from the start, instead of allowing half the city to be destroyed? Perhaps he simply found it entertaining. Coulson replied resignedly. Ordinary people would strive to minimize losses, yet Superman seemed indifferent, disregarding rules and reveling in chaos. Even more alarming was the absence of any means to restrain him. What shall we do next? Immediately dispatch our agents to suppress this matter. It must not be allowed to spread, Fury spoke solemnly. The S.H.I.E.L.D. once again became Superman's cleanup crew, diligently working to sanitize his image. Yet what choice did they have? Superman was unconcerned about his reputation among the public, while they dared not challenge him. If the truth about Superman were to be revealed, the public would undoubtedly erupt in outrage, vehemently condemning him. Would Superman tolerate such backlash? It would likely lead to far more than mere bloodshed. Considering these factors, Nick Fury felt compelled to repeatedly sanitize Superman's image, not just this time, but in the future as well, unless they possessed a means to hold Superman accountable. All hope rested with the owner of the Crimson Communicator. Thank you, Creator, for vanquishing this wicked devil and safeguarding the ideals of freedom and democracy. The Grand Statue of Liberty said as she approached Li Yi, clearly believing his words. It's nothing. You also exerted considerable effort in defeating him. Li Yi responded with a smile. Creator, my mission is complete. Please transform me back. Oh, after finally becoming a true being, you wish to revert to your previous state? Li Yi asked, puzzled. The sensation of life is exquisite, and I am profoundly grateful to the Creator for bestowing upon me the gift of existence. Yet, I believe there are ideals that transcend life itself, such as the embodiment of freedom and the will of democracy. I aspire to remain steadfast, safeguarding this invaluable treasure. The Statue of Liberty remarked with a smile. More important than life, Li Yi murmured to himself, utterly perplexed. In his worldview, life alone holds paramount significance. He may generously offer many things to others, but his own life is a treasure he would never share with anyone. In his previous life, Li Yi had pondered how he would choose if he found himself in Tony's position during the climactic battle of Avengers Endgame. Without hesitation, he would opt to sacrifice others to ensure the survival of his family. Very well, since you have chosen this path, I shall grant your wish. Thank you, Creator. The Statue of Liberty chuckled. With that, she returned to her original stance, and Li Yi retracted the power of the mouse talisman, transforming the Statue of Liberty back into the iconic figure holding her torch. Perhaps the future holds longevity. Or perhaps it will meet the same fate as certain statues and be destroyed. Who can say? Li Yi instantaneously teleported back to the side of the little imp, releasing her from the gravitational shield. Li Yi, I'm so scared. The little imp clung to him like an octopus. Fear not. All is well, Li Yi reassured her. Suddenly, the little imp began nibbling at Li Yi's lips. Little imp. Li Yi was at a loss for words. Fool, don't speak. She promptly interrupted. And so, the two shared a kiss. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky, heralding the arrival of a sci-fi themed fighter jet. Indeed, it was the X-Men come to rescue the little imp. Oh heavens, what has transpired here? Could Magneto's plan have succeeded? Aurora pondered, surveying the surrounding ruins. Look over there. Logan pointed to the two embracing figures not far away. It's Li Yi, Aurora exclaimed, filled with delight. Strange, how did he arrive before us? We are aboard the latest model of the Quinjet. And how did he know our location? Perhaps he has his own methods. I knew Li Yi would not be the kind of person to abandon the little imp, Jean remarked with a light laugh, her heart fluttering at the sight of Li Yi's back. That scoundrel. Cyclops remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yi, his lips muttering curses under his breath. He longed to remove his visor and shoot that Superman full of holes. Yet, he understood that it would be futile. He had already cranked up the power to maximum last time, yet it had failed to inflict any damage. Haha, how marvelous. The mission has concluded before we even engaged in battle. So what shall we do now? Shall we descend to witness their display of affection, or return directly? Logan laughed. Let us head back for now, Jean replied. Thus, the X-Men arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Li Yi was acutely aware of the circumstances unfolding above. Yet in this critical moment, he would not dare disrupt the atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, the two finally parted. Li Yi, I have feelings for you. Will you be my boyfriend? The mischievous girl declared, gazing intently into his eyes. Ahem, little troublemaker. Before we proceed, there is something I must clarify. Li Yi began, I actually have a girlfriend named Daisy, who is currently conducting research in a small town in New Mexico. What? The little troublemaker's face turned pale, and she instinctively released her hold on Li Yi in panic. I'm sorry, I didn't know, she stammered, her face already streaked with tears. With that, she covered her face and attempted to flee. However, Li Yi was no fool from a romantic comedy. He would not let such a situation unfold. He swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Little troublemaker, I like you too, he whispered tenderly in her ear. But you have a girlfriend, she retorted. So what? Can't the three of us be together? He replied. Sangu, you need not worry. I possess an immortality charm. I will be fine. To be continued. Chapter 81. The aftermath. The little troublemaker abruptly ceased her sobbing, staring at Li Yi in shock. Li Yi, what are you saying? She demanded, her expression shifting to one of anger. Although she harbored feelings for him, she never expected to lose her sense of self-respect. I mean it. I'm sincere, Li Yi professed, his gaze unwavering as he looked at her. Little troublemaker, I truly care for you. Seizing the moment, he drew the still-dazed girl into his arms, gently stroking her soft hair. You are both incredibly important to me. You are my wings. Without either of you, I cannot soar, but will instead plummet into the abyss. Li Yi whispered sweet nothings into her ear, gradually softening her previously resolute demeanor. Due to her uncontrollable powers, she often felt isolated at Xavier Academy. Yet, Li Yi, unaffected by her abilities, became a beacon of light in her life, marking her first friendship after awakening her powers. He had appeared just when she needed saving the most, leaving an indelible impression in her heart, gradually stirring her feelings for him. What about Daisy? What are her thoughts? The little troublemaker murmured from within Li Yi's embrace. Hearing her question filled Li Yi with joy. It indicated that her internal resistance was beginning to wane. Despite her outward bravado, little troublemaker, I will discuss things with Daisy. This is all my fault. I was greedy, wishing to have you both. Whatever issues arise, leave them to me, he assured her gently. I don't know. I need to think this through, she replied hesitantly. Li Yi understood that her heart had already begun to yield. She merely needed time to convince herself. He knew better than to press too hard at that moment, lest he provoke an adverse reaction. As the two shared sweet nothings, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from the sky. Boom! A magnificent crimson-armored suit, trailing a long fiery tail, soared through the air, none other than the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark. What is that? Little Mischief exclaimed, startled, turning to Li Yi with a look of confusion. Fear not, it's merely a notorious playboy, Li Yi reassured her. Tony Stark, the famed Iron Man. I trust you've heard of him. The armored suit descended gracefully to the ground. Hey Li Yi. Tony lifted his visor and greeted him. Long time no see, Tony. Li Yi responded. Good evening, my dear. Tony addressed Little Mischief, displaying an impeccable gentlemanly demeanor, far removed from his typical roguish charm. Hello, she replied shyly. Allow me to introduce her. She is my girlfriend, Anna, but you may call her Little Mischief, Li Yi announced proudly. Ah, Li Yi, you lucky fellow. To have such a beautiful girlfriend. Tony teased. Li Yi, don't say such things. I haven't agreed to that yet. Little Mischief's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation upon hearing Li Yi's declaration. TSK, Li Yi, it seems you have some work to do. Tony shook his head with a sigh. Tony, that's none of your concern. You arrived too late. The battle is over. You're always just a moment away. Perhaps you should be called Latecomer Man instead of Iron Man. Li Yi chuckled. I had no choice. I originally planned to enjoy a romantic evening with Pepper. But that pesky black egg insisted I come, claiming that if I didn't intervene, the entire city would be destroyed. So here I am. Tony shrugged helplessly. Surveying the surrounding ruins, he remarked, it seems that Black Egg was indeed right. That's not my fault. It's all Magneto's doing. And let us not forget, I prevented him from unleashing further chaos. Otherwise, the city would have been obliterated just now. Li Yi pointed to the unconscious Magneto lying not far away. Oh, he's still alive. Tony exclaimed in astonishment. In his memories, Li Yi was known for his decisiveness and ruthlessness, with few adversaries surviving his encounters. I just didn't want to kill him. Li Yi shrugged casually. He wouldn't divulge that it was because Magneto had two beautiful daughters. What are your plans for him? Tony inquired curiously. I intended to send him to prison, but since you're here, I'll leave that to you. Just a word of caution. This fellow can manipulate metal, so it would be wise to construct a prison devoid of any metallic elements. With that, he took Little Mischief in his arms and soared into the night sky, leaving a bewildered Tony behind. Because of the mess he made, I'm left to deal with the aftermath. After a moment, Tony finally processed the situation. Never mind. Jarvis, contact that black egg. Tony sighed. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. Meanwhile, Li Yi cradled Little Mischief as they flew beneath the starry night sky. Although Li Yi possesses the ability of instantaneous teleportation, enabling him to swiftly return to Xavier Academy with Little Mischief, he recognizes that this moment serves as an opportune occasion to foster their bond. Thus, he opts to fly back instead. His pace is leisurely, allowing him to revel in the enchanting nocturnal scenery along the way. Li Yi, I am quite curious about how you acquired such an array of extraordinary powers. You possess all manner of peculiar abilities, even the capacity to resurrect the Statue of Liberty. Little Mischief inquired curiously. Ah, my dear Mischief, my abilities are not mere superpowers. They are magic. I am a sorcerer. Li Yi replied with a smile. The existence of the system is his greatest secret, one he intends to keep undisclosed to anyone. Magic? Does it truly exist in this world? Indeed, it does. There is a place called Kamartaj, inhabited by a cadre of sorcerers who clandestinely safeguard the Earth's safety. Li Yi responded. Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation as they made their way back to Xavier Academy. You rascal, you never made it clear. We all thought you wouldn't take action. To our surprise, you managed to rescue Little Mischief before we even arrived. Logan exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Li Yi's chest. I was too anxious to explain at that moment. Li Yi replied. By the way, where's the professor? He questioned. Noticing the absence of Professor X. He has fallen into a coma while searching for Little Mischief after being poisoned, Jean explained. I believe I can heal the professor. What? Really? Jean exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ever since her powers awakened in childhood, she had remained by the professor's side. He was not only her mentor, but also a father figure. Jean then led Li Yi to their laboratory, encountering Cyclops on their way. Upon seeing Jean accompany Li Yi, Cyclops erupted in fury. What are you doing here? You are not welcome, he shouted. Oh, I seem to recall that the property here belongs to the professor. Who do you think you are? Li Yi retorted with derision. You bastard. Cyclops began to respond further. Enough, Scott. Jean interrupted with a commanding voice. Why do you always defend him? I am your girlfriend. I have been by your side all along. I do not wish to discuss this now. The professor remains unconscious inside. Jean said impatiently. Why? This must be clarified today. Who is truly your boyfriend? Whom do you stand with? Cyclops erupted completely. He had grown weary of everyone favoring that damned outsider, who was not even of their kind. Fine, then we are done. Are you satisfied now? What does that mean? Cyclops' expression darkened instantly. Is it not clear enough? Break up. I am done with you. Jean declared with an overwhelming presence, starkly contrasting her usual gentle demeanor. Hearing Jean mention the breakup left even Li Yi in shock. Had Jean and Cyclops truly ended their relationship just like that? Was it because of him? Cyclops pointed accusingly at Li Yi. So what if it is? Jean pulled Li Yi aside and kissed him on the lips. Are you satisfied now? The laser-eyed man, rendered speechless, lowered his head and departed with a stoic expression. I apologize, I was merely. As the laser-eyed man walked away, Jean stammered an explanation to Li Yi. It's all right, I understand. Li Yi replied with a smile. Thank you. Jean responded with a sweet smile. The two then proceeded inside, where the professor lay, tethered with various instruments. Do you need any tools? We have everything here. No need. It will only take a few seconds. Li Yi shook his head. He then directed a beam of white light toward Professor X, which swiftly enveloped his entire body. All done. Li Yi exclaimed with a grin. Is that it? Jean asked, puzzled. Just as Jean was contemplating, the professor gradually awoke. Professor. Jean rushed forward. Jean. Li Yi. Professor, you were poisoned. And it was Li Yi who saved you. Jean explained. I see. Thank you, Li Yi. Professor, there's no need to be formal. It was just a small effort. Li Yi replied modestly. Professor, it was also Li Yi who rescued Little Naughty. After hearing this, the professor pondered for a moment and said, Li Yi, I truly appreciate your help. From now on, you are a friend of Xavier Academy, and you are welcome to visit any time. I am honored to be a friend of Xavier Academy. Li Yi smiled. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Li Yi bid farewell to Xavier Academy. Little did anyone notice that the laser-eyed man exited Xavier Academy and wandered into the dark woods, never to return. To be continued. Chapter 82. Press conference at the Dawn headquarters. Li Yi stood on the balcony, surveying the expanse of New York City. Boss. Bullseye stood respectfully beside him. How is the plan progressing? Li Yi inquired. We have already notified all major media outlets in New York City, and our people have made friendly visits to them. They will cooperate fully in 3 days. Bullseye replied. Excellent. Remember, if anyone disrespects me, send them straight to hell. Yes. Li Yi was always one to act immediately upon an idea, never procrastinating. Since the thought of establishing an alliance had dawned on him days prior, preparations commenced without delay. He secured a large base in a bustling area of New York City and planned to hold a press conference in 3 days. The upper echelons of all major factions were aware that the Jinbing forces had a new master, a superhero so formidable that even the American government had to yield. Thus, few dared to create obstacles, especially since the recent actions of the superhero were still fresh in everyone's minds. Provoking the superhero would leave even the American government unable to protect you. 3 days later, at New York City's largest opera house, a throng of people gathered. Under the arrangement of Dawn, this venue had been designated for Li Yi's press conference. Not only were various media outlets present, but numerous superhero fans and onlookers also flocked to the event. This marks the first instance of Superman actively appearing before the public eye, naturally drawing fervent attention. Unlike previous occasions where he descended from the heavens clad in his iconic superhero attire, Li Yi opted for a more pedestrian approach this time. Dressed impeccably in a sleek black suit, he arrived at the venue in a luxurious automobile worth millions. Look, everyone, Superman has arrived, exclaimed an enthusiastic onlooker. Darling, come out and behold the divine. Oh, I mean Superman. The citizens of New York hailed their hero, the pride of America. I can't handle it. He is so handsome. Superman, I want to bear your children. The crowd was utterly enamored, captivated by his graceful physique, the definition of his muscles, and the allure of his form. Superman, I adore you. With your presence, no danger is insurmountable. Just days prior, during the chaos instigated by the mutant Magneto on Liberty Island, it was Superman who intervened and quelled the disturbance. We ought to remake a Superman film, and the protagonist's face should undoubtedly be that of Mr. Li Yi. Superman, Iron Man, the pride of New York. Truly, they are the epitome of coolness. The gathered masses erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing Superman's arrival. Boss. A subordinate respectfully opened the car door for Li Yi. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I love you all. Li Yi alighted from the vehicle, waving to the adoring crowd, inciting another wave of screams and applause. Superman's reputation has remained stellar, save for certain unfounded slanders during specific periods. He has consistently been America's most beloved hero. Since Li Yi's arrival in this world, he has never intentionally harmed the interests of ordinary people and has repeatedly risen to the occasion in times of peril. Furthermore, his recent actions of dismantling a military base and eliminating its orchestrators have instilled deep fear among various factions. In a bid to placate him, they have unleashed their propaganda machines to extol and rehabilitate his image. Presently, the public perceives Superman as powerful, righteous, benevolent, and approachable. Even if he harbored any dark secrets, they would swiftly be sanitized and concealed. Of course, all of this is orchestrated behind the scenes by the American government and SHIELD, who are more eager than anyone for Superman to maintain a commendable reputation. For such a formidable figure, they are keen to bestow upon him the persona of a gallant hero. Regardless of how indifferent Superman may seem, the constant stream of praise from various sectors of society inevitably influences him over time. Should he ever embody the saintly archetype depicted in comics, those in power would find themselves awakened from dreams of elation. This refers to the mainstream universe's Superman. Let us not mention the unjust counterpart. As bodyguards kept the fervent crowd at bay, Li Yi seized the opportunity to enter the venue. Inside, the hall was teeming with attendees. It is noteworthy that the venue can accommodate thousands, underscoring the magnitude of this press conference. Major media outlets were already present, equipment fully set up, awaiting Li Yi's address. As he navigated through rows of seats to his designated spot, a reporter from the New York Times, named Barton, approached. Look, everyone, Superman has arrived. Superman, I am Barton from the New York Times. May I ask why you chose this moment to hold a press conference? Superman, I am Lilith, a reporter from the Economic Special Report. May I ask? Superman, I am Porter, a journalist from the Southern Daily. May I inquire? Superman, I am Grace, a reporter from the Horn Daily. May I pose a question? Upon spotting Li Yi, the assembled media reporters erupted into a frenzy, each eager to voice their inquiries. With a subtle gesture, Li Yi silenced the crowd, compelling the reporters to comply. They had been explicitly instructed by their employer to fully cooperate with Superman's actions, for the repercussions of noncompliance would extend far beyond mere dismissal. To be continued. Chapter 83. The Establishment of the Hero Association. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence amidst your busy schedules. Li Yi commenced with a courteous remark. Since the advent of a new era, An increasing number of individuals with superpowers have emerged. Some of these extraordinary beings are capable of restraining their desires and wield their abilities to combat crime and uphold peace. We refer to them as superheroes. I have observed that superheroes have long operated in isolation, each fighting their battles alone. This not only leaves them vulnerable to defeat, but also prevents the optimal consolidation of their strength to champion justice. Some heroes bask in the adulation of the public. Appearing glamorous, yet behind the scenes, they face dire financial straits, struggling even to pay rent. In light of this, I have resolved to establish an organization dedicated to serving superheroes, one that will regulate their conduct. The Hero Association. An organization exclusively for superheroes? The Hero Association? What is this entity? The regulation of superhero behavior is commendable, as the actions of some self-proclaimed heroes indeed leave much to be desired. With Superman at the helm, it seems feasible, given his formidable strength. Who would have imagined that even the illustrious superheroes lead such impoverished lives? Lea's words sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. He proceeded to provide a brief overview of the Hero Association's purpose and structure, elucidating its operations and objectives. Naturally, Lea's initiative would inevitably encroach upon the interests of many, yet he remained unfazed. He believed in pursuing happiness unabashedly. If anyone opposed him, they could settle it with their fists. Following Superman's proposal to establish the Hero Association, Iron Man Tony Stark was the first to step forward in support. At SHIELD headquarters, Lea's press conference was being broadcast live, capturing the attention of SHIELD Superman. What on earth is he planning to do? Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, which could no longer withstand the force, shattering into pieces. Per table. It had borne the brunt of Fury's wrath countless times, and now it could finally find peace. Nick Fury was seething with rage. He had long harbored the idea of uniting superheroes, and had already begun to put it into action. Who would have thought that Superman would burst onto the scene and initiate his own version of a hero league? Was this not a blatant slap in the face? Coulson, how is the Avengers initiative progressing? Nick Fury inquired, turning towards Coulson. It remains a matter of personnel. We are critically understaffed. Our situation differs vastly from that of Superman. He is simply too powerful, capable of single-handedly forming an alliance. Coulson shook his head. Currently, SHIELD has only a handful of minor players, with only Hawkeye and Black Widow being viable assets. Captain America, who was retrieved from the Arctic, remains in a state of unconsciousness, leaving us uncertain as to when he might awaken. This is infuriating, Nick Fury exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Yet, there is little that can be done at the New York City Police Department. One officer voiced his discontent. Is Superman attempting to legalize those superheroes? Maintaining peace and combating crime has always been the duty of the police, yet it is evident that Superman seeks to encroach upon their territory. In this capitalist nation, any outrageous legislation can be passed as long as there is sufficient wealth and influence. Superman embodies substantial capital, and coupled with Tony Stark and his formidable power, legalizing superheroes is not a daunting task. Previously, the police could arrest these so-called superheroes on charges of obstructing law enforcement. However, moving forward, any superhero registered with the Hero Association will act within the bounds of legality, thereby creating a competitive dynamic with the police. There is no avoiding it. We are now in the era of superheroes, sighed Chief George. The sense of helplessness became apparent to him following the terrorist attacks. After the Lizard Man incident, the police's credibility and reputation suffered another blow in the public's eye. Faced with extraordinary events, the police find themselves utterly powerless, unable to contend with the superheroes. In the future, they may only be able to handle petty thefts, illegal vendors, and neighborhood disputes. Meanwhile, at the power center of America, the White House, an emergency meeting was convened to discuss matters concerning Superman. Any issue related to Superman is a significant concern. Military officials, representatives of major conglomerates, and political figures from key departments were all in attendance. Superman is proposing this Hero Association. What are your thoughts? The President of the United States stated. To be frank, Superman's initiative does not significantly impact us indeed. Indeed, since it poses little effect, we need not concern ourselves with it. Consensus echoed among the representatives of the major conglomerates. They were genuinely intimidated by Superman, as they had vast fortunes to preserve and did not wish to meet the same fate as those who had perished at his hands. After all, he is a creature capable of withstanding even nuclear blasts. To be continued. Chapter 84. The System of the Hero Association. Bang. I disagree. A step back today will lead to another step back tomorrow, and we will lose all prestige for our great America. How will other countries perceive us in the future? An elderly general, clad in military attire, slammed his palm on the table in anger. General, If you find this objectionable, perhaps you should take the lead in confronting Superman. I believe General Jack would be delighted to reminisce with you. By the way, I still have the last video of General Jack. I can provide you with a copy to savor at your leisure. A bespectacled congressman clad in a black suit stepped forward. The general was momentarily rendered speechless. He had merely been putting on a facade, a habitual display of military bravado that was expected in such circumstances. Even if it was merely for show. How dare this scoundrel expose him? Enough, enough, everyone cease your bickering. Let us speak candidly, presently. We possess no means to restrain Superman. The weapons at our disposal are utterly ineffective against him, while he could effortlessly eliminate everyone present. Therefore, until we devise a strategy to counter him, it is perhaps best to turn a blind eye to his actions. Another congressman interjected. It seems we have no choice. I concur. Let us all retire for the night. There is a newly opened nightclub. Shall we indulge in a couple of drinks? I hear it is even affiliated with Superman's faction. Upon overhearing the increasingly absurd discussions, the President of the United States felt a vain throb on his forehead. Enough. This meeting is adjourned. He bellowed. Following the press conference, Lee promptly applied to establish a hero association and sought to legalize it. The process met with no obstacles, sailing through without a hitch. Naturally, Lee would become the president of the association. In a live broadcast, he called upon all capable individuals to join the hero association and become superheroes, ready to rise in times of peril and resolve crises. Do you wish to become a superhero? Then join the hero association. Such slogans plastered the streets by the following day. Undoubtedly, Tony Stark was the first to declare his membership in the Hero Alliance, which infuriated Black Egg to the point of a headache. He had invested considerable time persuading Tony Stark, even invoking his father, Howard Stark. Yet Tony remained indifferent and promptly joined the Hero Association. The Hero Association's management and services for heroes would encompass various aspects. Firstly, the qualification of heroes would be determined through written examinations and physical tests. The written portion, worth 50 points, and the physical test, also worth 50 points, would total a maximum of 100 points. Achieving a score of 70 or above would grant one a hero license issued by the Hero Association, officially recognizing them as a member. The written examination would cover topics such as action protocols, rescue techniques, and effective, safe responses to emergencies. Specialized instruction would be provided for these subjects, and with diligence, passing would be nearly assured. The physical test, as the name suggests, would assess whether one could meet the minimum physical fitness standards established by the Hero Association. Ordinary individuals are ill-equipped to handle extraordinary events. Thus, possessing a physique that far exceeds that of a typical human is indispensable. The headquarters of the Hero Association was established by Lee Yi in the Manhattan area of New York City, a strategic choice made to prepare for the impending invasion of the Chitauri. Imagine, if you will, the exuberant Chitauri, armed with an array of lethal weapons, descending upon Earth with the intent to wreak havoc, only to discover that they are met by formidable Earthlings, capable of not only disregarding their weaponry, but also effortlessly turning the tables upon them. What a captivating scene that would be. The Hero Association categorizes threats based on their severity and potential danger into 5 tiers: God, Dragon, Ghost, Tiger, and Wolf, arranged in ascending order of menace. The Wolf level poses a certain threat to ordinary citizens, encompassing minor offenses such as theft and robbery. The Tiger level threatens numerous lives, as seen in various terrorist attacks. The Ghost level can incapacitate an entire city, or even lead to its annihilation. The Dragon level has the capacity to devastate several cities. The God level signifies a true existential crisis for humanity, representing a genuine state of panic. Moreover, the association classifies heroes according to their combat prowess and societal contributions into 5 distinct ranks. The first rank consists of ordinary individuals, or those slightly stronger, primarily tasked with addressing Wolf-level incidents, for which the association provides optimal equipment to ensure maximum protection. Think of Kick-Ass. The second rank comprises individuals significantly stronger than the average person, capable of single-handedly confronting a small squad and managing Tiger-level threats, like Captain America. The third rank possesses powers far exceeding those of ordinary humans, able to tackle multiple Tiger-level crises simultaneously, such as Spider-Man. The fourth rank includes some of the world's most powerful beings, equipped to face Ghost-level emergencies, like the Hulk or Thor. The fifth rank wields an unparalleled strength that transcends current human capabilities, enabling them to confront Dragon-level challenges. Additionally, the Hero Association has instituted various comprehensive systems, such as a remuneration scheme for heroes. Although many who volunteer to become superheroes exhibit a spirit of sacrifice and altruism, often working without compensation and enduring a lack of understanding, they continue to fight valiantly. However, Lee believes that heroes should not be compelled to serve without remuneration. While some heroes hail from affluent backgrounds, many others lead ordinary or even impoverished lives, like Spider-Man, Falcon, and the Winter Soldier, who have awakened to their own consciousness. These individuals sacrifice their time for the safety of others, often at the expense of their livelihoods, risking reprimand or even job loss due to tardiness or absence. Thus, the Hero Association provides them with support, not merely financial aid, but comprehensive assistance across various facets of their lives. The damage inflicted by superheroes during their protective endeavors is also addressed by the Hero Association, which assumes responsibility for such losses. To mitigate the psychological pressures that could lead to moral deterioration, they have appointed psychologists to offer regular counseling services. All of these measures aim to ensure that true heroes are not overlooked. The Hero Association aspires not only to be a gathering of superheroes, but also to cultivate an environment that genuinely inspires and encourages heroic deeds. One day, heroes will no longer be solitary figures. Rather, everyone will embody the spirit of a hero. Lee, have you made an error? I was the first to join the Hero Association, and I am only ranked as a mere hero? Tony protested indignantly. Tony, I wish to elevate your hero rank, but it is contingent upon actual circumstances. Your current iron armor truly possesses only the capabilities of a novice level. I cannot, in good conscience, suggest elevating you to a higher tier. However, should a catastrophic event arise that threatens the very fabric of the city, I trust you would prefer not to send yourself forth in embarrassment. Is it not possible for your iron armor to be upgraded? Once you enhance its strength sufficiently, your heroic standing will naturally ascend as well. Lee chuckled. Damn it, Lee. Just wait. I shall undoubtedly devise an anti-superhero armor that will surpass yours. And at that moment, I shall ascend to the rank of a premier hero. Tony gritted his teeth. How could he possibly accept that his renowned identity as Iron Man was relegated to that of a novice hero? I eagerly anticipated. After all, my current prowess is unparalleled. Lee laughed. At present, the only supreme hero within the Hero Association is the illustrious Superman. To be continued. Chapter 85. The Hero Testing Grounds. The Hero Association had only just been established, and apart from Lee Yi and Tony, there were scarcely any members present. Lee even summoned a target dummy to fill the void. This left the target dummy utterly astonished. After a lifetime of being a hired assassin, having taken countless lives, the notion of being commanded to save others and become a hero was utterly surreal. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to obey the order and reluctantly embrace his new role as a hero. In an effort to swiftly bolster its ranks, the Hero Association quickly initiated the first round of hero testing. Thanks to the association's exceptional outreach efforts, a steady stream of individuals flocked to participate in the hero testing. For who among us does not harbor a dream of becoming a superhero? Unfortunately, the caliber of participants varied greatly, and only a scant few would pass the hero test. Li Yi, intrigued, activated the surveillance to observe the proceedings. Within the Hero Association was an expansive testing facility exceeding 5,000 square meters, divided into 5 levels, each corresponding to a different tier of hero. Testers were free to select a level that matched their abilities. However, the majority of attendees were of the lowest tier, while the more formidable heroes remained on the sidelines, observing. Attention, all testers. This testing will be divided into 5 phases. The broadcast meticulously outlined the test's content. A jester clad in green attire and a young girl with purple hair, dressed entirely in black and wearing a black mask, approached the scene. Greetings. We wish to register for the Hero Association's testing. The green-clad jester announced to the staff. The staff scrutinized the two, particularly the girl, raising an eyebrow in concern. I'm sorry, but the minimum age to participate in the hero test is 18, and it seems you do not meet the requirements. What? When was this regulation established? The green-clad jester exclaimed, visibly agitated. It's stated on the announcement outside. The staff member pointed towards the exterior. Ah, my apologies, we must have overlooked it. However, I am already 18 years old. The green-clad jester replied awkwardly. You may participate, but your sister does not meet the criteria. The staff member assessed the situation once more before responding. Splendid. The green-clad jester exclaimed, leaping with joy. I do not meet the requirements? The little girl with purple hair narrowed her eyes and spoke softly. In an instant, she swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against the staff member's neck, coldly asking, what now? Her movements were so rapid and fierce that I could scarcely comprehend them. It was evident that she had undergone training. No wonder she dared to participate in the hero assessment at such a young age. But who could be so heartless as to train a child so small? Indeed, I was still attending school at her age. The girl's astonishing speed left the onlookers in a flurry of murmurs. Please don't hurt me. I'm just following protocol, the staff member stammered in panic. Wait, hit girl, we're here to participate in the hero assessment, to become heroes, not to cause trouble. The green-clad clown quickly interjected in an attempt to calm his companion. Put down your weapons. The commotion soon caught the attention of the surrounding guards, who promptly surrounded the two with their weapons drawn. Don't shoot, don't shoot. This is just a misunderstanding. The green clown waved his hands frantically. Don't be afraid, Hit Girl. I'll help you fight your way out. The little girl responded. The two were none other than Hit Girl and the green clown. Fight our way out. You're almost getting me killed. He retorted. You're the one who brought me here. They began to bicker, creating a scene of utter chaos. Hit Girl, the green clown? How amusing. Li Yi remarked while observing the scene through the surveillance. He then summoned a supervisor to intervene. What on earth are you doing? The supervisor shouted as he emerged. Sir, it's these two. A guard briefly explained the situation. I understand. Let us lower our weapons for now, the supervisor instructed. Yes, sir. The guards promptly lowered their weapons. Seeing the supervisor's willingness to cooperate, Hit Girl also sheathed her dagger. Greetings, you two. The Hero Association's rule states that participants must be at least 18 years old to take the assessment. We have no choice but to adhere to the regulations. The supervisor explained. What nonsense. So what if I'm young? Does age disqualify me from being a hero? How many of you here could defeat me? Hit Girl protested defiantly. I sincerely apologize, madam. We are merely following the rules. Please do not make this difficult for us. The supervisor continued with a smile. Humph. Hit Girl scoffed, storming out of the assessment area, leaving the green clown behind. Well, can I still take the assessment? The green clown asked awkwardly. Although Hit Girl's disruption was unintentional on his part, she was indeed the one he had brought along. Of course, sir. As long as you are over 18. You may take the assessment. The supervisor responded. Yay, that's wonderful. The green clown exclaimed excitedly. He then began the registration process under the guidance of the staff. By the way, registration with the Hero Association does not require the disclosure of one's real name or true appearance. Once a hero passes the assessment, they will be issued a unique card where all rewards earned will be deposited. This card is exclusively managed by Stark Industries, functioning like a regular card while ensuring data privacy. To access the information contained within, one would require hacking skills sophisticated enough to breach the dual defenses of the top-tier artificial intelligences, Betty and Jarvis. The initial phase involved a speed test. The staff escorted the character known as the Punch King to the testing location. After a while, the Punch King completed all assessments, achieving results slightly above the average of an ordinary individual, barely meeting the standards. Sir, congratulations on passing our tests and becoming a hero of the association. Here is your identity card. Please follow me to receive your equipment. The staff member exclaimed with a smile. I passed. I truly passed. This is wonderful. I have finally become a genuine superhero. The Punch King shouted in exhilaration. He then followed the staff to collect his gear, which included an array of modern equipment such as bulletproof vests, helmets, and batons, rendering him fully equipped. This represented merely a fraction of the Hero Association's testing process. To be continued. Chapter 86. Recruitment. The hero assessments continued, and Li Yi commenced his recruitment efforts, starting with our amiable neighbor, Spider-Man. Whoosh. Spider-Man gracefully landed atop a building. Hey, Li Yi, he greeted. Hello, Spider-Man. What brings you out to meet me today? Spider-Man inquired with a smile. Cut the act. You certainly know my intentions. So, what do you say about joining our Hero Association? Li Yi stated candidly. Spider-Man immediately lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, Li Yi, I truly appreciate your invitation, but I must regrettably decline. Oh, might I inquire as to why? Li Yi asked, perplexed. Compared to being part of a team, I prefer to operate independently. Moreover, I wish to keep my identity concealed, Spider-Man responded. Spider-Man, you have yet to grasp the Hero Association's system. Within our ranks, there is no need to reveal your identity or true appearance. A code name suffices for registration. What? Such an organization exists? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, don't you think that being a superhero has significantly impacted your life? I am aware that you have been struggling to pay your rent lately. The Hero Association provides remuneration based on a hero's performance. Li Yi briefly outlined the benefits of the Hero Association. Spider-Man was momentarily left speechless. While he had indeed aided many and garnered their gratitude, his superhero pursuits had severely disrupted his normal life. Currently, he worked as an assistant in a laboratory, but due to frequent tardiness and absences, the lead researcher had grown increasingly dissatisfied with him. Additionally, having moved out from Aunt May's home, he now required a substantial sum for rent. Yet he lacked even the time for a part-time job. Li Yi, you know, I did not assume the mantle of Spider-Man for such reasons. Spider-Man replied, I understand that you bear the weight of this responsibility. However, there is no decree stating that a hero must endure hardship. What is wrong with aiding others while simultaneously reaping a deserved reward to enhance one's own life? If heroes are expected to selflessly sacrifice without recompense, Who would be willing to take on the mantle of a hero in this world? Li Ye's eloquent persuasion was evidently effective, as Spider-Man appeared to waver significantly. Moreover, do you not find solitary combat exhausting? It's manageable against minor thieves, but when facing formidable foes like the Lizard, Spider-Man was instantly reminded of the last time he was soundly defeated by the Lizard, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Very well. I have made my decision. I will join the Hero Association, Spider-Man declared. Excellent, a wise choice. Our Eastern Factory, Air, the Hero Association, requires individuals of your caliber. Thereafter, Li Yi retrieved an identification card from the system space, one that had been prepared for Spider-Man long ago. This is your proof of identity. Henceforth, your hero remuneration will be deposited onto this card. Upon receiving the card, Spider-Man beheld the inscription, Level Hero of the Hero Association, Spider-Man. Level? Spider-Man queried, perplexed. The Hero Association classifies hero levels as S, A, corresponding to. Li Yi succinctly elucidated the mechanisms of the Hero Association. All right, I comprehend. Spider-Man nodded in understanding. By the way, you are also required to attend a Hero Action Guidance class once a month. Having secured Spider-Man's allegiance, Li Yi promptly set forth towards his next objective, the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. This establishment is among the locales with the highest concentration of superhumans. Li Yi, are you not preoccupied with that Hero Association endeavor? What brings you here? Logan inquired, puzzled. I have pressing matters to discuss with the professor. Li Yi replied with a smile. The professor is in the underground laboratory, Jean said in a somber tone. It was then that Li Yi noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. What is troubling you? Li Yi asked, bewildered. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. It is Scott. He has left the institute. At last, Ororo spoke up to clarify. What? Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Is he not a devoted follower of Professor X? How could he leave? Li Yi instantly recalled his own conflict with Cyclops. Could it be because of me? Li Yi pointed to himself. Of course, he felt no remorse. Cyclops had brought it upon himself, and he was merely defending himself. No, it is not your fault. It is all because of me, Jean said quietly. No, this was Scott's own decision. At that moment, a voice emerged as Professor X slowly approached. Professor, your legs? Li Yi gazed in astonishment as he saw Professor X standing. I owe you my gratitude. Your radiant light from last time not only expelled the toxins from my body, but also restored mobility to my legs, which had been paralyzed for years. Professor X replied. Does this also include the expulsion of all external forces? Old man, you truly are remarkable. Li Yi marveled. Professor, what did you mean earlier? Professor X remarked. Scott has changed. He is no longer the person he once was, since he has chosen to leave the academy. We must respect his decision and not burden ourselves with guilt. The assembly fell silent. Li Yi, I have heard you seek an important audience with me? Professor X inquired. Turning to Li Yi. Indeed, I wish to enlist the X-Men into the League of Heroes. Li Yi stated forthrightly. What? The room erupted in astonishment at Li Ye's proclamation. Li Yi, you are aware of the public's perception of mutants, Professor X expressed, visibly troubled. Of course I am. This presents an opportunity to reshape the public image of mutants. An opportunity? The fear surrounding mutants stems from their unpredictable powers that often lead to significant destruction. If we can bring mutants into the limelight, demonstrating that they are just like humanity, albeit with some differences, then becoming heroes is an excellent way for the public to become acquainted with you. Do you see why those movie stars are so beloved? It is because their personas are masterfully crafted. I envision packaging all of you as heroes. Imagine, when you are celebrated in the human world, would it not transform the public's view of mutants? Li Yi eloquently articulated, his discourse lasting nearly 3,000 words, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Is that truly feasible? Professor X hesitated. Rest assured, Professor, I will shield you. No one would dare to target you. Li Yi replied with confidence. He mused inwardly that those who dared would find their bodies adrift in the ocean by the following day. Well, very well. Professor X contemplated that his lifelong aspirations now seemed within reach, ultimately making his decision. To be continued. Chapter 87. The Hulk's uprising. Li Yi distributed the identity badges he had prepared in advance to the group. Li Yi, are we all Class A heroes? Logan queried, perplexed. The ranking system of the Hero Association is based on combat prowess and contributions. Li Yi provided a brief explanation. In truth, the primary reason was that they were currently too weak. For instance, if not for Logan's formidable healing abilities, he would likely rank similarly to Captain America. Storm is also unable to control the weather on a large scale at this moment. Her potential for development is immense, and when fully realized, she could even produce cosmic phenomena such as solar winds. As for Jean, the host of the Phoenix Force, even though the cinematic universe has significantly diminished her power, once awakened, the destruction of a planet would be but a moment's work. For now, Only a limited number of X-Men were available. As Professor X deemed the students too weak to engage in battle, Li Yi felt a twinge of regret, particularly for some students he held in high regard, such as Iceman. Later, Li Yi temporarily parted from the group and returned to the academy to seek out mischief. Li Yi, I heard you established a hero association? Mischief inquired while nestled in Li Yi's embrace. Do you also aspire to be a superhero? Li Yi chuckled. What? Can I, really? Xiao Taoqi exclaimed in surprise. Of course, as long as you desire it. I certainly wish to, but my abilities. Xiao Taoqi lamented. Her power was to absorb energy from others, including life energy and the abilities of mutants. Alas, it required physical contact to manifest, making it a rather limited ability. Xiao Taoqi, though your powers may be feeble now, with relentless training, they will undoubtedly grow formidable in the future. Li Yi reassured her. That's all in the future. Right now, I just want to fight alongside you. Xiao Taoqi expressed her disappointment. That is not entirely impossible. What do you mean? I can bestow my abilities upon you, transforming you into a superwoman. What? Really? Xiao Taoqi exclaimed, sitting up in excitement. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Li Yi laughed. Wait. If you give me your abilities, won't you? I will remain unaffected, I assure you. That's incredible. Li Yi, you are truly amazing. Xiao Taoqi exclaimed, playfully pecking Li Yi's face. This is all thanks to the system. Li Yi thought to himself. Observing Xiao Taoqi's actions, Li Yi teased, Xiao Taoqi, does this mean you are agreeing to be my girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Xiao Taoqi froze, her face instantly flushing, and she subtly nodded. Oh dear. Are you going to agree or not? Li Yi feigned ignorance and jested. You foolish, fickle-hearted fool. I have accepted your proposal. Xiao Taoqi declared, burying her face in Li Yi's embrace, flustered. Hee, you can say that for yourself? Of course. Li Yi, I wish to pose a question. Xiao Taoqi suddenly interjected. Ask away. Li Yi replied casually. Will you not seek other girls in the future? Ah, well, that. You fickle-hearted fool. I shall bite you to death. No, Xiao Taoqi, you're a dog, right? Meanwhile, in a small town within the American XX region, Bruce Banner was desperately fleeing. The Hulk had not appeared since being ambushed and cast out to the outskirts, and Banner had finally managed to enjoy a brief period of tranquility. He hid in this small town to evade unnecessary troubles, fully aware that many coveted and feared the Hulk's might. Despite his cautious efforts, he was soon discovered by those with ill intent. What followed was an endless pursuit, forcing Banner to embark on the run once more. Attention, attention, I have sighted the target at XX location. A fully armed soldier reported through a communicator while keeping a watchful eye on Banner from a corner. Received. Understood. Maintain surveillance. We are en route. Yes. Before long, a multitude of forces began to encircle Banner, and by the time he realized it, it was far too late. At this moment, I merely wish to lead an ordinary life. Why can you not leave me be? Banner gazed at the soldiers before him, a wry smile upon his lips. Dr. Banner, we hope for your cooperation, commanded the squad leader in a cold tone. I advise you not to provoke me, for dire consequences may ensue, Banner cautioned. Go. The squad leader, seeing Banner's reluctance to comply, swiftly gestured for his men to advance. Several soldiers hurried forward, preparing to cuff Banner and take him away. Why must you insist on inciting my anger? Banner's voice turned icy, green veins bulging on his skin as he emitted a beastly growl. What is happening? The soldiers, witnessing this bizarre scene, were thrown into disarray. Their orders were to apprehend a treasonous scientist, completely unaware that they faced the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, Banner transformed into the Hulk, his clothes shredding, leaving only his indestructible pants. Run! Run for your lives! The squad leader shouted in panic. But it was too late. Hulk raised his fists high and brought them crashing down onto the ground. Boom! A powerful shockwave engulfed the area, knocking the soldiers to the ground, each one succumbing to fatal injuries. Yet, the chaos did not cease. Once Hulk's fury was ignited, it could not be easily quelled. He leaped into the town's most bustling street. Bang! Hulk crashed down onto the pavement, causing a violent tremor that drew the attention of the surrounding populace. Monster! Help! Run! Upon seeing the terrifying Hulk, the townsfolk scattered in all directions, wishing for additional legs to flee faster. Hulk paid them no heed, smashing anything within reach, intent solely on unleashing his pent-up rage. Attention! Attention! A green monster has been sighted in the town of Glupus, wreaking havoc. The creature possesses immense destructive power and has already devastated multiple areas. The incident is classified as a ghost-level threat. The association must dispatch heroes immediately. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the Hero Association headquarters. Ghost level? An event threatening the entire town? Tony furrowed his brow, fixated on the screen. Damn it, we need high-level heroes. But the Hero Association has just been established. Where will we find such heroes? Only Li Yi qualifies as a level hero. Tony lamented. glancing at his own level hero status with dissatisfaction. Jarvis, contact Betty and send Li Yi to handle this. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. To be continued. Chapter 88, A Second Battle with the Hulk. Li Yi, currently at Xavier Academy, swiftly received Tony's notification. A ghost-level disaster? A green monster? It could only be the Hulk. Li Yi pondered. Bidding farewell to his companions at the academy, he summoned the system to pinpoint the Hulk's location and instantly teleported there. Upon arriving in Glupus, he found Hulk rampaging down a street. Looks like you're having quite the fun in here, Hulk. I've come to find you again. Li Yi shouted as he soared toward the Hulk. Hulk! The Hulk was reveling in destruction when, suddenly, it seemed to hear someone calling its name. Confused, it turned its head. Bang! A fist, traveling at breakneck speed, struck its face with tremendous force. The Hulk was instantly sent flying, several teeth scattering through the air, crashing into a building and reducing it to ruins. Shaking its head, the Hulk slowly rose to its feet. Long time no see, Hulk. I've come to challenge you again. Li Yi called out with a wave and a smile. Upon seeing Li Yi, the Hulk instantly recalled the last encounter when this very individual had bested him, unleashing a furious roar that sent a powerful sound wave rushing towards Li Yi. Ah, my ears. Help. The remaining townsfolk clutched their ears in agony, the terrifying sound wave inflicting severe damage on their eardrums, blood seeping between their hands. Unfortunately, this tactic had no effect on Li Yi. However, to prevent the Hulk from causing further harm to others, Li Yi swiftly teleported directly in front of him. Before the Hulk could react, Li Yi's fist, accompanied by a rush of wind, struck with unparalleled speed, producing a sonic boom. Bang! Once again, a punch landed squarely on the Hulk's face, sending him flying outside the town, with Li Yi rapidly pursuing. Boom! The Hulk crashed heavily into the ground. But rather than suffering damage, it only fueled his rage, causing him to swell to a terrifying height of 6 meters, a full meter taller than before. After all, during their last encounter, the Hulk had been affected by a serum injected by Dr. Blue, which significantly impeded his ability to unleash his true power. Hulk! The Hulk roared once more, charging furiously towards Li Yi. Eager to gauge the Hulk's current strength, Li Yi also sped towards him. Bang! The two collided with a tremendous sound, momentarily locking in a fierce struggle. Beneath them, the ground cracked, fissures spreading from the point of impact. The Hulk swung his gigantic fist at Li Yi, who deftly caught it, employing Master Ma's secret technique to absorb the force behind the Hulk's blow. Then executed a shoulder throw. Bang! The Hulk was slammed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Hulk, you're not doing so well. Li Yi taunted, grinning at the fallen giant. Hyuk! The Hulk roared in fury, scrambling to his feet. Bang! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi accelerated, delivering a powerful double punch to the Hulk's abdomen, propelling him into the air. In midair, the Hulk found no leverage, flailing in a panic. Li Yi, relentless in his assault, struck the Hulk repeatedly, forcing him into a defensive position. Hulk was all the Hulk could manage, helpless in his rage. In a flurry of seconds, Li Yi unleashed over 100 punches upon the Hulk, concluding with a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him plummeting downwards like a shooting star. Whoosh! Bang! With a resounding crash, it struck the ground, creating a crater of several dozen meters in size. The intense shockwave sent the surrounding earth flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Defeating Hulk should be simple. One could render him unconscious before he has a chance to unleash his fury. Yet, at this moment, Li Yi had no such intentions. Instead, he aimed to provoke Hulk as much as possible, to ascertain whether there were any limits to his rage, whether he could, like in the comics, possess infinite anger and strength. After all, the films have never truly depicted Hulk's limits, as he is invariably interrupted by various circumstances. However, Li Yi suspected that limits did exist. Otherwise, he would not have been rendered mute by Thanos' devastating blows. Presently, they were in a desolate wasteland, devoid of any witnesses, allowing for no concern over potential casualties caused by Hulk's rampage. A low hum resonated from the ground, as Li Yi's relentless assault on Hulk ignited an overwhelming fury within him. The intense pain transformed into palpable rage, and Hulk's eyes glowed a fierce red, filled with a terrifying, murderous intent, reminiscent of a dreadful ancient beast. A primal roar erupted from Hulk's lips, shaking the very earth beneath them. Indeed, he had evolved once more. Come forth, Hulk, let me witness your limits. Li Yi exclaimed with excitement. In response to Li Yi's anticipation, Hulk's form shuddered violently, and then, as if inflated like a balloon, he rapidly expanded. In a mere instant, he grew from 6 meters to 10, his muscles becoming grotesquely formidable. What was once a shoulder broad enough for a horse to pass was now a mass of muscle, each bulging bicep surpassing the girth of an adult's waist, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Hulk, continue. Li Yi beckoned eagerly. Hulk! With a thunderous roar, Hulk swung his massive fist, over a meter in length, towards Li Yi, creating a cacophony of sound as it sliced through the air. Li Yi, wishing to gauge Hulk's current strength, remained rooted in place, refusing to dodge. With a tremendous impact, Hulk's fist collided with Li Yi, producing a deafening explosion that sent him hurtling away. Goodness, this power is indeed formidable. Were he to strike the ground, it would surely cause an earthquake. Li Yi mused as he flew back. To dissipate the kinetic energy, he activated his gravitational control, suspending himself momentarily in midair before returning. On the ground, Hulk reveled in the sight of the irritating figure being sent flying, bouncing about joyfully like a child, leaving behind a trail of immense craters. "Hulk, I have returned," Li Yi shouted, instantly capturing Hulk's attention. "Hulk!" Upon seeing Li Yi soaring back, Hulk roared once more, his childlike intellect struggling to comprehend how this bothersome adversary remained unscathed despite his full strength. "Is this truly the extent of your limits, Hulk? If you cannot grow stronger, then this game lacks the necessity to continue," Li Yi declared coldly. Despite Hulk's continuous roars, his size ceased to increase, and his strength no longer intensified. Perhaps this was his limit, or perhaps his fury simply fell short. Alas, he is ultimately not the Hulk who can grow infinitely stronger in the comics. Li Yi sighed, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he instantaneously moved before the Hulk, channeling energy into his right hand, and then delivered a powerful strike. "Hulk!" The Hulk seemed to glimpse the specter of death, letting out a terrified roar. A fierce gust from the punch surged forth, followed by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the wind swept away the debris, the Hulk's massive form vanished, leaving behind only a naked Caucasian man. Anyone gazing from afar would undoubtedly be astounded. The towering mountain hundreds of meters high had disappeared. To be continued. Chapter 89. The premier hero observing the fallen Bruce Banner, Li Yi retrieved a blanket from the system space, draping it over him, for he had no inclination to behold a man in his natural state. Without hesitation, Li Yi unleashed a spark of electricity upon Banner's rear, albeit at the lowest intensity, ensuring it would not be lethal. "Ack!" Banner yelped in agony, clutching his backside and leaping up, emitting a pained wail. "You've finally awakened," Li Yi remarked. Banner, after a moment of bouncing around, noticed a young Asian man standing beside him. "Who are you? Where's this?" he inquired, perplexed. "Do you not recall what transpired moments ago?" "Ah, I seem to have transformed back into the Hulk." Banner suddenly recollected his recent ordeal, hastily asking, "I didn't harm anyone, did I?" "No." "Phew, that's a relief." Banner exhaled deeply. "Just kidding. You obliterated an entire town." "I knew it." Banner deflated like a punctured balloon, disheartened. The Hulk's appearances were always marked by extreme rage, wreaking havoc on everything in sight. Bruce Banner felt like the unluckiest person in the world. Once a renowned scientist with a lovely girlfriend, he was the epitome of a life well lived. Yet, due to that cursed accident, he lost his girlfriend and transformed into a monstrous entity, forced into an endless journey of escape. Thus, he harbored a profound loathing for the Hulk, believing it had ruined his life. He had even attempted to take his own life, but at crucial moments, the Hulk would invariably emerge to thwart his plans. During this period, the Hulk had finally vanished, allowing him a fleeting chance at a normal existence, only to be unfortunate enough to attract the attention of an unknown force, compelling him to once again become the Hulk. Although he was unclear about the details, he could sense the Hulk's fury, more intense than ever before. It seemed that the Hulk had endured a severe assault and retreated, granting him the opportunity to emerge. "Wait, were you just battling the Hulk?" Banner gazed at Li Yi in astonishment. "Are there others here?" Li Yi, at a loss for words, replied. "The Hulk is so formidable. Who exactly are you to have been able to impede him? Are you not aware of my identity? Have you not been following the news lately?" Li Yi inquired, bemused. "It seems that I have become a household name across the globe. Yet there are still individuals who remain oblivious to my existence. During this period, I have been preoccupied with hiding away, neglecting the happenings of the outside world," Banner remarked, scratching his head. "Take a look for yourself," Li Yi suggested. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the very phone he had first acquired upon arriving in this world and tossed it to Banner. As Banner received the phone, he began to peruse the latest news. Superman, hero of New York City, the Hero Association. Each unfamiliar term profoundly shook Banner. How could it be that after merely 2 months of inattention, the world had transformed so drastically, rendering it unrecognizable to him? "You are Superman? Were you the one at Broadway last time?" Banner exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Li Yi replied nonchalantly. "I truly did not anticipate such a monumental shift in just 2 months." Subsequently, Banner returned the phone to Li Yi, expressing, "Superman, I am immensely grateful for your intervention with the Hulk. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the destruction that could have ensued. Please, consider this phone a gift. I have already acquired a new one." "Ah, That is out of the question. Enough of this nonsense. Take it. Li Yi insisted impatiently. Well, very well then. Banner acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. What are your plans now? Li Yi inquired. Indeed, Li Yi began to entertain the thought of recruitment. Although this world's Hulk may not possess the same formidable strength as in the comics, he certainly held the potential to wreak havoc on a grand scale. The 10-meter Hulk from earlier could easily level any nation on Earth, including America. Such immense power must be harnessed for the Hero Association to become Li Ye's ally. I have no intentions of doing so. I can only continue to hide. Banner lamented. What if you joined our Hero Association? Li Yi proposed. What? Me? Join the Hero Association? Banner was taken aback. Yes. With such tremendous power, it would be a shame not to channel it towards something meaningful. Don't you agree? Li Yi smiled. In this world, the adage that with great power comes great responsibility holds true. But the Hulk is entirely uncontrollable. Banner's expression darkened. Have you ever considered training him? What? You mean to train the Hulk? Banner responded in disbelief. The Hulk is akin to a child, unaware of what is good or evil. He is born from you, and you, in a sense, are his father. Your fear and hatred have kept him imprisoned within the depths of your consciousness. Naturally, when he breaks free, he is filled with rage, leading to his wanton destruction. Banner realized, as the one who failed to guide him, I bear at least half the responsibility for the carnage he has caused. Is it truly because of me that the Hulk has become this way? Then I am indeed to blame. Banner self-deprecatingly acknowledged. Banner, it is not too late to make amends. Join the Hero Association, and I will assist you in training the Hulk, directing his power towards a righteous cause. If he goes berserk, I will be there to intervene in a timely manner. You surely do not wish to continue harming others, do you? Li Yi urged again. Banner murmured to himself, pondering if he were truly capable of bearing the psychological burden of innocent bloodshed. Would he still find himself in such a predicament? Surely, he would have resolved everything by now. Moreover, after joining the Hero Association, I shall assist you in dismantling the forces that conspire against you, allowing you to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Is that true? Under the dual influence of Li Yi's coaxing and temptation, Banner was evidently swayed. The life of constant flight and turmoil was hardly one fit for any human. He longed to escape it forever. Absolutely, Li Yi affirmed. Then, I shall join. Banner finally made his decision. Excellent, welcome aboard. A first-tier hero of the Hero Association. First-tier hero? To be continued. Chapter 90, Side Quest completed. We will elaborate on that later. The priority now is to find you some attire. Surely, you do not wish to arrive at the Hero Association headquarters in your current state. Li Yi chuckled. I have grown accustomed to it. Each transformation into the Hulk invariably rends my clothing. Banner replied helplessly. To procure clothing for Banner, Li Yi led him back to the small town. Gazing upon the ravaged town, Banner felt an immense weight upon his heart. The scene was besieged by ambulances and fire trucks, fervently rescuing the victims. The Hulk's rampage had devastated several streets, resulting in numerous fatalities and nearly 1,000 injuries. If the Hulk were to unleash such destruction periodically, how much could withstand his wrath? No wonder Thor remarked that the earth despised him. It left the Hulk utterly vulnerable. I truly bear great sins. Banner lamented. It is never too late to mend one's ways. From now on, let us guide the Hulk properly, teaching him to wield his strength for righteous purposes. Li Yi responded. Ironically, in the realm of power misuse, Li Yi was perhaps the least qualified to lecture, as he himself often abused his formidable strength. However, he did not engage in the self-reproach typical of many heroes. Amidst the ongoing rescue efforts, no one paid the two any heed, at most. They found it peculiar to see a man wrapped in a blanket emerging in a state of undress. Li Yi tossed a wad of cash to Banner, instructing him to procure several sets of clothing before they teleported back to the Hero Association. Li Yi, you have become even more extraordinary, defeating such a powerful monster with a single punch and obliterating a towering peak with merely the force of your fist. Perhaps you should abandon the title of Superman and adopt One Punch Man instead. Upon their return, Tony chattered incessantly, exhilarated by the recent battle as a mere spectator. Who is this? Tony inquired, noticing Banner standing beside him with a puzzled expression. Bruce Banner. He is the Hulk. Li Yi introduced. Dr. Bruce Banner. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your paper on biotechnology and the future was truly remarkable. Tony expressed his enthusiasm. Witnessing Tony's fervor, Banner could not help but smile, finding this renowned playboy surprisingly amiable. Yet, the very next moment, Tony revealed his sharp-tongued nature. Dr. Banner, the colossal figure you transform into is utterly insane, smashing with the ferocity of the Hulk. Banner's expression darkened instantly. Li stifled a laugh nearby. Tony, that rascal, delights in ridiculing others. Had it not been for his billionaire status, he would have undoubtedly found himself on the receiving end of countless beatings. Today, Dr. Banner officially joins the Hero Association, becoming our first A-class hero. Li Yi proclaimed. A-class hero? Dr. Banner, you truly are remarkable, achieving such a rank upon your arrival. I, on the other hand, am merely an A-class hero at present, Tony exclaimed in astonishment. I would rather be devoid of this power and live as an ordinary person, Banner replied with a wry smile. Tony, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging matters for Banner, Li Yi stated. Why me? You are the president of the association, Tony protested. To those who are capable, more is expected. With that, Li Yi vanished in a flash, leaving no room for Tony to retort. Upon returning to his residence, Li Yi summoned the system. System, please check the side quests. Li Yi suddenly recalled several side quests he had previously forgotten. Certainly, host. A panel then materialized before Li Yi. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 individuals. Completed. Reward. 1 lottery draw. Current completion. 2. 589. For 53. 100. 000. Side quest 2. Obtain 1 million points of reputation. Subsequent tasks to be updated upon completion of the current task. Current reputation value. 500. 001. 000. 000. I completed side quest 1. When did I save so many people? Li Yi pondered in confusion. Ding. During the confrontation with Magneto, if his final attack had struck, it would have resulted in significant casualties. The host shattered it, thereby saving those individuals. The system responded. It seems that was indeed my doing. Is that permissible? Li Yi suddenly conceived an idea. What if I deliberately instigated a catastrophe and then swooped in to save the day? Wouldn't that be an expedient way to accumulate points? He promptly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Although Li Yi was audacious, he was not so depraved. Let us proceed with the lottery system, Li Yi instructed. Very well. Host. The immense wheel reappeared, still adorned with 126,852 items. The pointer began to spin rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, golden light illuminating the wheel. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the T-virus serum from the world of Resident Evil. The system announced. What the heck, system? How did you procure such a perilous item? Li Yi exclaimed. Astonished. It is well known that the world of Resident Evil fell victim to this very substance. Nearly all of the 7 billion humans perished, leaving only a scant few clinging to survival. The calamity was merely the result of a fool shattering the T-virus serum for profit. Host, the lottery is purely random. The system lacks the capability to exert control over the outcome. What you draw is entirely a matter of luck. The system responded. Could it be that I have exhausted all my luck last time, and now I find myself at the very bottom? Li Yi lamented, reflecting on his previous stroke of fortune when he had drawn the god-level spatial skill of teleportation. It was precisely this good fortune that led to his current misfortune in acquiring a perilous virus devoid of any utility. Hastily, he discarded the viral substance into the system space, refusing to linger for even a moment. Such a dangerous entity would be better off confined within the system's realm. In the future, as he traversed the cosmos, he could easily dispose of it on any unworthy planet he encountered, though he pondered whether it would have any effect on extraterrestrial life. Host has received the reward. Side quest 1 has been updated. Side quest 1. Save 10 million individuals. Subsequent tasks will be updated, requiring the completion of the current task. Current completion rate, 25, 894, 531, 000, 000. The challenge now escalated to saving 10 million lives. A daunting task indeed, especially with the absence of significant events lately. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation for Ultron, the entity that intended to hurl a city like a meteor to annihilate humanity. If he were to thwart it, would that not equate to saving 7 billion lives? Furthermore, considering the impending threat of Thanos' snap, if he were to vanquish Thanos, it would be tantamount to preserving half of the universe's existence. Li Yi mused. To be continued. Chapter 91. A new heroine. Supergirl morning dawned bright and sunny. With such splendid weather, Li Yi decided to grant himself a day off. Although he typically had no obligations, he sought a justification that appeared more legitimate. OSS, you have a new message from Miss Anna. Would you like to answer? Betty reminded him. Little rascal, is there something amiss? I shall answer. Yes. The image of Little Rascal appeared before Li Yi in an instant. Good morning, Little Rascal. What brings you here? Li Yi greeted with a smile. Good morning. Li Yi, let us go shopping today. It seems we haven't had a proper date like regular couples. Little Rascal replied, her youthful exuberance evident. Now that she had just turned 18, she naturally desired more time with her beloved. Sure, I happen to be free. Li Yi responded. Thus, they resolved to spend the day as ordinary couples do. Li Yi utilized his teleportation ability to bring Little Rascal from Xavier Academy. Li Yi, come look at this. That doll is so adorable. Hurry, Li Yi, let us go ride that ride. We should watch that movie later. Throughout their outing, Little Rascal was vivacious and brimming with joy. On a certain bridge, a man carrying a briefcase removed his shoes and approached the edge, contemplating suicide. He had lost all his family's savings in the stock market, and his wife had left him for the neighbor, making life seem devoid of meaning. Hey! A sudden voice interrupted the man's actions. He turned to see a creature resembling stone, causing him to gasp in shock. Those superhumans like Superman, Iron Man, and Spider-Man have emerged in America. Their remains of being entirely beyond the realm of humanity, a stone creature before us. Do you think you are the only one with problems? My friend, cast your eyes upon me. How much worse could it possibly get? I see you. The stone figure attempted to dissuade a man from taking his own life. Yet, the man, gripped by fear, staggered backward, teetering on the edge of a perilous traffic flow below. A fall would surely mean his demise. Hey. Don't go out there. I command you to stop, you fruitcake. No, don't come any closer. Stop this nonsense, hurry over. The stone creature continued to plead. No. The man lost his footing and plummeted. A heavy truck sped towards him, a collision imminent. Without hesitation, the stone being leapt into action. Boom, boom, crash. The truck collided with the stone figure, flipping over and triggering a catastrophic chain reaction of accidents. The severity of the incident prompted immediate reports to the police. Oh my goodness, what is this? The officers arrived at the scene, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief upon seeing the stone creature. Don't move. Raise your hands. The police drew their weapons, aiming at the stone figure. Hey, I mean no harm. I only wish to save lives. The creature complied, speaking as it did so. Suddenly, sparks erupted from a nearby damaged cable. Fire! Open fire! The officers, startled by the perceived threat, began to shoot. Bang! 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 To their astonishment, the bullets merely sparked against the stone figure, leaving no mark of injury. Infuriated by the needless aggression, the stone being bellowed, "Get away from me! Help! A monster! Run! The creature is going to kill!" Panic ensued among the crowd, cries of alarm echoing around them. Meanwhile, on another street, Li Yi and the mischievous little Tiao were enjoying their day. Wait, I think I heard someone calling for help. Li Yi's enhanced hearing, bolstered by enchantments, detected the cries. What? Is something happening? Little Tiao exclaimed in surprise. It seems so. Let us go see. With that, Li Yi scooped up little Tiao and soared into the sky. Soon, they found themselves hovering above a bridge. Li Yi, look over there. There's a monster about to attack the crowd. Little Tiao's keen eyes spotted the stone creature. Is that the thing from the Fantastic Four? Indeed, the events in this timeline seem to stem from Tony revealing his identity as Iron Man. Li Yi recognized the stone being as Ben Grimm. Little Tiao, would you like to experience being a superhero? Li Yi asked with a smile. Now, absolutely. He then bestowed several of his magical powers upon little Tiao. Li Yi, is this the ability transfer you spoke of? I feel incredibly powerful. Little Tiao exclaimed, now floating independently in the air, brimming with astonishment. Indeed, you now possess a fragment of my power. Go forth and uphold justice, Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman? Such a title is rather juvenile, remarked the impish one, before soaring downwards. Stop right there, you giant, she declared upon landing before the Stone Guardian. Who are you? Inquired the Stone Guardian, taken aback. The woman who descended from the heavens must, like him, be a superhuman. Who is she? Did you see that? She can actually fly. Just like Superman. Could she be a newly emerged hero? The onlookers, witnessing the arrival of this unprecedented champion, began to murmur amongst themselves. I am Wonder Woman. Your actions have egregiously violated the law. Surrender now. I did not intend to cause trouble. I merely sought to save lives. The Stone Guardian hastily clarified. Regardless of your intentions, the destruction you have wrought is undeniable. I suggest you discuss this with a judge. The impish one asserted, her tone unwavering. From above, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. The impish one truly seemed to embody the essence of a hero. I should design her a Wonder Woman-inspired outfit. No. I have stated that I meant no harm, roared the Stone Guardian, stepping forward. The weight of public misunderstanding clearly strained his nerves. It appears I must first help you regain your composure. The impish one frowned. Do not push me. The Stone Guardian continued to bellow. Ignoring him, the impish one instinctively unleashed her powers. With a hum, the gravitational pull surrounding the Stone Guardian intensified manifold. Thud. The Stone Guardian was suddenly forced to the ground, struggling to support his body with his hands. What is happening? He exclaimed in astonishment. I have distorted the gravitational field around you, the impish one explained. Excellent. Wonder Woman has subdued the monster. The crowd cheered. Shall we take him to the police station? Or would it be better to notify the Hero Association to handle this? They are certainly more equipped for such matters. The officers cautiously approached as the Stone Guardian fought against his restraints, yet to no avail. Wait. A woman and two men rushed over, shouting. To be continued. Chapter 92. The Fantastic Four. The trio consisted of Susan, Reed, and Johnny, who had come searching for Ben. Who are you? Questioned the lead officer. Officer, we are his companions. This is all a misunderstanding. Reed hurriedly interjected. You are allies of this monster? Hey, do not call him a monster. He has transformed due to an unfortunate incident. Reed countered, moving towards the Stone Guardian. Ben, is that you? Why, yes, it is me. After a moment of hesitation, the Stone Guardian chose to acknowledge his identity. I apologize. It was merely an accident. He is our friend and has no criminal record. Susan quickly continued to clarify. A lack of a criminal record is irrelevant. What matters is the severity of the incident he has caused. The officer frowned. Just then, amidst their debate, a distant fuel truck erupted in a violent explosion. The furious flames surged towards the crowd in an instant. Alas, due to the car accident obstructing the road, the onlookers had no time to flee and could only wail helplessly. Just as the mischievous one attempted to intervene and halt the flames, they abruptly suspended in midair. The crowd gazed in awe as Susan extended her arms. An invisible force field thwarting the flames' ferocious advance, before gradually extinguishing them. The other three showcased their unique abilities. Johnny discovered that he harbored no fear of fire. While Reed's hands elongated like rubber, grasping a person on the verge of falling from the bridge, and Ben managed to catch a vehicle that was about to plummet. The spectators erupted into applause upon witnessing this spectacle. Hooray! Superheroes! Thank you! They cheered amidst their clapping. Hovering in the air, Lee pondered for a moment before donning his Superman costume and gracefully descending from the sky. Oh my, could it be? Superman! Gasped the crowd in astonishment. What a day, so many superheroes. I can't believe it, Superman is here. He's so handsome. My heart is racing. Lee's appearance instantly captivated the attention of those around him. You all performed admirably. He commended as he approached the quartet, exuding an elder's demeanor. His smile radiated a unique charm, enveloping everyone in a refreshing aura. Superman praised us. Look, Johnny exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for Superman was his idol. Now, with newfound powers, he too could aspire to be a superhero like him. The others appeared more reserved, particularly Susan, whose eyes flickered with an unusual expression. It seemed that he had not recognized her. Would you be interested in joining our Hero Association? Lee seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. What? The Hero Association? Us. Johnny replied, exhilarated. Absolutely. Your abilities are remarkable, and most importantly, you all possess a heart for justice. Lee beamed. We must join. Johnny was about to speak when Susan covered his mouth. Superman, we are immensely grateful for your invitation. However, we must first ascertain whether this mutation poses any risks to our bodies, Reed interjected. I believe it has already caused trouble. Ben, the Rocky One, grumbled. Why is it that everyone else retains their appearance while I am left as this ugly, unappealing rock creature? Though his powers were formidable, arguably the strongest among them, his appearance weighed heavily on his spirits. In a society that favors beauty, the unattractive often find themselves less favored. Now, even his fiancée had left him, and Ben felt particularly disheartened. Yet, if he could freely control his transformation, he would be quite willing. For who wouldn't want to become something extraordinary, like a superhero? Superman had set a splendid example for them. Very well, I shall not press you further, Lee replied, then turned to leave. As if recalling something, he turned back and said, if you need assistance, you can contact me through the Hero Association regarding your mutation issues. I believe I can help. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by the mischievous one. Wonder Woman has followed Superman. What is the nature of their relationship? Could it be that Wonder Woman is Superman's girlfriend? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Did I hear correctly? Superman claims he can resolve our mutation issues? It is utterly unbelievable. Lee, how did I perform just now? Little Mischief asked, her large eyes twinkling. You were magnificent. Your expressions and demeanor mirror those of the heroic figures from the comics. Lee praised her. Humph, do you not know who I am? Little Mischief huffed, brimming with pride. You are Wonder Woman, Superman's little sidekick. What nonsense. I am not a sidekick. The next day, the headlines of newspapers exploded across America. Shock. Does Superman have a girlfriend? The New York Times. Superman spotted in a romantic liaison. Economic Special Report. New hero, Wonder Woman. The charming girlfriend of Superman. Pioneer Daily. On the day of catastrophe, where is Spider-Man? Horn Daily. Nearly all the newspaper headlines revolved around Superman's romantic entanglements. Only a few lesser-known tabloids focused on the multi-car pileup that occurred on the bridge, alongside the emergence of 4 new superheroes, whom they dubbed the Fantastic Four. How do you view the news of Superman's romance? A reporter inquired of Superman's female fans. It's slander. This is undoubtedly slander. Superman could never have a girlfriend. He is mine. You wretched bastards are spreading lies. I will sue you. Superman has never claimed that woman is his girlfriend. May I ask how you arrived at that conclusion? You media folks have nothing better to do than fabricate stories about my Superman. Do you not know that slander could land you in jail? Beware. For my brother Superman could send each of you a cold green letter and take you all to court, ensuring you spend the rest of your lives behind bars. Reason. How can you expect me to be reasonable? Are you suggesting that I remain indifferent while you slander my brother? My Superman would never have a girlfriend. He is the son that belongs to all of us girls. The news of Superman's romance sent his female fans into a frenzy. They categorically denied the reports, believing them to be mere fabrications by the media. To be continued. Chapter 93, Superhero Fan Meeting. Headquarters of the Hero Association. Lee, you are truly remarkable. Merely being rumored to be in a relationship has garnered such immense attention, surpassing even the fervor when I revealed Iron Man's identity, Tony remarked, holding a newspaper and eyeing the sensational headlines with envy. Who is he? A billionaire, a playboy, a renowned inventor, a philanthropist, the justice-defending Iron Man, Tony Stark. And yet he finds himself eclipsed in popularity by Li Yi. How could he possibly endure such a blow? Tony, there's nothing I can do. After all, I am just that powerful, that exceptional. Li Yi chuckled. You are quite the narcissist. Tony retorted. In this regard, you are the master. Li Yi shot back. The two exchanged playful banter. Betty, how has the Hero Association been progressing lately? Li Yi summoned Betty and inquired. Report. The Hero Association has been thriving recently. We have recruited numerous heroes. The list is as follows. Level A Hero, 1. Level B Heroes, 2. Level C Heroes, 10. Level D Heroes, 132. Level E Heroes, 1678. Betty responded, outlining the details. Well done, Betty. You have performed admirably. Li Yi praised. Thank you for your kind words. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Betty replied. Li Yi, you truly have it easy, delegating everything to Betty. Tony chuckled. Why live life so exhaustively? Why make life so burdensome? Li Yi casually retorted. By the way, I have always had a question for you. Feel free to ask. You are already so powerful. Why invest such vast resources in establishing the Hero Association? Tony queried, puzzled. To fend off extraterrestrial invasions. Li Yi answered. Extraterrestrials? You must have seen the footage from New Mexico and are aware that aliens exist in this world. Indeed, humanity, after millions of years of evolution, has claimed dominion over Earth, seemingly formidable. Yet, within the vast cosmos, countless races and civilizations exist, some of which are far mightier than humankind. If they were to invade Earth in the future, humanity's current technology would render us utterly defenseless. Your words ring true. Tony's expression grew solemn. Superheroes, without a doubt, represent the most formidable among humanity, but fighting individually is futile. Thus, I have united them to harness their collective strength in safeguarding our planet. Li Yi articulated passionately. I still fail to comprehend. You stand nearly above all existing civilizations. If you cannot resolve the issue, what can the other superheroes achieve together? Do you truly believe I will forever remain on Earth? What? You intend to leave Earth? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yi is the mightiest warrior on Earth. His departure would significantly increase the likelihood of a successful invasion. Indeed, I have devised a plan to traverse the cosmos at the opportune moment. Li Yi confirmed. Tony fell silent, contemplating a different notion. If humanity cannot safeguard Earth, perhaps. Betty, please arrange the upcoming superhero fan meeting. Li Yi instructed. A fan meeting? Tony asked, bewildered. Certainly. We must meet our fans. Li Yi chuckled. The Hero Association has established a dedicated website that will display the rankings of each superhero, the incidents they have resolved, and corresponding battle footage. Within mere days, it surpassed 200 million logins, illustrating its immense popularity. The public can vote for their favorite superheroes on the website, and if any superhero engages in misconduct, complaints can be submitted through the site. The Hero Association will promptly investigate and address the complaints, and if found to be valid, the accused hero may face disciplinary actions, including the potential revocation of their heroic license. This initiative serves not only to enhance the public's understanding of the formidable challenges faced by superheroes in their quest for justice and the protection of civilians, but also to oversee the conduct of these heroes, thereby preventing the emergence of foe champions akin to the Seven from the Boys. Superheroes are afforded their own personal space where they can engage with fans and share glimpses of their daily lives and photographs. Currently, the most celebrated hero on the exclusive website of the Hero Association is Superman, whose votes have surged to a staggering 10 million. Remarkably, the second place does not belong to Iron Man, Tony Stark, nor to our beloved neighbor, Spider-Man, but to Wonder Girl, Anna, who has garnered 5 million votes. Despite having made only a single appearance, as Superman's rumored love interest, she naturally attracts fervent attention, bolstered by her formidable abilities and charming appearance, which undoubtedly wins her countless admirers. It is noteworthy that the ratio of Wonder Girl's fans to detractors stands at a daunting 1:1. This means that for every 5 million fans, there are equally 5 million critics, the latter predominantly comprising female fans of Superman. The pressure on her, as Superman's rumored girlfriend, is indeed immense, given the immense affection he receives from women. Following the Hero Association's announcement of a superhero fan meet and greet, a wave of excitement and discussions swept across America. Countless individuals from various regions of the country converged upon New York City, resulting in a demand for hotel accommodations that far exceeded supply in certain areas. Days later, the superhero fan meet and greet took place as scheduled in the largest park in New York City. Eager to meet their beloved heroes, fans arrived early, creating a vibrant scene of exuberance and fervor. The park was overflowing with an estimated crowd of no fewer than 300,000. Welcome everyone to the superhero fan meet and greet organized by the Hero Association, a prominent supporter exclaimed. A chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the fans. Now, let us welcome our superheroes. First, the most powerful and beloved hero, Superman. As the host introduced him, Lee gracefully descended from the sky, clad in a sleek black suit. Superman, Superman, I will always support you. Superman, Superman, I love you. I want to have your children. Superman, Superman, the hero of New York City, the hero of America. Fans screamed and cheered, expressing their adoration for Superman. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your support, my friends. Lee smiled and waved, clearly accustomed to the enthusiastic reception. Another wave of screams ensued. Subsequently, one superhero after another made their entrance. Spider-Man swung down from a distant building, while Iron Man descended with a long trail of flames. Wonder Girl made her entrance in a manner reminiscent of Superman, further fueling speculation about her relationship with him. Iron Man is so cool. A true man should embrace technology. Iron Man, I want to duel with you. You're the best neighbor in New York. Little Spider, we love you. Supergirl, your new costume is absolutely stunning. Supergirl, show them that we women are not inferior to men. The fans are exuberantly shouting and screaming in support of their beloved hero. To be continued. Chapter 94. The assault on the Hero Association headquarters. Ever since Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, the world seems to have fast-forwarded into a new epoch. Superpowered individuals and supernatural events abound. Faced with these extraordinary forces, the police appear utterly powerless, while the emergence of superheroes has seamlessly filled this void. They act with valor, uphold justice, and combat malevolence, becoming the most celebrated figures worldwide. Even the brightest stars of Hollywood cannot rival the popularity of these heroes. After all, one can only portray a hero in a fictional realm, while the other is a tangible hero in reality. Just as in real life, if one has a girlfriend, aside from a few reclusive individuals who would choose to be enamored with a two-dimensional character. So, young man, do not remain idle, strive for greatness. Just kidding. On another front, the success is undoubtedly attributed to Lee Ye's promotional strategies. In America, one may disregard the president's favor, but one cannot afford to slight Superman. This is the consensus among all major powers. After all, if one angers the president, he may resort to subtle sabotage, whereas Superman would simply soar into your home and eliminate you. Furthermore, the Hero Association in this world will not succumb to the corruption of capital and money as the Hero Association in One Punch Man did, becoming a mere tool for the wealthy. Although many investors wish to inject funds into the Hero Association, they have all been rebuffed by Lee Yi. The money stays, while the people depart. Even when Superman takes money in what appears to be a near robbery, these powerful entities dare not speak out, instead donating under the guise of charity. Lee Yi is audacious, disregarding any rules. He is prepared to flip the table. After all, those capable of stopping him are either in the cosmos or care only for Earth, showing little concern for humanity. As the superhero fan meet and greet unfolds with fervor, most of the Hero Association's attention has shifted to the event, making it an opportune moment for us to execute our plan. Let us make a grand display. Everything is for the organization. In the shadows, a conspiracy against the Hero Association is being meticulously orchestrated. A truck slowly approaches the Hero Association headquarters. Sir, this is a restricted area. Please present your pass. The security personnel of the Hero Association promptly halted the truck. Clad in the finest gear and equipped with the most advanced weaponry, each individual is a battle-hardened soldier, handpicked for their prowess. After retiring without employment, they were recruited by the Hero Association. The association offers them exceptional benefits, including comprehensive insurance and, most importantly, a monthly salary of $30,000, making them eager to dedicate themselves to the organization. With a salary of $30,000 a month, one could retire comfortably after 2 or 3 years. Proof? You can find it in hell. The driver of the truck sneered. With a fierce acceleration, the truck sped past the obstacles, barreling toward two security guards. Fortunately, the guards, nimble and quick-witted, narrowly evaded the impending collision. Report. Report. We are under attack. We are under attack. The guards urgently notified headquarters. Die. The back doors of the truck swung open, and a cadre of heavily armed assailants surged forth, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang. Help. Run. Run. Nearby civilians scattered in frantic disarray. Take cover. Take cover. The squad leader rallied the on-site security, positioning them advantageously to return fire against the assailants. Ha ha ha. It's all for the organization. At that moment, the truck driver veered the vehicle, aiming directly at the headquarters building. With a forceful push on the accelerator, the truck hurtled forward. Stop that truck. Block that truck. The squad leader shouted. But it was already too late. Bang. The truck violently crashed into the edifice. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. Wild flames voraciously devoured everything in their vicinity, even extending to the nearby streets, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Retreat. The assailants, amidst the cacophony of the explosion, boarded another truck that had just arrived, making their escape from the scene of the fan meeting. Meanwhile, Li Yi was engaging enthusiastically with the audience. The headquarters has been attacked by unidentified individuals, resulting in 345 casualties. Betty suddenly alerted him. What? Li Yi exclaimed in shock, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of anger. How dare anyone encroach upon my territory? After a moment of contemplation, he called over Tony. What is the matter, Li Yi? Tony inquired, puzzled. The headquarters has been attacked. I need to return immediately. I'm uncertain if they will target this location next, so be on high alert. Contact me at the first sign of trouble. With that, he vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Hey, where's Superman? Why is he gone? The fans expressed confusion and concern. Ahem, Tony coughed a couple of times, redirecting the attention of the fans to himself. This morning, we had a few hamburgers, and perhaps those weren't the healthiest options, so Superman needs to head back, you understand. So try to avoid junk food. His jest elicited laughter from the crowd. Li Yi reappeared at the headquarters, scanning the area from above, yet discovering nothing. It seemed they had managed to escape. He felt a surge of frustration as he glanced at the damaged building. Fortunately, the structure remained relatively intact, with only a charred exterior and no significant structural damage. However, the streets outside were in utter disarray. My leg. My arm is broken. Help me. Help me. The victims on the ground moaned in agony. Contemplating his next move, Li descended from the air and summoned a sphere of white light in his hands. Those illuminated by the radiant glow experienced immediate healing. Legs that were broken mended, and arms that were fractured restored. The horse talisman expels all external forces, activating in an instant. My hand is healed. How miraculous. My foot too. It was clearly broken just moments ago. All my injuries have vanished. The victims are filled with immense joy. The souls of the deceased have yet to dissipate. With the power of the horse talisman, Li Yi restored their bodies, and then, using the power of the sheep talisman, he drew their souls back into their corporeal forms. Thus, the deceased were resurrected. To be continued. Chapter 95. Hydra. Li Yi intervened to save these individuals because they were personnel from the Hero Association, making them somewhat akin to allies. And Li Yi has always treated his own well. Had they been others who were injured or perished in the attack, he would have never gone out of his way to utilize his abilities to save them. The Hero Association has sealed off its headquarters, currently investigating the scene for traces. Have you identified the culprit? Tony inquired immediately upon returning from the fan meeting, visibly furious. Who in America does not know that the Hero Association was founded by him and Superman? How dare they brazenly assault the headquarters? Clearly, they hold Tony Stark in contempt. There were bombs in the truck, which caused such a massive explosion. However, the assailants have been remarkably elusive, and we have no leads at the moment, Li Yi replied. Tony, share your speculation. Who do you think is behind this? Well, that's difficult to ascertain. There are many organizations with such capabilities, but I cannot fathom any force that would dare act against the Hero Association given your connection. Tony shook his head. Is that so? Li Yi pondered deeply. He already harbored a suspicion. Given the organization's level of madness, if they had set their sights on him, they would not fear Superman's threat. After all, their oft-repeated motto is, cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Indeed, Li Yi surmised that the notorious Hydra was behind this. Only an organization that had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to the extent of transforming it into S.N.A.K.E. could operate with such secrecy. The origins of the Hydra organization trace back to 1,400 years ago when the Kree and Skrull were waging war. The Kree needed a vast army, so they came to the solar system and found Earth's inhabitants, conducting genetic experimentation on primitive humans, granting them superpowers through genetic modification. However, the modifications failed, and the Kree abandoned these failures on Earth before departing. These failures became known as Inhumans. They were not entirely devoid of success, having acquired abilities and calling themselves the Inhuman race. The first of these, Hive, possessed the power to control other Inhumans, instilling fear in them, which led to his exile on an alien planet. As time progressed, some Inhumans came to believe that Hive was a deity, prompting them to unite and devise every possible means to worship him and bring him back from his alien prison. Thus, the families that formed were known as Hydra. During World War II, the Red Skull established Hydra in accordance with the Hive-inspired principles to serve his own mad ambitions, adopting the motto, "Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place." Gradually retreating under the relentless assault of the Allies and Captain America, the Red Skull inadvertently made contact with the Tesseract, leading to his transportation to the distant planet Vormir, where he would be tasked with guarding the Soul Stone. The remaining Hydra members were absorbed by the precursor to SHIELD, the Strategic Homeland Division, under the clandestine leadership of Zola, effectively concealing themselves and flourishing, ultimately infiltrating SHIELD entirely. I had no intention of concerning myself with you pathetic jesters, yet here you are, daring to provoke me. Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Lee scoffed. Do you now comprehend who it is? Tony inquired, perplexed. A bit of a leader. With that, he departed, leaving Tony in a state of confusion. The following day, news of an attack on the Hero Association headquarters erupted, inciting widespread astonishment. How audacious for anyone to openly assault the Hero Association, a bastion of numerous superheroes, with the mightiest among them, Superman, as their protector. Many were left bewildered as to who possessed such audacity. The Hero Association is nothing but a farce. Established merely days ago and already reduced to rubble, perhaps it is best to shut down entirely. This world has no need for superheroes. Vacate New York, vacate America. A disgruntled citizen lamented, last time, a so-called superhero caused damage to the streets near my home. And to this day, no one has taken responsibility for the repairs. What do you propose? Isn't the Hero Association meant to handle such compensation? Another retorted. Not when that superhero isn't affiliated with their association. Isn't that quite normal? The Hero Association is only accountable for their own heroes. How can you criticize that? I'm simply displeased, so what? A faction of individuals disenchanted with superheroes, along with some trolls, seized the opportunity to launch a vitriolic campaign against the Hero Association online. Those upstairs, no one is forcing you to like them. If you dislike them, simply don't watch. Exactly. Who are you to demand we leave America? America belongs to you. A collective of trolls, shameless indeed. What you fail to understand is that my town was spared from destruction by monsters due to Superman's presence. The last time I encountered some ruffians in an alley, it was Spider-Man's aid that ensured my safety. The existence of superheroes has indeed made our society a better place. Supporters of various superheroes swiftly retaliated, igniting a fierce online battle between the two factions. The fervor escalated to such an extent that the website ultimately crashed, bringing a temporary cessation to the chaos. In a clandestine Hydra base, a furious Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD and the leader of Hydra in America, reprimanded his subordinates. Who gave you the audacity to provoke Superman? This foolish lackey has recklessly endangered us all. If Superman discovers our involvement in this incident, he will unearth us, no matter the depths we hide within. Fortunately for now, we remain well concealed. The leader proclaimed, Superman is the mightiest individual on this planet. Once we acquire his powers, global dominion will be within our grasp. A subordinate retorted, acquire Superman's powers. What is your plan? To provoke Superman at the risk of exposing our organization? I merely wish to test the waters, the leader replied. Test? Utterly foolish. Alexander Pierce exclaimed in fury. This time, I shall overlook your past performance, but next time, you shall no longer occupy your position. Why yes, leader? The subordinate quickly nodded, fearful. At that moment, Pierce's communicator beeped. Upon opening it, he was astonished to see Nick Fury's name. What does this man want at this hour? Has he uncovered some clue? Pierce muttered. Given Fury's suspicious nature, he dared not let his guard down and promptly answered the call. To be continued. Chapter 96, Spider-Woman? Back at headquarters, Lee pondered for a moment before contacting the enigmatic Nick Fury. Superman, what brings you to reach out? Fury inquired, his brow furrowed, his mood decidedly grim. His meticulously crafted Avengers initiative had been abruptly interrupted by Lee Ye's Hero Association, and securing enough heroes had become a daunting challenge. Are you aware of the assault on the Hero Association's headquarters? Lee asked. I just received the news. Fury replied. Do you know who was responsible? We currently possess no information. Their movements are exceedingly clandestine, even eluding our SHIELD Intelligence Network. Fury answered. This is no trivial matter. SHIELD's intelligence system is unparalleled in America, possessing information even the military does not. Are you familiar with Hydra? Li Yi inquired. Of course. Do you suspect them? Fury chuckled incredulously. Hydra was vanquished by Captain America during World War II. Are you certain? Li Yi responded with a smile. Have you not heard the saying, cut off one head, two more shall grow in its place? After the war, SHIELD absorbed many of Hydra's scientists. Did it not? Are you implying? Fury's eyes widened in realization. He quickly recalled peculiarities within SHIELD's past. To think our own headquarters has been infiltrated without our knowledge. You truly have failed in your role as director. Li Yi scoffed. Apologies, Superman. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong this conversation. Fury said darkly before abruptly ending the call, although his demeanor was already grim. Hydra. I shall create some trouble for you, and we shall settle the remaining scores gradually. Li Yi mused with a cold smile. His intention was to eradicate Hydra entirely, but he understood that the few displayed in the narrative were merely the tip of the iceberg. It would be more prudent to let Fury unearth them one by one, and then strike decisively, leaving no survivors. After hanging up, Fury contemplated and summoned both Coulson and Natasha. Though he currently trusts no one, it is impossible for him alone, regardless of his prowess, to unearth every member of Hydra. He can only summon two relatively trustworthy individuals, Coulson, a longtime companion, and Natasha, a defector from the Soviet Union, are the least likely to be involved with Hydra. Nick Fury shares the troubling news with them. What? Hydra still exists, and it lurks within SHIELD itself? Coulson exclaims in shock. It is indeed unfathomable that an organization believed to be obliterated could resurrect within SHIELD, parasitically drawing strength from it to flourish. Natasha furrows her brow in agreement. Exactly. That is what the superhuman implies. Nick Fury nods. Director, what actions can we undertake? You two are the only ones I trust. I need your cooperation to expose all Hydra members within SHIELD. Understood, Chief. At Gwen's home. She is on the phone with her best friend, Nis. Gwen, don't you adore Superman? Why aren't you attending the fan meeting hosted by the Hero Association? Nis inquires. There are too many people. I simply can't bear the crowd. I prefer to avoid the commotion, Gwen replies lazily. That is true. I heard there are over 300,000 attendees. It must be a sea of faces. Indeed. When will we hang out again? I haven't seen you in ages. Gwen, I miss you. Oh please. You just want me to buy you snacks. Haha, you caught me. After chatting with her friend for a while, Gwen hangs up, sighing deeply. She genuinely wishes to attend the superhero fan meeting, but her body has undergone peculiar changes that make her hesitant to venture outside. A few days ago, she had a strange dream where she swung between skyscrapers like a spider, acting heroically. Upon waking, she discovered her strength had dramatically increased. A mere flick of her wrist could snap a doorknob, and she could climb walls like Spider-Man. Have I mutated? But why is it identical to Spider-Man? Gwen muses quietly. As a top student, she possesses a profound understanding of biological concepts. Two entirely distinct entities cannot undergo the same transformation, especially since mutations are inherently unpredictable. After careful contemplation, Gwen decides to seek out another high-achieving student from her school, Peter Parker, to assist her in investigating the strange occurrences affecting her. They agree to meet at the library. Peter appears exceedingly excited. Gwen is the belle of the university, the dream girl of countless boys, many of whom have been ruthlessly rejected by her, as she deems them too immature and not her type. In contrast, Peter, aside from his academic prowess, possesses little else of note and is often regarded as an underachiever in school, primarily because Peter wishes to keep his superpowers a secret. Peter, often criticized by professors for his tardiness and absenteeism, was deemed a lazy genius. Naturally, he was exhilarated when the goddess, Gwen, initiated a meeting with him. Arriving early at the library, he secured a prime spot. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I got caught in traffic. Gwen hurriedly apologized upon her arrival. No worries at all. I didn't wait long, Peter replied, his nerves causing him to stutter slightly during their first conversation. Gwen cautiously surveyed their surroundings. It was afternoon, and the library was sparsely populated, leaving them in solitude. I need your help with something, she whispered. Of course, please go on. Peter encouraged her. Well, I've experienced some unusual changes lately, and I can't figure it out on my own. I was hoping you could assist me in researching it. Unusual changes? Peter asked, bewilderment evident on his face. Yes, I've become incredibly strong. Come outside. I'll show you. With that, Gwen led Peter out to a nearby alley where she effortlessly bent a steel pipe with her bare hands. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. And this? Gwen declared as she placed her hands against the wall and proceeded to climb straight up it. Am I dreaming? To be continued. Chapter 97, Web of Surprises. Surprised? Are we? Gwen chuckled at Peter's astonished expression. What is happening? Did you get bitten by a spider too? Peter exclaimed in shock. I don't know. I just had a dream, and when I woke up, I was like this. Gwen shrugged helplessly. No, I meant why do your abilities resemble Spider-Man's so closely? Peter pressed. Didn't I just say I don't know? Gwen retorted, exasperated. Wait, I need a moment to process this. It's utterly insane. Peter responded, a storm of thoughts brewing within him. He was acutely aware of how he had become Spider-Man, bitten by a mutated spider that irrevocably altered his genes, granting him spider-like strength, speed, and agility, along with his homemade web shooters allowing him to traverse buildings with ease. He had believed he was the sole individual to experience such an extraordinary phenomenon. But now, suddenly, another had emerged. How could this not astonish him? Moreover, she hadn't been bitten by a spider or undergone any strange experiences. She had merely slept and awakened with powers. This was utterly unscientific and mind-boggling. So, will you help me? Gwen asked, noticing Peter's prolonged silence, growing impatient. Of course. He replied eagerly. Wonderful, Peter. I knew you were a good person. Gwen beamed. Blushing at her smile, Peter suggested, first, we should examine your genes for any changes. Such mutations are typically uncontrollable. Perfect. I don't have classes today, so we can use the school's laboratory. Gwen recalled. The two then made their way to the university they attended, locating an empty laboratory. Gwen deceitfully claimed that she required access to the laboratory for an assignment, effortlessly deceiving the guard. We might need a small sample of your blood, Peter remarked. That is hardly a challenge. Gwen replied. Subsequently, the two commenced their experiment. Goodness. It's truly astonishing. Your genes are identical to those of an ordinary human, without any alterations. Peter exclaimed in disbelief. But how do I account for this ability I possess? Gwen furrowed her brow. Such phenomena are utterly inexplicable with current science. Peter shook his head. The pair fell into a contemplative silence, feeling as though their efforts had been in vain. What are you planning to do? Peter inquired. What do you mean? Gwen asked. Puzzled. I mean your ability. Possessing such a power signifies that you can no longer seamlessly blend into the lives of ordinary people. Well, Gwen said with a mysterious smile. I aspire to join the Hero Association and become a superhero. A superhero? Are you certain? This path may prove to be quite arduous. Peter responded, astonished. Absolutely. Superman is my idol. I admire him immensely. I wish to be someone like Superman. It would be wonderful to partner with him. Gwen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Someone like Superman. Peter recalled Li Ye's carefree demeanor, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. First, I need a unique moniker. What should it be? Spider-Woman? Lady Spider? Sky Spider? Oh dear, it's all so complicated. Why must the title of Spider-Man be taken? Gwen tugged at her hair in frustration. I must say, it's quite unfortunate that title is already claimed. Peter silently mused. How about calling myself Silk? Yes, Silk. What do you think? Gwen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Silk? That is a splendid name. Peter agreed. Gwen, I consider you a dear friend, so you must keep this secret from me. She suddenly recalled that many superheroes conceal their identities, and she didn't wish for her parents to find out. Thus, she turned to Peter. Peter pondered for a long while, hesitating about whether to reveal his own identity. After much contemplation, he decided to share it. After all, he had always been alone and felt quite isolated. Now, he had finally found someone with a similar ability, which felt profoundly comforting. Actually, I am Spider-Man. Gwen's face was a canvas of confusion. Peter, are you joking? Of course not. Peter shook his head, then leapt onto the rooftop, placing his hand upon it. My goodness. Am I losing my mind? Or is the world going mad? Peter serves as a mentor to Gwen, although she has long harbored affections for someone else, Superman. Meanwhile, below a towering building, Mr. Doom was confronted by reporters. What are your thoughts on the recent decline in the initial public offering? What do you make of the rumors regarding your company's takeover? Nothing to disclose. Victor Doom replied darkly, evading the journalists. Victor Von Doom, the formidable antagonist known as Dr. Doom from the Fantastic Four, hails from a small Eastern European nation called Latveria. His mother, a Romani which reputed to possess magical prowess, played a significant role in his early life. Through sheer determination, he earned a scholarship to the State University of New York, thereby escaping the feudal constraints of Latveria. It was here that he encountered his lifelong nemesis, Reed Richards, who would later become Mr. Fantastic. During their university years, Doom deliberately maintained a competitive relationship with Richards, even vying for the affections of Susan Storm, the future Invisible Woman. However, Susan seemed to have her heart set elsewhere and rebuffed Doom's advances. Upon graduating, He leveraged his abilities to rise from humble beginnings to become the head of a publicly traded company, embodying the archetype of a successful individual. Yet, misfortune struck when his investments in Reed's ill-fated research, specifically the recent space station incident, resulted in a financial crisis, causing him to lose control of his company. Enraged, he confronted Reed, exclaiming, "Your research is nothing short of a disaster. You have ruined the lives of 5 individuals. No, 4, you alone seem satisfied." Doom pointed an accusing finger at Reed's chest. "I sincerely apologize. This was never my intention. However, we share responsibility in this matter. I warned you that it needed to be halted." Reed replied, "Halted? I poured my company, my reputation, and billions of dollars into this. And now you've made me look like a fool. Victor, we must first clarify the situation." "I don't wish to clarify anything. This isn't merely your research project. I want to remedy the situation, swiftly." As he spoke, the lights around them began to flicker wildly. Observing Doom's agitation, Reed suddenly grasped the gravity of the moment. "What is happening?" Just then, Ben Grimm, the Thing, slowly emerged. No problem, Ben. Hurry and settle your electricity bill so you can get back to work." Doom spat out a final harsh remark before turning to leave. In the elevator, Victor slammed his fist against the wall, causing the steel surface to cave in. "My hand." To be continued. Chapter 98. The arrival of the Invisible Woman in the opulent residence of Li Yi. He stretched languidly, pushing aside the hand of Daisy resting upon him. How did Daisy end up here? The tale is a lengthy one. Recently, Li Yi had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Hero Association, neglecting to manage his romantic entanglements, which resulted in a rather unfortunate predicament. Rumors of Superman and Wonder Woman's liaison had swept across America, and naturally, Daisy became aware of it. Discovering that her boyfriend was a cad who was juggling 2 relationships, Daisy's fiery temperament could scarcely endure the betrayal. She promptly called to confront Li Yi, who, despite his best efforts to placate her, found himself at a loss. In a moment of desperation, he teleported and brought Daisy back, resorting to the last-ditch strategy of nurturing affection over time. The results were evident. After a night of fervent persuasion, Daisy, initially obstinate, eventually relented and agreed to the reality of Li Yi's polyamorous intentions. Li Yi's movement startled Daisy awake. "Good morning, Daisy," Li Yi greeted with a smile. "Humph." Upon seeing Li Yi's face, Daisy immediately turned her head and scoffed. "Alas, it seems last night's lesson was insufficient." Li Yi sighed, his hand already resting on Daisy's waist. "Do you wish to continue?" "I think not," Daisy exclaimed in terror. "Hee, Daisy. I am quite displeased with your earlier demeanor." "Oh dear, I was merely jesting. I woke up this morning feeling rather bored and sought to lighten the mood." Daisy immediately clung to Li Yi's arm, playfully. "Very well, I shall let you off this time." Li Yi chuckled softly. "Thank you, darling." Daisy secretly exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped a night of torment. "Daisy, has your research concluded? Shall we consider you moving in with me?" Li Yi inquired while dressing. "Not so soon. It has only been a short time since our last meeting, and I have yet to complete a third of my research," Daisy replied. "Engaging in that research is of little consequence. After all, I possess more than enough wealth to last several lifetimes. Perhaps I shall be the one to support you. I am not a pet. I have hands and feet. Why would I need your support?" Daisy retorted. The two exchanged playful banter while freshening up, then enjoyed breakfast together. "Li Yi, please take me back," Daisy insisted. "Understood." Li Yi embraced Daisy's waist, escorting her home. "Li Yi, you won't find another woman while I'm away, will you?" Daisy suddenly asked before their parting. Well, Daisy, I must take my leave." With that, he promptly activated his teleportation and vanished, leaving Daisy in a state of bewilderment. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, "I apologize, miss, but entry is prohibited without an appointment." The security guard blocked a blonde beauty at the entrance, who was none other than the Invisible Woman, Susan. "Could you not notify me?" Susan frowned. "I'm afraid that is against regulations." The guard replied impassively. They were all trained soldiers, impervious to persuasion unless utterly compelled. "Very well, I shall return another time." Susan turned to leave. Suddenly, the guard's communicator beeped. "Hello? Yes, I understand." After hanging up, the guard swiftly intercepted Susan. "Madam, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your acquaintance with Mr. Li Yi. You may enter now." "Huh?" Susan, taken aback, followed the guard's lead into the building. At the top floor of the Hero Association headquarters, the Invisible Woman. What brings her here alone? Li Yi pondered. It was through Betty S. earlier surveillance that Li Yi became aware of Susan S.'s visit. Soon, Susan arrived at the top floor. "Welcome," Li Yi greeted her. "Your headquarters is truly magnificent," Susan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it cost a considerable sum. Would you care for a drink? A simple coffee will suffice." "Very well." He then summoned his secretary to prepare 2 cups of coffee. After exchanging pleasantries, Susan inquired, "Superman, Is it true that you can resolve the anomalies afflicting us? Indeed it is. Has Reed failed? Li Yi responded. Indeed, he has faltered, failing to revert the situation, and now finds himself engulfed in profound guilt. I can assist you in resolving this dilemma. However, I have a condition. What condition? Susan inquired, perplexed. A netizen commented, Madam, surely you wouldn't wish for your husband to. It is quite simple. All four of you must join the Hero Association. Li Yi responded, Certainly. Susan exhaled in relief, having feared that Li Yi would propose an outrageous demand. Thus, it has been joyfully decided. When shall we commence? At any moment. The two continued their conversation for a while. Did you truly not recognize me? Susan suddenly exclaimed. Huh. Li Yi's face was a canvas of confusion. Had he known her? It seemed that in the 3 months since his arrival, he had not encountered her at all. Ding. Host, there is no need for speculation. You indeed have not met this human female before. At that moment, the system interjected. Then how is it that this system has arranged it for you? In the virtual life orchestrated for you, during your university years, you had a girlfriend who eventually parted ways due to incompatible personalities. That girlfriend is the very human female before you. The system elucidated. Holy moly. System, you are practically my progenitor. Li Yi exclaimed, acknowledging the connection. He had always admired the actress portraying Susan in the film Fantastic Four. However, he had never contemplated their relationship, especially knowing how well Susan and Reed seemed to get along. To his astonishment, the system had generously bestowed upon him the identity of an ex-boyfriend. Ding. Host. This system does not recognize gender distinctions and cannot assume the role of your father. The system stated with utmost seriousness. Huh. Li Yi waved dismissively at the system. Of course, I recognize you, Susan. His expression shifted to one of profound depth. I have painstakingly moved on from that unforgettable chapter of my life. Yet here you stand before me, compelling me to feign ignorance to mask my true feelings. 99 points. Li Yi awarded himself a score of 99 for his performance, withholding the final point to avoid arrogance. I had thought. Susan began. Susan, the time spent with you remains the most unforgettable of my life. I shall never forget it. I must take my leave now. Susan hastily rose and fled. She too had held on to the memory of Li Yi, and since that time, had not engaged in any romantic relationships, even rejecting Reed's previous advances. To be continued. Chapter 99, The Treatment of the Thing. The following day, Susan brought Li Yi back to their research facility. For the past few days, they had been diligently studying and honing their abilities, even crafting a unique set of battle attire from special materials. This attire was not only perfectly tailored to them, but also complemented their powers when in use. For instance, Johnny, also known as Human Torch, would no longer scorch his clothing when employing his fiery abilities. Susan's outfit could render her invisible, and Reed's suit could extend along with him. Alas, the poor thing had no such attire, resembling the Hulk with merely a pair of oversized shorts. The other 3 individuals were visibly astonished upon seeing Li Yi, particularly Johnny, whose idol's personal visit elicited an extraordinary surprise. Superman, welcome, welcome. I didn't introduce myself last time. My name is Johnny, now nicknamed Lightning Fire. I am your devoted fan. I wonder if you could grant me an autograph, so I can boast to those rascals. Johnny rambled on excitedly. Johnny. Susan interjected loudly, taken aback by her brother's fervent idolization. Superman is here for a serious matter. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Lightning Fire chuckled, scratching his head. Not at all. I am honored to have you as a fan. Li Yi replied with a smile. Superman, I sincerely apologize for declining your invitation last time. Reed stepped forward, expressing his regret. The awkwardness was palpable, as previously. Superman had kindly invited them to join the Hero Association, only for them to refuse. Now, seeking assistance from him felt rather humiliating for the proud Reed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Yi turned to Ben and inquired, Have you made your decision? I have decided. I would rather forsake my superpowers than become a monstrous rock creature. Ben lamented, the severance of his engagement weighing heavily on his heart. His love and life had been utterly shattered by that wretched accident. I am truly sorry, Ben, Reed said, guilt-ridden, recalling that it was he who had persuaded Ben to venture into space, leading to his current predicament. Who said you must relinquish your superpowers? Li Yi suddenly interjected. What do you mean, Superman? Ben asked, perplexed. The terms I offered allow all 4 of you to join the Hero Association together. How could I possibly let you lose your powers? The Hero Association does not tolerate idleness. I have a method that will enable you to transform freely between being a rock creature and a normal human. Li Yi declared with a grin. What? The revelation stunned everyone. How is that even possible? Reed exclaimed in disbelief. He could not fathom how to revert Ben to his former self. Yet Superman claimed he could facilitate a transformation between the 2 states, shattering Reed's understanding of reality. Of course, it's possible. Let's commence immediately, Li Yi said cheerfully. Ben's inability to maintain his human form stemmed from excessive radiation exposure. As long as the energy within him remained balanced, he could regain his human form while retaining his superpowers. Come with me. We have the most advanced equipment. Reed instinctively assumed Li Yi would employ some scientific method to restore Ben, even planning to learn from the process. No need. Right here will suffice, Li Yi responded, shaking his head. A radiant white light emanated from his hand, activating the power of the talisman. Ben's form rapidly diminished under the light, and in no time, he transformed back into a human. Oh my goodness, I'm finally back, Ben exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. What is this? This isn't science at all. Reed marveled in astonishment. Of course, it is not science. This is magic. Does magic truly exist? Is it not manifesting right before your eyes? But that is not the end. The power of the talisman harmonizes yin and yang, activating in an instant. In a whirlwind of transformation, he reverted once more to the stone figure. Have we failed? Johnny inquired anxiously. Though he and Ben appeared to be at odds, concern for Ben resided deep within his heart. You must have felt it. Show them what you can do. Li Yi chuckled. Indeed, I have felt it. The stone figure, with a mere thought, swiftly transitioned between stone and human form several times. Success! The four erupted in jubilant cheers. Li Yi had not entirely expelled the radiative energy from Ben's body. Instead, he had removed only a portion, subsequently employing the power of the talisman to maintain a balance between the radiative energy and human life energy, thus achieving the ability to transform freely. I have finally returned. Ben hurriedly approached Li Yi and, with a thud, knelt before him. Superman, from this moment forth, my life is yours. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Ben proclaimed resolutely. Haha, please rise. There's no need for such ceremony. Simply join the Hero Association as per our agreement. Li Yi grasped the stone figure's hand and lifted him up. Upon feeling Li Yi's strength, the stone figure's eyes widened in astonishment. The might of Superman is formidable. Subsequently, Li Yi retrieved the pre-prepared identity cards from the system space and tossed them to the others. Level Hero, Pyro, Level Hero, Invisible Woman, Level Hero, Mr. Fantastic. Level Hero, The Thing. Superman, we are all level heroes. How is it that this hulking mass is also a level hero? Pyro questioned, perplexed. Hero levels are assessed based on various criteria, with strength being paramount. Ben's power surpasses all of yours. Li Yi clarified. The stone figure's body, irradiated by cosmic rays, had transformed entirely into stone, bestowing upon him an extraordinary hardness akin to diamonds, which grants him remarkable resilience. Not only does the stone figure possess astonishing defensive capabilities, but his offensive strength is equally formidable. He boasts a power exceeding 100 tons, and the might of his punches could obliterate the very heavens. It can be said that the stone figure has no weaknesses aside from speed. In one realm, he even engaged in direct combat with the Hulk without faltering, justifying his classification as a level hero. This clumsy behemoth? Pyro scoffed. What? Are you unsatisfied? The stone figure threatened, waving his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Of course I am. Then let us have a match. Come on, who is afraid? The two began to bicker, prompting Reed to intervene swiftly. Witnessing this exchange, Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Why had she formed a team with such imbeciles? Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Yi waved farewell to the four. Wait, I'll see you off. Susan suddenly dashed after Li Yi. Observing Susan's initiative to accompany a man, the other three ceased their quarrel and exchanged glances. Am I about to have a brother-in-law? Exclaimed Thunderfire in astonishment. Meanwhile, Reed's expression darkened instantly. He had harbored affections for Susan for quite some time. To be continued. Chapter 100. The beginning of the Avengers. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 3 colossal starships traversed the void, with the largest among them named the Sanctuary Eye. Its master was none other than Thanos, the Dark Titan, a being who had wrought destruction upon countless planets, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Known as the Mad Titan, the Dark Lord, the Sovereign of the Galaxy, and the Cosmic Butcher, Thanos was originally a member of the eternal race from Titan. In his youth, he faced ostracism due to his distinct appearance, yet he retained a benevolent disposition until a pivotal event irrevocably altered his path. As Titan's population surged, its resources dwindled, and ecological balance faltered, leading to the planet's demise. Prior to Titan's destruction, Thanos proposed a radical solution: to eliminate half of the population to restore ecological equilibrium. However, this insane notion was rejected by his kin, who branded him the Mad Titan. Ultimately, Thanos emerged as the sole survivor of Titan. This harrowing experience instilled in Thanos a profound understanding of the balance between life and resources. While life could proliferate endlessly, the universe's resources were finite. Consequently, he resolutely became the chairperson of the Cosmic Family Planning Committee, determined to eradicate overpopulation across various planets. On each world he visited, he would mercilessly exterminate half of its inhabitants, leaving behind a trail of terror. Later, upon hearing the legend of the Infinity Stones, he embarked on a quest to acquire these artifacts in pursuit of his grand vision. Thanos was immensely powerful and unmatched, possessing knowledge of all the superhuman philosophies of the Eternals. This bestowed upon him unparalleled strength, endurance, regenerative capabilities, and agility. In a confrontation with one of Earth's mightiest heroes, the Hulk, he easily subdued him, leaving the Green Giant in a state of despair. His defenses were nearly invulnerable. His skin could withstand extreme cold, heat, electricity, toxins, aging, and disease, even allowing him to survive in the vacuum of space. In Avengers: Infinity War, Iron Man led a coalition of heroes against Thanos but could inflict only minor damage, leaving merely a small wound on his face despite their combined efforts. He withstood the force of 6 Infinity Stones and could even grasp the Power Stone with his bare hands. Thanos' mental fortitude was also nearly indomitable, granting him immunity to most psychic assaults. Even when subjected to the control of numerous superheroes or the hypnosis of Mantis, he could awaken in remarkably brief intervals. Additionally, Thanos was a master strategist, wielding knowledge that far surpassed Earth's technology. In summary, Thanos was undeniably a formidable figure, possessing apocalyptic power alongside a vast armada. Coupled with his madness, even the 3 great empires of the universe, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire, dared not provoke him lightly. In the realm of the 3 great empires, each possesses hundreds of life-bearing planets. After all, even if they could vanquish Thanos, it would come at a considerable cost, leaving them vulnerable to the other 2 empires. Thus, the act of eliminating Thanos would yield no advantage for them, rendering such an endeavor utterly futile. Thanos, being astute, deliberately avoids the territories of the 3 empires during his massacres. Consequently, a delicate balance has subtly been established between the 3 empires and Thanos. At this moment, Thanos reclines upon his lofty throne, welcoming an unexpected guest. Beside the throne, the slender yet exquisitely graceful Ebony Maw bows respectfully. "Great Master, Prince Loki of Asgard has come to pay his respects," he announces. "He is your master, not mine," Loki remarks with a smile. Indeed, the enigmatic visitor is none other than Loki, who had vanished from Asgard, the half-brother of Thor. During his conflict with Thor, he had inadvertently fallen into the time vortex, leading the people of Asgard to believe he was dead. However, he fortuitously escaped the chaos of time and sought out the infamous Mad Titan of the cosmos. Ebony Maw's face, once graceful, suddenly contorts in disapproval. His unwavering loyalty and admiration for Thanos do not permit any disrespect towards him. He glances at Thanos, silently inquiring whether they should eliminate this intruder. A god? A prince? In their eyes, he is merely a pitiful insect, easily exterminated at will. Yet, "I hope to serve you, great cosmic sovereign, Lord Thanos." Loki, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wisely chooses to bow in submission. Unlike his foolish brother, he understands that adaptability is key to survival. Pleased, Ebony Maw nods and then inquires, "Prince of Asgard, what brings you here?" "Esteemed Lord Thanos, wise Ebony Maw, though this has transpired recently, I must confess that I no longer belong to Asgard. I initiated a failed coup, defeated by my foolish yet fortuitously lucky brother. And now I find myself adrift in the cosmos. Lord Thanos, I seek your strength for vengeance, and in gratitude, I shall present to you the Space Stone from the Infinity Gems." Loki responds. Ebony Maw's eyes flicker with disdain at Loki's words. To attribute his failure to mere luck is the mark of a fool. Loki raises his hand, and a vivid image materializes within his palm, revealing the headquarters of SHIELD. A group of individuals clad in white attire gathers around, with the Tesseract emanating a faint glow, levitating at their center. The Space Stone. Thanos, seated upon his throne, finally speaks. His voice is raspy, laden with fatigue and the weight of time. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, I shall bring you this Space Stone in exchange for dominion over Midgard, otherwise known as Earth." Loki humbly proposes. "What do you require?" Thanos inquires. "An army. An invincible army," Loki exclaims with excitement. Thanos cast a knowing glance at Ebony Maw, who understood immediately and opened the grand door. A fierce alien clad in silver armor strode in. "Great Master, how may I serve you?" The alien humbly knelt before Thanos' throne. "You shall lead your people's army to assist this Asgardian prince in seizing the planet known as Midgard," commanded Thanos. "Yes, my esteemed master," the alien replied. "The Chitauri Legion under my command will aid you." Thanos addressed Loki. "Esteemed Lord Thanos, you underestimate Earth. They possess a remarkably powerful warrior." To be continued. Chapter 101. Ominous signs of invasion. Esteemed Lord Thanos, you underestimate Earth. Although they may seem weak overall, within their ranks lies a warrior of extraordinary strength. Your forces alone may not suffice, Loki warned, visibly shaken. He recalled his experiences on Earth, where a figure clad in black effortlessly dismantled his father's destroyer armor, making him feel the very essence of death from a great distance. Upon hearing this, Thanos remained silent upon his throne, while the kneeling Chitauri general erupted in fury. It swiftly approached Loki, seizing him by the neck and lifting him with a menacing glare. Asgardian, how dare you belittle us, Chitauri? Cough, cough. I meant no offense. Loki gasped, struggling in vain against the immense strength of his captor. Unlike his foolish brother, whose mind was consumed by muscle, Loki was a sorcerer reliant on magic. Release him. Let us hear what he has to say. Ebony Maw instructed Thanos with a gesture. As you wish. The Chitauri general violently threw Loki to the ground, showing no defiance to Thanos' command, appearing exceedingly servile. Such was their plight. The Chitauri bore a notorious reputation in the cosmos, surviving only by aligning themselves with Thanos' power, or else they would have been obliterated by the three great empires and their alliances long ago. Speak of this powerful warrior. Ebony Maw urged Loki. Cough, cough. Yes. Although I have encountered him, I do not know his name. At that time, I was controlling my father's destroyer armor to kill my foolish brother when this individual suddenly appeared, proclaiming Earth as his territory. He then attacked the destroyer. Initially, he seemed unable to prevail, but it soon became evident he was merely toying with it. Within mere seconds, he utterly destroyed the destroyer. Loki recounted his experiences on Earth in vivid detail. Destroy the destroyer. Thanos, who had maintained a stoic expression, furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Asgardians' ultimate weapon, the destroyer armor, which Odin had donned in battles against the pantheon of gods. In one-on-one combat, Odin had even subdued the pantheon, only to be overwhelmed later by a group of 5. While the ability to subdue the majority of the celestial assembly can be attributed to Odin's formidable divine power, the might of the destroyer armor should not be underestimated. The fact that this earthling could effortlessly annihilate the destroyer speaks volumes of his terrifying strength. Perhaps the Chitauri alone cannot claim dominion over Earth. Black Dwarf, Thanos called softly. At your service, my great master. A rough voice resonated from the shadows. Gradually, a colossal figure emerged, towering over 3 meters. Its grotesque visage resembling that of a ghoul or demon, complete with beastly fangs and sharp claws, clad in obsidian armor. The most striking feature was the enormous battle axe it wielded, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This creature was none other than Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' Ebony Maw. Unlike other desperate followers of Thanos, he had pledged his allegiance out of necessity for the survival of his race. Possessing strength rivaling that of the Hulk, his skin was nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding a majority of assaults. His immense stature and power rendered him a devastating force within the team. The sudden voice startled Loki, who had not anticipated another presence here and was astonished by his own oversight. You shall also journey to the planet known as Midgard and return with the head of that earthling. Thanos commanded. Yes, my great master. Black Dwarf replied with deference. Loki, taken aback by Thanos' decision to send only one additional companion, hastily contemplated interjecting. However, upon meeting the inscrutable gaze of Ebony Maw, he prudently closed his mouth. Recognizing that he no longer possessed the right to voice further demands, continuing might render him a sacrificial offering before battle. Subsequently, Thanos summoned a peculiar scepter. Asgardian, we cannot deploy our forces en masse to Midgard. You must serve as the vanguard, the first to arrive in Midgard, and open a gateway for our army. This is the scepter used to open the spatial portal, Ebony Maw elucidated. For your esteemed self, since I proposed this strategy, I naturally wish to be the vanguard. Loki humbly responded. Remember, you have only 5 chances to teleport. If you fail to open the portal within those 5 attempts, the energy we utilize to locate the space stone will be depleted. You must swiftly comprehend the fluctuations of the space stone and open the portal at the opportune moment. The window of opportunity is exceedingly brief. Thus, your training sessions are limited. Study it, master it, control it to the best of your ability, Asgardian. I understand, Loki exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he grasped the scepter. He could finally exact revenge on his foolish brother and biased father. Buzzing with energy, the moment Loki clutched the scepter, it emitted a tremendous wave of power. Is this? Loki gasped, astonished by the brilliance emanating from the scepter's tip. Indeed, this is the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Ebony Maw replied. Why would you risk losing such a significant treasure? Loki inquired, perplexed. In this universe, no one has ever dared to take what belongs to Lord Thanos. Ebony Maw responded coldly. Go forth, Asgardians, and lead my army to reclaim the gems that rightfully belong to me. Thanos commanded, rising from his throne with a sweeping gesture. "Yes, my lord Thanos. I shall certainly retrieve the space stone for you," Loki replied, bowing humbly. His heart swelled with exhilaration. His stratagem had proven to be astute, for he had garnered an entire army without expending a single resource, relying solely on his persuasive tongue. Thanos had even entrusted him with the Mind Stone. With this scepter of mental prowess, Loki felt emboldened, convinced he could vanquish his foolish brother single-handedly. He, Loki, would demonstrate to the world that he was the rightful sovereign of Asgard. Upon departing, Loki eagerly commenced his attunement to the Space Stone. Meanwhile, on Earth, within a particular S.H.I.E.L.D. base, over 2,000 agents and elite scholars were diligently engaged in the study of the Tesseract. The Black Egg had been so traumatized by extraterrestrial encounters that he vowed to master the power of the Tesseract. Despite the considerable expenditure of manpower and resources, some progress had been achieved, yielding new weaponry through the extraction of the Tesseract's energy. Suddenly, an intense vibration emanated from the Tesseract. What is happening? What could have caused this sudden upheaval? It was stable just moments ago. Could it be influenced by some external energy? The scholars engaged in research murmured among themselves. Utterly baffled by this bizarre phenomenon, boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the Tesseract, obliterating the entire laboratory and claiming the lives of all present scholars. To be continued. Chapter 102. The Darkening of Victor Von Doom. What? The Tesseract's energy has exploded, and dozens of scholars are dead. Nick Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, swiftly received the news. He had no choice but to abandon his current task of gathering intelligence on Hydra members and rush to the scene. What transpired here? Fury inquired of a nearby professor. This professor was none other than Dr. Eric Selvig, a familiar acquaintance of Lies, who had been assigned to this location due to his exceptional capabilities to oversee the Tesseract research. The activity of the Tesseract suddenly escalated, and before we could react, it erupted, Dr. Selvig explained. Why did this happen? Fury pressed. We speculate it might have been influenced by some form of external energy. Selvig responded. But there is nothing else in this vicinity. How could there be external energy? Fury questioned, perplexed. No, when I refer to external, I mean from the cosmos. Selvig corrected, shaking his head. The cosmos? Are you suggesting extraterrestrial involvement? Fury pondered, contemplating the possibility. Indeed, that is a possibility. What is the current status of the Tesseract? The Tesseract has lost its former equilibrium and tranquility. It resembles a dormant volcano gradually awakening. It is accumulating energy, and once it has fully manifested, an eruption is inevitable. What would be the ramifications of such an eruption? It could create a wormhole or even a black hole, and Earth would be in peril. Dr. Selvig replied, his face etched with dread. A black hole? Good grief. Is there no way for you to control it? Nick Fury inquired. I apologize, but that is not my area of expertise. However, there is someone with considerable knowledge in this field. He may have a solution. Who? Dr. Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? It seems that plan must be executed after all, though I wonder if Superman will agree. Within a certain building, much of Victor Von Doom's body had transformed into metal. He gazed into the mirror at his grotesque reflection, a surge of rage igniting within him. Reed Richards. This is all your fault. Victor Von Doom seethed through clenched teeth. With a primal scream, torrents of violent lightning erupted from his being. The crackling electricity consumed everything around him, plunging the entire building into darkness. Did I do this? Victor pondered, staring at his metallic hands lost in thought. No, no, no. This is not a disease. I am not a monster. This is evolution. I am becoming a superior being, a god. Victor murmured. Mr. Doom, what has transpired? The commotion had drawn the building's security, and the captain, armed and accompanied by a large contingent, approached cautiously. It's nothing, nothing at all. Victor replied. That's a relief. Please, put away your weapons. The security captain instructed his team. Mr. Doom, you appear to be injured. Would you like me to call an ambulance? The captain observed Victor's tattered clothing with concern. This inquiry inadvertently provoked Victor's ire. I am not ill. With that, he unleashed a lightning strike upon the unsuspecting guards. Their screams echoed as they met their demise. Victor donned an iron mask and slowly made his way to the street. Help, a monster. Don't kill me. Run, quickly. The streets soon filled with countless cries of terror. 3 days had elapsed since Li's treatment, during which the Fantastic Four officially joined the Hero Association, becoming its members. Throughout these 3 days, Susan frequently visited the headquarters to see Li. Li, having long harbored feelings for Susan, readily embraced the opportunity. They often ventured out together, their bond strengthening rapidly, seemingly rekindling the romance of their earlier days. Li also felt fortunate that his 2 girlfriends were not by his side. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a rather complicated situation. Beneath the enchanting starlit sky, Li Yi soared through the air, cradling Susan in his arms. Li Yi, do you remember? We used to lie on the grass together, gazing at the beautiful night sky. Susan reminisced, holding him tightly. Of course I remember. I still recall you saying that each star represents an angel. You truly haven't forgotten. Susan exclaimed with excitement. Thanks to his foresight in viewing that segment of memory, Li Yi understood the system's machinations. It had directly altered the history of this Marvel universe, integrating Li Yi's existence into the timeline. No wonder the Ancient One, capable of observing countless timelines, had failed to recognize Li Yi as an outsider. This astonishing method only deepened Li Yi's curiosity about the origins of the system. Who could possibly have created such an extraordinary mechanism? Li Yi, I regret it. I cannot forget you. Can we start anew? Susan suddenly exclaimed. In her memories, the bond between her and Li Yi had been exceptionally strong, almost to the point of marriage. Yet she had abruptly parted ways with him, the reasons for which remained a mystery even to herself. Of course, I too have never been able to forget you. Li Yi readily responded, fully aware of the circumstances. You are truly wonderful, Susan said, pulling Li Yi closer and kissing him. Li Yi embraced her slender waist and returned the kiss. They relished this serene moment together. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance, interrupting their intimate moment. What is happening over there? Susan asked, puzzled. It seems there's trouble again. The United States is truly plagued with disasters. Let us go take a look. Li Yi chuckled. All right. With that, Li Yi swiftly lifted Susan and soared toward the source of the commotion. Stop! The police, responding to the alarm, quickly arrived at the scene, just in time to witness a monstrous figure clad in a metallic mask wreaking havoc. They swiftly drew their weapons to intervene. No matter what you are, cease your actions immediately, or we will be forced to open fire. The police warned again. Inferior beings, perish. Victor Doom sneered at the officers as if they were mere refuse. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth, striking a police vehicle and igniting a massive explosion that claimed the lives of the surrounding officers in an instant. Fire! The police, no longer hesitating, launched their assault. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 However, the bullets merely sparked against Victor's form, having no effect whatsoever. Another one of those invulnerable monsters. Is there no superhero to protect us? Are we truly powerless to safeguard the populace? Despair engulfed the officers. Die! Victor gestured again, sending forth a barrage of furious lightning towards the police. Bang! The lightning was suddenly halted by an invisible barrier in front of the officers. Who is that? To be continued. Chapter 103, Susan and Victor Doom. Rewinding to the earlier moment, Li Yi and Susan hovered above the scene of the incident. It's him, Victor Doom. Susan exclaimed in shock. Do you know him? Li Yi inquired. Indeed. He is one of the participants from the space station incident, and his powers must have also been influenced by cosmic rays. He and Reed were rivals at the same university, and he once pursued me, but I rejected him. Susan explained. Huh. Susan, your allure is truly remarkable. Li Yi laughed. Fool, is this really the time for such comments? We must hurry down to stop him. Susan chided playfully. No, not us, but you. Li Yi shook his head. What? Superman no longer needs to enhance his reputation. Now is the time for your new hero to step forth. You expect me to face him alone? Susan exclaimed in astonishment. She has yet to engage in a real battle using her abilities, and Victor's powers appear exceedingly formidable, leaving her with little confidence in her ability to confront him. Fear not. You shall prevail. Trust me. A mysterious smile graced Li Yi's face. With a wave of his hand, two beams of light appeared, one white and one yellow, instantly merging into Susan's body. These were the powers of the horse charm and the dragon charm. The horse charm would protect her from harm, while the dragon charm would enhance her offensive strength. What is this? Susan exclaimed in astonishment. This is my ability. I have bestowed it upon you. Go down and thwart him. Li Yi replied with a grin. This is simply incredible. I feel immensely powerful, Susan declared with newfound confidence. She then became invisible and flew down, timely intercepting Victor's lightning just as it was about to strike the police. Who? Victor bellowed in rage upon seeing his attack thwarted. Susan revealed herself, slowly emerging from her cloaked state. So it's you, Susan? Victor ground his teeth in frustration. To him, Susan and that scoundrel Reed were complicit in his downfall, both responsible for his current dismal state. Having fallen from a position of immense wealth to this wretched existence, it is hard not to draw comparisons between Reed Richards and Constantine from Hellblazer. While Constantine actively deceives, Reed possesses an innate talent for misfortune. Victor, what has become of you? Susan frowned at the sight of his terrifying form. Although she had previously rebuffed Victor's advances, they had once been college classmates and collaborators, maintaining a decent rapport. Why have I become this way? Haha, good question. I too wish to know why. Despite being exposed to cosmic rays, you emerged unscathed and gained superpowers, while I have been reduced to this. Victor seethed. Please, calm down. Reed will find a way to revert you. Though she spoke with assurance, Susan's heart was plagued with doubt about Reed's ability to help. Do not utter that damned name in my presence. Since you are here, the others must be as well. Summon them all. That will disappoint you. I am the only one present. Susan shrugged, helplessly. Oh, you dare to confront me alone? Your audacity is remarkable. Victor scoffed. Who is she? A superhero? I know. She is the invisible woman from the new superhero team, the Fantastic Four. A superhero has arrived. We are saved. Go, invisible woman, defeat that monster. Die, monster. Get out of America. The crowd quickly recognized Susan's identity, rallying to support her while hurling curses at Victor Doom. Silence. Cease your incessant noise. The repeated mention of the word monster ignited Victor's fury, and he raised his hand, ready to unleash his wrath upon the surrounding crowd. Ah! With a sharp exclamation, Susan thrust her hands forward, and an invisible force field was instantaneously unleashed, colliding fiercely with Victor, who was propelled away and crashed into a truck. Go on, defeat him. The invisible woman is so impressive. The surrounding crowd erupted into cheers and screams once more. Damn it! Victor quickly rose to his feet. His body now entirely transformed into an unidentifiable metal. Such an attack was far from sufficient to harm him. With a crackle, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of violent lightning aimed at Susan. She raised her hands before her, and the invisible force field reappeared, completely neutralizing the electric assault. Seizing the moment, Victor swiftly moved in front of Susan and grasped her by the throat. You are too weak. He sneered. Cough, is that so? Perhaps not. I could take your life at any moment. Say goodbye to your brother Johnny. You are dreaming. Susan placed her hands against Victor's chest, radiating a brilliant light. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged from her palms. Boom. The force sent Victor flying, leaving a gaping hole in his chest, rendering him unable to rise again. This is not your strength. Victor gritted out through his pain. Had he not mutated, that strike would have certainly claimed his life. However, he had transcended the bounds of humanity. That's none of your concern. Susan replied with a smile. You should rather speak to the judge. She then unleashed another forceful impact. This time Victor was utterly defenseless and promptly lost consciousness. Most heroes retain the belief that criminals should face justice through legal means. Had Li Yi intervened, Victor would have been dispatched long ago. Oh, we won. Long live the superheroes. As they witnessed the invisible woman triumph over the monster, the crowd erupted in fervent applause once more. Hurry, hurry. After observing for a while, seeing that the metallic creature showed no signs of movement, the police swiftly approached and restrained Victor. Invisible woman, thank you for your assistance. The police captain stepped forward to express his gratitude to Susan. Oh, no need for thanks. She replied, appearing somewhat bashful, as it was her first experience in such a scenario. Officers, I leave this to you. Noticing the rapidly approaching crowd, Susan quickly vanished from sight. Ah, it truly is the era of superheroes. The police captain sighed. Li Yi, how did I perform just now? Susan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Being a superhero feels absolutely fantastic. You were remarkable, simply outstanding. Li Yi praised. Hee, it's largely thanks to your power, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Susan laughed. To be continued. Chapter 104. The arrival of Loki within a subterranean base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Located 3,000 meters beneath the surface, director Nick Fury wore a grave expression as he conversed with Hawkeye, making his way toward the core area housing the Tesseract. He pondered how to persuade Bruce Banner to join the research project concerning the Tesseract. Convincing Bruce Banner of his remarkable confidence is no trivial task, as he possesses no less than 100 methods to persuade these superheroes. Yes, 100. Yet, the most formidable challenge lies in persuading Superman. With the entire world now aware that Bruce Banner has joined the Hero Association as a distinguished hero, it becomes imperative to engage Superman in this endeavor. However, Superman's notoriously difficult temperament renders the task Herculean. Nick Fury swiftly arrived at the core area, where a number of scientists were meticulously documenting data. Following the previous incident, these individuals were hesitant to congregate before the Tesseract, uncertain of when it might erupt again. How is the Tesseract faring lately? Nick Fury inquired. The Tesseract remains unstable, occasionally erupting, albeit with significantly lesser force than before, Dr. Selvig replied. At that moment, the core area was abruptly filled with a deafening alarm. This is bad. The Tesseract is about to erupt again, Dr. Selvig exclaimed. Get away from the Tesseract. Quickly move. The personnel hastily sought refuge behind protective barriers. Before their eyes, the Tesseract, affixed to specialized apparatus, suddenly emanated a brilliant blue light. Boom. The energy instantaneously surpassed the limits of the nearby detection device, resulting in its explosion. Goodness, this energy is more potent than any we have recorded before. Doctor, Selvig shouted in astonishment. A wave of concern swept through the crowd, not only for their own survival, but also for the safety of Earth, as the Tesseract harbors the power to annihilate the planet. At that moment, the radiance from the Tesseract intensified, transforming energy into a tangible form, coalescing into a circular energy mass before it. With a fierce burst, it shot forward, the blinding light forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The emitted energy gradually formed a rectangular portal over 3 meters high, revealing an abyss of impenetrable darkness on the other side. Intrigued, the crowd peered into the portal, where a figure began to materialize, half kneeling and striking a striking pose. Upon recognizing this silhouette, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Such an entrance could not possibly belong to a human. It could only be an extraterrestrial being. Nick Fury's expression darkened. How dare this alien intrude upon his territory? He exchanged glances with a nearby agent, signaling them to surround the figure with their sidearms drawn. As the figure slowly raised its head, an unmistakably human-like face emerged. Adorned with a cold smirk, it was none other than Loki, the mischievous prince of Asgard. Bewildered, the crowd exchanged glances, questioning how an alien could bear such resemblance to humanity. Sir, please, lower your spear, Nick Fury shouted, hoping to ascertain whether this extraterrestrial could be reasoned with. Loki glanced at the scepter in his hand, and then unleashed a powerful wave of blue energy towards Nick Fury. Beside him, Hawkeye displayed remarkable agility, swiftly pushing Nick Fury to the ground just in time to evade the energy wave. The agents surrounding them, witnessing their leader under assault, wasted no time in launching their own attack. However, the firearms of mere mortals proved futile against Loki, this deity, who disregarded the bullets striking him and relentlessly wielded his scepter, reaping the lives of the agents. He then advanced rapidly to Hawkeye's side, just as Hawkeye attempted to retaliate. Loki effortlessly subdued him, his lack of a bow diminishing his prowess significantly. You are unique, Loki proclaimed with a smile, pressing the scepter against Hawkeye's chest. Hawkeye's expression shifted. Clearly under the control of the Mind Scepter, Loki employed the same method to subjugate several other agents. Seizing the moment, Nick Fury retrieved the Tesseract from beneath the machinery. Release it. I truly require it, Loki threatened, pointing the scepter at Fury. There is no need for such tension, Fury retorted. Indeed, it is necessary. I have traveled a great distance for this. I am Loki, from the realm of gods. I bear a mission of unimaginable magnitude. Loki, you are Thor's brother? Doctor, Selvig exclaimed in astonishment. Loki shot him a glare, loathing the mention of that name. We harbor no animosity towards you, Fury asserted. The ant has no enmity with your shoe. Loki scoffed, regarding humanity as mere insects. So you wish to crush us? Freedom is the greatest lie that can yield peace, Loki countered, once again using his scepter to control Dr. Selvig. Your notion of peace brings to mind its antonym. This fellow is stalling. The place is about to explode. And we shall be buried here, Hawkeye cautioned. Just like a pyramid, Fury responded with a cold smirk. He speaks the truth. We have approximately 2 minutes remaining. Doctor, Selvig confirmed. Bang. Hawkeye raised his weapon and shot Nick Fury, who collapsed in response. Subsequently, the group brazenly slipped away before Agent Hill. The entire base began to tremble violently. Bang. It then collapsed with a sudden force. Fortunately, Nick Fury managed to escape unscathed, as he was clad in a bulletproof vest. And Hawkeye's shot had struck it squarely. Director, do you hear me? Came Coulson's voice from Fury's communicator. The Tesseract has been taken by an unknown enemy. Agent Barton has also been compromised, and we have sustained heavy casualties. Hill, what is your status? Many personnel are buried underground. We do not know how many can survive. Hill replied. Issue an urgent command to assemble everyone for rescue. And we must recover the Tesseract. Coulson, return to the base and issue a level 7 alert. Given the current situation, war has commenced, and we require the support of the mightiest warriors on Earth. To be continued. Chapter 105. Persuading Superman. Indeed. They have arrived. Above the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., as thunderous sounds echoed from below, and Loki and Hawkeye brazenly departed. Li let out a cold chuckle. From the moment Loki appeared on Earth, the system had bestowed upon Li Yi a third mission. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the third main storyline mission, the Battle of New York. The Prince of Asgard, Loki, unwilling to accept his defeat in the struggle for the throne, sought the support of the cosmic overlord Thanos by offering the Space Stone, intending to lead Thanos' Chitauri army to invade Earth. Mission objective, defeat the Chitauri and thwart Loki's scheme. Mission reward, 1 lottery draw. Mission duration, 10 days. Mission penalty, none. Upon receiving the mission, Li instantly teleported to hover above the base, observing the unfolding events, including the significant casualties that occurred. Had Li Yi chosen to intervene, he could have entirely prevented these tragedies. Yet, he harbored no intention of acting, merely watching as Loki departed. For Li Yi, aside from those he cared for, others were akin to mere characters in a game, utterly insignificant. His willingness to save depended solely on his mood. At times, he might feel pity for a stray dog and choose to rescue it, while at other moments, he could remain unfazed by the deaths of thousands, his eyes remaining dry. After a brief observation, Li Yi teleported away. Did you feel someone watching us? Loki suddenly turned to inquire of Hawkeye and the others. As one of the most formidable sorcerers in the 9 realms, his senses far surpassed those of ordinary beings. Not at all. Hawkeye and the others shook their heads in unison. No. Could my instincts be mistaken? Impossible. My intuition has always been accurate. I am the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. Do you comprehend the significance of being the first sorcerer? Loki frowned. Not really. They replied, shaking their heads again. Forget it. The control of the Mind Scepter is not flawless. Do you have any concealed locations where we can hide? Loki asked. Summoning the Chitauri army from space using the Space Stone was no simple task. Merely heating the Tesseract to the necessary temperature required specialized instruments and unique equipment. Before that, they needed a secure base for preparations. After all, although Loki was a demigod and did not require food or rest, the individuals under his control still did. Thus, opening the portal necessitated the assistance of these very people. I have a secret safe house. It's quite spacious, and you can take a look, Hawkeye suggested. Very well. Let us proceed there, Loki decisively commanded. By the way, we lack sufficient manpower. Does anyone have the ability to gather more personnel? Leave the recruitment to me. I can quickly assemble a large group. Hawkeye volunteered once more. Excellent. You are commendable. No wonder I chose to control you first. Loki praised. What is this? This is simply a divine teammate. Can you imagine encountering a top player from the national server, while ranking, who leads the entire team to victory? After the Cosmic Cube was lost, Nick Fury immediately set aside all trivial matters to embark on his own mission. In the original narrative, it was Coulson who was tasked with recruiting the affluent Tony Stark, while Natasha was responsible for enlisting the formidable Hulk. However, such plans had become obsolete, as they were all already gathered together. Now, to unite them in the defense of Earth, only one thing was required: to persuade Superman. While this may sound simple, executing it proved to be extraordinarily challenging. Superman was the most cantankerous superhero ever encountered by S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving them with little confidence in their approach. To sway him, Nick Fury decided to employ his ultimate tactic, the allure of beauty. Observing Superman, Fury discerned that women might be his sole vulnerability, as he had 3 significant relationships and numerous flirtations. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 2 most exquisite agents, Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill, were dispatched. In his opulent mansion, Li languidly awaited the approach of S.H.I.E.L.D., curious about how they would attempt to persuade him. Although confronting Loki was a task mandated by the system, Li still harbored intentions of outmaneuvering S.H.I.E.L.D. As he pondered, Betty suddenly detected the presence of 2 individuals, Natasha and Hill, standing before Li Ye's residence. Natasha's reputation as a level 7 agent was well known, while Maria Hill, a level 10 agent, was the only one of equal standing to the enigmatic Nick Fury, purportedly appointed by powerful factions to balance Fury's authority. An exceptional strategist, adept in tactical deployment, she served as Fury's right hand and was even poised to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but declined, believing herself unfit for the role. The conflict among superheroes was significantly influenced by her. As post-Ultron, she recognized the peril of unrestrained superheroes, thus vigorously advocating for the enforcement of the Superhero Registration Act, which became a crucial catalyst for the civil war among heroes. With a smirk, Li thought it audacious for Nick Fury to send 2 stunning women, unconcerned about their potential return. He commanded Betty to open the door, eager to see how they planned to persuade him. The 2 agents approached him slowly. What brings 2 esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to my humble abode? Is the agency on holiday? Li inquired from his comfortable position on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and sipping a glass of red wine. Mr. Li, we are here to discuss a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of Earth. Maria Hill quickly interjected. Take it easy, have a seat, and speak at your leisure. Li replied with a smile, gesturing for 2 chairs to float over. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the 2 agents, familiar with Li Ye's abilities, took their seats without hesitation. You may proceed. I am listening. A significant upheaval occurred within our organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., just a few days ago. We were engaged in a research endeavor when an extraterrestrial being abruptly materialized and launched an assault on our base. This entity seized control of several SHIELD agents, including Hawkeye, as well as a scientist. Amidst the chaos, Maria Hill expressed a torrent of concerns. Get to the point, Li Yi retorted impatiently, observing Li Ye's demeanor. The two exchanged knowing glances, having anticipated her reaction. After all, Superman is renowned for his notoriously irritable disposition. Originally, this mission did not necessitate their involvement, as S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses specially trained operatives adept in the art of seduction. However, ever since Black Egg received Li Ye's alert, an in-depth investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced. This inquiry proved formidable. Hydra's insidious tendrils had infiltrated every corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. Convincing Superman of such a critical task could not be entrusted to Hydra's agents. Hence the deployment of the two of them. The extraterrestrial being absconded with the Tesseract, an object imbued with the power to annihilate Earth. We remain oblivious to its true intentions, making it imperative to unite all possible forces. Thus, we earnestly seek your assistance and that of the Hero Association. To be continued.